This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Ruthless Lullaby, Book 1 of Korolev Bratva, written by Lisa Lovell, performed by Melissa Schwery and Duncan Cole.
Chapter 1. Mindy.
Miss Williams, have you heard my question?
Marin Korolev asks, interrupting my train of thought. His expression is stern. I swallow hard and turn my attention back to him. Of course, Mr. Korolev. Marin Korolev is a cold, strategic perfectionist. That's basically a fancy way to say he's a jerk and a total control freak. He's also stinking rich and drop-dead sexy. He has a sharp jawline covered in stubble, my weakness. Perfectly slicked dark hair with the perfect amount of silver in it, and piercing blue eyes that seem to see straight through me. He also just happens to be my boss, and as such, he will always remain a forbidden fantasy. Even though he has the power to make me feel a little woozy at times. But Marin Korolev is more than just my boss. He is also the owner and CEO of Global Media, the international media empire where I work as his chief accountant. And as the CEO of an international media conglomerate, the man is impeccably dressed every day in designer suits and shoes that cost more than my monthly rent. His hair is always styled effortlessly, with a slight wave, as if he just woke up from an afternoon nap. And if that wasn't hot enough, his perfectly strong jawline always has the perfect amount of stubble. Like he popped out of the woodwork that way. Oh, and have I mentioned the captivating depth of his eyes? The point is, the man is insanely, ridiculously hot. And yet, he is a smooth, entitled jerk. A royal asshole. I have no interest in him whatsoever. So why is my body reacting as if he's about to pin me against the wall and have his way with me? And why does that idea flood me with an intense rush of desire? It is a mystery that remains unsolved. Right now, he has every reason to make that face he's making. I'm barely paying attention to what he's saying. It's Friday and I'm completely drained. He's been in the office all week, which luckily doesn't happen very often. But when it does, he's a beast, getting his team of assistants to send emails left and right, joining Zoom meetings, barking orders to his remote teams, and the list goes on. And I have to be a part of all that madness, as Marin Korolev is crazy about finances. He's not just crazy about finances, he's like a wizard with supernatural skills to point out mistakes and sense misplaced decimal points from 3 rooms away. He probably dreams in pie charts and investment portfolios. Needless to say, working for Global Media and living under Marin Korolev's constant observation is no walk in the park. The days start early and end late, with little to no time for breaks. It is a demanding and fast-paced environment. He doesn't believe in saying thank you, or at the very least, please. The only reason for me to stay at this workplace under a royal bosshole like Marin Korolev is that I have to. I have to because the money is extremely good. And that's important for 2 reasons. First, my mother has cancer and the costs are astronomical. The kind of cancer she has is treatable, and with the right medication, she can live a normal life and recover. I don't mind the costs. I love my mom and she deserves the best care. Except, I'm the only one who takes care of her. Alexis, my sister, could help, but she doesn't. She's struggling with her own demons, battling her painkiller addiction. So I can only count on myself. And that means putting up with Marin Korolev's tyranny every day. I'm also saving up to start a family. Due to complications from an illness I had as a child, I can't conceive naturally. I'm scheduled for IVF treatment starting next Monday. Who knows how long it will take to get me pregnant? What I do know is that I definitely don't want my boss finding out about it. That's a problem for another day, though. All I want right now is to finish this meeting, go home, and take some naughty photos of myself so I can spice up my sex life with my fiancé, Maurice. And then, hopefully, make passionate love to him while we can. Except that's easier said than done. First, we need to work up the spark that's long gone. That's if it was ever there. Don't be sarcastic, Mindy. Maurice is a good guy. As for my boss, Marin Korolev, he has a habit of popping up at my office without any warning. He clearly doesn't understand the concept of knocking on someone's door before entering.
Miss Williams,
he'll say,
I need a detailed Excel sheet about the expenses for the opening ceremony of our new product.
Or something along those lines. He could easily email me his requests, but he seems to prefer the old school way, making them in person. And every time he appears, I can't help but picture him standing there with no clothes saying,
Miss Williams, I need you to get naked so we can have passionate sex on your desk right here, right now.
For God's sake, stop swooning over him, Mindy. You only keep having these thoughts because you're horny all the freaking time. It's true. I always had a very high libido. And unfortunately, Maurice was never able to keep up with it. Yes, he's a great guy. But our sex life is mediocre at best. Okay, I admit mediocre is a strong word. Our sex life is terrible. It's like being trapped in a sex desert with no orgasm in sight. But I'm trying to change that. Since I've been sending surprise nudes of myself to Maurice, things got a little better. Every relationship takes work, and I'm willing to do my part. My mind wanders to the pictures I'm going to send to my fiancé, Maurice Korolev. Yep, that's right. As strange as it may be, my jerk boss and my fiancé have the exact same last name. But they're not related. New York has a huge Russian community, and believe it or not, Korolev is a pretty common Russian surname, almost as common as Williams or Johnson are here in the U.S. Marin and Maurice are from different backgrounds with very different upbringings. They are also the complete opposite of each other. Marin Korolev is like a walking dream on the outside, sexy, powerful, making all the ladies swoon, and a controlling jerk on the inside. But there's also something about him that gives me chills, an underlying darkness that screams danger. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but one thing is for sure. Marin Korolev is definitely not someone you want to mess with. Maurice, on the other hand, is the exact opposite of Marin. Good-looking in a normal way, handsome even. He's a typical family guy and a great listener. Basically, every girl's best friend. The type you want to marry. We all need a Maurice in our lives, but trust me, nobody needs a Marin. I most certainly don't.
Miss Williams, I asked you a question.
My boss repeats sternly. I nearly jump. I'm so sorry, Mr. Korolev. What was your question again? He gives me a disapproving look.
The latest numbers from our social media campaigns.
He reminds me, clearly irritated. Oh, yes, I stutter. I apologize. Mr. Korolev, I was just taking some notes. I quickly glance down at my notepad. There isn't a single note on it. I clear my throat and begin speaking, somehow finding the words without any notes to refer to. All those years of experience I have in digital marketing comes to my rescue. Yes, the latest numbers from our social media ads. Yes, we're on it. We'll be digging into the nuts and bolts of our campaigns on Monday, as soon as we get the latest data from the social media team. Then we'll start identifying gray areas and analyzing what could be done better. I'm sure we can juice up those numbers by the end of the month. I'll also dive into the latest numbers of our subscription plans and see if we can tweak our packages and bring in some extra money without annoying our users. We got this.
How exactly do you plan to do that without annoying users?
He asks, his words feeling more like an interrogation than a genuine question. My confidence falters for a moment, but I quickly push through it. I have a few strategies in mind that I believe will be effective, I reply coolly, meeting his gaze with determination. I am more than confident that my team and I can make a significant impact on our profits using these methods. I hope you find my answer satisfactory, Mr. Korolev. Marin Korolev nods, appearing slightly impressed. I'm impressed with my improvising skills as well.
All right, he says. I'm interested to see how you execute these plans, Miss Williams. Make it happen.
Understood, Mr. Korolev. I say quickly. Are there any other pressing matters you wish to discuss? I ask, hoping the answer is no. The workload this week had been overwhelming. And all I want is to go home, take a hot shower, and finally start working on the nudes that are supposed to spice up my sex life with Maurice. The last thing I care about right now is another pressing financial matter Marin Korolev might wish to discuss. He closes his laptop and leans back on the chair.
Yes, there is,
he says, his face serious. Really? I can't believe this man. I'm listening, Mr. Korolev. No, I'm not. He shakes his head.
But there is no point in continuing this conversation, Miss Williams. You look too tired and disinterested, and obviously can't pay attention.
He's scrutinizing my face.
In fact, you've been looking tired all the time recently, and I'm not happy about that. As the chief accountant of this company, you work with money. If you make a mistake, it will cost the company a lot.
There he is. As I mentioned before, Marin Korolev is absolutely obsessed with money. If I happened to pass out in front of him, he wouldn't even bat an eye. His only concern would be the potential loss of profits. What I really want to tell him is, I'm not tired, Mr. Korolev. I'm practically a walking zombie with jello in my head where my brain should be. I arrived at the office early this morning and haven't had 2 consecutive moments to myself since. I only used the restroom once, and even during those brief moments, you called me about the data in the 3rd row of Excel spreadsheet 246. All I consumed today was 4 donuts and 2 buckets of coffee. Without my quad espressos, I would probably have collapsed by now. The only thing that keeps me alive is that it's almost 6 p.m., and I can finally see the end of this hellish workday approaching. But instead, I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Korolev. I promise I'll do my best to recharge my batteries this weekend so I can focus on my tasks better next week. I could kick myself in the ass for saying that. Have we finished? He nods curtly.
Yes, but I need to make something clear before you go, Miss Williams. If your focus is on anything other than global media, you will leave me with no other option but to find a new chief accountant. I hope I don't have to remind you that this is a high-responsibility position. You mess up once, you're gone. Do you understand?
Are you freaking serious? I am not some insignificant worm beneath your feet, Mr. Korolev. Nor am I a mop to be used for cleaning your filthy floors. It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm actually a person, a human being. So pull your arrogant head out of your self-righteous ass and show me the respect I deserve for once. My throat tightens as I respond. Yes, I understand. He nods again.
Good. You are free to go now, Miss Williams.
There is slight disdain on his face, saying, I can see you're not happy to work 85 hours a week, and I don't like that. Asshole. And the fact that every time I see Marin Korolev, my heart starts to race and a familiar sensation starts to tingle down below doesn't make things easier. Chapter 2. Mindy. I kick off my high heels and collapse onto the couch. My feet are throbbing with pain. Why did I even wear those heels to work? I could have easily completed all of my accounting tasks in sneakers, or even just socks. Or barefoot. Who the hell needs high heels anyways? I want to slap the person who invented the damn things. After drooling on the couch for about 30 minutes like the mess I am, I check the time. I have about an hour to take the nudes for Maurice before Betty, my roomie and my bestie, gets home with her latest company gossip. Besides my mother, Betty is the light of my life. She also works at Global Media, except she's with Human Resources. And lucky for her, Marin Korolev isn't her direct superior. Her job is way calmer than mine, and she always has the latest scoop about what's happening in her department and beyond. Did you hear about Mark having a boyfriend? Or have you met our new coworker Thomas, the stud with the black hair and the six-pack? I couldn't help but ask how she knew about the six-pack, to which she replied, "I saw it under his shirt while he was getting coffee from the canteen." Her stories make me believe that the most interesting department at Global Media is HR. The complete opposite of the financial department, which she often refers to as exciting as dry camel shit. "You need some buzz in your life, girl," Betty told me the other day, "at least once a week." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. With Marin Korolev around, my wildest idea of excitement is an Excel spreadsheet with the latest numbers from our social media campaigns, I'd said. "Ooh, 154 new subscribers. 67 new likes on our page. And wait for it, a brand new 5-star review. Oh, Debbie Collins, you are too kind." Cue the laugh track. "Not work excitement, babe," she'd said. "I mean real fun. Dancing, cocktails, beach, sex. You need to spice things up." Betty continued. I know exactly what she meant. She was referring to the lackluster sex life I had been complaining to her about. Maurice never initiates sex, I'd told her earlier. I think he's too much in love with his video games. "At least you have a man in your life," Betty remarked. "I can't even get myself a date. Everyone just swipes left on me on Tinder except a few drunkards and some creepy perverts." Maybe Betty's right. Maybe I shouldn't complain this much. But what am I supposed to do when my sex drive is constantly driving me up the wall? I'm worse than a teenage boy who just opened Playboy for the first time. Some would say I'm a crazy nympho. Maybe there's something wrong with my head. Or I have some sort of hormonal imbalance. Either way, I'm constantly horny, especially when Marin Korolev is at the office. It's driving me nuts, and I'm not sure what to do about it. Perhaps start by getting your mind off your boss, Mindy. It's dangerous territory. It's true. I should get that jerk tyrant out of my head once and for all. If anything, I should focus on sending those photos to my real boyfriend, Maurice. Sending him hot nudes of myself has worked well in the past. It was all the boost he needed. Our monthly blowjob count went from 1 to 3. Maybe this time I can jazz up that number to 4. You gotta appreciate improvement, right? So far, every time I sent Maurice naughty photos with a naughty message, he would light up like a Christmas tree, and we'd end up getting busy instead of him sitting in front of the computer, looking like a doofus with his headphones on. But if I'm brutally honest with myself, despite all my efforts, our sex life is still as exciting as watching paint dry. But then again, who wants to be a constant complainer? No relationship is perfect. Besides, there are many other important things in a relationship than just sex. Maurice is a decent guy. He really is. He may not be setting off fireworks in the bedroom, but he has the qualities of a great husband and a father. And he comes from money, which he inherited from his dad, and now he's using that money to make investments. Not that I've seen any of his investments. He said they're all digital. Things like cryptocurrency and NFTs. Come on, Mindy. Time to get down to business. Snap those nudes or be stuck in your dull sex life forever. I get up from the couch and start taking my clothes off. Once naked, I walk over to the mirror and take a good look at myself. I'm somewhat pleased with what I see, even though I've noticed a few extra pounds on my body lately. I blame Marin Korolev for that. He never lets me sit down and eat a normal meal, so I survive on an ultra-processed diet of Cheetos, donuts, and sodas. My mind starts to wander, imagining myself standing naked in front of him and complaining about the weight gain caused by the unhealthy lifestyle he's forcing on me with his unrealistic work expectations. In this fantasy, he responds with a seductive promise.
You're beautiful just the way you are, Miss Williams. And now I'm going to have my way with you right here and right now.
Jesus, Mindy. Snap out of it and get to work. I unlock my phone, my fingers tapping eagerly against the screen. I'm determined to capture the perfect angle. With a playful smirk, I tilt my head to the side, allowing the soft light to highlight my features and enhance every curve. As I snap a few photos, I can't help but wink at my reflection, a mischievous glint in my eyes. That will do, I think to myself. Maurice will love it. Switching to selfie mode with the tap of a button, I experiment with different expressions, each one more alluring than the last. A subtle pout of my lips channels my inner seductress, while playfully sticking out my tongue exudes a hint of innocent mischief. Each click of the shutter feels like a flirtatious dance. I quickly take another picture and glance at the screen. Ugh, I look like I've had too much Botox. Delete. Another snap. The scar on my stomach is too visible. Delete. I hate that scar. It's a reminder of the operation that made me unable to conceive naturally, which is why I'm pursuing IVF. When I told Maurice about my infertility, he hugged me and said,
In this day and age, it's not a problem, Mindy. We'll do IVF and everything will be fine.
Then he kissed me on the temple. He didn't seem to be worried about the astronomical price of the fertility treatment at all. I strike a last seductive pose and pucker my lips. I adjust my tits to enhance their perkiness, and to make sure I'm hiding my scar. These will be the final naughty photos I'll take before I start gaining more weight and become a hormonal bitch, crying and throwing up all the time. One last shot, and I'm done. I scroll through the photos on my phone, a bit frustrated by what I see. There are at least 30, and most of them are terrible. Bad lighting, awkward facial expressions, or my post-op scar showing. No way I'm keeping those. I really hate that scar. But then I find a photo that looks good, sexy even. The last set is actually pretty decent. I decide to keep 10 of them. With a tap of a button, I delete the rest. I look at the photos once more, and a grin spreads across my face. These will definitely do the trick. I picture Maurice ripping off my panties, pressing me against the wall, and doing me with such intensity that I'll walk funny the next day. It will be our final hurrah before we start the treatment and my body becomes a mess. The idea of being pressed against the wall and being taken passionately makes me horny all over again. Before I know it, I'm soaking wet between my legs. The only strange thing is, instead of Maurice, someone else's image invades my mind. Marin Korolev. That's right. My control freak jerk of a boss who makes my every workday a living hell. The way he appears at my office door, hands in his pocket. His carefree stance that screams sin, danger, and seduction. The way he crosses his legs, leaning against the doorway. His chiseled jaw and 5 o'clock shadow. That impossibly broad chest, shoulders, and perfectly toned six-pack hidden beneath his tailored suit. And if anything, those thoughts are making me even more wet. It's wrong, ridiculous, and I hate myself for it. But instead of forcing my mind to push the thoughts aside, I close my eyes and begin to slowly slide my index finger over my wet folds. I wish I could simply force Marin Korolev out of my mind. No, I'm not sure that's what I want. What I really want is him. Yes. Marin Korolev, my drop-dead gorgeous asshole boss. It's all kinds of wrong, and I just don't understand why it's happening. My hand stops. I might as well record this. It will be a great addition to the photos I took earlier. I switch my phone to video mode and press record. With my phone propped up in the corner of the room, my finger is still stroking my slick folds. My other hand finds its way to my breasts, kneading them gently as I start to moan softly. I watch my reflection in the mirror. My fingers push deeper into my sex, sliding against my clit as I start to pick up the pace. I grind my center against my fingers, and a needy whimper escapes my lips. My breath hitches as I increase the speed, rubbing myself faster and harder with each second that passes. The moan that escapes me is louder this time as I finally come undone under my own touch. Waves of pleasure wash over me, and with a guttural gasp, I come in front of the mirror. Oh, wow. I breathe out in a shaky voice. That was better than expected. My body tingles from head to toe. I hit the pause button on the video, breathless and flushed. My eyes quickly scan the timer. 5 minutes and 47 seconds of pure, unadulterated pleasure caught on film. Damn it, Mindy. The mere thought of your boss ignited a fire within you like never before. And that's bad. Really bad. I really shouldn't be thinking of Marin Korolev, especially while masturbating. And I most certainly shouldn't record it and send it to my fiancé. But the thrill of doing something so forbidden makes it all the more intense. Feeling a bit guilty, I type a message to Maurice. Hey, babe. Enjoy the photos and the video. Tonight is all about us, so get ready for a wild time. Can't wait to be all yours. Love, your Mindy. I attach the 10 photos. Then I stop for a minute to think if I should send the video or not. But honestly, how could Maurice ever know that I was thinking of someone else while recording? Don't overcomplicate things, Mindy. This will always remain your dirty little secret. Just get that bastard Marin Korolev out of your head once and for all. I attach the video and press send with a sly grin. And then the strangest thing happens. Within seconds, my smile fades as an automated response arrives. Your inquiry. Hello, thank you for reaching out. I have received your email and will get back to you as soon as possible. Best regards, Marin Korolev, CEO Global Media. What the hell? I frown and check the address I sent the email to. mkorolev@globalmedia.com. The address should have been mkorolev@gmail.com. My eyes suddenly widen as the realization hits me like a shockwave. Oh my fuck. No, it can't be. What have I done? Instead of my fiancé, I sent the whole freaking lot to my boss. Oh God. My tits, my pussy, my entire naked body, and my ever so loud orgasm. All because he happens to have the same initials as Maurice. No. Panic courses through me as I frantically search for the undo button, but it's nowhere to be found. Where is it? How could it have disappeared? My mind races trying to come up with a solution, but all I can think of is the disaster that awaits me. The subject of my dirty fantasies, Marin Korolev, with his piercing gaze and seductive swagger, will see me naked. But worse still, he will see the jagged scar on my stomach, and as if that wasn't enough, he'll also hear me orgasm as my cries echo through the room like the braying of a wild donkey. Maybe he's already checking the damn email. Oh God. What have you done, Mindy? Shit. This has to be the worst day of my life. How can this be happening? Wait. Did I say his name while I was having my orgasm? If so, my life is over. I hover my finger over the video just to check. Then my hand stops. Check what? Does it matter if I whispered his name or anybody else's? It doesn't matter. My life is over either way. I can't believe what just happened. I'm still shaking from the realization. What the hell do I do now? Perhaps I should call him and say, Mr. Korolev, please ignore the naked photos and the amateur porn video. You know, the one where I'm pleasuring myself and orgasming like a horny schoolgirl. Those files were intended for someone else. And sorry for thinking about you while masturbating. I know it's highly unprofessional. Scratch that. It's a ridiculous idea. My best hope is that my email gets lost in the sea of emails he receives every day. which is unlikely, knowing Marin Korolev's strict and controlling nature. But then again, he's the CEO. He gets thousands, if not tens of thousands of emails every day. Not even his team of assistants can go through all that. And since I've sent this from my private email address, maybe it got marked as spam and never made it to his inbox. Maybe he'll never find out. With shaking hands, I frantically check the email again. I'm not sure what I'm hoping for, but what I see almost makes me lose my remaining balance and pass out. Besides Marin Korolev's email address, there is a long list of other addresses pulling up. That's right. Marin Korolev is an important man, and because of that, the emails he receives automatically get forwarded to a number of other addresses within the company for the sake of corporate efficiency. In layman's terms, I'd sent the freaking email to multiple important people within the company. Marin's entire fucking management team, that is. With all the attachments, of course. How could I have been such an idiot? Mother Earth, please open up and swallow me whole. The buzzing of my phone stops my increasingly terrifying train of thought. I cringe, expecting it to be Marin Korolev firing me on the spot. Instead, it's a text from Maurice. Sorry, babe. I'm running behind schedule. We'll be with you as soon as I can.
Chapter 3. Marin. What the fuck do you mean it disappeared? I roar into the phone, my grip tightening until my knuckles turn white. How the fuck does a cargo ship just vanish into thin air? Pavel, my right-hand man, sighs heavily on the other end. We don't have the coordinates, boss. I've tried contacting Olev Rabarov, the captain, but the connection keeps cutting out. It's like they've gone dark. I let out a string of curse words and run my fingers through my hair in frustration. This is the last thing I need right now. This is not a fucking joke, Pavel. That ship is carrying the first batch of tromoxine samples. Important people are relying on it. I know, boss, Pavel replies calmly. Give me some time to figure out what happened. Rabarov is a seasoned captain. If he's not answering our calls, it means something serious. I place my palm against my temple. It wasn't me, Pavel. What the fuck do you mean, serious? Look, boss, whatever it is, I can contact the chemical plant and have them send more samples on another ship. It's solvable. They can send us the cargo in 2 days. I shake my head in annoyance. No, I'll handle backup samples. You focus on finding the damn ship. With that, I end the call. I puff air out of my face. With all the shit that's been going on in my life lately, this is the last fucking thing I need right now. But then again, there is no good time for important cargo to go missing. I rise from my seat and make my way to the cupboard. I open a bottle of Stoli vodka and pour myself a shot. I quickly gulp it down, feeling the intense burn all the way down my throat. Tromoxine. That's what my billion-dollar baby is called. The game-changer pill that's going to bring new horizons to a world that's full of messed up, addicted, traumatized people. The entire world is sick, and I've got the magic cure. The pill is the marriage of psilocybin and ayahuasca, two experimental yet highly effective components used to cure trauma, mental illness, and addiction. The mix of the two that is tromoxine promises to surpass every single treatment that is currently available on the market. If used correctly, tromoxine has the ability to rewire the entire human brain, eliminating past trauma, depression, insomnia, and other mental health disorders in just a matter of weeks, sometimes days. In the early trials, we healed some pretty screwed up people with only a few sessions. I drink another shot of Stoli. Of course, most governments are too fucking narrow-minded to see the true power of substances like this, so the stuff is not strictly legal. Suits me fine. The dark web is crawling with potential customers who are willing to pay top dollar for a panacea cure like this. All those Bratva boys, they're walking around with more baggage than a fucking airport. Who doesn't have a string of childhood traumas? Kids that grow up in the Bratva get beaten up and bullied all the time. Who doesn't have depression and all of that fucked up shit? People take drugs and drink them so stupid just to numb the pain, to forget the hell they went through. But not anymore. Since mental health has become such a hot topic on the internet, everybody wants to heal. And with Tramoxine, they finally can. In just a matter of weeks, it will free them from the confines of their fucked up minds with no shitty side effects. I've poured billions of dollars into this little miracle drug, hired the best scientists money can buy. Research, development, trials, all of it happening under the radar at my state-of-the-art pharmaceutical plant outside of Moscow. Every worker handpicked and vetted, loyal to a fault. And now, after years of blood, sweat, and more money than most people see in a lifetime, we're finally ready to run our first public trials. My phone rings again. Pavel, that was quick. Tell me what you found. I can practically hear the hesitation through the phone.
Boss, there's something else. That ship, it's not just carrying Tramoxine.
My blood runs cold. What are you talking about?
The kidney is on board. You know, the transplant kidney.
The kidney? I echo, my mind racing. For Jennifer Sharkova?
Ah,
Pavel says. Blyad. I grit my teeth as it all sinks in. The missing Tramoxine samples are a setback, yes, but losing that kidney is a whole new level of fucked up. No, it's not just about an organ. It's an opportunity to end a long-standing feud between two powerful Bratva families, mine and the Shirkovs. Leonid Shirkov and my father had some serious territorial feud between the two of them. After some bloodshed and then a reluctant truce, the two turned into sworn enemies. Before they could fix their shit, my father died. Since then, the bad blood between our families has festered, just waiting for an excuse to explode all over again. But then, Shirkov's daughter Jennifer got sick and needed a new kidney to survive. That's when old Leonid Shirkov came to me with a deal. He said if I could get my hands on a kidney for his girl, he'd be willing to bury the hatchet. It is a chance to end this fucking multi-decade-long family feud once and for all. I jumped at the opportunity, pulled some strings, and got the perfect organ through my less-than-legal connections. But now the kidney's gone, along with my Tramoxine samples, vanished into thin fucking air. If I can't find it and Jennifer Sharkova dies, all hell will break loose. The streets will run red as our families tear each other apart, and everything I've worked for will go up in flames. Bludak. I lean back in my chair, my jaw clenched tight. Fuck. This whole operation was supposed to be simple. Transport the Tramoxine samples and the kidney from Moscow to here. Keep everything under the radar. But instead, everything's gone to shit. Keep trying to reach Oleg and get the last satellite images of the ship, I ordered Pavel, my tone leaving no room for argument. I want that fucking cargo found, Pavel. I don't care what it takes. You call in every favor, every contact we have. We're not losing that ship. You understand me?
Yes, boss,
Pavel replies, his voice grim.
I'm on it.
I finished the call. This time I poured myself a double shot of vodka and downed it in one burning gulp. This is far from over. I will find that ship, even if I have to tear apart every fucking port from here to Moscow. And when I do, there will be hell to pay for whoever's responsible for this fuck-up. I glance at the clock. It's only 7 in the evening, which is relatively early. It's not uncommon for me to stay at the office and catch some shut-eye on the couch if things get busy. Maurice, my wayward half-brother, is due to arrive soon, and I need to tie up some loose ends before his unwelcome presence darkens my doorstep. Fucking Maurice. We were once close, a long time ago, but then the death of our father drove a wedge between us. Many years have gone by, and we only spoke a few times since. With our inheritance, I chose the path of the wise, investing in legitimate businesses to mask the true nature of my power. Global media, my crown jewel, grew so vast that I had to claim a skyscraper in the heart of New York to house it. It's the perfect facade for my true calling, the Tramaxian business. While the world sees me as a media mogul, they have no idea that global media's complex financial structure allows me to funnel money and resources into developing and distributing Tramaxine under the radar. As my father always said, in the Bratva, you have to have a legal business that covers up your illegal one. Maurice, the fool, squandered his wealth on fleeting pleasures, whores, and extravagant escapades, until he found himself destitute. Our conflicts over his reckless behavior have left us estranged, and I can only imagine the desperate circumstances that bring him crawling back to me now. There's a small ray of hope, though. In our last phone conversation, Maurice told me he'd pulled his shit together and found himself a steady girlfriend. They are even planning to start a family. Amen. Fingers crossed for the girl. After making a few phone calls, I decided to call it quits for the day. It's Friday and I could use a break. Checking the clock again, I see that it's almost 8 p.m. Maurice should have arrived by now, but my half-brother is notorious for being late. I stretch my arms and let out a loud yawn. I'm fucking tired. My company, Global Media, has been gaining new contracts left and right, but it also brings along other concerns. Like the fact that Miss Mindy Williams, my chief accountant, seems to have something else on her mind whenever I see her. It also doesn't help that every time I see her, my cock gets hard. No, Marin, you don't fuck your chief accountant because you will suck cock with your finances afterwards. I remind myself every single time she appears. If she wasn't so fucking gorgeous, I'd fire her. Or maybe not. Mindy Williams is a valuable asset to Global Media. She knows our finances in and out. When she's not fucking distracted, that is. Like she was just a couple of hours ago. She made me mad, and I wanted to punish her right there and then by tearing off all her clothes and taking her naked body against the wall. Yes, maybe a little punishment would teach her a lesson. A ping interrupts my thoughts, and I glance over to my phone just to see another email arrive. To hell with it. I can't handle any more emails today. All I want is to go home, unwind, and fuck some girl before I commit myself to a stupid, old-school Bratva thing. An arranged marriage. I've only met Elena Kubakova 2 or 3 times. Sure, she's a nice girl, but she didn't initiate anything earth-shattering in me. Elena will be a nice warm body to fuck. That's pretty much it. The main advantage is that Elena is the daughter of Grigory Kubakov, the head of the Kubakov Bratva. With the marriage, the two families will merge, which will solidify my position in the Bratva and give protection from other families, especially Leonid Shirkov, who, by the way, is waiting for that fucking kidney to save his daughter's life. I puff air out of my face. How on earth am I going to fix the shit I'm in? Chapter 4. Marin. What a lousy fucking day. As I rise from my leather chair, the vodka hits me hard. My head is buzzing, but in a good way. My mind is cloudy and my body is relaxed. Except for one part. My cock is half hard. I'll either hit up a club and find some easy broad to fuck, or I'll call Elena, my fiancée, give her a good pounding and send her home. There's no way I'm letting her stay over. I'll have enough of that bullshit once we're married. Right now, all I need is a release from this shitstorm of a day. I glance at my phone. The email notification is still flashing on the screen. I really don't want to deal with one single email now, especially with my mind being one big motherfucking mass of confusion. But to my surprise, the subject line shows a heart emoji, and the sender is Mindy Williams. And again, It's way past working hours, but I decide to open the email. I tap on the email, and my jaw instantly drops. And then it drops even more. Not only that, my cock goes from half hard to rock hard in under a second. Holy fucking shit. Is this... I lean closer to the screen. This is definitely not something you get to see every day. My chief accountant, Miss Mindy Williams' gorgeous, naked body fills my phone screen. It's definitely her. And she looks fucking flawless. Even more so than I imagined. And if that's not enough, there are more photos of her attached to the email. No, you definitely don't get to see an email with your hot chief accountant's nudes every day. 10 of them. All naked. Nude. Bare. Stripped. I don't even bother reading the message. Instead, I set my phone down and focus on my laptop, pulling up the photos in full screen. I lean closer. I can't believe it. She's fucking incredible. This girl's body is absolutely stunning. Her breasts are perky, and her pussy is perfectly shaven. My arousal increases as I imagine having her nipples in my mouth. My cock is painfully erect, just at the thought of it. And there's a video, too. Over 5 minutes long. Maybe this isn't such a shit day after all. I press play, and again, I almost can't believe what I'm seeing. I watch intently as Mindy pleasures herself, culminating with tiny screams of pleasure. My God, what a sex goddess chief accountant I have. Her hands, slick with arousal, glide over her perfect mound, reaching under her panties, teasing herself. The video quality is surprisingly clear, allowing me to see every little detail of her body contorting in pleasure. Her breasts bounce with each wild thrust, and I can't help but imagine what they would feel like in my hands. Her plump lips part, exposing her pink tongue as she moans even louder. Shirtovsky Nirnayatna. She is a fucking vision. My breath hitches as I watch, craving her like an addict craves their next fix. I can't take it anymore. I can't wait for Elena to get here. I can't wait for some random woman to suck my cock later in the evening either. My cock is throbbing, yearning for release. But most of all, it is yearning for Mindy. I stand up and lock the door. If fucking Maurice hasn't come until now, he will have to wait. My hand glides down to my crotch and I start rubbing my cock through my pants. Simultaneously to that, Mindy runs her fingers delicately over her flat stomach and around her nipples before trailing them lower, down towards her panties. She teases herself for what feels like an eternity before finally pulling them off with a seductive smirk on her lips. That pretty pink pussy is glistening with excitement. My cock throbs in sync with her motions. I grip it tighter, rubbing the pre-cum from the slit onto the head as I continue to stroke. The sound of her moans fills my ears as I see her fingers sliding in and out of herself, her hips gyrating to match the pace of my hand. Holy fucking shit. She is next level hot. I increase my pace, mirroring hers as closely as possible, watching intently as she reaches between her legs and plays with her clit while continuing to finger fuck herself. She arches back and lets out a long, drawn-out sigh that turns into a high-pitched moan as she orgasms, bucking her pussy against her fingers. Beads of sweat start forming on her forehead. My own breathing becomes ragged as I near my own climax. With one final thrust of my hand, I release onto the back of my hand. The warm seeds drip down as I gasp for air. Holy fuck! What a unique sexual experience I've just had. The woman has totally gotten under my skin. Wait, I haven't even read the message yet, and I have no idea why she sent it to me. I clean myself up and take a moment to read the email. Hey, babe. Enjoy the photos and the video. Tonight is all about us, so get ready for a wild time. Winky face. Can't wait to be all yours. Love you tons. Your Mindy. My face scrunches up in confusion as I wonder what this means. Then suddenly the penny drops. For fuck's sake. It's pretty damn obvious that the email was meant for someone else. Probably her boyfriend. She must have mixed up the email addresses and sent it to mine by accident. She may not even realize that she sent it to the wrong address. Or if she does, she must be freaking the fuck out right now. A wave of jealousy washes over me. Who is her boyfriend? Who is she fucking? And how is it that the guy got so damn lucky? I wish I was that lucky. But with my arranged marriage to Elena Kubikova, the chances are low. Pizdets. But I can't think of that now. My mind is fully occupied with my chief accountant and her naked pictures. I glance at the time on the clock. It's clear that Maurice won't be showing up today. This is just another instance of him making empty promises and then not following through. My pants are still hanging halfway down, splattered with my own cum. That was one big fucking orgasm I just had. The chief accountant just blew my mind unlike any woman before. I wipe myself clean again and hastily pull up my trousers. It's strange how this intense pleasure has sobered me up, because now my thoughts are razor sharp and loud. I don't care if Mindy Williams has a boyfriend, and I don't care who the fuck he is. I have to make her mine. The realization hits me like a shot from a rival gang, and I just know it's the truth. Gradually, I force myself to return to the present moment and let out a heavy sigh. I allow myself a few moments before calling my other brother, Timothy. He answers right away. Timo, how is Mother today? I ask. She's having one of her good days, Bratok. She hasn't asked about Cordelia today. Cordelia. Hearing my daughter's name is always a spear in my heart. That's something, I say. Let's do our best to keep it that way. It's not like we have any influence over her condition, Maron. You know that. Yes, I fucking know that. Timothy is right. Mother has vascular dementia. It's a bitch of a disease. Her personality is disintegrating right before our eyes. She has good days and bad days. On her good days, she resembles her old self. But on the bad ones, boy, she struggles immensely. And we struggle with her. On those bad days, she keeps asking about Cordelia, my late daughter. Cordelia had Down syndrome, And she was the most beautiful soul ever born into this fucked up world. She passed away from heart disease when she was just 8 years old. My beautiful baby girl. Her system couldn't fight the heart disease that came with her Down syndrome. Cordelia was the light of my life, and I will never, ever get over that fucking pain I have over losing her. My mother and Cordelia were tight, like soulmates. They completed each other, like pieces of a broken puzzle. And even now she still clings to her precious granddaughter. In my mother's deteriorating mind, where time, space, and context often become jumbled together, Cordelia remains a fixed point, a constant presence she remembers without fail. Except she can't seem to process that Cordelia is no longer with us. Sometimes she wanders the house in the dead of night looking for her. There's nothing we can do about it. It breaks my fucking heart. Whenever Mother has a good day, I can't help but hold on to false hope that maybe she will get better. But deep down, I know the truth. She's never going to get better. If anything, she's just going to get worse. That's what the doctors keep telling us. Dementia is a gradual thing, they say. It can stay the same for a while, but then something happens in the brain, and the next thing you know is that your mother is no longer the person she used to be. Heaving a sigh, I place the phone back on its base and sink back into my office chair, feeling exhausted. The weight of everything on my shoulders is almost suffocating, but I don't want anyone to see it. Shutting my eyes, I let my mind drift to thoughts of Mindy, her body, her curves, the way she pleasures herself in that video. And for a few minutes, I allow myself to enjoy these thoughts. For now, everything else can wait.
Chapter 5. Mindy.
I'm so sorry, Mindy.
Maurice is nearly crying on the phone.
This isn't what I wanted. It just happened. I'm so very sorry.
His speech is slurred. What the hell? I pull the phone away from my ear and frown. This is not like him at all. My usually composed fiancé is drunk. Something must be seriously wrong. What exactly did you not want to happen? I ask, but he doesn't respond. In the background, I hear noises. Electronic chirps, whirs of spinning slot machines, and the occasional burst of triumphant music signaling a winning jackpot. Where are you, Maurice? I ask.
I'm at Marble Monkey.
He admits. I furrow my brow. Marble Monkey is undoubtedly the most fancy casino in the entire city. It's a playground for the ultra-rich, where they can indulge in their vices and gamble away fortunes in a matter of hours without batting an eye. And may I ask what you're doing there? I ask, trying my best to sound calm.
I'm just having a little fun.
What kind of fun? I ask, feeling the tension rise in my stomach. I can practically visualize him at a poker table, holding a glass of top-shelf scotch, surrounded by rich men, all trying to one-up each other. That's how I picture Marble Monkey. Guys going nuts and girls with fake tits giggling at them as they lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maurice? Silence.
Mindy,
he whispers after some time.
I lost the money.
He lost the money? What money? I'm getting impatient. Maurice, can you please tell me what's going on? Why are you at a casino and what money are you talking about?
I came here to...
I hear him gulp.
Well, you know I come here sometimes.
I'm taken aback. No, I do not know, I say. You never told me. You go to the Marble Monkey sometimes?
Yes,
he says.
I do.
Since when?
Since I was 16 or so.
My eyes widen. Since you were 16? And why did you never mention this during our 2.5 years together?
Because there was no need,
he explains.
I only came here today because of the IVF money.
What? He went to a casino because of our IVF money? Maurice, I say, trying my best to not sound pissed off. Tell me in coherent sentences, what the hell is happening?
Okay,
he starts, seemingly sobering up a little.
I only had half the money for your IVF treatment.
Okay, and then?
I panicked. I knew we needed to have all the money by Monday, so...
He goes silent again. So? I urge him. So what? Maurice continues.
So I took a chance. I came to Marble Monkey to double it. And I lost the money.
I try to maintain my composure. Are you telling me that you went to a casino to double our IVF money, and you gambled it away? I nearly yell at him. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mindy,
he says. Silence hangs between us for a moment.
But it doesn't matter anyway. It's over,
he adds. Over? What do you mean? I press for an answer. More silence. Maurice, what is over? The tears start to well up in my eyes as I repeat myself.
Us, Mindy, our relationship,
he says flatly.
It's over.
I'm struggling to process his words. He lost the IVF money, and now he's breaking up with me? My mind feels cloudy and overwhelmed as I imagine a future without him, without children. Why? What happened? I whisper, trying to process this. Silence again.
It's your sex drive, Mindy,
he confesses.
I can't keep up. I tried, but I just can't.
You're breaking up with me because of my sex drive? My voice shakes with hurt and disbelief. Maurice hesitates before answering.
Well, we've been drifting apart for a while, and it's finally coming to the surface. We've been in a rut for some time now, and we both know that.
Well, I tried. I'm on the verge of crying. I did my very best, Maurice. I really did. That's why I started sending you those photos. They seemed to be working, and...
I didn't even like them, Mindy,
he interrupts.
Don't get me wrong. You have an amazing body. But when those photos showed up on my phone, I knew I had to reciprocate. And I just didn't want to. I'm not a sex machine.
He sighs.
We are not meant to be, Mindy. You need someone who can keep up with your libido. And that's not me.
A thought pops into my head. You're seeing someone else, aren't you? There's a moment of silence before he responds.
Well, that's not what this is about.
So you do have someone else. I feel a surge of anger. Suddenly I feel like I could strangle him. Okay, Maurice may not be the kind of guy who gives me butterflies in the stomach. But for the past 2.5 years, he was always there for me. He always listened to me, and I was so sure we were going to have a great family. A happy life with a house, dogs, cats, and kids. All we have to do is go through with the IVF treatment. Have the baby, twins perhaps, and... Never mind that. It's gone. All gone. The family we were supposed to have, the kids I dreamed of, have all been swept away with a phone call. Just like that. My heart feels like it's being ripped apart, and an overwhelming sense of rage begins to consume me until I feel like I could explode. Who is she? I ask, surprisingly composed. Do I know her? I hear him sigh.
Honestly, Mindy, it doesn't even matter. But for what it's worth, you don't know her. Goodbye, Mindy.
He cuts the call. Maurice? I cry. Don't you dare put the phone down. But there's silence at the other end of the line. He hung up on me, just like that. I try to call him back a few times, but he doesn't answer. It's over. Maurice is gone. He's not my boyfriend anymore. No IVF, no baby, no family, and no hope. Nothing. My mind is in a state of turmoil, my eyes soaked with tears, and my heart feels like it just shattered into a million pieces. So to numb the pain, I do the only thing any normal human being can think of. I order a pizza. Not just any pizza, but an extra-large monstrosity, drowning in a sea of gooey cheese and laden with enough toppings to feed a small army. And because my heart is broken and my dreams of a future with Maurice are in tatters, I ask for extra mayonnaise as a final fuck you to the healthy lifestyle I've been wanting to start for a pregnancy that will never happen. But I don't stop there. I order dessert, too. A giga-sized cake. All chocolate, sugar, and empty calories. If I'm going to wallow in my misery, I might as well do it in style, right? I want to eat until I can't feel anything anymore. Until the ache in my chest is replaced by the dull throb of a food coma. When the doorbell rings half an hour later, I'm ready. I fling open the door, snatch the pizza box from the startled delivery boy, and retreat back into my sanctuary of heartbreak. I open the box and take a big whiff, inhaling the scent of melted cheese and greasy pepperoni. It's like wrapping myself in a warm, cozy blanket of deliciousness that will make me forget my misery. Then I dive in. I shove slice after slice into my mouth, barely pausing to breathe. I add more mayo, slathering it on with reckless abandon, relishing the way it mingles with the cheese and the meat, creating a flavor explosion that almost makes me forget the pain. Once the entire pizza is gone, I turn my attention to the cake. It's a behemoth of chocolate chips and frosting that would make a lesser woman cringe. But I'm no lesser woman. Not tonight. Tonight I'm a woman on a mission, determined to eat my feelings away until there's nothing left but a dull, numb void where my heart used to be. I'm halfway through the cake when I realize I forgot to order a drink. Fuck. I heave myself off the couch, my stomach protesting the sudden movement, and stumble to the fridge. And there, like a beacon of hope in a sea of despair, is a bottle of champagne. Betty's champagne. She left for the weekend, so I don't even hesitate. I grab the bottle, fumbling with the cork until it flies off with a satisfying pop, ricocheting off the walls and disappearing into the depths of the apartment. I don't bother with a glass. I raise the bottle to my lips and drink deeply, feeling the bubbles burn my throat and the alcohol course through my veins. As I drink, the champagne works its magic, and the numbness takes hold. I feel the pain starting to recede. It's still there, lurking in the depths of my soul. But for now, it's muted, dulled by the alcohol and the enormous amount of food I consumed. I'll regret this tomorrow, I know. I'll wake up with a hangover from hell and a stomach that hates me. But right now, I can't care less. Right now, all that matters is that I'm not feeling, not thinking, not hurting. And if that means drowning my sorrows in a sea of junk food and expensive champagne, so be it. I envision the conversation on Monday morning with my boss. "Excuse me, Mr. Korolev, but I won't be able to come into the office today. Can I work from home?" "Why?" he would inquire, as he doesn't believe in discretion. "Because I drank and ate myself into a stupor." "Miss Williams, why did you make that decision when you are aware of the potential consequences for the company?" "Fuck the company." "Well," I'd reply, "let's just say that the nudes I accidentally sent you instead of my fiancé didn't work. So now my fiancé has dumped me, and on top of that, You've seen me naked, pleasing myself.
Well, Miss Williams, that doesn't sound like my problem. See you at the office.
That's what happens when you down an entire bottle of champagne. Having ridiculous thoughts about what your boss might say to you when you try to call in sick. But I'll worry about marrying Korolev later. Right now, I'm feeling comfortably numb, and that's all that matters. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. The empty bottle of champagne lies on its side next to the couch, and the remnants of my food binge are scattered across the coffee table. Sunlight streams through the half-closed curtains, making me squint. My head throbs, and my stomach churns uncomfortably. I groan, realizing it is morning, and that I've spent the night passed out on the couch. As I struggle to sit up, fighting waves of nausea, my phone starts to ring. For a split second, I hope it's Maurice, begging for mercy. But reality crashes in when I hear my sister's, Alexis's trembling voice. Mindy. The urgency in her tone sets my teeth on edge. Alexis? I mumble, instantly on guard. Alexis and I are not exactly on good terms, so a call from her screams trouble. What's wrong? It's Mom. My heart plummets. What happened? She's in hospital, Alexis says, accusation seeping through her concern. She got sick last night. Neighbors called an ambulance. I just talked to Dr. Walker. As the news sinks in, Alexis's unspoken blame stings worse than her words. Which hospital? I choke out. St. Mary's, Oncology, room 501. Thanks for letting me know. The formality in my voice surprises even me. You know this is your fault, right? She spits. And there it is. Classic Alexis, twisting the knife she knows exactly where to stick. Cut it out, Alexis, I snap. I'm going to see Mom, now. She lets out a bitter laugh. Don't bother. Mom doesn't need your fake concern. She needs a miracle, and we both know you can't deliver that. I'm just keeping you in the loop. Alexis, I start, but she's already hung up. I stare at the phone, replaying my sister's words in my mind. She knows exactly how to make me feel even more guilty for everything that happened, for what I've done. Ever since that tragic day that changed our lives forever, she's been blaming me for it all. The car accident that took my twin sister, Emily, away from us caused her own addiction to painkillers, and now, even Mom's cancer. According to Alexis, it's all my fault. The worst thing about it is that she's right. I know I made a terrible mistake. I drove that car. But does she really believe I wanted any of this to happen? The weight of Emily's death, Mom's illness, and Alexis's resentment is something I carry with me every day. I wonder if we'll ever be able to move past it. If Alexis will ever see me as her sister again instead of the person who destroyed our family. I take a deep breath, trying to push aside the flood of guilt and regret. Right now, I need to focus on Mom. I have to go and see her. With a pounding head and a churning stomach, I force myself off the couch. I'll deal with my pain over Maurice, the IVF, and Alexis later. Right now, Mom needs me, and I won't let her down again.
Chapter 6. Maron.
Where is Cordelia?
My mother asks the same question for the 5th time today. Maybe 15th. She sits in her favorite armchair, a picture of elegance in her navy silk dress and pearls. Her silver hair is neatly styled as always. Anyone looking at her would see a refined Russian lady, not someone battling dementia. That is until she starts talking, repeating that damn question again. I catch Timothy's subtle eye roll out of the corner of my vision. Of my 2 brothers, he's the one who spends the most time with her, almost being her full-time caretaker at this point. I can only imagine how many times he's had to answer this same heartbreaking question today.
Sometimes I wonder why Mother asks this question all the time, he whispers. She could ask about anything. The time, the weather, what we're going to have for dinner, or why the price of milk went up. Why Cordelia all the damn time?
You know well, Brodok, I reply. Their bond was special. Cordelia was closer to her than anyone in her family. Having run out of ideas of what to say about my deceased daughter's whereabouts, I reached for the box of chocolate I had bought for my mother. Why don't you have some, Matushka? They're your favorite, the creamy kind. Her attention shifts to the chocolate, and a smile spreads across her face. My mother always had a sweet tooth.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Which one, Mom? I ask as she points to the one in the middle. I quickly unwrap it for her, and she happily puts it in her mouth, savoring the taste and momentarily forgetting about Cordelia. Timothy grins and grabs 3 pieces of chocolate.
Thanks, bro,
he says as he pops one into his mouth. I give him a stern look. Those aren't yours.
Come on, Maron. You gotta think about your brother.
He takes another one.
I need it,
he says through his teeth, half turning towards me.
If Mom asks about Cordelia one more fucking time, I might have to perform harikiri on myself.
I understand my brother's frustration. He spends many of his days looking out for our mother, and someone with vascular dementia can be a fucking challenge to deal with. I jokingly shove Timothy's shoulder. Stop stealing Mom's chocolates, Dolboyev. Mom's eyes dart between us. She doesn't understand our banter anymore. Don't worry, Matushka, I say. We're just joking. You know your sons love each other. I hand her the box. Have another one.
You're a good boy, Maron,
she says and takes one. She looks at Timothy.
And you're a good boy too, Maurice. I'm Timothy, Mom. But never mind. I am a good boy indeed,
he says, smirking.
Of course you are, son. Of course you are.
She pops the ball of chocolate into her mouth and closes her eyes.
So nice.
She swallows the chocolate.
Where is Cordelia?
Don't worry, Mom. She'll be here soon. I lie. Feeding is the only way to calm her nerves for a little while. As long as she knows her grandmother is coming, she'll be all right, at least temporarily. I have to leave now. I give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. I'll see you soon, Mom, and I'll send Katrina to keep you company.
You sent who, son?
Katrina, Mom, the lovely lady you like so much. She's been here with you many times. You know, the one who makes you coffee and reads you stories.
Oh, her.
She pats my face.
You're a good boy, Maurice.
I lean in to kiss her temple. Maron, Mom. And that's because you are the best mother. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I glance at it briefly, seeing Pavel's name on the screen. Excuse me for a moment, I say to Timothy and my mother. I need to take this. I step out into the hallway, quietly closing the door behind me. Only then do I open Pavel's message.
Confirmed. Ship hit iceberg. Delivery went into ocean. Oleg and a few of the crew survived. Most dead.
Shit. Fuck. Shit. My hand clenches around the phone until the metal creaks in protest. I read the message again, feeling a surge of cold fury rising in my chest. Fucking incompetent fools! The delivery of the pill I'd spent billions of dollars on is lost to the icy depths of the ocean, along with Jennifer Sharkova's kidney. The fucking kidney that was going to fix a long unresolved war between the two Bratva families. Chortov dermo! I take a deep breath, forcing my rage back down into the icy pit of my stomach where it belongs. There will be time for retribution later. I will find a way to fix this and make those idiots pay for their incompetence with blood and agony. Composing myself, I return to the room. "Goodbye, Matushka," I whisper as I lean in to give my mother another gentle kiss on the forehead. She is drifting off to sleep in her armchair. "I love you, Mom," I say. She weakly squeezes my hand in response. "I love you too, Sinok." I know she probably can't remember which one of her boys I am, but it doesn't matter to me. I love her no matter what. I turn around and take slow, deliberate steps towards the door, making sure to close it with a gentle click behind me. As I walk down the hallway, the gravity of the situation weighs heavily on my shoulders. The lost shipment, the deceased crew members, the potential repercussions with the Shirkov family. It's all a fucking mess. But as I glance back at my mother's room, I am reminded of my motivation for everything I do. This empire I've built, as dangerous and complicated as it is, it's all for them, my family. To keep them safe, comfortable, cared for. As I reach for my phone to call Pavel, I brace myself mentally. There is no space for distractions now. I have a shipwreck to handle, an organ to replace, and consequences to deal with. Chapter 7. Marin. I end the call with Pavel and open the door to my office. To my surprise, Maurice is sitting on my couch. Despite not having seen my half-brother for a long time, he's the last person I want to be around on a fucked-up day like today. "Wow," I say. "You're only a day late, brother. That's an improvement. Knowing you and your excellent timekeeping, I expected your visit next week."
"There's no need for your sarcasm, Marin," he says, his face sour. "Hi, by the way. I see you still don't believe in greeting. Some things just don't change."
I ignore his shitty comment. "Sarcasm? I'd call it realism, Maurice. You promised to pitch up yesterday, and you didn't. Again."
"I had a good reason not to come yesterday,"
he says, his voice hoarse.
"Anyway, good to see you too, brother."
I frown as I look at him. He looks like he hasn't slept a minute. For a brief moment, I almost feel bad for him. But then again, he's an idiot. Sure, he's technically my half-brother, but let's be honest. Maurice is a complete fuck-up. He always had a habit of drinking and gambling, and he was always terrible with money. He says one thing and then does another. Not wanting to spark further conflict, I ask, "You okay, Maurice? What brings you back to me after all this time?"
"Yeah, I'm all right,"
he sighs.
"except I'm hungover as hell."
I look at him. "I can see that. Still drinking much, huh?" He shrugs.
"I try not to, but yesterday was the shittiest day of my entire life. Sorry I didn't call, Marin."
I walk to the booze cabinet and turn back to him. "Want remedy?" Maurice shakes his head.
"Not now, thanks. It'll just make things worse."
I pour myself a small shot of vodka. "Well, isn't that an improvement? I'll drink on my own then." I down it. "Now, tell me what happened. Nothing good, judging from your looks. You look like utter shit, Bradok." He nods.
"And I feel like it, too."
I down another vodka. "And the reason is?"
"I'm single again."
I raise an eyebrow, surprised by his openness. Maurice has never been one to share his personal life with me. But then again, I've never been one to share mine with him. This time, however, I can see desperation in his eyes, and the way his shoulders slump tell a story. A fucked up one. The dickhead hit rock bottom, I'm sure of it. It's not the first time he does that. And as usual, he has no one else but me to turn to. Single, huh? I say, pouring him another shot. Must be serious if you're telling me about it. Maurice nods, grabbing the glass. Yeah, well, when you fucked up as badly as I have, your pride goes out the window. I need help, Maron, and you're the only one I've got left. Right, just what I expected. So much for sorting out his life and finally finding a stable girlfriend. Looks like he fucked that up, too. I almost feel sorry for the girl, whoever she is. But then again, she's probably better off without my fuck-up of a brother. Sorry to hear, I tell him. Lie of the fucking century. I'm not sorry. I'm sure he brought this on himself. And now get to the point, Maurice. What do you need my help with? He heaves a big sigh. I think I changed my mind about the vodka. Give me a shot. I pour him one, and he downs it. He sits in silence for a moment, his eyes distant as he gathers his thoughts. When he finally speaks, his voice is tinged with a melancholy that catches me off guard. His eyes are fixed on a distant point as he begins to speak. I haven't told you about my girlfriend before, have I? You haven't. You just said you had a stable relationship and everything was going well. He lets out a heavy sigh. She was my first real love, you know? The kind of love that shakes your whole being and doesn't let you go. You're getting poetic, Maurice, I tease. A wistful smile plays in the corner of his mouth as he takes a deep breath. I've had other girlfriends in the past, but Mindy, she's different. She made me feel truly alive. Mindy? So his ex-girlfriend's name is Mindy. That's odd. I'm also taken aback by the depth of emotion in his words. I never knew this side of Maurice. We were together for 2.5 years, he continues. But then, I don't know what happened. I got scared, I guess. Scared of what? I ask. He nervously ruffles his hair. I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm not good enough for her. She's smart, outgoing, and gorgeous. How can I even compare? And what if other guys try to get with her? And they will, no doubt. Do I really want to spend my whole life feeling like I'm not good enough? That's new. It's the first time I hear Maurice being reasonable. So? I ask. So I dumped her yesterday. Thought I was doing the right thing. But now I'm not so sure anymore. I watch as he struggles with his emotions, the weight of his decision hanging heavy on his shoulders. I can't stop thinking about her, Maron. About the life we could have had together. I know I fucked up, but I don't know if I can live without her. My brow furrows in suspicion. Despite the fact that we've been distant for years, I know Maurice relatively well, and right now he is not being truthful with me, or with himself. Cut the crap, Maurice. Why did you really dump her? We were going to start a family. I think I got scared of the responsibility, he says after a short silence. He hesitates. And because, well, that woman is a beast in bed, Maron. I grin. Are you boasting or complaining? Complaining about libido mismatch. Huh. He's saying he couldn't keep up with a woman's libido? I'm really starting to get curious about who this mysterious Mindy is. Our sex life was a disaster, Maurice continues. I couldn't satisfy her. Just couldn't. No amount of sex was ever enough for her. After a while, I had no dick left. Mindy was left unsatisfied and sex became stale. So she came up with an idea.
She started sending me nudes to spice up our sex life, she'd say. But those pics scared the shit out of me. I just knew I could never deliver what she needs.
A light bulb suddenly goes off in my head. She sent nudes to him, and her name is Mindy? I lean forward, now every nerve in my body paying attention to what Maurice is telling me. This is getting more interesting by the minute. Go on, brother.
The real shit came when she insisted on starting a family together. It turned out she can't conceive naturally, so she will need IVF.
Okay. Whoever this nude-sending Mindy person is, she can't conceive naturally. Maurice continues.
I had some cash left from the money Dad left me, but not enough for the treatment. So I went to Marble Monkey.
My eyes widen. You fucking didn't. He heaves a big sigh.
I did, Marin. And I know what you're thinking. It was a stupid idea, I know. But that was my only option to double the money so we can pay for Mindy's IVF. We were going to start the process on Monday. That's in less than a day, and I only had half the money, you understand? I loved Mindy and trusted that the hormone therapy would reduce her sexual appetite. And that having kids will also take away her libido, and we can have a happy family life.
Let me guess, Maurice. You went to Marble Monkey, and you lost the fucking money. Am I right? He nods.
Yes.
Jesus, what a fuck-up. Let me take another guess. You came here to ask me for money so you can get your ex back and pay for her treatment. He nods and sighs.
That's right. I'm in deep shit, bro. I need 50 grand.
No shit.
Please, Marin, I promise I'll pay you back.
Yeah, right. Maurice and his empty promises. I pour myself another drink. I've heard that way too many times, Maurice. I would happily believe you if you had paid back the previous loans you took from me. I down the drink. It burns my esophagus like hell, just the way I like it. But you didn't. Sorry, brother. No cash this time. I'm not running a fucking charity here. As I see the desperation etched onto Maurice's face, I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. The man is a fool, constantly making poor choices, a streak of fuck-ups. Judging by his past behavior, if I give him money now, he'll just fuck it up again and will never pay me back. Then a thought hits me. It's like a jolt of electricity racing up my spine. This Mindy girl he broke up with, the one with the wild sex drive, the one who was sending him nudes. I must know. Maurice, I say, taking another swig of vodka, eyeing my brother with curiosity. The girl you told me about, Mindy. Mind telling me her surname? Maurice looks at me surprised.
Williams. Her name is Mindy Williams. Why are you asking, Marin?
My grip falters, and I almost drop my vodka glass on the carpet. My mind races, connecting the dots at lightning speed. Holy fucking shit! Mindy Williams, my gorgeous chief accountant, is Maurice's ex-girlfriend, and the nudes she sent me by mistake were meant for Maurice. Just curious, I tell Maurice, shooting him a glance. But my mind has already wandered off, thinking about that video with Mindy finger-fucking herself, grinding her hips and shaking from her orgasm. My dick is rock hard in my pants in an instant. Fuck, what are the chances? Jesus, I need another shot of vodka. I just don't get it. Why would a woman like Mindy choose to be with a fuck-up like Maurice? For 2.5 years? Did she not see Maurice for the loser he is? Not that it matters now. What matters is that Maurice broke up with her. It's over, which suits me just fine. More than fine.
Chapter 8. Mindy. So much for recharging my batteries over the weekend. I accidentally sent nudes to my boss, my relationship ended, and my mom is in hospital. Not exactly the relaxing weekend I'd planned. Every inch of my body feels heavy and worn out. I'd applied some makeup to hide the dark circles under my eyes, but it didn't change how I felt. I still feel like crap. What would help is a hit of caffeine, injected straight into my brain. As soon as I arrive at work, I'll head straight to the kitchen and make the strongest coffee possible to help me survive the day. And maybe another one before I meet Marin Korolev first time after sending him the damn nudes. Relax, Mindy. He gets thousands of emails every day. It probably went to a spam folder anyway. I force the image of Marin Korolev out of my mind and take a sharp turn, navigating the morning traffic. But as soon as I stop at the next traffic light, another thought invades. My mother. I'm worried sick about her. After I visited her at the hospital, I spoke to Dr. Walker, and he sounded optimistic. There are viable treatments for Mom's cancer. That's the good news. The bad news is that these treatments are only partially covered by her insurance, and they're not cheap. This would be a great time for my sister to chip in, but unfortunately, she's too busy hating me and battling her addiction. I did my mental calculations over the weekend, and I came to the conclusion that with careful budgeting and some sacrifices, I can just about squeeze the money out of my savings and my paychecks at Global Media. If Mom responds well to the first treatment, the entire therapy will be around $55,000, which is a lot of money for me. Right now, it seems like a pretty daunting task, but I have to do it. It's the least my mom deserves. But right now, my main problem is still the accidental email I sent to my boss on Friday. Scratch that. My main problem is the photos and the video attached to that email. I still haven't heard anything back, and I'm dreading the moment when I have to face the music. Who knows? I may not even be an employee at Global Media anymore. If I know Marin Korolev well, he just told HR about the incident and had my access card deactivated without communicating anything to me. But if that's the case, at least HR would have told me something. Not to mention that Betty works at HR. She would be the first to tell me if I was fired. Maybe Marin Korolev never saw that email after all. I try to soothe myself once again. Maybe it did get lost in the thousands of emails he receives every day. I just hope I'm right, and the email got lost in the ether or was marked as spam. I cannot be fired. Not right now. With my mom being in hospital, I need Global Media like a flower needs water. There's no way I can pay for her treatment without a stable job. What the hell are you doing, you fool? I mutter to myself in disbelief as a reckless driver cuts me off at the traffic lights, briefly pulling my attention away from my treacherous thoughts. Then there's Alexis. I could ask her to help me pay for our mom's treatment. She is my sister, after all. But I know it would only lead to even more conflict, and I don't want to risk that. Her own struggles make relying on her very risky. I can't afford to add any more instability to an already chaotic situation. Alexis, my once bright and beautiful sister, has been battling addiction to painkillers for 3 years, 9 months, and 5 days. That's how long it has been. That's when that fatal car accident happened. There were 3 of us in that car. Alexis, my twin sister Emily, and me. I was driving. The events that followed have faded into a blur now. My mind has either erased or buried them deep in the recesses of my consciousness, most likely because they are too painful to remember. I can only recall fragments. The sound of screeching tires, the flashing of red lights, The feeling of rain hitting my face as I stumbled out of the car and called for help. My memory has erased most of the details. But one thing that will forever remain etched in my mind: the moment my twin sister Emily died. I was there. I was there as she heaved her final breaths, watching her as her soul left her body, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless shell. The memory of her death will haunt me until my last breath. No amount of therapy could erase the image from my mind. Her cries of pain still ring in my ears as she calls my name for my help. Mindy was the last word she uttered before she died. My beautiful twin sister. Through our close bond, I could feel her suffering and agony tearing at my heart and breaking me apart. We were all taken to hospital. Emily died. Miraculously, I got away with a few scratches. Our mother was so traumatized by the loss of Emily that I'm pretty sure it's one of the reasons why she has cancer. If not the only reason. As for Alexis, she was prescribed too many painkillers to cope with her injuries, and now she can't function without them. It's all your fault, Alexis would say. Maybe she's right. Maybe it is all my fault. Either way, I have my own punishment. I carry the weight of Emily's death, Alexis's addiction, and my mother's illness for the rest of my life. And perhaps my infertility is another form of punishment for my past actions. It's as if Mother Nature is sending a message that someone like me should not reproduce. And maybe it's for the best. The traffic slows down and my thoughts wander to Emily again. There are no words to describe how much I miss her. No, I don't just miss her. With her gone, a part of me has been ripped away. The void she left behind is a gaping wound that refuses to heal. People often say that twins share an unbreakable bond, that they're two halves of a single soul. But I think it's more than that. I think it is something most people can't truly comprehend. The connection between twins runs deeper than words can describe. It's something that transcends the boundaries of ordinary relationships. Like Emily and I, we were that set of twins who communicated in a language of our own, a secret code that only we could understand. We really were one. That's enough, Mindy. These dark thoughts are not helping right now. All movement on the road has ceased. The cars in front of me are barely inching forward before coming to a complete halt. We are at a standstill. The street is packed with vehicles, tightly lined up, stretching as far as I can see. Damn it. At least my mind is no longer consumed by thoughts of Emily, but rather by a frustration at this unexpected delay. I grab my work phone and dial reception to let someone in the office know that I'll be late for the meeting and that they can start without me. The number you have dialed is not recognized. I frown. I try a few other numbers, but the answer is the same. The number you have dialed is not recognized. What the hell? Maintenance of the company phone system? On a Monday morning? The cars in front of me finally start moving again, and I can't make any more phone calls. After having spent more than an hour in rush hour traffic, I finally arrive at the building of Global Media. I step out of my car and quickly stride towards the entrance of the office building, my heels clicking against the pavement. I take out my access card and swipe it against the sensor. It doesn't work. My brow furrows in confusion. This has never happened before. Maybe it's just a glitch. So I try again. Still no luck. I scrutinize the card. Maybe the chip is damaged? I give it one more swipe, hoping for a beep or any sign of life, but the card remains unresponsive. It can't be dead, can it? I try once more, hoping for a different result. No luck. I scan the expansive lounge expecting to find some people, but all I see is an eerie stillness. Not a single soul. Chairs sit vacant, and the silence is only punctuated by the faint hum of the air conditioning. What the hell? I'm just about to fish out my phone again and try another number when I hear a noise coming from the direction of the elevators. I turn to see the doors opening, and I see the receptionist lady stepping out. Finally, a real human being who works at Global Media. Clara, I tell her, good morning. Could you please check my card? It doesn't seem to be working. Looks like there's a glitch in the system. Oh, sure, she says, smiling. She fiddles with it under the counter, her face somewhat cloudy. Let me try again, she mumbles. Then she looks up. Miss Williams, she says, I'm afraid your card has been blocked. I stare at her dumbly. Blocked? Are you sure? I'm afraid so, she repeats. Have you checked your emails? Usually when this happens, they send out an email with instructions about what to do next. Of course I didn't check my emails. Mom's cancer and the breakup with Maurice consumed my thoughts all weekend. Not to mention that I was too afraid to see if someone responded to my photos. I stop and freeze. The photos. The damn nudes I accidentally sent to my jerk boss instead of my boyfriend who broke up with me since. Probably my stupidest mistake ever. Maybe that has something to do with this. Oh, dear God. Suddenly, I'm grateful that the building is empty and everyone from management is stuck in a boring meeting, because from now on, anyone I come across here has probably seen my breasts. And my pussy. My entire naked body. And heard me cry as I shake from my own orgasm. Oh, Mother Earth. Why won't you open up and swallow me? I quickly make my way outside and find a bench to sit on. I pull out my phone and check my emails. And there it is. To my complete lack of surprise, the dreaded message appears. Subject: termination of work contract. Dear Miss Williams, we regret to inform you that your employment contract with Global Media has been terminated with immediate effect. The reason for this decision is being kept confidential at this time. We understand that this news may come as a surprise, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. Please know that this decision was made after careful consideration of various factors. We are grateful for the contributions you have made during your time with our company, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Sincerely, Mike Collins, Head of Human Resources Department, Global Media Limited. That's it. Fired. Unemployed. All because of a bunch of stupid photos sent to the wrong address. If my life was not over, it is now. I'm positive it's Marin Korolev who had me fired. Mike, he said to the head of Human Resources, get the bitch out of my company. We don't do nudes here. I stumble to my car and collapse into the driver's seat, gasping for air. My chest heaves with violent sobs as I bury my face in my trembling hands, allowing my tears to stream down my cheeks and soak into my skin. I'm utterly, spectacularly screwed.
Chapter 9. Marin.
Marin, I really need your help this time, Maurice says, nearly whispering.
So that's it, huh? After all these years, you come in here just to ask for money again? He nods.
Without that money, I'm totally fucked.
It takes a great deal of willpower not to get pissed off at him. I heave a sigh and force my mind to focus on the facts while fixing my eyes on Maurice. That's too fucking bad, bro. You should have thought of that before losing your remaining money in Marble Monkey. I keep my tone even, but I'm really starting to feel zero empathy for my idiotic half-brother. Who the fuck does that? And who the fuck puts his girlfriend through shit like that? While I might seem like I'm keeping my cool, I'm boiling beneath the surface. I really had enough of Maurice's bullshit. For the last few years, it seemed like he was getting his life together. I almost thought he could pull it off. Yet here he is, crawling back to my office, just to try to use me as his personal bank, pissing me off all over again. I know one thing for sure. If I give him cash, it means I'm never seeing that money again. But then again, he is my brother. Well, half-brother. Maurice and I are from the same father, but different mothers. And despite the fact that he's from a different mother, my own mother loved him and treated him like her own. She even used to call him son when she was still healthy. As much as I want to punch the idiot in the face and throw him out of my office, I can't deny that he's a part of my family. And that means I can't just let him down. Blad. I take a swig of vodka and lean back, keeping my eyes locked on Maurice. It's obvious that he's desperate. He's not even trying to hide it. I could just kick him out and let him be homeless, but for some reason I can't bring myself to do it. Then a light bulb goes off. What if I could get Maurice to take over the organ business? It's a risky move, yes, but it could be the answer to a lot of my problems. Nearly all of them. And also to his problems. The thing about organ trade is that it's unpredictable. One minute you're on top of the world, the next you're dodging bullets and watching your back every second of the day. It's a constant fucking headache, and honestly, I'm getting tired of the stress that comes with it. But global media, now that's a different story. It's the perfect cover for my less-than-legal activities, like the Tremoxine project. It's a legitimate business, a way to keep the money flowing without drawing too much attention from the wrong people. If Maurice took over the organ side of things, it would free me up to focus on global media and Tremoxine. He could deal with the shit surrounding Jennifer Sarkova's kidney and the mess with her father. And I could pour all my energy into making Tremoxine the success it's meant to be. No more distractions, no more worrying about the next kidney going missing or some rival family trying to fuck me over. Just pure focus on the project. So yes, this could be an all-in-one solution. You're one lucky asshole, Maurice, I drawl, fixing him with a pointed stare. I won't give you cash. He looks up. How does that make me lucky? I've got a better offer for you. Maurice furrows his brow. Better? What's the offer? I spread my hands, a smirk playing on my lips. Only the opportunity of your miserable life, brother. The way out of the steaming pile of shit you've buried yourself in. The light at the end of your fucking tunnel. Maurice leans forward, his interest piqued. I let the silence stretch for a moment, savoring the power shift. I'm willing to hand over my organ-trained business to you. The entire operation as it is yours to run. He scrunches his nose, confusion etched on his haggard face. The organ trade business? I don't know shit about moving body parts, Marin. I wave a dismissive hand. You have that fucking ball sitting on your neck, right? It's called your head, and you will use that to learn, Bratok. Got it? You will learn just like me and everybody else in the world. He puts up his hands. Okay, Marin. Don't get yourself worked up. Go on. I let out an exasperated sigh. Classic Maurice, always trying to control the situation, even when he's as deep in his own shit as he is now. The point is, this is your chance to finally get your shit together. I'll give you training, hold your hand through the first few deals, micromanage your ass until you get the hang of it. Maurice's face suddenly darkens, his fists clenching at his sides. I didn't trek my ass here for a fucking job, Marin. He spits, his voice rising with each word. I came here asking for temporary help, because the last time I checked we were family, or something like that. Does that mean nothing to you? Your definition of family is quite fascinating, Maurice. I remark, trying to hide the frustration in my voice. Whenever you find yourself in need of money, you suddenly remember you have a brother. Then you will reach out to me, take what you need, and vanish into thin air without repaying a single fucking penny. Maurice's face flushes with a mix of shame and indignation.
It's different this time, Marin,
he insists. I lean forward, my eyes boring into his. How the fuck is it different? I spit out. And what assurance do I have that I'm going to get my money back this time? Your word? The last two words come out as a mocking sneer.
Yes, my word, Marin,
Maurice says, meeting my gaze with what he probably thinks is determination.
I will pay you back this time. I swear it.
I let out a harsh laugh. I've heard that song before, brother, and I'm not buying it. I stand up, towering over him, my voice dropping to a dangerous growl. I won't give you money. End of story. I give him a look that's designed to freeze blood, my words sharp as steel. Take the job, or fuck off. Your choice. The tension in the room is palpable as we stare each other down, years of resentment and broken promises hanging between us like a toxic cloud.
All right,
he finally backs off.
Tell me the rest of the offer.
I continue to eye him for a few moments before I start talking again. You will handle operations after you receive the necessary training, and you'll get 30% of the profits.
Only 30?
He scoffs.
Why not at least 50?
Because I'm still the business owner and the one taking the risk, I snap. Face it, Bratok, you're not in the position to negotiate. You lost all your money gambling and your girlfriend of 2.5 years. I don't even understand why she would put up with you for that long. Right now, you're a fucking loser, and here I am, giving you a chance to turn your miserable life around. Show me that I can count on you, and maybe, just maybe, we can renegotiate the deal. Maurice stands up, pushing his chair back so forcefully that it topples over. His face is red with anger, years of pent-up resentment finally boiling over.
You know what, Marin? I'm sick of this. All our lives, you were the big boy who saved little Maurice from trouble. Well, newsflash, I'm the older one. I'm not some snotty 5-year-old anymore who needs his baby brother to swoop in and save the day.
He's practically shouting now, spittle flying from his mouth.
All my life I had to feel inferior, like I was some shitty loser because I could never compare to my so-called big brother. You took everything from me, and now when I'm in trouble, you hand down some pity help to poor little loser Maurice?
I stare at him like a dumbass, caught off guard by his sudden outburst. Is he fucking serious? What planet does he live on? I've never seen him like this. His voice drips with sarcasm as he continues.
Do you think you can make me work like a donkey for 30% while you sit on the beach sipping margaritas and snorting coke off the ass of hookers while I give you the remaining 70%? Fuck you, man. You can shove your fucking job offer up your ass.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Are you fucking kidding me? I managed to sputter. You're really going to walk away from the opportunity of a lifetime? Who the fuck does that? He nods, his jaw set stubbornly.
Opportunity of a lifetime, huh? Fuck you and your opportunity. I've had enough of you treating me like a loser.
Seriously? I can feel my patience wearing thin. I take a deep breath, trying to find a way to diffuse this situation. I really don't want to let him down, but he's not exactly helping. I almost consider throwing him out, but then an idea strikes me. Do you want to try Tromoxine? I ask, forcing softness into my tone. It could help calm your nerves down, Bratok. It's not just a painkiller, you know. It could help with all this. I gesture vaguely at him, hoping he'll understand I'm trying to help. Maurice's eyes widen in disbelief, then narrow in disgust.
Are you serious right now? You want to drug me for telling you the truth? That's your solution?
He lets out a bitter laugh.
I don't need your pity, your handouts, or your fucking pills, Maron. You don't need to save me from myself.
He walks to the door, his footsteps thudding. From the door, he turns back and says,
I won't be your errand boy. I'll handle this on my own.
With that, he storms out of the office, slamming the door behind him so hard the windows rattle. I'm left standing there, wondering what the hell just happened, and how a job offer that could have turned his life around turned into World War III. Jesus Christ, what a fucking moron. I lean back in my chair and let out a sigh, shaking my head with closed eyes. I take another deep breath and exhale loudly. My conscience is clear. I did everything I could for Maurice. I went above and beyond what anyone else would have done for him. I offered him a fully functioning business with a paycheck most people can only dream of, and he couldn't even see the potential it held for his screwed-up life. But that's fine with me. I did what I could. I can't allow myself to be bothered with my hopeless brother's shit anymore. I pour myself a final shot of vodka and allow Mindy's images to flood my mind again. Ever since I saw her photos in that video, she has consumed my thoughts. And now, after my conversation with Maurice, any lingering sense of guilt is completely gone. I crave another glimpse of her gorgeous body, so I open up my laptop. But instead, another email catches my eye. Farewell, the subject line says. Frowning, I click it open. Dear Maron, I hope you're doing well. I have something difficult to say and I hope you can understand. I can't marry you. I've found someone else. I have chosen to follow my heart and build a life with him. I know this may come as a shock to you, and if it does, I am truly sorry. Please don't try to find me. On all 3 occasions we met, I saw you're a good person, and I truly hope you will find someone who makes you happy. Take care, Elena. I read the email twice, then a 3rd time. A mix of emotions washes over me. Surprise, anger, and oddly, a sense of relief. I should be furious. This isn't just a personal slight. It's a potential disaster for the Bratva alliance I've been cultivating. But instead of anger, or at the very least concern, I feel a weight being lifted off my shoulders. No more pretending, no more forcing myself to feel something that isn't there. Still, the implications are massive. The Kubikov family won't take this lightly. There will be consequences, possibly violent ones. And yet as I pour another shot of vodka, I can't help but smirk. In the midst of all the chaos, the lost shipment, Maurice's bullshit, and now this, life has thrown me an unexpected curveball in the form of nudes gone astray. And for the first time in a long while, I feel a spark of excitement. My mind drifts back to Mindy Williams. With Elena Kubikova out of the picture, the possibilities suddenly seem endless. I down the vodka, my brain already spinning with new plans. Despite the fuckery with Maurice, this day just got a whole lot more interesting.
Chapter 10. Mindy. For the last 30 minutes, I've been sitting in my car in the parking lot of Global Media. I struggle to find the motivation to put the key in the ignition and start my car. Instead, I lean back and allow the tears to flow, letting out the emotions that have been weighing down on me. Breathe in, breathe out, and again. Inhale, exhale. But despite my best efforts to calm my nerves, I can feel the stress building in me like a ticking time bomb ready to explode. You can't lose it now, Mindy. You can fix this. I heave yet another sigh. The tears that have been streaming down my face for the last 30 minutes begin to slow, and the tightness in my chest starts to ease, just a little. It's a small victory, but I'll take it. That's it, Mindy. When one door closes, another one opens. Maybe there's an opportunity on the other side of this. Just focus on that. With a newfound sense of clarity, I push aside the shit that's been haunting me these last few days. The nudes, Maurice's betrayal, Mom's cancer, my sister's accusations, and now being fired from my job. And I turn my attention to the one thing that matters most: finding a way to make money and fast. Because right now, with my mom's treatment hanging in the balance, I don't have the luxury of wallowing in my misery. I turn on the ignition, pull out of the parking lot, and start driving. The city streets become a blur of lights as I drive past them, with faceless strangers filling the busy sidewalks. My mind is racing, desperately searching for a solution, a way out of the mess I've found myself in. And then, like a bolt of lightning, it hits me. New York High. I can always go back to New York High, right? The name brings back a flood of memories from a chapter of my life I thought I'd closed. New York High is the bar where I got my very first job as a singer, performing for the patrons a few nights a week. Sure, there were always a few guys that got a little rowdy after some drinks, but overall it wasn't a bad gig. The money was decent, and it allowed me to hone my craft and finish my studies in accountancy. But this was before the car accident that took Emily's life. The thought of returning to that stage after everything I've been through doesn't sit well with me. I've been busting my ass to move on from it all, climbing the ladder in the corporate world and shutting down my days as a bar singer. Except now that the corporate world has turned its back on me, I can't afford to be picky. Whether I like it or not, New York High seems like my best bet to make a quick buck while I look for a new job. It won't be easy putting myself back out there in front of a crowd of strangers. There will undoubtedly be some men who will see me as nothing more than a pretty face with boobs, a butt, and a soothing voice. But I've dealt with that type before, and I've learned how to handle myself. If a few leering looks and drunken catcalls are the price I have to pay to keep a roof over my head and pay for Mom's treatment, so be it. Not to mention that the process of applying for corporate jobs can take an eternity. Sending my resume to places, filling out applications, going to interviews, and then waiting to hear back from potential employers. It all takes time. Plus, I'm pretty sure Marin Korolev won't provide a positive letter of recommendation for me. He would likely write something along the lines of, "Miss Williams has exceptional skills in accounting. However, she does have the odd tendency to send nude photos and amateur porn videos of herself to her CEO and other prominent figures within the company." New York High may not be my dream job, but it could be a way to make ends meet while I figure out my next move. And right now, that's all that matters. As I drive towards the familiar neon sign, I try to focus on the positives. Kevin, the owner, is a decent guy, and we always got along well. I'm hoping he'll be happy to have me return. 15 minutes later, I park my car in the parking lot of the building. As I step inside the familiar, dimly lit bar, a wave of nostalgia washes over me. The smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke fills my senses, bringing back memories of late nights spent crooning into the microphone. It's way too early now, so the bar is practically empty. But I'm lucky enough to see Kevin behind the counter. When he notices me, his face brightens up. "Well, well, look who it is. Mindy." He comes out from behind the counter and gives me a bear hug. "Good to see you, girl. You still belting out those killer tunes? Or have you gone all corporate on us now?" I chuckle at his teasing tone. "Looks like I couldn't stay away any longer, Kevin." He nods, knowingly, pouring me a drink. "That's a delight to hear. You know, we never really found a voice like yours since." "Oh, really?" I ask. I say, trying to contain my elation. "Yes, ma'am. The audience always loved you. Even after you left, they kept asking about you." "Thank you, Kevin. That's the confidence boost I need this morning." I smile and clear my throat. I was actually hoping to talk to you about taking on some gigs. He raises an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Oh, yeah? You thinking about making a big comeback? I take a deep breath, realizing this is my chance. I don't know about big comeback, but I'd love to do some gigs again. It's out. Kevin's eyes open wide. You serious, girl? I nod. Yep, I know it's been a while, Kevin. But I'd be happy to be back. He looks at me, surprised. The corporate world didn't treat you well. I don't even know what answer I should give to this, so I just say, it did for a while, until it didn't. Right, Kevin says. I hear you. His eyes roam my body. You will always have a place in New York High, Mindy. You're still beautiful. You haven't changed a bit. I smile. If you were straight, I would think you're making a move, Kevin. That ship has sailed, Mindy. He winks. I've got a stable boyfriend and we are in love. Oh, really? I ask, smiling. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. You so deserve it. I take a deep breath. So, can we talk business? I was about to suggest the same, he says. I've got a slot open for you if you're interested. The singer that was penciled in for tonight is pregnant and she keeps calling in sick all the time. I need someone more reliable. I was about to look for someone to replace her, but then you showed up out of nowhere. Do you want it? Seriously? When is it? Tonight, Mindy. We start at 10 and finish when the guests are drunk enough to be kicked out. Tonight? I almost can't believe my luck. Maybe the universe is on my side just for once. Sounds good, Kev. I smile. I'm in. He smirks. This is why I loved having you here, Mindy. I could always count on you. But I have to tell you, this gig is different from the others. It's a private event, taking place in our other venue in Soho. And it pays, well, better than a regular gig would. My heart leaps. I better dust off the old songbook then. What does pays better mean exactly? Kevin glances around the room before leaning in close to me. Better than you might think. This is no ordinary gig, Mindy, he says, keeping his voice low. We have some exclusive regulars, and they've been bringing in very serious cash lately. Your cut for tonight would be... He looks around as if making sure nobody hears us. 50 grand. Plus tips if you do well. Which I'm sure you will. I almost jump. Did he just say 50 grand? Plus tips? Luckily, Kevin has gone silent, giving me a moment to process this. Is it me or did you just say 50? I blurt. You heard me, Kevin replies, not taking his eyes off me. Like 50,000 US dollars. That's right. Holy freaking shit. I have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. 50 grand is more than what most people make in a whole year, even in New York City, which is why a sense of doubt creeps in. This is too good to be true. There has to be a catch. I lean in closer, lowering my voice. Kevin, that's way too much money for one night. What's the catch? Kevin glances around the empty bar and fixes me with a stare. Look, Mindy, I'll level with you. This isn't your typical gig. The client is, let's say, a very well-connected Russian businessman, if you catch my drift. My stomach tightens. Yeah, I catch his drift. I've heard rumors about the Russian community in New York. Whispers of organized crime and shady dealings I don't want to get involved in. Is it legal? I ask. Kevin holds up his hands. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, you'll be there to sing. What these guys do for a living is none of our concern. But they have money, and they like to throw it around. All you need to do is give them a good show, and they will show you their appreciation. Give them a good show, huh? I bite my lip, conflicted. I can't help but wonder what that could mean. Kevin senses my hesitation. Listen, Mindy. We've known each other for how long? I scratch my head. 5 years or more? That's right. And you know I would never put you in danger. You'll have our security guys watching you. And I'll be there too. You'll sing, pocket your share of the cash, and we're both happy. What do you say? I take a deep breath, weighing my options. The responsible part of me screams caution. The desperate part, the part thinking about my mom, is already reaching for this lifeline. $50,000 for one single night. Maybe those esoteric woo-woo people are right after all. The universe has a way of helping when it's needed the most. With 50 grand, I'm just about 5,000 short to pay for my mom's cancer treatment. And the rest can come out of my savings. I'll do it, I say before I could change my mind. I trust you, Kevin. Kevin leans against the counter, smiling. Then you got yourself a deal, young lady. I'm lost for words. Thank you, Kevin, is all I say. A wave of relief washes over me. I won't let you down. You have no idea how much this means to me right now. He grins widely and we shake hands. There's my girl. I'll text you the coordinates later. He pats me on the back enthusiastically. Happy to have you back, hun. Just like old times, huh? I smile, nodding in agreement. Exactly like old times, Kev. I glance at the time. I better go and get ready for tonight.
Chapter 11. Baron.
So Elena just run off, boss? Pavel asks, furrowing his brows.
He slumps down on the chair and stares at me.
Why the fuck would she do that?
I stretch myself and suppress a yawn. Found herself another guy, apparently. I slept in my office on the couch, which I sometimes do when things get busy and I'm simply not in the mood to go home. Like last night. But last night I didn't bother with the usual website to order a girl for a casual fuck. The days I brought random women into my office, fucked them on the couch, and dismissed them with a wad of cash are gone. It's been a while since I've indulged in that kind of pleasure. Life has been too chaotic and demanding, and somehow, fucking random chicks hasn't crossed my mind in some time. The problem is, ever since I stumbled upon my head accountant's unexpected nudes, my libido has gone through the roof, raging like a fucking beast. Speaking of my head accountant, Mindy has been away from the office since Friday. I can't help but wonder if there's a connection between her absence and those photos. I'll find out. I shrug nonchalantly. I'm done with Elena anyway, I tell Pavel. If she wants to be with her new boyfriend, so be it. Suits me fine. Pavel shakes his head in disapproval.
Still, this is highly disrespectful to you and the entire Brata. For an arranged bride to simply run off with some side piece.
Her loss, I interject coolly. Elena was nothing more than a means to an end, solidifying ties with the Kubakovs through marriage. I barely knew the woman. Only met her a few times, and none of those times did she move anything in me. And it was pretty clear that she felt the same about me. Pavel lets out a scoff and looks away.
You and I both know that a leader without a spouse or children is seen as vulnerable. It makes people question your ability to lead us.
You know well why I don't want children, Pavel, I growl. I've lost a kid once, never again. He nods, his eyes flickering with understanding.
I know, boss, but you can't keep living in the past, grieving over Cordelia. She was a special kid, sure, but we both know that the Bratva doesn't give a fuck about your losses. A childless leader? To them that means you're weak and the perfect target. Fucking wolves like Leonid Shirkov are constantly sniffing for opportunities to make moves against our territory.
I clench my jaw. I know that, Pavel. You don't need to give me a fucking lecture.
Listen to me, boss, he persists. Cordelia will always hold a place in your heart, and I get that. But you gotta move on. Find yourself a good woman, fuck her senseless, and put some babies in her. They'll love you, and you'll love them. They'll help you forget about your loss, and it'll only strengthen your position in the Bratva.
I lean back, steepled fingers pressed against my lips as I consider his words. As much as Elena's abrupt departure means little to me personally, Pavel isn't wrong about the optics. I'm not as stupid as you think I am, Pavel. I know I'll need an heir sooner or later, but right now, this is the last thing on my mind. I have a lot going on.
Like what?
He asks. I shoot him a look. Like my mother's illness. Then there's global media with all the new contracts coming in. And we need to get new tramoxine samples to replace the ones that sank to the bottom of the fucking ocean. Not to mention the Shirkov kidney.
Yeah, the fucking kidney, Pavel scoffs. Shirkov is getting impatient. His daughter is running out of time. But once this kidney shit is sorted, we need to get you a wife. Top priority, boss.
Sort out the cargo first, then worry about finding me a wife, I say, slightly annoyed.
Fine, Pavel says. I will get that new cargo shipped. In the meantime, maybe take a look around the wife market.
He gives me a sidelong look.
Maybe you already have some prospects in mind, boss?
I don't miss his carefully weighted tone. I don't answer right away. Instead, my mind races, conjuring up images of Mindy's seductive photos and her video. I just can't seem to get her out of my fucking mind. That slick pussy is begging to be licked. I want to devour her, to make her scream my name while she comes on my cock. I want to make her mine. Fucking mine. Speaking of which, I must find out why the fuck she didn't turn up in the office today. Maybe she believes she got fired because of those photos, but that's not the case. Her role within the company changed. I just need to have a conversation with her in person. Nope, not yet, I quickly lied to Pavel, shutting down any further thoughts. But this time I will take matters into my own hands and find someone myself, instead of relying on an arranged match. Pavel nods, understanding that I don't want to be pushed about my plans any further.
All right, boss. I'll drop it for now, he says,
but then adds with a knowing smirk.
But don't think I haven't noticed you've been distracted these last few days. Whoever she is, she must be something special.
His words hit closer to home than he realizes. The fucker knows me too well. That's what happens when you work together every day. I maintain my poker face, but my mind immediately drifts back to the video of Mindy pleasuring herself. Focus on replacing our cargo, not my fucking private life, Bratan, I reply, trying not to sound too irritated. Pavel doesn't need to know the truth, at least not yet. The truth that I've already made up my mind about Mindy Williams. I will make her my wife, and the mother of my future heir. She doesn't know it yet, but her life is about to take a major turn. I'll personally make sure of that. Sure, the decision might seem sudden, but it's been brewing in my mind ever since I saw those goddamn nudes. My hot chief accountant isn't just a pretty face with a gorgeous body, though she's got both for sure. She's also smart, capable, and has proven that time and again in the cutthroat world of finance. She's got the brains to keep up with me and the backbone to stand her ground. That's a rare and valuable combination in my world. My train of thought is abruptly broken as Pavel rises.
Shall we head to the New York High event then, boss? Kevin says he arranged some special entertainment just for our unit this evening.
Pavel grins, his eyes glinting in the dim light.
Who knows? You may just find Elena's replacement at the bar.
I already have. The more I think about it, the more I want Mindy as Elena's replacement. I want her by my side, in my bed, carrying my children. It's more than lust. Somehow it feels like a bone-deep certainty that she's meant to be mine. The thought of Mindy being pregnant with my child sends yet another jolt of possessive desire through me. But then I remember Maurice's words about her fertility issues. The IVF treatment that didn't happen because Maurice gambled the money away. For a moment I feel a flicker of concern, but I push it aside. In today's world, there are solutions to fertility struggles. IVF, surrogacy, you name it. I have the means to make it happen and ensure top-of-the-line care for her. Money is meant for these situations, after all. I rise from my chair as well, smoothing out the wrinkles on my suit. Pavel's right. These last few days were fucking long. We both deserve to let loose for a night. Let's go, I tell my second-in-command. And we better get some special entertainment for the money I paid Kevin. Pavel's eyebrows shoot up.
How much you pay him?
50 grand. Pavel stops and looks at me.
50 grand? Damn, boss. You ordered the New York Philharmonics to play for us?
Just one singer. Kevin says he's got someone who's worth that kind of cash, I reply, feeling a spark of anticipation. Fucking Kevin better stay true to his word. Whoever he's got lined up, it better be worth the money. After the week I've had, I need something spectacular to take my mind off things. Less than 20 minutes later, we're on the way to the New York High event in Soho, Manhattan, with Pavel driving. Like a sailboat, my Bentley glides smoothly across the busy streets of New York City. We're both quiet until Pavel breaks the silence.
How's your mother doing, boss?
He asks. I let out a weary sigh, rubbing at my temples as unwanted feelings of her deteriorating state resurface. Not well, Pavel. Vascular dementia is a bitch. Some days she seems like her old self, and on others... I trail off, shaking my head. My mother's condition is an extremely sensitive topic to me. Sensing the tension in my tone, Pavel shoots me a glance, then pulls the car over to the side of the road, bringing it to a halt. He turns to face me directly. He waits patiently, recognizing this is an extremely rare moment of vulnerability I'm allowing him to witness.
I'm a grown-ass man, Bratok, I mutter gruffly. I'm not going to go all emotional over this shit. People get sick all the time, and eventually, we all die. It's called life.
My voice cracks, but I push the feelings down. Marin Korolov never fucking cries, and he's not about to start now. The last time I allowed myself to cry was when Cordelia died. Pavel is definitely sensing my emotional battle, because he just sits there, looking at me with empathy in his eyes, waiting for me to continue. He almost looks like a fucking therapist. The only thing missing is a pair of round-shaped glasses sitting on the tip of his nose. I wonder what the fuck he's been spending his free time with lately. Binge-watching Dr. Phil or what the fuck? Whatever it is that he's doing, it seems to be working, because I suddenly feel like speaking up. I clear my throat and start talking, without allowing my surfacing emotions to control me. My mother isn't getting better, Pavel. Every day she keeps losing her grip on reality. She'll get up in the middle of the night wandering around the house looking for Cordelia. Or she'll sleep through the afternoon, then be wide awake at 3 a.m. insisting it's time for breakfast. I squeeze my eyes shut briefly. And she never fucking stops asking about Cordelia. Calling out for her all the fucking time, like she's forgotten she's dead.
Blad, Pavel says. I'm sorry, boss. That fucking sucks.
I scoff. It is what it is, Bratok. You think you're tough and prepared to face anything, but, man, I shake my head. Never let yourself go demented like that. You will drive your entire family up the fucking wall and turn the people around you into nervous wrecks. I let out a harsh exhale, running a hand over my face roughly. Fuck. You satisfied with my answer to your question about my mother? Pavel's hand lands on my shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. It's strange to think how much the camaraderie we formed through Bratva wars and bloodshed is in contrast with him listening to me pouring my fucking heart out. I'm here for you, boss, is all he says. You know, I nod, steadying my breath. Enough family shit for now. I shoot him a sidelong glance. Let's go hit that club and have a good time.
Chapter 12. Mindy. Just a few hours to go till my gig tonight. I'm lying on the couch in the living room, wearing comfy loungewear and staring dumbly at the ceiling. I already prepared my outfit for my performance. All I need to do is apply some makeup and I'll be good to go. Right now, I'm just giving my body a short break as I try to wrap my head around everything that happened these last few days. As I lay here, I feel like my body is slowly drifting away from me. I can't help but wonder if it's possible for me to truly levitate and spend the rest of my life like that, far from the challenges of everyday life. The term, when it rains, it pours, perfectly describes the fiasco the last few days have been. First, the photos, then Maurice, then my mom, and then Alexis. And let's not forget about the icing on the cake, getting fired from global media. Not bad for a few days' work, huh? But then again, the universe has decided to come to my rescue. Maybe I am starting to believe in that kind of stuff. Either way, I just need to do well at Kevin's gig, and my sorry ass is saved. At least for now. And of course, I'm going to do well tonight, right? Why wouldn't I? I've done this before, and I've done it well. All I need to do is give the audience the best I got and walk away with a $50,000 paycheck and maybe some tips. 50 grand. I haven't even seen that much cash in one place. It could be the easiest and biggest money I ever made. You can do this, Mindy. The sound of the lock turning startles me out of my thoughts, and soon I hear Betty's familiar footsteps approaching. She was away this weekend, so she hasn't experienced anything from the shitstorm my life has turned into since Friday. Lucky girl. She stops at the door to the living room with her trademark grin on her face. Hey girl, what's up? I was searching for you at the office earlier, but you seem to have vanished. I wanted to share some big news. Global Media just landed a contract with a major Hollywood film studio. Soon we'll be rubbing elbows with famous actors and celebrities. Her eyes meet mine, and it dawns on me that I must still look like a ghost with my pale skin and tired eyes. Oops, sorry for rambling. Are you all right, Mindy? Did you take a personal day? I look up from my daze. I'm not with Global Media anymore, Bets. I got fired. Betty's eyes widen in shock. Fired? Who would fire the chief accountant? Probably Marin Korolev, making it look like the head of human resources fired me. I say bitterly. Betty's eyes widen like saucers. What are you talking about? Mike fired you? Well, he's the one who sent the email. I sigh. I couldn't even get through the gate this morning. My swipe card was blocked. Betty plops down next to me on the couch, her eyes wide with shock. Are you serious? What the hell happened? I run a finger through my hair. Well, I sigh, and look at my bestie. I accidentally sent some nudes to Marin Korolev and a few more important people in the company. Betty covers her mouth with her hands. What? I nod. That's the explanation. Betty looks at me in disbelief. You really need to bring me up to speed here, girl. You sent nudes of yourself to your boss? What nudes? Like photos? Tits, pussy, the whole package? I nod. That and a video. Are you kidding me? Betty says with a wince, shaking her head in disbelief. A video with you on it. I laugh bitterly. Yeah, and let's just say it wasn't exactly PG-13. Meaning? Well, I scream on it. Betty covers her mouth with her hands. Oh my God, Mindy. Please tell me you're joking. I let out a dramatic sigh and run my fingers through my hair. I wish I was, Bets. But unfortunately, this is not a shitty movie plot. It's real life. An uncontrollable bubbling sensation fills my chest, and suddenly I struggle to contain my laughter. As I glance at Betty, I can see her fighting the same urge. In an instant, we both erupt into a fit of laughter. Our bodies shake with mirth as we give in to the hilarity of the whole thing. Finally, our sides hurt and we're gasping for air, but even after it all dies down, our eyes still twinkle. I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing at you, babe, Betty says through her giggling. I just can't believe this actually happened. Did anyone actually see the photos? Just Marin Korolev and his entire management team, I guess, I reply. Betty shakes her head. What the hell, girl? This just keeps getting worse and worse. When did all this happen? Friday night. All I remember is being buried under 256 spreadsheets the whole day, sending 46 emails every hour, and trying to maintain my sanity while following Marin Korolev's orders. Then I came home, took some photos for Maurice, and sent them to the wrong address. The wrong address? What? How? Betty shakes her head in disbelief. Long and incredibly boring story, Bets. I sigh. You don't want to hear it. The point is, I drove to work this morning just to find out that my company card was blocked. Then I got Mike's email. I explain, blowing my nose. I can't even tell if I'm laughing or crying anymore. Betty squeezes my hand sympathetically. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. At least you have me and Maurice. Only you. What? Betty frowns. You mean... Yep, I nod. I'm single again. She covers her mouth with her hand. Shit, she blurts. This is way too much for one weekend, Mindy. I'll bring something to make this day tolerable. She comes back with a box of chocolate and opens it. Now tell me everything. I take a deep breath and tell her all about Maurice, how he gambled away the IVF money, how he dumped me, and all the batshit crazy series of events. When did I become such a pathetic loser, Bets? I allow myself to cry into Betty's shoulder, tears streaming down my face for the umpteenth time. I've been alone with my emotions all weekend, and it's good to finally have my friend back. She rubs my back soothingly. Shh. I know how much you wanted a family, babe. But Maurice doesn't deserve your heartbreak after what he's done. You'll get through this, and I'll be right here with you. She keeps patting my back. Shh, I'm so sorry, honey. I wipe my nose. It's not even about the IVF money, I say. He couldn't keep up with my libido, that's what he said. Betty's eyes widened. I mean, what a weirdo. I've never met a guy who said that was a problem. I shrug. Well, there's Maurice for you. After a moment of silence, Betty squeezes my hand. You know, Min, as bad as this thing with Maurice might seem, at least he didn't snore like a freight train or mansplain your own job to you. I can't help but chuckle. Oh, you're referring to the parade of dating disasters I went through before him. Betty grins. How could I forget that? I heave a sigh. I know my friend is trying to lighten the mood by bringing this up. I most certainly had the worst dating history before I found Maurice. You remember that lawyer who seemed to just hate women in general? Anytime I brought up an issue, he'd mansplain and act condescending. Betty wrinkles her nose in disgust. Yeah, Mark, huh? Boy, I was glad you got out of that one. Ugh. Oh yeah, I ran for the hills. I laughed through my tears. Then there was the plumber guy, remember? The one that lasted 3 weeks? Yeah, him. Nice guy, handsome as hell. But he would not stop talking about pipe bursts and how he repelled them. Like zero ability to change the subject. In the end, when I heard the word pipe, I wanted to scream. Riveting conversation. Betty deadpans with an eye roll. Definitely a major turn-on. Oh, that he was. I let out a sarcastic snort. And then there was the alcoholic actor. You know, the one who showed up pissed on our dates. Betty cringes. How can I forget? She winks. I had to come collect your drunk butt from that sketchy bar because he was too sloshed to get you home safely. Shaking my head, I can't help but chuckle at the ridiculous streak of dating fuck-ups from my past. I think I might deserve an award for the world's shittiest dater competition. Betty looks at me, her face turning serious. You know, Mindy, she says, if I ever get fired from global media, I won't bother looking for another soul-sucking corporate job. No way. I already made up my mind. I'll launch my online business and maybe even become a digital nomad. Maybe start off in Bali. A digital nomad? I exclaim. You have a business idea? A matchmaking website. Rich guys looking serious for relationships. Whoa, not bad, Bets. Count me in as your first customer. Sure, that's if you don't find someone better than Maurice first. I shake my head. Unlikely, but really, Bets, online matchmaking is a killer idea. Just don't forget to screen any potential candidates for their propensity to snore, like that notorious snorer I dated. Betty's eyes go wide as she bursts out laughing. Tony, right? The one we called Tony the Tractor because he sounded like one in his sleep. The neighbors called the police on you too because they thought someone was being brutally murdered in your apartment. I groan, covering my face with my hands as the mortifying memory comes rushing back. The tears are still flowing, but I can't help but laugh at the ridiculous memory. That's right. The cops actually showed up. I had to explain to them that it was just my date's unmerciful snoring that kept everyone awake. Betty cackles at the sheer absurdity of it all. And you still went out with him for a month after that. Your dedication to shitty dates is admirable, Mindy. Well, in my defense, the snoring was slightly more bearable when he wasn't staying over. I reason with a sheepish grin, laughing along with her. But I didn't miss her point about dedication to shitty dates. I know she's right. Maybe I really didn't have such a bad thing going on with Maurice after all, huh? In comparison, at least. He looked so much like a normal family guy. My smile falters as I remember how much it still hurts to think about him leaving me. Betty squeezes my hand sympathetically. If that's any comfort, she says hesitantly. I never liked Maurice. I know I never told you, but I always thought he was selfish and commitment-phobic. You deserve so much better. I pull back, my brow furrowing as I process her words. What do you mean, commitment-phobic? We were together for over 2 years and were literally about to have a baby via IVF. How is that a commitment phobia? Betty sighs, brushing my tear-streaked hair from my face. Look, man, I know it seemed like he was fully committed on the surface, but I saw little signs over the years. He got antsy every time the relationship got too serious or took big steps forward. Like he wanted to be a couple. But as soon as it became forever serious, he started pulling away. Fresh tears well in my eyes as her words ring true deep down. I guess you're right, Bets. I think I knew that about him too. I just didn't want to face it. I was so desperate for the relationship to work so that I could finally have a family, especially after the accident. Tears are now streaming down my cheeks all over again. Betty pulls me into another hug. Shh, it's okay, girl. I know how much you miss Emily. But I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. Her words only make me cry even more tears. Betty hugs me tighter. I wish I could take away your pain, Mindy, but all I can do is be here for you whenever you need me. You're not alone in this, I promise you that. I cling to her, my anchor in the storm of grief that threatens to sweep me away almost every day. Thank you, Bets. I don't know what I'd do without you. When she finally pulls away from the hug, she looks at me with determination in her eyes. Listen, Min, you deserve someone who loves you and values you wholeheartedly. Maurice doesn't deserve your tears. There's someone out there for you who will jump in with both feet. I just know it. Well, maybe, I sigh. But I don't have time for self-pity now, Betty. I need money. Because if all that shit wasn't enough, Mom needs more treatment for her cancer, and I'm the only one who can pay for it. Shit, Betty says. I know it really sucks, but I'm here for you. I heave a big sigh. At least it's treatable. But the insurance only covers half of the expenses. I need to scrape the other half. Alexis is useless, so I'm going back to New York High to sing again. It's the only way I can make enough cash quickly. New York High? You sure? Betty protests, shaking her head vehemently. You are so much more than a singer in some seedy club, Mindy. You've got your accounting degree and years of experience. Every big company would be happy to hire someone like you. Except Marin Korolev is unlikely to give me a good reference. I pull a face. And even if he does, it'll probably be something like, besides sending me and the company executives her nude photos and her amateur porn video, Miss Williams was an asset to our team. I let out a bitter laugh. My career in accounting just got flushed down the toilet, Bets. Right now, singing is all I have, so, I continue, I took action. What action? Betty asks. I went to New York High earlier today. Kevin, the owner, offered me a gig straight away. Betty's eyebrows raise. That quickly? I hope he'll pay you well. I nod. Better than you might think. Betty raises her eyebrows. Okay, and when is this lucrative gig? Tonight. Tonight? Betty's eyes widen in surprise. Talk about short notice. I know, right? It's some kind of private event taking place at another venue in Soho. Kevin didn't give me much detail, but I start at 10. I glance at the time. Speaking of which, I need to start getting ready. Betty whistles low. Private gig, great money, cloak of secrecy around the details. Sounds pretty sketchy if you ask me. I shrug. Maybe, but I can't afford to be picky now, Bets. Betty studies me for a moment, then nods in resignation. You're right, babe. When desperation hits, you gotta do what you gotta do. Just be careful, okay? Text me when you get there and when you leave. Thanks, Bets. I will. And hey, aren't you proud of me? The hell I am. Betty returns my smile. That's my quick thinking, hustling bestie. If anyone can knock 'em dead, it's you. She pulls me into another fierce hug. Hey, I'm here for you, whatever comes next. All right? Just promise me you'll start applying for some well-paid corporate jobs instead of getting stuck in a shady bar singing for drunk millionaires who want to fuck you just because you have a nice voice. Don't forget my killer tits, I tease, and Betty immediately bursts out laughing. I love you, girl. She comes in for another bear hug. I love you too, Bets. I return the hug. And thank you for everything. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you. I glance at the time. Jesus, I need to start getting ready or Kevin will have my head. Betty nods, standing up. All right, Miss Popstar, let's get you dolled up for this mysterious gig of yours, then. Where's that knock-'em-dead outfit you mentioned earlier? As we walk to my room giggling, I just can't help but feel thankful for having Bets as my best friend. You can't put a price on friendship like this. It's worth more than the fattest paycheck in the world. Chapter 13. Mindy. The next 2 hours just fly by. I carefully curl my hair and put on my makeup, lost in my own thoughts. Betty has gone out, leaving me alone with my preparations. Once my makeup is done, I take a moment to look in the mirror. I'm quite pleased with the results. I expected a lot worse, given the mess I'd become lately. Sassy, I mumbled to myself. Just one final step. Slipping into the shimmering skirt and top suit, and I'll be ready for tonight's mystery job that will hopefully solve my financial problems. Well, some of them. I quickly scanned the address that Kevin had sent over. Of course, the event is in Soho, Manhattan. Where else would it be? A gig that pays $50,000 for just a few hours of work can only happen in the city's most expensive neighborhood. I still have a little less than an hour before my Uber arrives to whisk me away to the venue. A loud knock at the door stops my train of thought. It can only be Betty. The girl has the habit of forgetting her keys. Without bothering to put on any clothes, I head to the door wearing just my bra and panties. Seriously, Bet, you need to remember to take your keys, I grumble as I swing open the door. But to my surprise, it is not Betty standing in the doorway. Alexis, are you okay? I ask, furrowing my brow at my sister's unexpected presence. She seems to have this nearly uncanny ability of showing up at the most inconvenient times. My sister looks like she's just been through hell. Her hair is tousled, her pupils are dilated, and she has the appearance of someone who hasn't slept for days. Are you going to invite me in, sis? She asks, her speech a bit slurred. Her eyes travel down on my body. Looks like you've put on some weight, Mindy. She drops herself on the couch. Are you going on a date with someone who fancies curvy girls? Typical Alexis. I know she's provoking me, and I choose to ignore her comment. Instead, I return to the beauty table, pretending to continue my makeup as if I hadn't already finished. I don't have a lot of time, sis, so tell me in a few short sentences why you're visiting me out of the blue. She clears her throat. Okay, I'll be quick. I need to borrow some more cash. The mascara stops in my hand. What for? I ask, knowing exactly what she needs it for. I want to know the real reason, Lex, not some fairy tale. She looks at me with bloodshot eyes, her face contorted with desperation. Because I'm sick. I was throwing up all night. I'm out of pills, Mindy, and I can't function without them. You know you can't keep doing this, Alexis, I say sternly, setting down my mascara with a heavy thud. You need rehab. She laughs bitterly, swaying on her feet. Oh, please, Mindy, spare me the lecture. I don't need fucking rehab. What I need is money to get my pills, and I'll be fine. I'm really pissed now. I hate it when she behaves like this. Not to mention that I'm worried about her health. You have a job, sis. A reputable job that pays well. It's true. Alexis is a journalist at Stardust, one of the biggest gossip magazines on the market. Want to be famous? Just pay top dollar for someone like my sister, and they'll feature you in Stardust. Celebrity meltdown, A-list actors' public breakdown captured on video. Rising star's dark past, former child actress opens up about troubled youth. Don't want to be famous for all the wrong reasons? Pay even more to a gossip journalist like my sister, and they'll keep their mouths shut. How nobody at Stardust has noticed her addiction is a mystery to me. Maybe all journalists are surviving on pills because of the high-stress environment they're in. Seriously, Lex, what are you spending all your money on? I inquire. Don't tell me you're wasting it all on drugs. I'm not wasting it on drugs, she corrects me. I'm spending it on painkillers. She emphasizes the word. To keep my sanity, to stay alive. You know I need them, Mindy. And you know why. I need them. Here we are again. I was starting to wonder when she'd make that comment. Alexis never fails to redirect the discussion toward making me feel guilty. But this time, I choose not to take the bait. In other words, I tell her, you've become addicted to those painkillers and you can no longer function without them. Sounds like a rehab situation to me. She cuts me off. Mindy, please. She starts to tremble, reaching out to grab onto me for support. Just one last time. I resist. I stopped counting your last times, sister. But she begs on. I promise I'll get help after this, but right now I'm sick as fuck and I'm going to throw up on your lovely white carpet. I'm sorry, Alexis, I say firmly. My answer is no. I can't keep enabling you like this. If you want my support, you need to get yourself clean first. Book yourself in for rehab, then we can talk. I reach for my lipstick and begin applying it carefully. And now I need to finish my makeup. As I'm applying lipstick, it comes out as I need to penis my makeup. A fun little distraction from my sister's crap. But Alexis doesn't get the unintended pun. She begins to tremble violently, a telltale sign that her withdrawal symptoms are imminent. Or maybe she's pretending. I'm not sure I can tell the difference anymore. This is your fucking fault, Mindy. You were driving that fucking car. I let out a deep sigh. This is what our relationship boils down to. A vicious cycle that plays out over and over again. My sister brings up the accident, twists the knife in me where it hurts most. And when she doesn't get her desired reaction, she erupts in anger and blames me for everything, even though I'm already consumed with guilt. You and Emily, Mom's favorite twin girls, little Mindy and sweet little Emily. And me? The ugly duckling. The third one who stood out like a fucking sore thumb all my life. It's your fucking fault, Mindy. You drove that car. You killed Emily. You caused Mom's cancer. And all my fucking pain. And when I'm asking you to help alleviate it, you refuse to help. I feel the air rush out of my lungs like I've been punched in the gut. The weight of her words, the sheer hatred and resentment behind them, is too much to bear even after all these years. I want to scream, cry, and lash out at her for daring to lay the blame for everything at my feet. But I don't. I can't. Because deep down, I believe her. Deep down, I always believed that I was responsible for the tragedy that tore our family apart. I take a shaky breath, trying to compose myself. Alexis, I know you're hurting. I know you feel like everything has been unfair to you. But blaming anyone, isn't going to change what happened. It's not going to bring Emily back. And it's not going to cure Mom's cancer. And it sure as hell isn't going to fix your addiction. She glares at me, her eyes filled with a hatred that I've never seen before. Fuck you, Mindy. Fuck you and your self-righteous bullshit. You have no idea what I've been through. I'm in pain. And now, when I come to you for help, you turn me away. I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. No, Alexis. You can't use this as a weapon against me until the day we die. I pause. I couldn't help you, even if I wanted. Just to let you know, my finances are just as bad. Says the chief accountant at Global Media. Alexis retorts with a hint of sarcasm. We both know you're lying, Mindy. You're a fucking liar. I swivel around in my chair to face her, my patience dwindling with each passing moment. Listen up, Alexis. Mom needs money for her treatment, right? Let me tell you something. I just lost my job at Global Media. Right now, I'm barely keeping my head above water. You're lying, Mindy. I wish I was. The only reason I'm trying to put on makeup while listening to your endless shit is because I have to go back to New York High to perform and make money to pay Mom's hospital bills. So if you're only here to beg for money and make me feel guilty for the millionth time since the accident, then you might as well save your breath and leave me alone. I have more important things to do. Her tone shifts, desperation creeping into her voice once again. Please, Mindy, the real reason I need money is because I couldn't pay my dealer and now he's after me. But I swear, this will be the last time. I stand up, my hands clenched at my sides. I'm done, Alexis. I can't keep bailing you out. You need to take responsibility for your own actions. If you're in trouble with your dealer, that's on you. I have my own problems to deal with. I turn away from her, my voice cold and detached. And now, I can't afford any more distractions because I have to go to work. My Uber is on its way. She gets up, a little wobbly on her feet. You're obviously going to hook up with some rich dude for his cash tonight. Don't even try to deny it, she says, getting closer and invading my personal space. Maurice will be interested to know. No sweat, I reply, shrugging. He's not my man anymore. With an annoyed huff, Alexis turns and storms out of the apartment. Make sure to close the door behind you, I call after her. The door slams shut and I slump against the wall, suddenly feeling exhausted. The weight of my sister's words, the accusations, the guilt, it all comes crashing down on me every single time we see each other. For a moment, I even consider calling Kevin and canceling the gig. How am I supposed to go out there and perform when I feel like I'm falling apart inside? But of course, there's absolutely no chance I'm going to cancel a gig like this. Especially not because of my sister's latest tantrum. Mom needs treatment, and I'm the only one she can count on. I'm not letting her down. I push aside the drama and concentrate on the task at hand. All that matters now is this gig. I need to give it my all if I want to walk away with the paycheck I was promised, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chapter 14. Mindy. This must be it. The address Kevin had texted me turns out to be a discreet entrance to a private club. It's located on the top floor of one of the city's tallest, most luxurious buildings. As I step out of the sleek elevator, I feel my heels sink into the plush crimson carpet. As I walk along the long corridor and look around, I can tell that the place oozes wealth and elegance. I quickly pull out my phone to double-check the name of the lounge I'm supposed to meet Kevin at. It's called Diamond Terrace. After wandering around for what feels like an eternity, I finally spot the sign. As I step inside, I immediately see Kevin waiting for me with a smile on his face. Well, hello there, gorgeous, he says, giving me a once-over. You look absolutely stunning, as always. He motions for me to come closer and leads the way. Right on time, too, just as I expected. I knew I could count on you. He leads me down a dimly lit hallway lined with ornate doors until we reach the VIP section. Then ushers me into a decadent lounge area where the lighting is soft, the furniture buttery leather, with calming ambient jazz playing through the speakers. Everything from the crystal ashtrays to the muted gold accents reeks of extravagant wealth. Kevin leans in close and whispers, This is a highly exclusive event, Mindy, only for top club members and their guests. I'm in awe, a little overwhelmed as well. This is a long shot from the venue I used to perform in. This is incredible, Kev. I continue to gaze around the room. I have a few songs that always seemed to be a hit. Hopefully they will suffice. Just do what you do best, Mindy, like you did before. Kevin flashes me a smile. Just sing with your beautiful voice. Make this night one they'll remember. He pauses and looks at me intently. If they are entertained as expected, You will receive generous tips on top of the agreed amount. He places extra emphasis on the word entertained. And don't worry, he adds, I'll keep an eye on you. I swallow hard, giving a barely perceptible nod. This is where you'll perform, honey. Kevin leads me to the stage that has a deep violet velvet curtain separating it from the rest of the venue. I will take care of the music. He gestures for me to take my place by the mic stand. Pushing aside my anxiety, I drink in the opulent setting and remind myself, this is why I'm here. Give the audience an unforgettable performance, and that astronomical paycheck is mine. Mom's latest hospital bill is sorted. As for Marin Korolev, he can go straight to hell. I'm done with his ego, arrogant attitude, and impossible workload. And his irritating habit of standing in my doorway, barking orders in person instead of emailing me. Good luck finding someone who can tolerate his attitude and do what I do. Suddenly, an unwanted and somewhat inconvenient thought sneaks its way into my mind. I may never see Marin Korolev again. I no longer work for Global Media, after all. The image of him standing at my office door, one leg crossed over the other, his signature scent of cedar filling the room, and my arousal going through the roof, all flashed through my mind. Stop it, Mindy. This is not the time. Kevin inches his face closer to mine, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. Mindy, just a reminder, there will be some very powerful guys in the audience tonight. Play your cards right, and you might be set for life. My brow suddenly shoots up a few inches. This is not the first time he refers to this, and I'm starting to have a very uncomfortable feeling creeping up my spine. Surely he's not expecting me to become someone's personal call girl, is he? What do you mean by that, Kevin? I echo my concern. How can one gig set me up for life? He smirks knowingly. Just trust me on this, honey. Impress them once, and they'll keep coming back for more. He pulls out a thick envelope and presses it into my hands. This is $20,000 cash up front. You'll get the other 30 at the end of the show as long as you do everything right. Got it? He raises an eyebrow meaningfully. Holy shit. What did you get yourself into, Mindy? A knot begins to form in my stomach as I eye the money. All of a sudden, everything about this feels wrong. The envelope in my hand looks too thick. As for Kevin's odd comments, I don't quite know where to place them. What exactly are you saying, Kevin? I ask. Is there anything else I need to do besides singing? He holds up placating hands. Nothing too crazy, Mindy, I promise. Just maybe work a little extra charm if someone catches your eye, if you catch my drift. What the hell? My frown deepens. I should have thought about this. Who would pay $50,000 just to listen to me sing? Maybe my initial instinct was right. Maybe I was so focused on sorting out Mom's treatment that I missed the whole point and refused to listen to my gut. Kevin looks at the time on his phone. Let's get on with it, girl. We're on a schedule. He smiles at me. I'm so happy to have you with me tonight, Mindy. Remember, just work your magic and we'll both be fine. He winks and gestures toward the small stage before disappearing, leaving me gripping the cash with sweaty palms. I shove the money into my handbag. Don't panic, Mindy. Like he said, you don't need to do anything you're uncomfortable with. My feelings have never been more conflicted. A part of me is bouncing happy by the astronomical paycheck. Another part feels deeply uneasy. But there's no time to dwell on that. The slow rhythm of the music begins to pulsate through the speakers, signaling that it's showtime, whether I'm ready or not. Squaring my shoulders, I plaster on my most dazzling smile and stride towards the microphone. I came here for one reason and one reason only. Sing, get the money, leave. Full stop. End of story. I give myself a final once-over in the side mirror. Dress looks good, mildly alluring with its golden glitters and knee-length hemline. Makeup is on point and hair is perfectly coiled into curls. My mental state might not be ideal, still reeling from the unresolved conflict with my sister. But I forced that aside for now. With the money securely tucked away in my bag, my mood is lifted, and I'm about to confidently take the stage. As if on cue, the curtain slides aside and the bright lights temporarily blind me. Putting on my most genuine smile, I take hold of the microphone. "Good evening, gentlemen," I greet with a soft and alluring tone. As my eyes adjust to the brightness, I survey the room. Approximately 20 well-dressed men sit around the room, holding champagne glasses in their hands. Yep, all men. When they see me, there is a buzz of hushed conversation before they break into applause. With a smile still on my face, I approach the mic, but then suddenly freeze. The song gets caught in my throat. A familiar scent hits my nostrils. Cedar, sandalwood, sin. I know that scent. Nobody else has that unique scent. No, there's no freaking way. But there is, because sitting in the front row directly in front of me is the person I never thought I'd see again. He is also the last person I want to see right now. Marin freaking Korolev. In the flesh. My former boss, my top secret crush, the man I sent my amateur porn content to just a few days ago. He's here, and he's looking at me with a self-righteous expression on his face and a barely visible smile playing at the corner of his lips. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. What the hell is he doing here? What do I do now? He's not even surprised to see me. Or if he is, he's doing a great job of hiding it. His cold, piercing eyes are fixated on me intently. They're deeper, darker than ever, and as always, they seem to see straight through me into the darkest depths of my soul. And as usual, the intensity of his gaze instantly makes me wet. 2 seconds of eye contact and my panties are soaked. Very soaked. So much so that I'm worried some of it's already streaming down my inner thighs, which is absolutely, utterly outrageous and ridiculous. Seriously, Mindy, what on earth is wrong with you? I silently curse myself and this whole situation. I know I should look away, focus on my performance, and ignore the magnetic pull that draws me to this man. But I can't. I'm helpless against the raw, primal energy that seems to emanate from every pore of his being. He saw the damn photos. Of course he did. I can tell by the way he's looking at me. He saw everything. My tits, my ass, my pussy, the whole goddamn package. He saw the video, too, as I was screaming from my own orgasm, bucking my hips against my fingers. And rightfully so, he fired me for it. Because Marin Korolev is a merciless guy. One small mistake was all it took for him to kick me out of the company without a second thought. Okay, maybe small mistake is a bit of an understatement. My screwed-up mind immediately churns out the imaginary dialogue I'm going to have with him after the event. Mr. Korolev, I'm sorry about the pictures. They were meant for my boyfriend. What pictures, Miss Williams? Oh, you're talking about your amateur porn content. Or, why weren't you at work today, Miss Williams? Because my contract was terminated, Mr. Korolev. Terminated? That must be some misunderstanding, Miss Williams. I would never do such a thing, even if you had sent me nudes and a video of yourself masturbating. But there's no conversation to be had, at least not right now. Marin Korolev continues to eye me with the same expression that turns my vajayjay into a dripping wet sponge, and my body into one giant mass of wanton desire. He remains seated, his broad, muscular figure still and unreactive. Even his eyelashes don't flutter. I start to wonder if he's even breathing. All he does is watch me, his cold gaze fixed on my struggle with a growing hunger forming under my panties. Swallowing hard, I plaster my brilliant stage smile back on through sheer force of will, but inside I'm reeling, barely keeping my rising panic and arousal at bay. What a privilege to perform for such distinguished guests this evening, I say carefully, letting my gaze slowly roam over each undoubtedly dangerous face in the crowd. Marin's lips curve into a cruel smile, sending a series of shivers down my spine.
The privilege is ours,
he injects. Asshole. He knows what he's doing. My fake smile feels tighter than ever as I give a slight nod. As the starting notes of my first song fill the room, I take a steadying breath. Just get on with it, Mindy. Survive this night, get paid, and hit the road, Jack. That's all that matters right now. Finish the gig, get paid, go home. Nothing else. Marin Korolev can go screw himself. Pushing aside my fear for the umpteenth time, I open my mouth and begin, allowing the sultry lyrics to flow. I take center stage as I gradually ease into my first number. The men sitting around the plush lounge area seem a little taken aback at first. Their attention is on me as they sip their drinks, eyes roaming over me appraisingly. That's it, Mindy. Keep going. As I sing, I find my gaze constantly drifting back to Marin, like he's the only person in the room. At least the only person I know. Each time our eyes meet, I feel a jolt of electricity course through me, a spark of something primal and forbidden that I know I should resist. Marin Korolev is a mystery, an enigma that I find myself desperate to unravel, even as my instincts are screaming at me to run as far away from him as possible. As I transition into the second and then the third song, allowing the music to flow through me, a voice suddenly rings out. Hey, doll, why don't you lose some of those clothes? One of the men leers, emboldened by alcohol or just his own arrogance. I freeze briefly, but quickly recover my poise. He's probably joking. Not that it's funny, but hey, who am I to judge? Shortly after I recover my stance and continue with the performance, more crude shouts and whistles follow from others in the crowd.
Yeah, put on a real show for us. Come on, gorgeous, don't be a tease. Start losing those clothes. What do you think we're paying for?
It hits me like a ton of bricks. These are anything but jokes. Kevin's previous warning about these men not worth messing with suddenly has a much more sinister implication. I'm not just here as a form of entertainment. I am the entertainment. How could I be so naive? Tightening my grip on the microphone, I hold my breath, trying to steady myself as the realization sinks in. Shit. This isn't your average exclusive party. It's a congregation of some of the most powerful men in New York, and they are used to having their way. They are not afraid to use and abuse their power whenever they want, on whomever they want. And right now, they have all their attention on me. Calm it, Mindy. Maybe you're overreacting. You have no idea who these men are. I force a bright smile, hoping to deflect and appease them. Oh, gentlemen, let's not get carried away, I say with my brightest smile. I'm only here to provide some lovely music for your evening. But the crude shouts only grow more insistent, more menacing. Come on, baby. Show us that you're more than just a pretty face with a nice voice. If you want your money, do as we say. Lose the fucking dress. Barely containing my rising panic, my eyes land on Marin Korolev once more. His cold eyes bore into me. His head tilts slightly like he's waiting to see how I'm going to handle the situation. He doesn't say a single thing. He just continues to stare at me in a way that gives me shivers and chills at the same time. I can't believe this is happening. By now, it's obvious to me that these sick assholes don't care about my boundaries or consent. To them, I'm simply the entertainment they're paying for by any means necessary. I turn to face Kevin, silently pleading for help. "Do it," he mouths. Oh my God. He's in on this too? I should have known it was a setup all along. How could I have been this naive? Who the hell pays this much for singing alone? It's clear there's no way out of this. I don't even want to think about what could happen if I object, so I do the unthinkable. With shaking hands, I slowly start to undo the buttons of my blouse one by one. My hands roam lower and lower, and once the last button is undone, I let the garment slowly slide off my shoulders and drop to the floor. The men continue shouting words of encouragement, making my humiliation even worse. My cheeks burn, my legs are shaking, but I have no choice. I keep undressing myself under the intense scrutiny of dozens of powerful men who will not take no for an answer. One by one, the rest of my clothes join the growing pile on the stage until I have nothing left except my bra and panties. I force myself to keep singing in the meantime, to keep performing through the shame and vulnerability. Tears prick my eyes, but I blink them back fiercely. I can't show weakness. Not here. As I stand vulnerable in front of eager stares, a sickening applause ripples through the crowd. The only person who doesn't clap, of course, is Marin Korolev. He just continues to survey me, his eyes scanning my body possessively. "Maybe you can follow instructions after all," he injects with a smirk, keeping his voice low. Jesus Christ, what a royal asshole. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one in the room who understands his meaning. It is clear that he's referring to our last meeting at Global Media, where my exhaustion led to a bunch of unintended mistakes. Yet even here, he refuses to show any sympathy. Here I am doing everything I can to survive and pay my mother's hospital bills, despite all the odds being stacked against me. If he didn't fire me, I wouldn't be standing here on this stage of this questionable venue, trying my best to entertain a bunch of questionable men. What a dick. All I want is to disappear, to run away and hide from this degrading moment. But even more than that, I want to scream into the microphone. You're the reason I'm here, forced to strip in front of these men. You fired me. Keep it cool, Mindy. Think about the money. You didn't make it this far to screw up now. I bite back my words and continue to stand there, waiting for the applause to die down. Trapped, forced to endure obscene leers and jeers as I struggle to maintain my voice and what little dignity I have left. I've never felt so ashamed. Scratch that. I did when I accidentally sent amateur porn to my boss starring yours truly. But the evening's not over yet. More music comes through the speakers, meaning I have more singing to do, and more stripping. By the time I get to the end of my set, my bra and panties lie dormant on top of the pile of clothes next to me. My body is completely exposed, on a tawdry display for the entertainment of a bunch of drunken, misogynistic pigs. And the worst of them all is my boss. Excuse me, ex-boss. He's the reason I ended up in this humiliating situation. The reason I'm standing naked in front of dozens of drooling men. And worst of all, he's also the reason why I'm drenched down there. Really, Mindy? How is this even possible? How does he have this effect on you even now? How? Unfortunately, the solution to how Marin Korolev manages to arouse me just with his sheer presence remains a mystery. I don't get time to dwell on it, even though my set for the night is almost finished. The degrading hoots and hollers continue. A few of the guests begin crudely propositioning me right from their seats. "Hey, Suka, how about you come keep me company later?" One leers, flashing a wad of cash. "Make it worthwhile." "Pashel na koi, Mudak. She needs a real man like me," says another. "Name your price, gorgeous." "Don't be so shy, we'll show you a good time." I try to ignore the drunken noise. Gentlemen, it's time for the final song. I say softly into the microphone as I begin to wrap things up. Even with the song's relatively short length, it feels like an eternity standing exposed in front of them. Thank you, gentlemen. I whisper into the mic when the song comes to an end. I hope you all had a good time. With a bow, I watch as the curtain slowly closes, whisking me away from their prying eyes. Scooping up my clothes as quickly as I can, I storm off stage without a word or a backward glance. Let them holler and grab at the air. I'm done. Kevin appears with a pink robe in his hands. Well done, Mindy. You nailed it. I know this wasn't easy, he says as he hands me the robe. Here, he says, put this on. Tears of humiliation begin to stream down my face as I quickly slide into the pink robe. I've never been so happy to have a piece of clothing covering me up. Any piece of clothing. Yet the image of Marin Korolev's cruel smirk is burning in my mind. How could I have been so naive to this vulgar underbelly? And how is it that the last person I wanted to see tonight was one of the VIP guests sitting in the front row? And the million-dollar question? Why the hell does my body crave him even now? I mumble a quick thanks to Kevin, though I'm feeling annoyed with him. It's not worth bringing up how he should have communicated the expectations from the start. What's done is done. I should have seen it coming anyway. Right now, what I really want is to be left alone, or perhaps disappear completely without a trace. Mindy, Kevin says, there's a gentleman who wants to meet you privately. Tell them I'm not interested, I responded irritably, still trembling from the shock. I've had enough of this bullshit. Thank you for your work, Kevin. A deep, rumbling voice interjects. I'll take it from here. Shit. I know that voice. Double shit. I spin around just to come face to face with the towering figure of the last man I want to see right now, or ever. Marin Korolev.
Chapter 15. Marin. Follow me, Miss Williams, I command Mindy brusquely. My cock is rock hard, seeing her perky tits through that pink robe. I know she's not wearing anything underneath. She stands before me, looking flushed, her clothes clutched tightly in a bundle in her hands. Fuck, she's gorgeous. My dick throbs and my mouth waters at the thought of tasting the sweetness between her legs. I've spent countless nights jerking off to her nudes in her video, and now that she's right here in front of me, all I can think about is experiencing the real thing. The desire to taste her, tease her, and then fuck her until she screams like she does in that video consumes my every thought. No, I don't want pictures of Mindy Williams. I have no interest in having digital data of her. I want her body, her personality, to have her completely to myself in the flesh and blood. I know she wants me too. She's trying to hide it, but her body betrays her. I didn't fail to notice how she looked at me earlier. I don't fail to notice how she looks at me now. Even on stage, as she was removing her clothes, it's like she was stripping for me, and me only. The image of her standing naked behind that microphone stand sends jolts of electricity through me, pumping even more blood into my cock.
Why would I follow you?
She shoots back with sarcastic defiance in her tone. Her eyes, however, dart down to the planes of my chest briefly before snapping back up. A spark of something flares there, just for a fleeting second. She instinctively wraps her arms around herself, seemingly self-conscious despite having just been on full display.
We're past working hours,
she continues, voice a touch breathless.
And you are not my boss anymore.
I'd like to talk with you in private, I tell her flatly, keeping my expression impassive. Then I turn on my heels and lead the way down the dimly lit corridor towards the back hallway. Despite her initial defiance, she quietly follows me. We walk across the corridor in silence until we reach the ornately carved door leading to a lavishly appointed private room. Plush velvet booths line the mirrored walls, affording an intimately indulgent setting. I'm the first to get in, moving to the wet bar to pour 2 generous glasses of top-shelf whiskey. When I turn back, Mindy is still standing in the doorway. She hasn't moved into the room. Instead, she is eyeing me warily. "Have a drink, Miss Williams," I cajole, holding out one of the tumblers invitingly. "You've had quite an evening tonight. This will take the edge off." She hesitates for a moment before slowly crossing the room towards me. She reaches out, and her eyes meet mine once again. Her fingers brush ever so slightly as she accepts the offered glass. "What are we doing here, Mr. Korolev?" Mindy asks after taking a sip of her drink, forcing confidence into her voice. "I just happen to be one of the VIP guests tonight." I arch an eyebrow, holding her gaze intensely. "And the way I see it, this is a chance for us to get reacquainted." She frowns. "Reacquainted?" I ignore her question and gesture around to the opulent room with a lazy sweep of my arm. "Please, take a seat." As she does, I also settle onto one of the semicircular benches, splaying my legs in a posture of casual dominance. I take a moment of silence and allow it to stretch between us before I speak again. "Look, Miss Williams," I begin. "I think it would be quite rude for an employer not to check in on his employee after such an eventful evening." "Ex-employer, you mean?" she retorts, a hint of her earlier defiance returning as she frowns at me over the rim of her glass. I furrow my brow in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "We both know what I'm talking about, Mr. Korolev. You fired me from your company just this morning." I stare at her, keeping my expression impassive. "I can assure you, I did no such thing, Miss Williams." It's her turn to furrow her brows. If anything, her expression is making my cock even harder. Blah. If this continues, it will tear through the fabric of my pants. "I must have misunderstood something then," she says. "If I wasn't fired, why was my access card blocked? And why did I receive an email to terminate my work contract with immediate effect?" "Oh, I see." I look her in the eye. "If that happened, it means human resources are doing their job as they should. We can't have our chief accountant's nudes roaming around on our company servers." She blushes and stares at the floor in embarrassment.
Right. The photos.
I nod. Yes, the photos. What did you expect? My words are followed by yet another long silence. I take a swig of my whiskey and cross one leg over the other, giving her a minute to gather her bearings. Eventually, it is Mindy who speaks.
"Look, Mr. Korolev, I'm sorry,"
she whispers, flustered.
"I truly am. I made a mistake. I accidentally sent them to the wrong address and—"
"Addresses," I correct her with relish. "Many of our executives were being served the privilege to enjoy your exhibition, Miss Williams."
I know,"
she bites out, looking at the floor as if there was something interesting there.
"It was the stupidest mistake ever. It really was. And as I said, I really am sorry."
You're lucky you got away with an email from HR and your card being blocked, Miss Williams. Employees who flagrantly disrespect company policy don't get off so easily. Her shuddering inhalation is like a balm to the darker parts of my psyche that revel in the game of power and dominance. Good. Let her feel a little off balance, vulnerable before me. But Mindy Williams is not a woman who is easily intimidated. She lifts her chin and turns her face towards mine. The air is electric between us, charged with a raw energy that sends my pulse racing all over again. Holy fuck, she's beautiful.
So, what now, Mr. Korolev? You've seen my photos and you've seen me perform on stage without my clothes on? Are you going to blackmail me?
There's challenge in her tone. She straightens her back and pulls the robe covering her breasts tighter. It only makes her puckering nipples more visible through the thin fabric. My cock throbs in response. Jesus Christ, I'm going to lose it if she keeps this up. I rise from my seat in one fluid motion, slowly stalking towards where she is sitting, with her arms wrapped defensively around her. When I'm mere inches away from her, I lean in, so my next words are practically murmured against her ears. I wish to renegotiate your work contract. This catches her off guard. A sharp gasp escapes her lips as she looks up to face me. Her eyes, wide and startled like a deer caught in headlights, flicker down to my lips for a fleeting second before darting back up. There's a mix of fire and uncertainty in her expression, as if she's fighting an internal battle with herself. Our eyes remain locked, and I swear her nipples become even more erect under her robe, straining visibly against the thin fabric.
What are you talking about?
Mindy whispers, her voice hoarse. Her lips are inches away from mine, but for whatever reason, she doesn't move away. Let's call it a reassignment, I say without breaking eye contact. You were never officially terminated, Miss Williams, because I haven't agreed to it yet. It's an automatic email sent from HR. When the AI bot recognizes a severe violation of company policy, it sends out the email. Nobody has seen your photos and your video. Nobody, except me, of course. Her mouth falls open slightly as she gapes at me, realization visibly dawning.
You let me think I was fired? This whole day, the struggle, having to take this degrading gig just for money?
Her eyes suddenly blaze with a fire that makes my groin stir appreciatively. As I said, HR was just doing their job, I answer vaguely. I pause, considering my next words carefully. The truth is, I wanted to see how she'd react. Would she crumble under pressure or rise to the challenge? Letting her believe she was fired was a test, one she'd passed with flying colors. Her resilience, her determination to survive even in difficult circumstances, it all confirms what I already suspected about her. Mindy Williams is a fighter, a survivor. Exactly the kind of woman I need by my side. But she doesn't need to know that. Not yet. But never mind that, I continue. My point is, you are still very much under the employment of global media, and its CEO. If you want it, of course. I allow a meaningful pause to stretch between us, letting her mind whir as she processes what I just said.
I have to think about it,
she says, the challenge back in her tone.
And even if I continue working for you, I'm going to take more singing gigs on the side. I need the money right now, and I can't afford to rely on global media alone, especially after what happened this morning.
I lean close to her and whisper into her mouth. There's just one problem, Miss Williams. I'm not happy for other men to see you naked.
Who says I'll be naked?
She whispers, in a voice that almost makes my dick erupt in my pants. She is fucking intoxicating, even more so than I remembered. A fucking sex goddess with lips that taste like ripe fruits, ready to be savored and devoured. She keeps her eyes locked with mine without moving back an inch, and I can't fucking take it anymore. I do, I murmur. Just not the way you think.
Chapter 16. Mindy. His lips crash onto mine, urgent and demanding. His tongue ravages my mouth with an intensity that sets me ablaze, leaving no room for thought or resistance. Not that I want to resist. Not anymore. Despite my common sense screaming at me to run, my body decided that I want him. The way his lips mold against mine, claiming yet tender, fierce and fully present, makes me feel like the only woman worth kissing in this entire world. I kiss him back with equal fire, consumed by the moment and unconcerned with any of the possible consequences. Our tongues entwine in a perfect dance until he grabs my hips and pulls me closer, his grip strong and possessive. What the fuck are you doing, Mindy? Maybe I'm making a terrible mistake. Maybe this is all wrong. Either way, I can't force myself to push him away. I want him. I have been wanting him too much for too long. As our kiss intensifies, the tension between us builds like waves colliding into each other with raw power. Our tongues explore every inch of each other's mouths, our breaths becoming ragged and desperate. Marin's hand roams greedily over my body, squeezing and caressing before tangling in my hair, pulling me even closer to him. His other hand slides down my hips, sending electric jolts through me as his fingers brush against my inner thigh. With a single deft motion, he tugs at the delicate fabric of my robe, revealing my bare breasts. His eyes devour the sight of me like I'm some masterpiece crafted only for his pleasure. Fuck, you're gorgeous. His hands find my soft flesh, cupping and kneading my breasts with an urgency that sets my body on fire even more. I want to respond, but I can't find my voice. All I can do is moan. I lean forward, allowing him to capture my hardened nipple between his lips, his tongue swirling and flicking over the sensitive bud. This is all I wanted since I saw those photos. He growls, his breath ghosting over my yearning skin. To taste the real thing. Holy shit, he's hot. His words send shivers cascading down my spine, igniting a fire deep within my core. I part my thighs, inviting him closer, desperate to feel his body pressed against mine. With a deliberate roll of my hips, I grind myself against his hardened cock. He throws his head back in ecstasy. Bland, he growls. You're unbelievable, Miss Williams. I'm no easy woman to please, Mr. Korolev, I purr. You think you can handle it? A wicked smirk tugs at the corners of his mouth, welcoming the challenge. Only one way to find out, Miss Williams. He rasps, while his hands grip my waist with possessive force. In one fluid motion, he flips me onto my back, his powerful body hovering over mine, pinning me beneath him. His oaky scent, his flexing muscles, and the ink sneaking up his neck from under his shirt are beyond intoxicating. The pink robe pools at my feet, forgotten, as Marin's strong hands grasp my thighs, spreading them wide. Before I can utter a word of protest, he drapes my knees over those insanely broad shoulders, his face mere inches from my glistening center. Without any hesitation, he buries his mouth against my drenching wet pussy, his tongue delving deep, devouring me. Oh, my God. For a moment, I feel like I'm going to explode with desire. A guttural moan escapes my lips as I allow him to feast upon me, his skilled mouth relentlessly savoring my juices. Look at me, he commands. I want you to watch as I lick you. His head bobs rhythmically between my thighs, his lips and tongue worshipping my sex. Oh, I groan. It's all I can manage. Fisting my hands in his hair, I grind myself against his face. He answers my demand, plunging his fingers deep inside me, stroking and curling them in tandem with the wicked ministrations of his tongue. The dual sensations send shockwaves through my body. my nerve endings firing in a frenzy of ecstasy. "Oh, you bastard!" I cry, tightening my grip on his hair. I push his face deeper into my center. "Don't you dare stop!" Marin redoubles his efforts, adding another finger to my slick pussy, his tongue flicking and swirling over my most sensitive bundle of nerves. "Oh, God, yes!" I cry out, my body quivering on the precipice of release. "Please, please." His fingers and tongue work in perfect harmony, driving my body to the hilt and beyond. With a final deft stroke, he sends me hurtling over the brink, making every fiber in my body convulse in the throes of an earth-shattering climax. My inner walls clench around his fingers as I reach my peak. "Oh, fuck!" I cry, my body shaking wildly against his touch. I buck, squirm, tremble under his grip until I'm spent, utterly and completely. As the aftershocks of my orgasm subside, Marin gently unhooks my legs from his shoulders, his face glistening with my juices. I lie there still, feeling like a used-up rag doll. But he doesn't stop there. He moves in for a kiss yet again. Even deeper this time. I wrap my arms around his neck, my nails digging into his shoulder, leaving red marks on his skin. Then he breaks contact with my lips and moves lower, trailing soft kisses down my jawline and along my neck, nuzzling into the crook between my ear and shoulder. His touch sends more shivers down my spine, making my heart race with anticipation. It's been mere minutes since I climaxed, but I'm ready for him again. His oaky scent intoxicates me, making me even more aware of how much I want him. Every part of me, every fiber in my body aches for his touch as he continues his trail lower. I let out a soft moan. "Fuck me, Marin." "You want your boss to fuck you?" he teases. "Yes, I want my boss to fuck me," I whimper, no longer caring about what the consequences may be. "Beg for it," he commands. My sex is on fire. I'm a drenched, moaning hot mess. I don't care anymore. "Please, boss. Please fuck me." "Is that so? You want your boss's dick in your pussy, huh?" The dirty talk is too much. I can't contain my desire any longer. "Fuck, yes," I demand. "Take me, Marin. I want to feel your dick inside me." That seems to do the trick. He smirks, and in one swift motion, he positions himself over me and slides in. Holy shit! I always thought he was big, but I didn't realize he was this big. He fills me up so much that for a moment, I feel like he's going to rip me in half. The sheer force of his thrust knocks the air out of my lungs. I buck, gasp as the sensation of being filled so utterly and completely makes me fight for air. Oh, I wheeze as my insides are filled with his hot, throbbing flesh. I'm seeing little stars explode as he starts pumping, sending electric jolts of pleasure up and down my spine. Oh, God. Harder? I hear my own commanding voice as I finally find air. I'm going to come fast." "You want to come on your boss's dick?" he pants, pumping harder and deeper now. "Fuck yes, I'm going to come, boss," is all I can force out. "Then get ready to come for me," he growls in response to my desperate plea. Each thrust rocks me closer to the edge until I'm nearly paralyzed with pleasure. My legs start to tremble as the tension builds further and further inside of me. But Marin doesn't stop or slow down. He only drives deeper, pumps faster and harder until the dam starts to crack under the pressure. "Marin," I cry out as my body convulses around him. "I'm coming." I hold on to him tightly, still afraid that the intensity of his thrusts might break me apart.
"Then fucking come with me, Lisichka," he pants, driving me even further into the depths of my own wild pleasure.
Oh, fuck! I yell uncontrollably, wrapping my fingers through his hair. "Come with me, Marin. Fill me up." And then everything explodes, sweeping me away with the force of a tsunami. My body tenses and shudders, my hips bucking and my legs shaking wildly as I reach my peak. My insides clench around his stone-hard erection, milking him with every shudder of my body, finally making him spill his seed deep into me. It takes several minutes to come to my senses and become aware of my surroundings once again. My body continues to hum while my mind is lost in a blissful haze. With a contented sigh, I reach over to caress Marin's smooth, naked skin. My hands journey downward, appreciating the hardness of his muscles, the scars, and the ink covering his skin, telling stories of a turbulent past. I revel in the softness of his trimmed pubic hair and the slick wetness around his hard, vascular cock. The passion I experienced with him was almost too intense for me to let it end. Time seems to stand still in this perfect bliss. "I've got something for you," he growls as his hard gaze pierces into mine. He grabs my attention with a quick gesture, and I can't help but admire his chiseled form. He hands me a folder from his bag, his face morphing back into a no-nonsense expression. "Take a look," he commands in a low voice. And just like that, our intense connection is replaced with business once again. I stare at him before sitting up and opening the folder. "What's this?" "See for yourself." I open it. There are 3 pages inside the folder. I quickly scan the first page and I feel the blood drain from my face. My eyes are darting back and forth across the page, as if searching for some hidden punchline. But there's no punchline. I shake my head slightly before I dive back in for a second, and then a third read-through. Finally, I look up at Marin, my face a mask of utter bewilderment. "This must be a joke. Are you trying to prank me?" "What makes you think that?" "It's just, from what I'm reading here, it sounds like—" I trail off, my brain struggling to process the offer. "A sugar daddy arrangement." He flat out laughs. "Interesting perspective," he says. "In my opinion, I'm giving you a great offer." "Really?" He nods. "I can see you don't get it, Mindy. You'll have money, security, the whole 9 yards. The kind of life most people only dream of." "And in return?" I ask for clarification, increasingly confident that the information I just read did not fully register in my mind. "In return, all you have to do is keep putting on those private little shows for me. Like the video you sent on Friday." His lips curve into a predatory smirk. "And, of course, tend to my other needs." My stomach twists, suddenly making me feel anger. What the actual fuck is he talking about? By other needs, you mean sex. He tilts his head, fixing me with a heavy stare that makes my skin prickle. "You want me to spell it out for you? Draw you a diagram, maybe?" And there he is. That's Marin Korolev for you. The charming, gorgeous, and irresistible asshole I've been dealing with every day of the week since I started working for global media. First, he gives me the most amazing sex of my life. 5 minutes later, he's back to being the most insufferable bosshole on the planet. "So this is a legit contract?" I ask. "Is this even legal?" Marin's brow furrows. "It is, and let's call it a temporary marriage arrangement." "A what?" "You heard me." Yes, I did. Except I can't believe what I'm hearing. "I'm not your girlfriend," I snap in irritation. "Let alone your wife, and I don't plan to be either." His smirk widens, a flash of perfect white teeth. "You're right, Lisichka. You are not my girlfriend." He relaxes into his chair, the leather making a small creaking noise.
But before you reject my proposition, think about it with an open mind. I know you could use some help with money. That's why you took the singing gig, right? So, here's the deal. You need money and I need someone to pose as my wife. And eventually, I'll need an heir. Deal? My head is spinning. I still can't believe what he's suggesting. And I can't believe that he's serious about it. It's as ridiculous and surreal as it gets. Pretending to be his wife? Maybe, just maybe I could get used to that idea. But having a child? With Marin Korolev? There's no way. Not to mention my fertility issues. He clearly has no idea that I lost the ability to reproduce. But I'm not going to go into that. Are you serious about all this, including the heir part? He pauses, a hint of frustration crossing his face. Yes. I continue to stare at him in disbelief. He's clearly out of his goddamn mind. He must be. What kind of man suggests that I sell myself to him for some money and a false sense of security? Marin Korolev, apparently. This must be the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. Even more bizarre than those nudes. And performing naked on stage a little over an hour ago. Maybe even more bizarre than the way my body reacts to him even now. Who the hell is this man anyway? It strikes me again how little I know of him. Sure, I know him as my boss at work. I know his ridiculous demands, the tension his presence stirs in the office. And more than anything, I know the desire my body responds to his presence with. But I know nothing about who he is, what his private life is like, and how he spends his days when he's not barking orders at his employees. As I ponder this enigma of a man before me, a sudden thought occurs. If he's so keen on having an heir... You have no kids? I blurt out, the question escaping before I can think better of it. His expression suddenly changes, becoming distant, and I swear something swirls in those dark depths. Only for a brief moment, but I don't fail to miss it. I do, but I don't. How is that possible? I say before I can stop myself. I had a daughter, but she passed away, he says flatly. And that's all I will say on the matter. My breath hitches. I did not expect to hear that, not from a man like Marin Korolev. Looks like I'm not the only one who was deeply scarred in the past. I nod my head in understanding. No, let's focus on the document in your hand, he says. Look, the offer is tempting. I hesitate. But before I could continue to protest and tell him how ridiculous this is, my thoughts inevitably drift to my mother. With tonight's gig, I should be able to pay her latest treatment. But what about the future? What if more treatments are needed, which is likely? I can't bear the thought of losing my mother, especially because of financial costs. The guilt of what has happened to my family already weighs too heavily on me, consuming me every single day of my life. I lost Emily, and now I'm also starting to fear losing Alexis to addiction if I don't intervene. Am I losing my mother too? No, I refuse to accept that. Marin must see the hesitation on my face. He sighs, running a hand over his slicked back hair. Listen, Mindy, I'm not going to pressure you into anything. This is a take-it-or-leave-it type of offer. We do background checks on all our employees, and while I don't know all the details, I know you're dealing with some serious hardship. If you want a way out of it, this is your shot. But if by some chance you decide to refuse, I will respect your decision. Didn't you offer me a chance to stay at Global Media? I ask. Didn't you say I could... He moves closer, his face only stopping inches away from my lips. I can feel his hot breath against my cheek, flooding my mind with sex hormones all over again. Forget Global Media,
Let's face it. Being an employee will never give you the kind of benefits this contract offers. I feel my body getting turned on by his closeness all over again. I'm drawn to him like a magnet, like a moth to flame. Why? Why do I have this reaction to him? My eyes lock with his, heat radiating between us. My tongue darts out to moisten my lips as I challenge him. So, what if I say no? A devilish smirk plays on his lips as he responds.
Then you'll leave me no choice but to follow through with the termination of your work contract.
And you will never see me again. You have my word. But we both know that's not what you truly desire. Asshole. Right, I say, feeling irritated by his arrogance. The thought of those embarrassing photos still makes me cringe. Even if he offered me a chance to stay with Global Media, I don't know if I could continue after what happened on Friday. Not that I could return to a company where the entire management was served my naked pictures on a silver tray. I told you already, he murmurs, his breath hot against my skin. Only I saw those. And once I did, I had the IT guys wipe them clean from our servers. My mouth falls open in disbelief. Are you serious? He smirks and leans in even closer. Our lips almost touch.
I couldn't risk my male employees getting off to your photos.
He stops.
Like I did.
He adds with a sly wink. His proximity, along with the thought of him pleasuring himself to my naked photos, sends a wave of desire through me all over again. Heat rises to my cheeks as I imagine him lost in carnal pleasure while staring at my naked body. If I had my panties on, I'm pretty sure they would be destroyed.
So let's cut this short, Mindy.
He interrupts my train of thought.
You have the option to say no. You are already aware of the consequences.
He trails off suggestively, allowing his words to sink in.
But if you choose to say yes, I'll make it worthwhile. You will live in my house and you will have all your expenses covered. You can even keep your jobs until you become pregnant. Once that happens, your main focus will be taking care of our family. The choice is yours.
I can't believe I'm even considering this ridiculous offer. What kind of desperate, sick idiot have I become? Yet the thought of Marin Korolev walking out of my life for good doesn't seem to sit well with me either. Have you gone insane, Mindy? It's all strange, unsettling, all kinds of wrong, but I can't shake it off, especially after the mind-blowing sex we just had. Why? Why am I drawn to him this way? Why him? Whatever the case, this is too much too soon. I need time to clear my head, especially after everything that happened these last few days. My responsibilities loom over me like a dark cloud, and this contract could be the solution. But at what cost, Mindy? Are you seriously considering this?
One final thing.
Marin breaks the silence with a dark look on his face. It's a familiar expression I've seen in the boardroom. It's when he pounces on someone who dares to challenge him. His voice drops to a menacing whisper as he leans in, his eyes burning with a ruthless determination.
This conversation is strictly confidential. And so is the contract, regardless if you agree or not. If even a hint of this discussion reaches anyone else, consider it null and void. You'll be out of my life immediately.
He leans back, a sinister smile playing on his lips.
Tell anyone about this, and trust me, you will never get to work again for as long as you live. Am I clear?
My throat tightens and a chill runs down my spine as I nod in understanding. I can tell by his tone that he's not joking. Crystal.
Good.
I swallow hard, my throat dry. Drier than the fucking Kalahari Desert. Has he just threatened me? My visceral reaction would be to tell him to go fuck himself. toss his ridiculous contract and his smug face and storm out. But for whatever reason, I am stopped by an invisible force. And a big part of that invisible force is the overbearing magnetic pull I feel to this dangerous man. The other big part is the chance that maybe I can save my family. And maybe this is the sacrifice I have to make to do so. And to redeem myself after what I've done. If that's even possible. Slowly, I close the folder and look up at Marin Korolev. I'll think about it. He nods. I expect an answer from you in no more than a week.
Chapter 17. Marin.
Boss, you're not going to believe this. The latest tramoxine trials are off the charts.
Igor, my head chemist, is practically bouncing with excitement at the other end of the telephone line. Igor is probably the most enthusiastic guy I know. He's been in the chemistry game for decades, but he still acts like a kid with his first Matchbox set whenever he sees results from his research. He also seems to have the urge to share them with me immediately, which suits me fine, especially with a project as important as tramoxine. My ears perk up. What are the numbers?
We're seeing a whopping 92% success rate in treating PTSD, Igor explains. And that's not all. It's also proving to be a game-changer for depression and anxiety disorders.
Отличная работа, Igor. That's very good, I say, allowing myself a small grin. Any side effects?
We're still looking into it, but nothing major so far,
Igor reassures me.
We've been monitoring our first set of patients for months now, and the results seem to last. If our data is correct, we might actually be making permanent changes in brain chemistry.
I lean back in my chair, trying to wrap my head around this information. This is great news. Fuck no, it's better than great. What about addiction? I ask Igor. Any risks?
Nothing so far, boss.
This sounds like he can barely contain his excitement.
We're still running studies, but nobody got hooked after the treatment so far. Every one of our subjects quit without showing any withdrawal symptoms.
Great fucking job, Igor. Looks like we've hit the jackpot.
Looks like it, boss. If we continue to have these results, we're going to revolutionize mental health treatment. And with the market we're targeting...
We're looking at billions, I finish for him. Everyone screwed up one way or the other. Well done, Igor. I can almost see his smirk through the phone.
Spasiba, Pakan.
Keep me posted, I tell him. I want to know everything.
Punyal, I will do.
As I hang up, I can't help but feel a surge of optimism. With tramoxine showing such promise, maybe this shitstorm I've been weathering is finally about to clear. I get up and pour myself a shot of vodka. It's the least I deserve after a week of hard work and ending on such a high note. As I lift the glass to my mouth, ready to savor the moment, my mind drifts to the guilty indulgence I've developed. Mindy's nudes. I know I should delete them, rid myself of this forbidden temptation, but I can't fucking get myself to do it. They've become an obsession, my escape from the mundane reality of my life. Each night I pull up the images, zooming in on her body. I scrutinize every curve and crevice, imagining the taste of her skin and the feel of her clean-shaven pussy against my lips. And then I give in to the primal urges and jerk off. And fuck me if those aren't the best orgasms of my life. They're more satisfying than ordering an escort girl and fucking her senseless. I'm not even interested in that anymore. But I crave the rush Mindy gives me, and I already can't wait to indulge in tonight's private ritual. Except the day's not over yet. My secretary's voice reminds me of that, crackling through the intercom, interrupting my thoughts.
Mr. Korolev, your brother Maurice is here to see you. He says it's urgent.
Yeah, Maurice again. What the fuck does he want from me after that childish temper tantrum he threw the other day? If he's coming here to act like an idiot again, I'm fucking throwing him out the window. I close my eyes and exhale slowly, feeling my newfound good mood evaporating. I didn't expect to see him again, especially not so soon. And I know well that the only reason he'd show his face here is that he needs something from me. I down the vodka in one gulp and brace myself for whatever bullshit Maurice is about to drop on my lap. Send him in, I growl into the intercom, steeling myself for what's sure to be another exasperating encounter with my wayward brother. It takes less than a minute for my brother to waltz in, looking completely fucked up, like he's been run over by a truck. I shoot him a glare from my seat. The stench of booze radiates off him like he's been marinating in it. He hasn't even opened his mouth, yet I'm already feeling impatient. The fuck you want, Maurice? I bark, not even trying to hide my frustration. You look like a steaming pile of shit, as usual. Maurice fidgets like a little bitch, his hand raking through his ratty hair.
I'll get straight to the point, Marin. I need your help.
I roll my eyes. Oh, isn't that a surprise? I thought you came to check in on my well-being. He pleads with me, closing his eyes in desperation.
Marin, please, let's not do this. Not this time.
I put on a fake frown. Do what? And what are you here for this time, Blatok? Need help planting daisies in your garden? Oh, wait, you don't have a house. I tap my chin in mock contemplation. Maybe your car needs an oil change. Hold on, I recall you losing that in a poker game.
Are you done?
He lets out a heavy sigh.
Just listen to me, please. It's about Mindy. You know the girl I told you about?
Fuck. That's the last thing I want to talk to him about, especially after what happened between Mindy and me the other night, and the offer I made her. The offer she still hasn't accepted. Maurice shifts uncomfortably, his eyes darting around before meeting mine.
Look, I know I stormed off last time. That wasn't wise of me.
Right. And, I say, tapping my fingers on my desk,
I've had some time to think, and I realized I screwed up, and I'm sorry about that.
I lean back, crossing my arms. Fine, you're sorry. Now what? He swallows hard.
I still need your help, Marin. I really do.
So, what does this have to do with your ex? What's her name again? I say, playing dumb.
Mindy. I want her back.
Double fuck. I'm washed over by jealousy as my evening with Mindy floods my memory for once again. For the 10th fucking time today, or more. What she was doing with Maurice for over 2 years is fucking beyond me. Sure was me, Maurice. I cut him off harshly. Get your shit together first, then start thinking about women. I scan him up and down, taking in his sloppy appearance. A shower would be a good start. You stink like a skunk's ass. It doesn't take a genius to see that you're fucked up. What makes you think that your ex-girlfriend would want to take you back? He holds up his hands defensively.
Nah, it's not like that. I fucked things up with Mindy, I know, but I'm determined to fix it and start rebuilding our life. All I need is a bit of your help from you to start with.
Jesus Christ, what a shit show. I remain silent and expressionless. The mere thought of my brother getting back together with Mindy makes my hands clench into fists. For a brief moment, I wonder if I should feel guilty at all, but I quickly brush it aside. Yes, Maurice is my brother, but he's clearly a mess. Any woman deserves a better man than him, especially Mindy. Bratok, I tell him,
We had this exact same conversation the other day. I have nothing else to say.
Fuck, bro.
He opens and closes his mouth again.
I'm drowning in debt here, you feel me? The kind of debt that gets a guy's arms and legs broke if no payments are made.
He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing.
Look, Marin, even if I accept your job offer, I need a lump sum to pay these bastards to get them off my back. Then I can get a clean slate and get my life straight, get Mindy back. Show her I deserve her. Start living a decent life. That's the plan.
I sneer at his desperate little plea for a handout. As fucking always, he can't clean up his own mess without coming to beg me for help. It's the same fucking plea I heard numerous times from him until I lost count. And I can't believe I have to listen to the same shit all over again, wasting my fucking time for nothing. That's a nice plan, Maurice, except I've heard it before. Not once. You come crying about your fuck-ups, hoping I'll unfuck them for you. I shake my head in disgust. Some things just don't change, do they, brother? What's my guarantee that you'll stay true to your word this time, huh?
Marin, please don't be so hard on me. I'll pay you back, I swear.
Like last time? And the time before? And the time before that? I'm still waiting to receive those payments, Maurice. He's on the verge of crying, and I could kick him in the ass.
I just need a last chance to get myself straight,
he says quietly. I've heard that one before, too. I need you to do better this time.
But aren't we family, Marin?
He's looking at me with puppy eyes. There it is. The family shit again. He's been using that to manipulate me for years, and it always worked for him. But not this time. You've got to draw the line somewhere. Tell me this, brother. Why do I get the feeling that your concept of family only works one way? I'm not exaggerating. He looks at me questioningly.
What are you talking about, Marin?
Is he fucking serious? I really want to kick his ass now. But instead I scratch my chin, making a thoughtful expression. Let me think. How about my mother? She could really use some company every now and then. She did a lot for you, even though you're not her biological child. Maurice's scruffy ass is still standing there like a stray dog.
I know, Marin, but the way she is, she's not easy to handle.
I rise from my seat, towering over him with a menacing presence. Not easy to handle, huh? I snap. She is fucking ill, Maurice. You think you're easy to handle?
Yes, Marin, but...
But what? I cut him off. Do you even know she has vascular dementia? No, you fucking don't. Why? Because when we got the diagnosis, you were too busy getting pissed or snorting coke and screwing some random hooker. Or maybe you were sitting at Marble Monkey, wasting away in front of a goddamn slot machine, praying for luck and ignoring your responsibilities. I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. My mother did everything for you when your sorry ass needed it. She loved you like you were her own. And now that she needs help, where the fuck are you? He falls silent for a moment, my words sinking into his stubborn mind.
You're right, Marin. I'll visit her today.
I lean back, leveling him with a hard look. You'd better. Right now, Timothy is looking after her, and I'm the one making sure she has everything she needs. If family is so fucking important for you, then get your shit together and do something for the person who brought your ass up.
I said I'll go see her.
Maurice licks his lips.
And now can we talk about helping me?
I offered you the organ business, didn't I? I snap back. And 30% of the profits, which is more money than you ever made. And what did you do? You demanded 50, like the greedy, irresponsible piece of shit you are. Maurice's shoulders slump forward as the weight of his latest colossal fuck-up settles over him once more.
I know, Marin. I was stupid.
Understatement of the year, I confirm with a derisive snort. Maurice's head hangs in the pathetic display of self-pity and regret. Not that it means shit to me, not anymore. We've been through this cycle more times than I can count. He disappoints, grovels for a lifeline, then wastes it all over again. Yet even though I know I should, I just can't kick him out. He is my brother, and I still feel somewhat responsible for him, no matter how much his stupidity makes me grit my teeth. Well, listen up and listen good, I growl. That same deal is still on the table for now. 30%. Take it or leave it, bro, because there won't be a next time. The silence that follows is heavy as reality sinks its fangs into Maurice's expression.
I'll take it. Just give me 50%.
It takes every ounce of my willpower not to throw the fucking table at him and snap his neck. 30% I punctuate every word, giving him a cold stare. Not a cent more. Last chance. I watch as he processes the offer, his ratty brows furrowing, cranking the gears in his pickled brain. I can't believe the size of the pile of shit he's under, yet he's still trying to negotiate. It makes my blood boil.
Fine,
he mutters finally.
I'll take it.
I nod curtly. Damn right you will. How much do you need now? His eyes widen.
You're gonna help then?
I nod and take my phone out of my pocket. Last fucking time. How much?
24,000?
He rolls his eyes.
What do you think?
I look up from my phone. You don't play small, dear brother. With a few clicks, I transfer him the money, then place the phone back on the table. Looking into my brother's bloodshot eyes, I start talking. I'm only going to say this once, so you better fucking listen. This is no free ride, Braddock. You're on probation for the first 3 months. During that time, you'll get a fixed amount to keep your ass afloat. Perform well, and maybe, just maybe, we can talk about jacking up those numbers a little. Maurice's eyes widen slightly, but I cut off whatever bullshit he's about to spew. And before you start thinking you've hit the jackpot, you are also going to pay off those debts of yours. Every fucking cent. I'm not running a fucking charity here. Everything you owe me is coming off your cut until we're square. Am I making myself clear? He swallows and nods.
Yeah.
Good. Now here's what's going to happen. You will drag yourself home, pour out whatever booze you've got tucked away, and sleep this shit off. Then tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp, your ass will be planted in my office. And for fuck's sake, put on some decent threads. You look like a hobo that crawled out of the sewer. Got it? He nods, seemingly submitting to my terms. But I'm not done yet. I take a deep breath and level him with my hardest stare. And one more thing. That ex of yours, Mindy? Forget about her. I'm serious, Maurice. The way you are now, you're nothing but bad news for any woman stupid enough to give you the time of day. Unfuck your life first, then think about dragging someone into your shit. He opens his mouth like he wants to argue, but I raise a hand silencing him. I'm not done. This is your shot, bro. A chance to turn your life around and finally make something of yourself. But I'm warning you, you fuck this up and we're done for life. You hear me? I won't be your brother no more. I'll be the guy who runs your worthless ass out of town. We clear? Maurice meets my fierce gaze, something like determination sparking in his bloodshot eyes.
Crystal, I won't let you down again, Maren. I swear it this time.
I snort derisively. I've heard that song before. I need to see it to believe it. Don't make me regret this. I wave a dismissive hand toward the door. Now get the fuck out of here. He nods solemnly and sees himself out, shutting the heavy door behind him with a thud. I sink back into my chair and rub my temples, allowing my shoulders to relax. Dealing with Maurice's bullshit gives me a migraine every fucking time. But despite it all, he's still my brother. I know I couldn't live with the thought of not giving him a chance, which is the very reason I allow him to crawl back to me over and over again, begging for my help. That thought alone makes me grit my teeth. I can only hope he learns something and finally stops his decade-long streak of royal fuck-ups. The door opens and Pavel marches in.
Everything all right, boss? I saw Maurice leaving your office.
He can't help but smirk.
He seemed a lot more sober than when he walked in. Did he finally come to his senses?
We'll see, I reply curtly. Pavel arches an eyebrow, but remains silent, waiting for me to elaborate. He has this dumbass notion that he can somehow slither his way back into his ex-girlfriend's life if he works hard enough at fixing himself up. Pavel frowns.
Can I ask why you care about that, boss?
Because she is my chief accountant. Pavel stares at me dumbly.
Oh, I get it.
He scratches his chin.
Okay, maybe I don't.
Snorting derisively, I knock back a healthy swig of vodka, savoring the slow burn down my throat. Maurice getting Mindy Williams back is about as likely as my father returning from the grave, I continue. But still, I want to be on the safe side. A crease forms between Pavel's brows as he considers my words.
I'm listening, boss, he says carefully. What do you want me to do?
I pour another drink and offer one to Pavel, a rare occurrence while he's on the job. He accepts, and we both down the vodka. Listen, Pavel, I tell him. This woman is special. Pavel nods, understanding in his eyes. I know he has questions, but he knows when to ask them and when to keep his mouth shut. I want you to keep discreet tabs on Mindy Williams' whereabouts and movements, I tell him after a calculated moment. Pavel gives a measured nod of understanding.
Consider it done, boss. I'll have the tech guys install a satellite tracker on her phone. They can do it remotely. She'll never know she's being watched.
I allow myself a grin at the thought of owning such an insidious level of access to Mindy's personal life. Spasiba, Pavel, I tell him, feeling some of the previous tension leave me. I knew I could count on you to handle this delicate situation appropriately. As Pavel nods and turns to leave, I lean back in my chair. The image of Mindy still lingers in my mind, invading my every thought. It's clear that she's gotten under my skin, and I don't know how to feel about it. Driven by a sudden idea, I boot up my computer and dive headfirst into an online shopping spree, my mind laser-focused on one thing: spoiling Mindy rotten. Designer dresses? Add to cart. Luxury perfume? Give me 2 bottles of the good stuff. Jimmy Choos? Give me a pair of the most expensive ones. I'm clicking through pages of high-end fashion sites like a man possessed, not even glancing at the totals I'm racking up. But this isn't just me being sugar daddy Santa Claus. Every lavish gift I'm picking out is another strategic move in my master plan, designed to achieve one thing: make Mindy mine forever. Each pretty trinket is a shiny link in the chain I'm going to wrap around her, bit by bit. 5 minutes after finalizing my order, a notification pings. The package is locked and loaded, ready to ship to New York High. I pull my mouth into a grin. Then I fire off a quick text to her. Parcel for you at the reception of New York High. MK.
Chapter 18. Mindy. I'm lying on the bed, my head spinning. This morning I sealed my fate. The contract Marin Korolev gave me lies in the glove compartment of my car. Signed. It wasn't an impulsive decision. I had been mulling it over for the last few days and always came to the same conclusion. It's the only way. The only way to save my family, even if it means sacrificing myself and my dignity. So I took a deep breath and put my name on the dotted line. Then I hid the blue folder in my car's glove compartment till I can give it to Marin. I should feel happy, right? Like I just secured my future. But instead, I can't shake off this feeling of unease. Have I just sold my soul to the devil? Is this really my only chance to fix things and escape the guilt I've been carrying for years? And did I just willingly make myself Marin Korolev's sugar baby? I shut my eyes, attempting to slow my breathing. It's pointless. My thoughts continue to spin, leaving me torn between two potential outcomes. Either I blindly stumbled into an opportunity of a lifetime with the man of my dreams, or I just made the stupidest and biggest mistake of my entire life. I mentally weigh the odds. Positive. The financial benefits are incredible. I can finally pay for Mom's treatment without constant anxiety. Perhaps I can even bail out Alexis and send her to rehab. If she lets me. Negative. I just turned myself into Marin Korolev's personal whore. A whore with skills, an accounting degree, and the ability to sing. Positive. Being a personal whore to the sexiest man I've ever encountered, with a libido to match mine, is not all bad. I can have sex with him every night without having to think about taking desperate and awkward nudes to spice up my sex life. Based on my night with Marin, our encounters will be spicy enough to keep my libido in check. I have a feeling we're just getting started. Negative. I'll have to move to Marin's house and I won't get to see Betty every day. We won't get to spend casual evenings together, lounging on the living room couch, alternating between sweet and savory snacks, binge-watching series, and laughing ourselves into tears. Positive. I won't have to pay rent and live in a shared apartment that's barely bigger than a shoebox. Maybe Betty could also use a bit more personal space. Negative. But then again, maybe I'm letting Betty down. If she decides to stay in our old apartment, her rent will double. A notification buzzes on my phone, jolting me out of my circular thoughts. I reach for it, my curiosity piqued by the unexpected interruption. As I read the message, my eyes widen in disbelief. Parcel for you at reception of New York High, MK. MK, as in Marin Korolev? I read the text again, trying to make sense of it. Why would he be sending me a parcel? And why to New York High of all places? Before I know it, I'm heading towards my car, my heart pounding in my chest with each step. But as I approach my vehicle, I notice something strange. The door is left unlocked. I pause, frowning in confusion. Did I forget to lock it in my haste? Maybe I've been too distracted by the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. I take a deep breath, taking a mental note to be more responsible next time. All the stress lately, the contract, Marin, my family issues, it's clearly taking its toll. I slip into the driver's seat, my hands trembling slightly as I grip the steering wheel. I'm grateful nothing was stolen, but this lapse in judgment is a stark reminder of how scattered I've become. I need to get it together and fast. Hold on a second, Mindy. The blue folder with Marin's contract in it. I immediately reach for the glove compartment and open it to check its contents. To my relief, the folder is there, exactly where I put it. I let out a sigh, feeling a small wave of nausea wash over me. I was just being paranoid. As I navigate the familiar streets, my mind races with possibilities. What could Marin possibly want? Why would he send a parcel to New York High instead of contacting me directly? It doesn't take long to find out. 15 minutes later, I'm at the reception desk of New York High, signing for the box. Before opening it, I notice a small card hidden under the bow. I take it out, feeling my heart rate pick up as I read the familiar handwriting inside. It's the same handwriting I saw many times when I was still working for Global Media. Something to brighten your day. Enjoy. MK. I can practically hear Marin's deep, infuriatingly smooth voice murmuring the words into my ears. It's all it takes to get me ridiculously wet. Seriously, Mindy? You really have to do something about this libido of yours. Tucking the card into my pocket, I gather up the mystery box and march out of the building. Back at my apartment, I stare at the sleek black box sitting on my bed like it's a ticking time bomb. Part of me wants to just shove it in the back of my closet and pretend it never existed. But let's be real. Curiosity's always been my Achilles heel. That and my libido. I'm just about to check out Marin's presence when my phone starts buzzing. It's Alexis. I instantly get a knot in my stomach. Calls from her don't usually bring good news. Lex, I answer, trying not to sound too weary. Hey, Mindy. She sounds different than last time. More clear-headed. I need a quick favor. My car's in the shop and I want to go see Mom at the hospital. Any chance I could borrow yours? Won't be more than a few hours. I pause. I'm suddenly torn between hope and skepticism. The last time Alexis borrowed my car, it came back with a mysterious scratch. At the same time, I can't get myself to refuse. I don't have the energy to listen to her tearing old scars open, blaming me for things I already feel guilty about. After so many tumultuous days, my peace feels more important. All right, you still have the spare key from last time, right? I hear myself say before I could think better of it. I do. You're a lifesaver, sis. Thanks. As soon as I hang up, a feeling of unease takes hold. Maybe I should have said no. Then again, I'm sure she got her dose of painkillers because she sounded like her normal self. That's the thing about my sister's addiction. Whenever she gets her fix, she can function like a normal human being. But when she doesn't, she turns into an absolute bitch. I decide to push away thoughts of my sister and refocus on Marin's gift box. All right, Miss Williams, time to find out what's inside this mystery kit, I murmur to myself. I pick up the box, untie the silver ribbon, and lift the lid, bracing myself for whatever game Marin's cooked up. It's when I catch a glimmer of what's inside, I can't help but let out a shriek. A pair of sky-high heels, a sexy, delicate lace lingerie set, 2 tiny bottles of high-end perfume that probably cost more than my monthly rent, 3 designer dresses, 1 red, 1 black, and 1 green, silky material, straps to keep my breasts in position, and a design that's nothing short of breathtaking. Holy shit. I gingerly lift the slinky red dress from the tissue paper, marveling at the buttery soft fabric and intricate beadwork. Then I go over the rest. Every single piece, from the curve-hugging cocktail dresses to the shoes, is exactly my size. The colors, the styles, even the brands. It's all uncannily tailored to my personal taste. How? How could Marin possibly know my measurements, my fashion sense, down to the last detail? I remember the way his eyes used to linger on me at the office, like he was mentally cataloging every inch of my body. Holy Gucci, Batman! Betty walks in as I'm sitting on the couch, surrounded by a sea of designer labels and luxury perfumes. She takes one look at the opulent spread and her jaw nearly hits the floor. She makes a beeline for the coffee table. Did you rob a fashion show or something? I can't help but chuckle at her excitement. I stop and hesitate if I should tell her. But when did I ever withhold information from my bestie? The only thing I can't mention to her is the contract, of course. It's from Marin, I tell her before I could think better of it. Betty freezes mid-reach for a glittering bottle of perfume, and her eyes go wide. Marin? Like Korolev Marin? CEO of Global Media Marin? Marin who fired you like 5 minutes ago. Thanks for the reminder, Bets. Who needs enemies when I can have friends like you? She stares at me. Let me get this straight. You sent your boss your naked photos by mistake. After enjoying them, he fired you. Then he looted a fashion show and had everything shipped to you in that cardboard box over there. Am I in the ballpark? I nod, pulling my mouth to a grin. That's pretty much the gist of it. Betty lets out a low whistle as she takes in the small fortune's worth of designer goods. Damn, girl, he's got it bad for you. Like Pretty Woman bad. This is venturing into serious sugar daddy territory. I groan, burying my face in my hands. She's not wrong. I must never ever mention the contract to Betty, or anyone. Don't even joke about that, Bets. Can you imagine me as some billionaire's arm candy? I'd probably spill caviar on my shoes and use a Birkin bag for takeaway food. Betty snorts out a laugh, but there's a hint of concern in her eyes as she plops down next to me on the couch. Seriously, though, Min, I know Marin's hot and all, but he's got danger written all over him. I mean, do you really know who the guy is apart from being an asshole? I sigh, leaning back against the cushions, trying to sort through my tangled thoughts. Not much, honestly. He's always been a mysterious figure. Exactly, Betty presses, her tone turning serious. And now he's sending you thousands of dollars worth of clothes. Just like that? I don't know, Min. It just feels sketchy. I chew on my lip, torn between my gut instinct and the magnetic pull I feel towards Marin. I know. Trust me. Every rational part of my brain is screaming at me to return this stuff and block his number. But, Betty prompts, sensing my hesitation. But I signed a contract I can't tell you about. A contract that technically makes him my sugar daddy, which also makes me his sugar baby, or trophy wife. Scratch that. Glorified slut. Let's just call it what it is. Cut it out, Mindy. But I guess there's something magnetic about him. I admit. I look at the clothes spread out on the bed. Honestly, Bets, would you send these beauties back? Betty lets out a long, slow breath, shaking her head in amazement. No, I probably wouldn't. But girl, you are playing with fire here. This is the kind of thing that ends with either a ring on your finger or concrete on your feet while you sink to the bottom of the Hudson River. I can't help but bark out a laugh. Wow, way to paint a picture, Bets. She shrugs, looking unapologetic. Hey, someone's got to be the voice of reason here, and right now that voice is saying, tread carefully, babe. Marin's not the kind of guy you can just dip your toe in with. I know Betty's got a point. But what other option do I have? Get consumed by guilt while I watch my mom die from cancer and my sister from addiction? Not to mention that my body behaves like a goddamn porn star just thinking of Marin and the sex we had. His scent, his ripping muscles, his voice, his neatly groomed pubic hair, his libido, the intensity of our encounter. Betty spritzes the fragrance into the air and takes an appreciative sniff. Damn, Mindy, this smells like sex and money had a baby. Maybe I should start seducing billionaires too. Or launch your matchmaking business as soon as you can, I reply. Then you'll have the luxury of choosing from the stinking rich guys who sign up. Oh, I will, Betty laughs. But before that happens, you need to tell me what it feels like to date a mysterious billionaire like Marin Korolev. I imagine that's what's happening here. I groan, burying my face in my hands. It's not so much the billionaire thing or the mystery man vibes, Bets. It's the chemistry we have. It's insane. Like, never felt anything like it insane. Betty takes a seat next to me and wraps her arms around my shoulders. Well, Min, you can't help who you're drawn to. And from where I'm sitting, it looks like there's some serious attraction between you and Mr. Tall, Dark, Broody, and Dangerous. You look like a whole new person. I peek out from behind my fingers, my heart doing a little flip at the thought of Marin's intense gaze and wicked smirk. I do. Babe, I sense electricity even when I don't see it. Betty says with a sage nod. And I don't know what you two have going on, but judging by your looks, it's the kind of thing that could power a small city. I can't help but laugh. You make it sound like a cheesy romance novel. I stand up. I need to get dressed, Bets. I have another gig at New York High tonight. Some more sketchy assholes to entertain, I suppose. Betty grins, giving me a quick hug before standing up and surveying the designer bounty laid out before us. All right, then. How about we find you a dress that'll make those assholes forget their own names? She lifts the slinky emerald green number that looks like it was made to hug every one of my curves. Wear this, Betty urges. She smirks knowingly as I step into the gown, letting the cool silk slide over my skin. When I turn to face the mirror, I can't help but gasp. It fits like a dream. It clings to my curves in all the right places, making me look like I just stepped off a runway. The rich jewel-toned color makes my skin glow, and the plunging neckline shows off just enough cleavage to be sexy without veering into tacky territory. Damn, girl, Betty breathes, coming up behind me to adjust the delicate straps. If looks could kill, you'd be leaving a trail of bodies in your wake. Thanks, babe. I smile at my friend, taking a deep breath and squaring my shoulders. Time to go break some hearts and earn some tips. Betty laughs, giving me a playful swat on the rear as I grab my purse and head for the door. That's my girl. Go show them who's boss. She stops for a moment. Wait, Min? Is Marin going to be at the bar tonight? I shrug nonchalantly. I doubt it. I didn't tell him about my next show. I check my watch. My Uber will be here in 10 minutes. I might be out till late tonight, so don't wait up for me. Betty gives me a surprised look. Uber? Where's your car? Alexis borrowed it. Betty's expression turns into a frown. Alexis, do you trust your sister to take your car? I grab my bag and head towards the door. Well, her own car is in the shop, and she wanted to visit Mom in the hospital. I figured I'd give her a chance this time. I see. There is a hint of suspicion in Betty's voice that makes me feel uncomfortable, but I don't have time to address it. She dismisses me with a wave. Go give those drunkards a good show with your sultry, sexy voice, Mindy. A few minutes after saying goodbye to my bestie, I'm in the Uber, navigating through the chaotic evening traffic on the way to New York High. While I take a few minutes to remind myself of my set and mentally prepare for the show, a strange thought keeps nagging at me. I could really use a whiff of sandalwood and cedar with a hint of something seductive and scandalous right now. Yes, it's a strange and secret desire. Because deep down, I'm hoping that Marin Korolev will be sitting in the front row of the audience. Chapter 19. Mindy. Marin didn't show up at New York High tonight. I'm standing on the stage and I can't shake off this feeling of disappointment. Scratch that. It's more than just a feeling. It's a desire to sing to him and only to him. There is something incredibly hot about standing on stage with him watching me. The mere thought of it makes me feel that familiar tingling down below. Cut it out, Mindy. This is not the time. As the final notes of my last song fade away, the bar erupts into a smattering of drunken applause and wolf whistles. Shouts and slurred words fill the air, and the audience's intoxicated enthusiasm is on full display. "Encore! Encore!" one guy yells, raising his beer bottle in the air. "Sing us another one, gorgeous," another calls out, his words slightly muffled by the din of the crowd. "You've got the voice of an angel, babe," a third chimes in, his eyes glazed over by a mix of alcohol and admiration. "How about a private show?" a particularly bold patron suggests, wagging his eyebrows suggestively. The comments range from appreciative to lewd, the alcohol-fueled boldness of the crowd growing with each passing moment. I feel my cheeks flush, a mix of exhilaration and discomfort washing over me as I take in their reactions. "Take those rags off!" a voice from the back of the room shouts, followed by a chorus of laughter and more whistles. I force a smile, trying to maintain my stage presence, even as the atmosphere takes on a more unsettling tone. It's not the first time I've dealt with overzealous fans. Lucky for me, tonight isn't the night I'm taking anything off. And frankly, neither is any other night. The events from my previous performance were followed by a tense discussion with Kevin. I'm not doing that again, no matter how much he pays me. Unless it's a private night exclusively for Marin. Maybe then I'll change my mind. "Thank you, everyone," I say into the microphone, my voice projecting over the noise. "You've been a fantastic audience tonight." I take a quick bow, my heart pounding with the adrenaline of the performance and the growing unease in the pit of my stomach. As I straighten up, my eyes scan the room, taking in the sea of faces. Some smiling, some leering. All of them watching me with an intensity that makes me want to shrink away. In a perfect world, Marin would be here to handle the rowdy crowd. He'd firmly tell them to shut up, and then we'd leave New York High together, heading to his place where I would perform exclusively to him, slowly ridding myself of my clothes. Stop swooning over him, Mindy. This isn't a perfect world. Or maybe it is. Maybe the contract in the glove box of my car has something to say about that. Except I haven't told Marin that I've signed it. Kevin meets me backstage, cash in hand and a grin on his face. "Great set tonight, babe." He leers, his eyes roaming over my curves. "Nice dress. You're really packing 'em in." I smile, take the money from him, and hide it deep into my purse. "Just doing my job, Kev." "Keep it up, girl." He chuckles. "The guests love you more every evening." Thanks, Kevin. I glance at the time. But it's PJ time for this girl. See you next time. I wave goodbye to Kevin and step out onto the street. The cool evening breeze caresses my skin, providing a welcome respite from the stuffy atmosphere of the bar. I pull out my phone, ready to call an Uber, but something makes me hesitate. The weather is lovely tonight, and the thought of being cooped up in a car suddenly feels unappealing. I could really use some fresh air. I check the time again and make a spur-of-the-moment decision to go see my mom. It's only a 30-minute walk to the hospital from here, and this is a wealthy, safe neighborhood. The streets are well lit, and there are plenty of people outside enjoying the pleasant evening. Just a flying visit, a quick goodnight kiss to Mom. The thought I keep pushing aside suddenly hits me. What if I lose my mother? No, I won't. Absolutely not. I will not lose her. That's exactly the reason I chose to perform at the club tonight, so I can make some extra cash to pay for her future treatments. That's exactly why I signed the contract with Marin. Well, maybe for some other reasons too. Either way, Mom will get better. Making up my mind, I slip my phone back into my purse and start walking. I make my way down the sidewalk, the soft click of my heels echoing against the pavement in the night air. The dress Marin gave me sways with each step. I can't help but feel a thrill of excitement, knowing that I'm wearing a piece of him, so close to my body. What a ridiculous thought. After trekking for about 15 minutes, an odd feeling creeps in, telling me that I'm not where I should be. I stop and survey my surroundings. Everything seems oddly unfamiliar. Shit. Maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere. I quickly pull up Google Maps on my phone to check the route. Yep, I took a right turn, a street earlier than I should have. It's an easy fix, though. Not too far out of the way. Just as I'm about to slide my phone back into my pocket, a notification pings. It's a text from Betty. "Where are you? I hope you haven't been dragged to bed by one of the guests." I pull my mouth to a smile. My bestie always worries about me, especially since I told her about my struggles. It's such a blessing to have a friend like her in my life. Still smiling, I type out a reply. "Heading to pay Mom a short visit. Will be later than I thought. Go get some sleep, girl. I'll see you in the morning." I slide the phone back to my purse when a sleek black car catches my eye. It glides past me before coming to a stop a short distance ahead. For whatever reason, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washes over me. I try to shake off the feeling, telling myself that I'm being paranoid. It's just a car. Probably waiting to pick up some wealthy business person or socialite from one of the upscale restaurants lining the street. I continue walking, but I still can't seem to shake the silly, niggling sensation. It's like someone is watching me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and my heart begins to beat a little faster. I subtly glance over my shoulder, but the street behind me is empty, except for a few late-night revelers stumbling out of a nearby bar. Always trust your gut, Mindy, even when you think it makes no sense. My mom used to tell me when I was little. Then she would go on to explain that our mind and gut are connected, that they are in constant communication, and that the gut will always sense things the mind can't. I tighten my grip on my wallet and quicken my pace, the unease in my belly growing with each step. The black car is still there, its darkened windows concealing whoever is inside. A part of me wants to cross the street and put as much distance between me and the vehicle as possible. But another part of me urges me to keep going, to get to the hospital as soon as I can. By the time I draw level with the car, my heart is pounding so loudly I'm sure it's audible over the distant sounds of the city. I hold my breath, waiting for something to happen, for some sign that my fears are justified. But the car remains still, its engine idling softly, giving no indication of any threat. Maybe you're being foolish, Mindy. I continue on my way. Maybe I was wrong to worry. After all, this is a safe neighborhood, and I'm a grown woman who can take care of herself. I bravely go past the car, and my heart skips a beat. The door opens, and a tall man in a black suit with dark glasses steps out. I instinctively pick up the pace. "Miss Williams," he says, his voice deep and commanding. I instantly feel a chill run down my spine. "Please get in the car," he orders, gesturing towards the open car door. Shit. I hesitate, my mind racing with questions. "Excuse me?" I ask, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. Not that it's any use. I'm wearing heels, and he could catch up with me in seconds if he wanted. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" The man's expression remains impassive, his eyes hidden behind the dark lenses. "My name is Pavel," he replies, his words tinged with a heavy Russian accent. "Get in, and you'll be fine." I glance around the street, searching for any sign of help, but the sidewalks are suddenly deserted. It's as if everyone has suddenly vanished into thin air. The man takes a few steps towards me, quickly closing the distance between us. Before I know it, his imposing figure is looming over me like a dark cloud.
"I won't ask again, Miss Williams,"
he says, his tone leaving no room for argument.
"Get in the car."
I feel a bead of sweat trickle down my back despite the cool evening air. My mind is screaming at me to run, to get as far away from him as possible. But with my heels, I know he'd catch up with me in no time. Not to mention that he's about 4 times my size and has the physique of a gorilla. It's clear that any resistance would be futile. So I panic. With my heart hammering in my chest, I reach into my purse pocket and press the speed dial button for Betty, hoping that my shaking hand got the right combination. "What's up, girl? When are you coming home?" I hear my friend's voice. "Hello?" she repeats. "Mindy, are you there?" The man's hand snaps out and my phone is wrenched from my hand.
"That was a stupid thing to do,"
he says. I open my mouth to say something, but I'm frozen. "Mindy?" I hear Betty's voice from afar. "Mindy, are you all right?" She sounds concerned. "Are you pocket dialing me?" Pavel cuts the call, and before I could make a run for it, he grabs my arm. The next moment, I'm being pushed into the car by force. As soon as I'm inside, he shuts the door behind me, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the quiet street. I scream, yell, my fists bang on the tinted windows, hoping that someone outside will hear my desperate plea for help. My palms are slick with sweat as my kidnapper walks around to the driver's side and gets in. "No. You should have called an Uber, Mindy." My mind races with potential scenarios, each one worse than the last. Is this about Alexis? Maybe her dealer is after her family now. Or maybe one of the guests from NYC High came after me. Am I going to get raped and then killed? Oh my God. I feel panic rising further in my chest. What have I gotten myself into? Who is this man and what does he want with me? The car pulls away from the curb, the engine purring softly as we pick up pace, gliding through the empty streets. "What's this about? Where are you taking me?" I ask my kidnapper, my voice trembling. He doesn't answer, his eyes fixed on the road ahead.
"Good evening, Miss Williams."
A new voice chimes in. I feel my blood freeze in my veins. It's not the man who took me. This voice is different. It's even deeper, smoother, crisper, and threateningly familiar. I hear a whirring sound as the privacy wall rasps and grinds as it slowly descends, revealing the person sitting behind it. A familiar scent hits my nostrils, sandalwood, cedar, and the essence of primal sin. I turn my head slowly, afraid to look at the figure sitting next to me. The man's eyes meet mine and a jolt of electricity hits me. It courses through me like I just lodged my fingers into a wall socket. Fear and desire collide within me, creating a dizzying cocktail of emotions that leaves me breathless. He looks powerful and dangerously handsome as ever. His dark hair perfectly styled like he just stepped out of an upscale barber shop. His chiseled features are illuminated by the soft glow of the car's interior lights. There's something frightening and intense in his expression that makes my heart race, but it also ignites a fire low in my belly. My body's tense and ready to flee. At the same time, I'm inexplicably drawn to him. My skin prickles with awareness, and I feel a shameful heat building between my thighs. It's as if my body and mind are at war, one screaming danger, the other begging for his touch. "Marin," I whisper, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and unwanted arousal. What are you doing here?" He smiles, a slow, predatory grin that spreads tiny waves of shivers down my spine.
"I wanted to see you."
His eyes travel down my body. I see you liked my gifts. I glanced down at the dress he sent me earlier today, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable under his penetrating gaze. I do. Thank you. I look up at him, my heart hammering in my chest. Why did you send someone to practically kidnap me off the street? Do you have any idea how much I'm freaking out right now? Marin chuckles. It's a low, smooth hum that makes my skin prickle with a mixture of fear and anticipation. I told you already. I wanted to see you. And I always get what I want. I don't know what to make of his words. Maybe I should be afraid, terrified even. Maybe Betty was right. Marin Korolev is the walking definition of danger and power. If anything, I should be screaming for help, fighting tooth and nail to escape. But like the stupid woman I am, I find myself irresistibly tempted by the whole situation. It's like there's this invisible force pulling me toward Marin, drawing me in like an electric magnet designed to pull a freaking cargo ship. It's hard to describe the intensity of it with words. The rational part of my brain is telling me to run, to get as far away from him as physically possible. Then there's the other part of me, a part I barely recognize. A part craves the dark promise of his eyes, the unspoken challenge in his words. All of it is totally ridiculous. It's like I'm under a spell every time he's around me. Maybe I am under a spell. Maybe he's using some sort of weird dark magic on me to make me submit to his charms. I wouldn't put it past him. Whatever the reason, I find my body responding to his proximity in ways that are beyond my control. And what if I don't want to be taken? I hear myself say. Marin's deep blue eyes flash with a dangerous light. His hand gently lands on my thigh, gripping it ever so slightly. I think you do, Mindy, he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear. I can see it in your eyes and feel it in the way your body trembles when I'm close to you. You're drawn to me, just as I'm drawn to you. He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair away from my face, allowing his fingers to linger on my cheek for a moment. I feel my breath catch in my throat, my heart pounding so loudly I'm sure even Pavel can hear it behind the corridor that separates the car's front from its back. I told you already, I don't like the idea of you singing in that bar, he murmurs, his voice low and intense. Especially when you're wearing the dress I gave you. Somehow I force myself to snap out of his whole goddamn spell and regain control of the situation. Who the hell does he think he is? I'm a grown-ass woman, goddammit. Contract or not, gifts or not, I decide what I do with my time. Not to mention that he doesn't even know that I signed the document. I couldn't give a rat's ass what you like. I snap at him, surprising even myself with my boldness. Who do you think you are to tell me what I can and can't do? Oh, Marin smirks, leaning in closer. I'd like that. A woman who challenges me. He pauses and looks me up and down before asking. So tell me, why don't you give a rat's ass? I turn towards him, summoning every ounce of courage I possess. My eyes lock with his, and despite the shaking of my hands, my voice comes out strong and clear. If you must know, Marin, I need the money. My mother is sick. She needs treatment for her cancer, and her hospital bills don't pay themselves. As the words leave my lips, I watch a transformation occur in Marin's face. The hard, predatory look in his eyes softens, almost imperceptibly. For a moment, I catch a glimpse of something I've never seen in him before. A flicker of genuine sympathy, perhaps even understanding. I didn't know about your mother, he says, his voice losing some of its usual edge. Well, now you do, I reply, unable to keep the bitterness from my tone. In fact, I was on my way to visit her before you decided to have me kidnapped off the street. Something shifts in his eyes, a flash of emotion I can't quite place. It's as if a veil has been lifted, revealing a depth I never knew existed beneath his typically impenetrable exterior. For a brief moment, I see not the ruthless businessman with questionable motives, but a man capable of empathy. "Which hospital?" he asks, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. "St. Mary's," I reply, watching him carefully. Without breaking eye contact, Marin leans forward and taps on the partition in front of him. When he speaks, his voice is back to its usual crispness, but there's an undercurrent of urgency I've not heard before. "Pavel," he commands, "take us to St. Mary's Hospital. Now." Chapter 20. Mindy. "Why are you doing this?" I ask him. I'm lounging on the plush leather seat with my eyes closed, my heart still racing from the adrenaline rush earlier. The scent of cedar wood from Marin fills my nostrils, creating a strange combination of sensations. "Doing what?" he asks. Is he playing dumb? My eyes flutter open and I turn to face him, taking in his defined jawline covered in rugged stubble. His posture is confident and commanding, oozing raw masculinity. God damn it. This man must be the hottest creature on earth. And he's gazing directly at me. Doing what? Well, let me think. First, you scare the shit out of me by practically kidnapping me in the dead of night. Then, suddenly, you're all kind and caring, taking me to the hospital to see my mother. "Oh, that," he says calmly. He falls silent for a few moments before speaking again. "I understand what it is like to see your mother suffer." His response catches me off guard. "You do?" He remains quiet. I suddenly clam up, let out a sigh, and sink back into the seat. I take a deep breath, inhaling his now familiar musky scent. It's just so Marin. I'm pretty sure he didn't buy that scent in a shop like us mere mortals. He was probably born with it. Despite this aura of danger constantly surrounding him like a dark rain cloud, I oddly feel safe around him right now. Like I can just be myself. Ever since the accident that took my sister's life and turned my world upside down, I've just been going through the motions of everyday life, trying to cope. But with Marin next to me, in the craziest ways possible. It's like I'm teetering on the edge of something wild and exhilarating, showing me what it really means to be alive. Then thoughts of my mother flit through my mind. The fear I have over losing her like I lost Emily. What would my late sister do if she was in my shoes? You know exactly what I'd do, Min. I'd feel alive. I'd embrace the chaos, the passion, the thrill of the unknown. I'd stop worrying so much about consequences and start living. The car takes a turn and comes to a halt. We arrive in the parking lot of St. Mary's Hospital, a massive, imposing building, looking like a giant hovering mass in the darkness. Most of its windows are black, with the exception of a few flickering squares scattered across the front of the building. "I'll come with you," Marin says, his voice leaving no room for argument. "But," I start to protest, but he cuts me off with a look. "I'll wait for you in the corridor. I want to make sure you're safe." I give a subtle nod, unsure of how to feel about this. But as we walk through the dimly lit entrance of the hospital, I find myself oddly grateful for his company, despite the fact that I still can't shake off this feeling of unease. When we reach the reception desk of the oncology department, I step forward and smile at the man sitting there. "I'm here to see Mrs. Lindsay Williams, please, room 501. The receptionist looks up at me with an uninterested expression. "No visiting hours now, miss," he says, his tone flat. "Come back tomorrow between 2 and 6 p.m. I feel a surge of desperation rising in my chest. "Please," I say, leaning forward and lowering my voice. "My mother is getting treatment for her cancer. I only want to see her for a minute." The receptionist shrugs, unmoved by my plea. "Hospital rules, miss," he says, his voice devoid of sympathy. "Nothing I can do." Just when I'm about to open my mouth and argue further, Marin steps forward. His presence suddenly fills the small space behind the reception desk. He looks around. "I'm sure we can bend the rules tonight," he says, his voice low. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a wad of cash, placing it on the counter. The receptionist's eyes widen as he takes in the side of the money. For a moment, he seems to hesitate, his gaze darting between Marin and the cash. Then, with a quick, furtive movement, he slides the bills off the counter and into his pocket. He gives us a curt nod. "Just be quick," he mutters, his eyes averted. I gape at Marin, a mixture of awe and trepidation coursing through me. The casual way he just bribed a hospital employee both thrills and unnerves me. It's a stark reminder of the power he wields and the dangerous world I'm stepping into. As we navigate the dim corridor towards my mother's room, I feel Marin behind me, like a physical force at my back. His footsteps echo ominously in the silence, each one a reminder of the precipice I'm walking. I'm grateful for his support, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being drawn deep into a world of shadows and secrets, one I'm not sure I'm prepared to face. For now, though, I push it aside. All that matters right now is seeing my mother, feeling the warmth of her hand in mine, and telling her how much I love her. "This is where she is," I say when we get to room 501. "I'll wait outside." He nods. I return the gesture with a smile and push open the door. As soon as I step into the small, sterile room and see my mom lying there, the reality of her illness hits me hard. She looks so tiny and fragile, like she could break at any moment. It kills me to see her like this and be constantly reminded of the fleeting nature of life. I creep towards her bed, careful not to make any noise that might disturb her rest. Once I reach her side, I gently smooth her blanket, tucking it snugly around her frail form. I press a soft kiss to her temple, my throat tightening with emotion. "Sleep well, Mom," I whisper. To my surprise, her eyes flutter open, and a smile spreads across her face as she sees me. "Mindy, sweetheart," she murmurs, her voice weak. "Shh, Mom," I whisper, placing a finger to my lips. "I just came in for a short visit. I missed you." Her smile widens, and she reaches out to take my hand in hers. "I miss you every day, my sweet," she says, her skin cool and papery against mine. I swallow hard and gently tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. "How are you feeling, Mom?" I whisper. "Better," she says, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "A lot better, my sweet. The new treatment seems to be helping." Relief washes over me like a warm wave, and I feel a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. "Good," I say, squeezing her hand gently. "I'll speak to Dr. Walker tomorrow and get an update on your progress." She nods, then asks, "Have you seen Alexis? How is she?" The question catches me off guard, and I hesitate. I don't want to worry my mom with the harsh reality of my sister's drug and financial problems. or the constant arguments between us. She's doing well, Mom, I fib, plastering on a fake smile. A flicker of sadness crosses my mother's face. She hasn't been here yet, she says. I furrow my brow. Anger boils up within me as I think about my unreliable sister, and I really wish I could shake some sense into her. So, she hasn't come after all. She even had the nerve to borrow my car, claiming she was coming to visit our mother, but it looks like she was doing something else instead. Damn it, Alexis. She will, Mom, I say firmly. I'll make sure of it. My mother smiles, her eyes drifting closed once more. Thank you, Mindy, she murmurs, her voice fading. I love both my daughters, even if they're silly sometimes. She gives me a weak smile. You're always taking such good care of me. I place another gentle kiss on her forehead, my heart aching with love and worry. Of course, Mom, I say softly. You just relax now, okay? Everything will be taken care of. I promise. She nods, slipping back into a peaceful slumber. My beautiful, kind-hearted mother. I sit with her for a few more minutes, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Finally, with a heavy sigh, I stand up and make my way towards the door, pausing one last time to look back at my mother's fragile form. I love you, Mom, I whisper, my voice barely audible. More than anything in this world. Then with a final glance, I slip out of the room and back into the corridor, where Marin is waiting for me. His eyes lock onto mine as I appear, his gaze intense and searching. How is she? He asks. Better, I sigh. A flicker of understanding passes over Marin's face, softening his usually hard features. Good, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. I know this is hard for you, Mindy. His words catch me off guard. I'm not used to this side of him. It's so unlike the boss hole I saw every day at the office. You do? I ask, unable to mask my surprise. Marin's jaw tightens, a shadow passing over his face. I also have some challenges with my mother, he admits. I'm sorry, I murmur, resisting a sudden urge to reach out and touch him. There's still an invisible barrier between us, one I'm not sure I should cross. Marin shrugs, his expression becoming inscrutable once more. But I catch a hint of bitterness in his eyes, a flicker of pain that makes my heart ache. Silent and lost in our own minds, we walk back to the car. The receptionist at the front desk doesn't even bother to glance up as we pass by. When we get to the sleek black vehicle, he opens the door and gestures for me to get in. I pause, reflecting on the series of events that led me to this moment. However, as I lock eyes with Marin and feel the intensity of his gaze pierce through me, I can't shake off an eerie feeling. It's almost as if I was meant to be here, in this exact moment, with this dark and enigmatic man by my side. In a strange way, Marin's presence eases the loneliness that has been weighing on me these last few years, ever since the accident. Yes, it's a false sense of security. But right now, I don't have the energy to protest it. All I want is to be close to someone I can trust. And at this moment, as strange as it may be, that someone is Marin Korolev. My former boss with his piercing blue eyes and commanding presence. And so I slide into the back of his sleek black car, letting the leather seat envelop me like a cocoon. Go. Marin instructs Pavel as he climbs in beside me. Where are we going? I interject, keeping my voice barely above a whisper.
To the airport,
Marin replies, his voice calm and assured. Did he just say airport? To where? I shriek. What for?
To fly to Moscow,
he says casually. To do what? I feel a jolt of panic run through me. Is he serious? He wants to get on a plane to fly? And to Moscow, of all places. Right now. But I don't have my passport, is all I say, which is completely ridiculous. Just like the idea of flying to Moscow. He smiles a slow, confident grin that does nothing to calm my shock.
Don't worry,
he says, resting his hand possessively on my thigh.
We're taking my private jet. You won't need your documents.
I stare at him, still not understanding what the hell is going on. Your private jet?
That's right.
But why are we going to Moscow? I ask, my heart pounding in my chest. To do what? And when will we be back? Marin turns and leans in closer. He gently cups my face and turns my head towards him, his eyes boring into mine with an intensity that takes my breath away all over again.
Don't worry,
he murmurs, his deep voice a sensual caress.
Everything is taken care of, Mindy. Trust me.
I swallow hard, my pulse quickening. Please, Marin, I say, nearly begging. I need to know what's happening. I wasn't planning for any of this. He keeps his eyes locked with mine, searching my gaze.
Fine,
he says after a moment of silence.
I have a meeting tomorrow with this guy. He's the most powerful media mogul in Russia. I want you to be by my side. We'll be staying at the Hilton for 2 nights.
I bite my lip, suddenly overwhelmed with anticipation. We'll be staying at the Hilton? In the same room? Does that mean... I decide not to ask any more questions and force my body to relax. It's not like I have a job to attend to tomorrow. And I don't really want to get away from him anymore. It feels good to not have to make decisions for once and just go with the flow, to follow him into whatever he's planning. As if reading my mind, he leans in close, his deep voice dripping with lust.
It's good to have you here with me, Mindy,
he murmurs. My cheeks immediately flush, hot with arousal. He gently places his palm on my thigh, sending a jolt of pleasure through me.
It's good to have the real thing instead of that video.
He growls hungrily, and it's all it takes for my panties to soak. As the heat between my legs intensifies and my body begs for more of his touch, I decide to take control. Without hesitation, I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in for a deep, passionate kiss. He welcomes it. His hands roam over my body, exploring my skin as if trying to memorize every detail. I moan into his mouth, lost in the sensation of his lips on mine and his expert hands caressing me. When the kiss finally breaks, he locks eyes with mine.
I want you, Mindy. Every part of you.
He whispers against my lips, his breath warm and intoxicating. And it only fuels the fire he ignited within me earlier. I can feel myself getting wetter and wetter with each passing moment. My body betraying my better judgment. We crash together again, our lips meeting in a desperate, hungry kiss. His strong hands continue to roam my body, leaving trails of heat in their wake. I'm lost in the sensation, drowning in his touch, when a sudden impulse from reality breaks through the haze of desire. I wrench myself away, my chest heaving as I struggle to catch my breath. Marin, I choke out. I can't just disappear without a trace. Marin's eyes darken with desire and something else, a possessive hunger that continues to thrill and terrify me. He leans in closer.
Yes, you can.
Silence falls between us as I process his words.
Everything will be fine,
he continues.
Take it as a short trip to a country you've never been to. While I'm doing business, you'll have a taxi at your disposal. It will take you wherever you want. See sights, shop to your heart's content. You'll have everything you need.
He leans in close, his lips gently grazing the sensitive skin on my neck. I suppress a moan, my body responding to his touch like a live wire.
And when we're both finished with our obligations.
He pauses, his hand gently stroking my cheek. He leans in close to my ear.
I will fuck you all night until you're completely spent.
Holy freaking shit. How is it that he just needs to say a few words to make me ridiculously wet all over again? I know I should be outraged by his arrogance, but I'm not. Instead, I'm sitting here, hoping I'm not going to leave a warm puddle on the car's leather seat. I was always one with a vivid imagination. I can picture the scene clearly. Tangled sheets, sweat-slicked skin, pleasure so intense it borders on pain. In under a second, I find myself aching for the experience with him, every fiber of my body crying out for his touch.
Are you ready for our first date?
He whispers, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. I'm practically dripping at his words. If I could have my way, I would skip dinner and take him to fourth base right here, right now. Why are you doing this to me, Marin? I whisper.
Because I want you to sign that contract.
He runs his finger along my chin.
I want you to experience what we could have together.
I don't even know what to do with all this. I'm a grown-ass woman, not a horny schoolgirl with raging sex hormones. But I feel exactly like the latter. I also feel like I'm losing pieces of myself in whatever this is. Ever since that night in New York High, I couldn't stop thinking about him. The thoughts and emotions I'm experiencing are uncharted territory, unlike anything I've ever known before. It is a completely new world that goes against everything I have ever experienced in my life. But in this moment, none of that matters. All that matters is the inexplicable chemistry and the visceral pull between us. Maybe it's all a lie, Mindy. Sure, maybe. Whatever the case, my body is betraying me to a man I barely know. I don't have the answers. I don't know what to make of it. What I do know is that every time he's near me, I'm more turned on than I thought I was capable of. And I can't help but marvel at this newfound ability my body seems to have. Sure, I always had a high libido. But this is beyond anything I ever thought possible. I never knew I could desire someone so much. As we silently glide across the empty streets of the city, something strikes me. I haven't checked my emails since before I left for the gig. Perhaps it would be wise to do that before we get on the plane and I have to switch my phone to airplane mode for several hours. So I pull up my emails, filtering through all the promotions and newsletters until one email catches my eye. The subject line says, "Update on Mrs. Lindsay Williams' progress." It's about my mother. I quickly tap the screen to open the contents of the email. Dear Miss Mindy Williams, I hope this letter finds you well. I'm writing to inform you of the latest developments regarding the treatment of your mother, Mrs. Lindsay Williams. We are pleased to report that the current treatment regime has been effective, and her condition is currently stable. However, it is necessary to continue with another set of treatments over the course of the next 2 months to ensure her ongoing recovery. The total cost of these treatments is estimated to be $92,720. I would like to note that her health insurance only covers $34,570 of this amount. We understand that decisions regarding medical treatment can be difficult, and we want to ensure that you are fully informed and comfortable with any course of action moving forward. Therefore, please take the time to consider this information and let us know if you would like to proceed with the recommended treatment plan. If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact us. Your mother's health and comfort are our top priority, and we are here to support you in any way we can. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Dr. Thomas Walker, Chief Oncologist. Chapter 21. Mindy. Marin's voice jolts me awake. I sit up abruptly with my head spinning.
"Wake up, Mindy,"
he says, a sense of urgency in his tone. "What?" I grumpily reply, rubbing my eyes and trying to shake off the remnants of a fitful slumber. As reality slowly sets in, memories from the past couple of hours flood my mind. Being tucked into Marin's car against my will, the hospital visit, getting back in Marin's car to drive to the airport. It all seems like a distant memory. The only thing that feels real is the intoxicating oaky scent that still lingers in my nostrils. "Where are we?" I groggily ask.
"At the airport,"
Marin answers, his voice snapping me out of my daze.
"The plane is waiting."
I push myself up, feeling like an airport is the last place I want to be right now. It's late, and I'm exhausted, hungry, and disoriented. I want to sink back into the warmth of the car seat. I must have dozed off on the way here. My body is aching for the comfort of a real bed and a good night's sleep. But even as I try to cling to the fleeting moments of rest, a nagging thought invades my mind. Dr. Walker's email. The glimmer of hope treatment that could save my mother's life, at a cost that makes my head reel. Even before I'm fully awake, my mind is running the numbers, trying to calculate the costs. 92 minus 34, that's 58,000, of course. The daunting figure bounces around in my mind, seeming impossible, no matter how hard I try to come up with a solution. I really don't know how to get that kind of money without stripping at Kevin's joint every night, being yelled at and propositioned by drunken billionaires. As we step out of the car, a blast of cold air smacks me in the face. I wrap my cardigan around myself, shivering. "Holy crap, it's freezing out here," I mumble. I'm still dressed in my performance outfit, complete with high heels. The wind whips through the airfield, causing my hair to dance in the chilly air. Marin walks up next to me, gently guiding me towards a sleek private jet that shines like a beacon in the dark. "What is this?" I ask, curious.
"It's called an airplane. Have you seen one before?"
Marin says with a chuckle. I wrinkle my nose. "No need to be sarcastic," I retort. "You would have asked the same question if you were in my shoes." He leans closer to me.
"I can answer all your questions after takeoff, Lisichka,"
he says, taking my hand.
"But we need to go. Pavel is waiting."
"Pavel? The same Pavel who kidnapped me off the streets of New York and tucked me in your car against my will?"
"No need to be sarcastic," he smirks. "And yes, the same Pavel. He's my second in command and will be our pilot today."
"Our pilot?"
"Yes."
"Does he even have a license?" Marin stops and turns to face me, his expression serious. He gives me a stern look.
"Enough questions for now."
"You can't just force me onto a plane," I protest. "I have the right to know what's going on."
"When did this become a democracy? I already explained this."
Marin snaps back.
"We're flying to Moscow for a few days. You'll have everything you need once we get there. That's all you need to know for now."
I open my mouth to argue, but then quickly close it again. This is insane, I think to myself. Completely and utterly insane. What the hell is happening in my life? A few days ago, I was plain Jane in a corporate job trying to make ends meet. And now I'm about to get on a private jet to fly to Moscow? a few hours after being practically kidnapped. Suddenly, Marin's demeanor softens and he cups my face in his hands, looking into my eyes.
You'll be okay, Mindy. Trust me on this.
I give him a doubtful look and shake my head. The wind howls through my mind, making me feel chilled to the bone. How do you expect me to trust you? I barely know you. I throw my hands up in exasperation. He stares into my eyes and holds my face firmly.
You have no other choice, Lisichka.
Asshole. I don't say anything back. I'm certain it would be useless. My legs wobble like jelly as I awkwardly ascend the stairs. As I enter the interior of the plane and the door behind me shuts, a sigh of relief escapes my lips. It's a lot warmer in here, I say, still shivering.
Take a minute to thaw out,
Marin replies, smirking. The comforting warmth surrounds me, easing the tension in my body. As I look around, my jaw drops in awe. Holy Mother of Christ. If I didn't know better, I'd think we're inside a luxury suite. The plane reeks of wealth. No, it's not even a plane. It's a flying penthouse. The interior is unlike anything I've ever seen before. All plush leather seats and gleaming chrome. Worlds away from the cramped economy class I'm used to. Marin gestures for me to take a seat, his eyes not leaving mine.
Make yourself comfortable, he says. It will be a long flight to Moscow.
Is this your plane? I ask, my mouth still hanging open in amazement. Marin nods and grins.
Want to take a closer look?
He leads me through the interior, and I can't help but gape at the sheer extravagance of it all. The living room is a study in opulence, with plush velvet sofas that seem to beckon me to sink into their depths. Yes, there is a living room. At least that's what Marin calls it. In the middle of it, a huge flat-screen TV flickers to life as we pass, displaying a breathtaking aerial view of the city below. Wow, I breathe, running my fingers over the gleaming mahogany tables. This is beautiful. Marin smiles, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes.
Wait till you see the rest.
He guides me to the kitchen and my jaw drops all over again. He could run a freaking cooking show here if he wanted. Sleek stainless steel appliances glint under the soft lighting. I trail my hand over the marble countertops, marveling at the cool, smooth texture. The bathroom also takes my breath away, with its huge marble tub and rainfall shower. I've never been the gold digger type or a sucker for luxury, but damn it, I can't help but imagine myself lounging in that tub, surrounded by fragrant bubbles and soft candlelight. This looks incredible, I tell Marin. I've never seen anything like it.
Glad you like it,
he says, still smirking. We make our way back to the main cabin, where a dining table is set with gleaming silver and crystal. Marin disappears for a moment, then reappears, followed by a server with a tray of food.
You like salmon?
He asks, arranging the slices artfully on a bed of greens. My mouth begins to water at the sight, and I nod in response. Who doesn't, I tell him, holding back the fact that I can't even remember the last time I had salmon for dinner. A plate is being placed in front of me, and I take a bite. The flavors explode on my tongue, rich, butterly, and utterly divine. Oh my God, I moan, my eyes fluttering closed in bliss. It tastes amazing. Marin watches me, a small, satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Enjoy, Lisichka.
We eat in silence for a few minutes, savoring the delicate flavors and the smooth, chilled champagne the server poured for us. I can't help but feel a sense of unreality wash over me. I feel like a 21st century Alice in Wonderland, stepping into a bizarre dream world where anything is possible. "Thank you for dinner. It was delicious," I tell Marin, patting my satisfied stomach. "But it's still a little fuzzy why I'm here."
"Do I really need to spell it out for you?"
he retorts with an air of superiority.
Typical.
My eyebrow raises. "Oh, excuse me for having questions," I ponder aloud, pretending to mull it over. "First you give me the boot from my job, then follow me to the dive bar where I croon for money. And now you're whisking me away on your fancy floating penthouse to Russia. Sounds like a perfectly normal sequence of events." He pushes himself away from his seat, moving dangerously close to me. My body responds with a rush of arousal.
"You can thank those photos you sent me last week."
"Asshole."
"But now,"
he says, sinking back into his seat,
"I want to hear your answer to my offer, Mindy."
I take a deep, shuddering breath. My heart begins to pound in my chest. I wasn't prepared for this. Hell, I wasn't even prepared to see him tonight. But Marin Korolev is not the kind of man you defer. I know I have to give him an answer. I just didn't expect to do it so soon. Once again, my mind drifts back to all the reasons I'm doing this. My mother, my sister, and let's not forget the email Dr. Walker sent me earlier. Damn it, Mindy. What's even making you hesitate? You have no job, no money, just a shady bar gig at NYC High. What you do have is a sick mother and an addict sister to take care of. And you have guilt. Guilt that's been weighing down on you ever since the accident you caused. This is your chance to make things right. I'll take it. My voice trembles as I say the words. I have already signed the contract.
"Smart girl. You made the right choice,"
he states. I study his face intently, trying to decipher his emotions. Is he satisfied, or does he simply not care? Knowing I had no choice but to agree. His expression remains neutral.
"Where's the document?"
he asks. It's in my car back in New York.
"Why didn't you give it to me yet?"
Really? Gee, let me think. I say, maybe because I was too busy getting abducted to remember to bring your precious document with me. I roll my eyes. Next time, I'll make sure to pack all my important paperwork before getting kidnapped. Lesson learned. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across Marin's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory light.
"I love a fiery woman,"
he murmurs.
"You're right. We'll take care of the paperwork as soon as we're back in New York. But first..."
He stands up and takes my hand. His grip is firm and possessive.
"There's one room I haven't shown you yet, and I think it's time we rectify that."
Before I can react or say anything, he pulls me close and locks his lips with mine. Arousal courses through me once again. I'm not sure how long I can take this without finding release. Our tongues dance along my parted lips. Then he gently takes my bottom lip between his teeth and stretches it out. I shut my eyes tightly and let out a soft cry. His tongue laps at my cheek once more, and his hand holds me firmly in place. He grips my face tighter as he licks up my entire cheek before sinking his teeth into my earlobe. Holy mother of fuck. A series of tiny electric shocks race across my spine. My body is on fire. And as for the part between my legs, I'm not even going to elaborate on that.
"You taste like fucking heaven, Lisichka,"
he whispers, his breath hot and ragged against my ear. Oh, I moan, not having the mental clarity to say anything coherent. His free hand slides down my hip and down between my legs, teasing the sensitive skin there, sending waves and waves of pleasure into my core. His fingers dip inside my panties, exploring the moist depths.
"You're so fucking wet for me."
He groans, and I buck my hips into his hand in response. His tongue and lips continue to explore my cheeks, tracing the contours of my jawline, before diving back into my mouth. Our tongues dance together, tasting each other in a slow, sultry rhythm. The scent of his cologne mixes with the taste of him, making me lightheaded with need. I wrap my arms around him, holding on tight as he pierces the space between my lips with his tongue, sucking gently. A low rumble vibrates from his chest as he strokes my slick pussy. With every stroke, he burrows deeper, finding the perfect spot to make my body squirm and gasp for air. His teeth scrape down my neck lightly before trailing gentle kisses along my jawline and collarbone. My body continues to tremble under his touch. I can feel how hard he is for me. He wants this as badly as I do. And if that's even possible, it only makes the heat between my legs grow even more. He continues to kiss me until I'm left breathless, until every sensitive nerve in my body is aching with a desire ready to explode. I crave him with an intensity that almost terrifies me. Then he pulls away, and I'm a panting mess with swollen lips and a tingling core. He then looks at me with a knowing smirk, his eyes dark with lust. "Come with me, baby girl," he murmurs, tugging me towards a door. "Let me show you what else is included in our little arrangement." Without warning, he lifts me up, making my body feel weightless as I cling to him. I wrap my legs tightly around his waist. My sex pulsates with aching desire. But it's not just my sex that pulsates. My entire body is thrumming with anticipation as he carries me to the bedroom. For a fleeting second, I'm aware that maybe I should be having second thoughts. But I don't. I can't. At this moment, all I can think about is Marin Korolev's rough hands on my skin, his hungry lips on mine, the unreal chemistry we have, and whatever experiences await us.
Chapter 22. Marin. I've been waiting for this moment. Her kiss was fire, consuming us both with its intensity. There was no hesitation in her, no holding back. She wants this as much as I do, and neither of us can deny it any longer. Mindy's hands are everywhere, exploring my body with a hunger that matches my own. I pull her closer, sliding my hands down her back and gripping her curves as I roll my own hips against hers. The need is overwhelming. We would respond to each other like two flames colliding. Holy fuck, this woman is something else. As I kiss her neck, her hands work their way to the buttons of my shirt, popping them open with ease. I can feel her fingers trembling against my skin as she explores my upper body. My cock is aching to be inside of her. I'm beyond ready for her, and she is just as eager. My body throbs with desire as her hands move lower, undoing my pants and freeing my aching erection. As she slides down my zipper, I let out a low growl. She smiles against my lips, understanding the effect she has on me.
"I want you, Marin," she whispers. "I want you."
Instead of responding, I let out a low, satisfied hum. My hands roam over her, tracing her curves as we continue to explore each other's mouths. Without breaking our kiss, she pushes down my pants and boxers, fully exposing my erection. She breaks the kiss and looks at my cock, her eyes going wide.
"You're so big,"
she adds, appreciating my size. I groan as her hand wraps around my flesh, stroking me slowly at first before picking up a quicker pace. Then she takes me to her mouth. Bouge moi, her lips feel like fucking heaven. She envelops my throbbing cock, her tongue darting out to trace the tip. The effect she has on me is fucking unbelievable. In mere seconds, I'm left completely at her mercy, loving every fucking bit of it. Her mouth is beyond sensual, eagerly moving up and down my erection. Her moist lips glide over my shaft, creating a wet, slick sensation that drives me wild. "Не останавливайся, Лишка," I gasp out, hardly able to form coherent sentences in my state of bliss. "You're incredible. Fucking unreal." She swallows me whole, her warm mouth taking me in almost completely. I can feel her soft, wet tongue teasing the underside of my shaft, her lips gliding up and down in a rhythm that is both maddening and intoxicating. My consciousness begins to fade into a boiling of pleasure. As her soft, warm lips and wet tongue continue to tease my shaft, I gradually lose all sense of time and space. My body melts into the sensation, every nerve ending alight with a pleasure that feels unreal. I've never experienced anything like it. The feeling is so intense that I'm not sure how much longer I can take it without exploding. Then, as if she's reading my mind, she takes me even deeper into her mouth, sliding my entire length down her throat in one smooth motion. Another low groan escapes my throat as I savor the most incredible suction I've ever felt. From somewhere deep within me, a primal instinct emerges, and I thrust myself further into her mouth, meeting her eager moves. Mindy's hand moves up to clutch at my ass cheek, pulling me closer, deeper, as she moves her head up and down in a luscious rhythm that matches the beat of my racing heart. I can't control myself any longer. I grab a handful of her hair and urge her closer and closer while she continues to suck on my dick. My mind is consumed with pleasure as she expertly works me over. "Keep going, Lishka," I growl, barely able to form words as my climax builds. I pant. "I'm going to come." Then it hits me like a tidal wave, the most intense orgasm I've ever had. Unable to speak, I burst into her mouth like a fucking fountain, my body shaking with an intensity that surpasses what I thought a man was capable of. Stars explode before my eyes, and my vision blurs, making me lose grip on reality. I have no idea how long the sensation lasts. It could be minutes or hours for all I care. I don't even know how long it takes me to gather my bearings. But the explosions slowly die out, and the next thing I'm aware of is the feeling of Mindy's warmth next to me as I lay on the bed, recovering from a sex-induced delirium. I'm still reeling from it all when she breaks the silence, gently pulling me back into reality.
"Where are we?"
she asks, her fingers lazily tracing circles on my stomach that's still damp with my cum. I pant, trying to calculate our position. "We're about to fly over Europe. We still have several hours till Moscow." Forcing myself back into the moment, I push myself up and slowly trail my fingers down to her sex. "You're still wet," I say. I want a taste of that wetness. It's true. Her pussy is all the encouragement I need to be ready for her again. My cock is rock hard in an instant. Bоже mой, what this woman does to me. Trailing a series of gentle kisses along her body, I slowly move my face between her legs, blowing warm breaths over her center until she squirms with anticipation. She lets out a deep sigh.
"Fuck! Yes, Marin."
I press my lips to her needy cunt, sucking her into my mouth with a primal hunger. A moan that escapes her lips.
"Oh my God, yes."
She gasps, her fingers curling tightly in my hair as I devour her with all-consuming passion.
"Yes, keep going, Marin."
"Come into my mouth, Lishishka," I say between licks.
"Oh, fuck, you filthy bastard,"
she moans, breathless. I smirk and continue my relentless exploration of her sex with my tongue. Her hips buck against me as I find her most sensitive spots. She gasps and moans in ecstasy as her muscles tremble and spasm around my tongue, her juices overflowing onto my taste buds. The scent of her arousal fills my nostrils, intoxicating me further and further. Her nails dig into my scalp as she begins to lose control, pulling my hair in the process. That's it, I murmur huskily, looking up at her with hooded eyes. Give it all to me. Her hips are now bucking and grinding against my mouth until she goes tense, every muscle in her gorgeous body starting to shake as her orgasm builds. There's my girl. I growl against her moist center. Come for me, Lishishka.
Fuck, yes. Marin, yes.
She screams, her pussy spasming wildly against my lips. I don't stop the flicking and the swirling of my tongue until the dam breaks and her warm juices flood my mouth. I keep my lips locked with her pussy and allow her to buck against me again and again until the shaking of her hips begin to slow. It takes minutes for her peak to subside and her body to cool. Holy fuck, she is fucking unreal. It's true, the woman is next level. I've never been with anyone like her. It would be pointless to deny that she's completely gotten under my skin. It's not the first time I have this thought, but this time, it hits me like a fucking cargo train. And as soon as it does, something snaps inside me. A sudden mix of jealousy and possessiveness. The unbearable thought that my idiotic half-brother fucked this woman. Driven by a raw and primal instinct, I stand and plunge my dick into her without warning. It's fast and savage, animalistic even. Her eyes snap open and go wide in surprise, but I don't fucking care. I want to impale her with my cock and see her pussy swallow it as a whole. I don't even care if she wants to protest. I continue to pump into her with primal force, making it clear with every wild thrust, I am the one in control here. But as I plunge my dick into her, Mindy jerks back to life, her eyes rolling up in their sockets, still wide from the shock earlier. She was jolted awake from the afterglow of her orgasm, yet she doesn't seem to mind. It's all the encouragement I need to fuck her even harder. You're, I pant, thrusting. Fucking, thrust. Mine, thrust. Lishishka, thrust. You hear me? I growl. Her hands wind around my neck, and her thighs tighten around my waist in response. She can say whatever the fuck she wants, call me a bastard even. Her body is betraying her. It's clear who it is she really wants.
You asshole,
she growls back at me. I'm not even sure she realizes the filth that pours out of her mouth. Her eyes are rolling back in her head. I can't stop now. I can only go harder. My possessiveness fuels my desire. Anyone, I growl in her ear, who, thrust, touches you, thrust, is dead, thrust. Do you, thrust, understand?
Fuck you, you bastard,
she responds, sinking her nails deep into my flesh, drawing blood. Hot pain flashes across my chest, but it only adds to the pleasure of being inside her. I want to tear away her self-control, unleash the primal lust still lurking inside her. I want to fuck all my doubts out, all my vulnerability, until the only thing left is the desire to own her. I'm fucking her as hard and fast as I can, showing no mercy.
Ah!
Mindy's head drops back, and she cries out in the addictive mix of agony and ecstasy.
I'm coming, you asshole,
she gasps. I continue pushing deep. I, thrust, fucking own, thrust. You're, cunt, I say, groaning. The darker parts of my brain have been activated, and the primal force completely overtakes me. My pumps get even deeper, thicker, rougher.
Marin,
she cries out. I give her all I have. I roar as I hold myself deep. I want to see her face when she comes, so I continue until she is screaming and bucking uncontrollably, like a wild animal, her juices spilling my erection over. I know she's at her peak, but I don't slow my pace. I keep going until her walls clench around my cock so intensely that I can't contain myself any longer. After a few more animalistic thrusts, I release into her. My cum spills hot into her tight pussy as we both explode into what feels like a supernova. She spasms and screams as her orgasm continues to tear through her. Her body continues to shake. Her juices continue to spill, making my cock drenched in her warm, sticky cum. I collapse on her panting, laying on top of her until the shaking of her thighs gradually begin to fade. We both lay there spent for several minutes, like a couple of used-up rag dolls, waiting for our bodies to cool down from the high. Boy, I can't believe I've just had the orgasm of my fucking life. Yeah, she's definitely gotten under my skin. Even more so than I could have imagined, or ever thought possible for me. Which is a fucking dangerous territory for a man like me. Chapter 23. Marin.
You fucking disappointed me, Korolev. We had an arrangement, and you fucking disappointed me.
I'm sitting across from Leonid Shirkov, the powerful Russian media mogul. The air in the lavish conference room feels heavy and suffocating, and the tension between us is almost tangible. I can practically feel his calculating gaze burning me as we engage in a high-stakes game of negotiation. Every word he speaks feels like a loaded gun pointed directly at me. My mind flashes back to the first time I met Shirkov. We were at the Bratva gathering over a decade ago. I was still green, barely out of my father's shadow, when he approached me with that same calculating gaze he wears now.
So, you're Korolev's boy,
he'd said, his voice dripping with disdain.
Let's hope you're smarter than your old man was.
I didn't fully understand what he meant back then. Now I do. It doesn't help that he's right. I had promised him a delivery, a kidney to save his daughter's life, hoping it would end the conflict brewing between our families since my father's time. Then my ship hit a fucking iceberg, and the kidney ended up in the bottom of the ocean, along with my thermoxine samples. And in the midst of the fuckery that is called my life, I haven't been able to find a solution yet. I've been juggling too many things at once. Training Maurice to take over the organ business, running global media, preparing for the launch of thermoxine, and dealing with my mother's illness. And then being preoccupied with Mindy. The power of pussy, my father would say. I leaned back in my seat, leaving my expression cold and neutral. It was vis majeur, Leonid. Our ship hit an iceberg. I'm arranging for a new kidney for your daughter as we speak. And, I add, you'll get a discount. I'm covering 30% of the cost. Best I can do. I feel a flicker of sympathy for the man's plight, but I quickly smother it. In this world, sympathy is a weakness, and weakness is a luxury no one in the Bratva can afford. Shirkov doesn't seem too pleased with my offer. He slams his fist on the table, causing the glasses to rattle on the hard wooden desk stretching between us.
I don't give a shit about your excuses or your discount, Korolev. My daughter is fucking dying, you understand? She needs that kidney. My daughter is dying. Hearing this triggers something deep within me. My mind immediately drifts back to my own late daughter, Cordelia. It guts me to even think about the moment I lost her. Even as I sit here with a man as rich and powerful as Shirkov, I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. He's a heartless motherfucker, a cold-blooded murderer who wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in my head if that served his purpose. And yet I can understand his pain, his fear of losing his daughter. I get why you're frustrated, Shirkov, I tell him, keeping my voice calm and even. We both wanted the same thing. Get that kidney to your daughter. But we need time. Suitable organs don't just magically appear. Shirkov scoffs and leans in closer, locking eyes with mine.
Well, guess what, Korolev? Jennifer doesn't have the luxury of time. And neither do you.
He emphasizes each word with a sharp nod. I raise an eyebrow, keeping my expression impassive. Is that a threat? He bares his teeth in a humorless smirk.
Call it a promise.
He rises from his seat, looming over me.
You and I both know that this goes beyond a mere organ.
His voice is threateningly calm. I remain silent, knowing well that he is right, and fucking hating it. But there's no escaping the situation. My cargo sunk, and now I have to face the music.
Let's get one thing straight,
he continues.
This is your one chance to settle the conflict between our families. Fuck this up, and there will be no peace.
He slams his fist on the table.
If my daughter dies because of your fucking incompetence, I will tear your family to shreds until there is no one left.
I inhale a deep breath through my nose in an attempt to control my rising anger. I could kill the old fucker where he stands if I wanted, slice his throat, or put a bullet in his skull. But where would that get me? Fucking nowhere. His other family members would come after my family, and we'd end up in a fucking war all over again, where all bets are off. I can't allow that to happen. Not when I have a sick mother to take care of. Let me guess, I say, my voice deceptively soft. You'll start by putting a bullet in my head first.
No, I won't.
Shirkov chuckles, a dark, mirthless sound.
First, I'll make you watch as I destroy everything you hold dear. Your businesses and your loved ones.
I give him a cold stare, meeting his gaze. Not sure what else I expected of a motherfucker like Shirkov, but what he's saying still gets to me. I can see the malice in his eyes, and I know well that he's not someone who makes empty threats. But then again, I am no stranger to being threatened. However, the mere mention of my family ignites a fiery rage within me, boiling and bubbling like molten lava in my veins. My hands tremble with the urge to launch myself at him and rip his head off, but I force myself to stay composed. Giving in to my anger would only lead to the destruction I'm trying to avoid. You do what you have to do, Shirkov, I say, my voice like steel. But know this, you can come for me, but if you have the balls to come for my family, I will come for yours. I will burn them alive and make you watch. Think about that before you threaten my family again. I don't take my eyes off his. Your daughter will get the kidney. We both know that she is very far from dying. She has time. So have some patience. If I say I deliver, I will deliver. Shirkov's eyes bulge with rage as his body tenses.
2 weeks, Korolev. That's how long you have.
He snarls, voice low and deadly.
Disappoint me again, and I'll carve out your fucking kidney with my bare hands.
With a final glare, he turns and storms out of the room, the heavy thud of his boots echoing in my ears. Leaning back in my chair, I exhale, rubbing a hand over my face. Blad, what a fucking shit show. It will be a hell of a mission to get that kidney in 2 weeks, but failure is not an option. The last thing I want right now is to go to war with the old motherfucker. I turn to Pavel, who's been sitting silently in the corner all this time, his face a mask of stoic calm, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. Can we arrange a matching kidney in 2 weeks, Pavel? I growl. Pavel leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees.
If we know what's good for us, we will, boss.
In less than 30 minutes, Pavel and I are back at the hotel, lounging in one of the conference rooms. My second-in-command is sipping vodka, watching me impassively as I mull things over. Fucking Shirkov. He is the last fucking problem I want to be dealing with right now. I'd rather be upstairs in my suite, balls deep in Mindy. Instead, I'm down here, thinking about how to get a kidney for Jennifer Shirkova and then ship it halfway across the world. A snap decision has me reaching into my pocket and pulling out my phone. I speed dial Maurice's number. The line rings once, twice. Come on, Maurice, pick up the fucking phone. A groggy voice answers, thick with sleep and irritation.
Jesus, Maron, do you know what time it is? It's the middle of the night.
My grip tightens on the phone, my jaw clenching. Listen up, Maurice. We've got a situation. I hear a rustle of sheets and a muffled curse.
What's going on?
We need the Shirkov kidney. ASAP.
What? Shirkov?
Yes, the buyers got me by the balls.
Maron, that shipment isn't due for another week at least. These things take time, and...
I slam my hand against the oak table, my patience snapping. Damn it, Maurice! We do not have another week. We need that fucking kidney yesterday. There's a tense pause on his end of the line. I can practically hear his mind racing.
Maron, you know I've never done this before. I'm still learning, and if something goes to shit...
Nothing will go to shit, Maurice, because you're going to make sure of it. My words are clipped, leaving no room for argument. This is your chance to prove yourself, brother. Show me you have what it takes. Find me a kidney and get it shipped. We have 2 weeks to get it to the buyer. Maurice exhales heavily. When he speaks again, his voice is tight but resolute.
Fine. I'll get to the compound in the morning and see what I can do.
You have 48 hours to get this underway. Not a minute more.
Jesus, man. 48 hours? That's not even possible.
The clock is ticking, brother. And the price of failure? I let the unspoken threat hang in the air. It's not a price either of us want to pay. There is a long, heavy silence on my brother's end.
Fine. I won't let you down this time.
You better not, Maurice. Sleep tight. I hang up the phone abruptly and turn to look out the window. The lights of Moscow shine brightly through the tinted glass. After a brief pause, Pavel speaks up.
Everything all right with Maurice, boss?
I fucking hope so, I say. He's been doing okay so far. He's not going to fuck up this one. But I'll be watching his every move, just to be sure.
Can I be honest with you, boss?
Pavel says. Tell me.
The kidney situation is the least of my worries,
he says.
I have other things on my mind.
I frown. Like what?
Look, boss.
Pavel clears his throat.
We've been in some pretty shitty situations in the past, and we always found a way out, right?
He shoots me a look.
We'll get that kidney to Shirkov in time. I'm sure of it.
Yes, Bradok, but it's not every day we sink an entire fucking cargo ship. I scoff. We don't have the luxury of handling this casually.
And I'm not suggesting that we should, Pavel says. We'll leave nothing to chance, boss. I'll contact some people in Bangladesh as a backup plan, in case Maurice fucks up. We're going to be fine, boss. I promise.
Right. I glance at my second-in-command. What's bothering you, then?
Right now, I'm more concerned about your position.
Pavel hesitates, giving me a side eye.
You're a single man with no strong alliances. It makes you vulnerable. Shirkov knows this too.
I frown, not entirely following his train of thought. What does that have to do with the kidney situation? Pavel sighs, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice.
Shirkov is allied with his wife's family, boss. The Sokolovs. A very powerful clan with deep ties to the government and the criminal underworld. If they decide to make a move against you, we are under a bigger pile of shit than we've ever been.
I wave a hand dismissively, even as a cold knot of unease settles in my gut. It won't get there, Pavel. I can handle Shirkov and his in-laws. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know I'm being naive. Fucking Pavel has a point as usual. The Bratva is an ancient organization, steeped in tradition and rigid hierarchies. A man without a wife, without an heir to carry on his legacy, is seen as weak, unmoored, an easy target for ambitious rivals and hungry wolves. I lean back in my seat, rubbing a hand over my face. Blood. You're right, I admit grudgingly. I am in a vulnerable position. If Shirkov decides to use this kidney situation as an excuse to come after me, we'll be fighting a war on two fronts. Pavel nods, his expression grim.
Exactly, boss. And with all due respect, you're not getting any younger. You need to think about the future of the organization, about securing your legacy.
I feel a flicker of annoyance at the implied criticism, but I know it's just my ego. My second-in-command is only speaking the truth. As the Khan, it's my responsibility to ensure the continuity and strength of the Bratva, and right now I'm failing in that duty. I stand up abruptly, pacing the room like a caged tiger. My mind is racing, weighing options and discarding them just as quickly. Yes, I need to secure that kidney for Shirkov, and hopefully bury the hatchet with him for good. But what good is a truce if I'm seen as a weakling? It's not like Shirkov or any of these Bratva fuckers can be trusted. If they think I'm vulnerable, they will find an alibi to come after me and my empire. I must start thinking long-term, shore up my alliances, and strengthen my position within the underworld. And I know exactly what I need to do to make that happen. I stop in my tracks as something dawns on me. There's only one way to kill two birds with one stone, solve both my immediate problems and my long-term vulnerability. I must get married. I just need to do it sooner than I had planned. I turned back to Pavel, my eyes glinting with a new sense of purpose. I'm going to get married, Pavel, and I think I know just the woman for the job. Pavel frowns at me.
Not your chief accountant, right?
I level him with a steady gaze. Not that it's any of your fucking business, but yes, that's why I brought her here. Pavel shakes his head, his expression a mix of disbelief and apprehension.
Boss, she's a nice girl and everything, but she's from another world. You can't form an alliance with her family. In your position, you need...
I cut him off, my tone brooking no argument. I don't care about the Bratva's old-school ways, Pavel. That woman is mine, and I will marry her. It may not lead to an alliance, but it will be a solution to our problems. Just wait and see. Pavel stares at me, his head still shaking in disapproval.
Boss, you know I'm loyal to you, have always been. But allow me to disagree with you on this one. You are about to make the mistake of your life.
A smirk tugs at the corners of my lips, one that holds both certainty and determination. No, Pavel, I say, my voice unwavering. I'm about to make the best fucking decision of my life. And it's you who has to trust me on that. Chapter 24. Marin. I head back to the luxury suite Mindy and I share, only to find it empty. I'm about to call out her name when I hear muffled conversation coming from behind the closed bedroom door.
Uh-huh.
Mindy keeps repeating, her voice strained.
And how long will it take? Oh, I see. It's trial stage, right? Right, no guarantee. I understand. All new treatments are like that. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that, Dr. Walker.
She must be talking to her mother's oncologist. I knew her mother's condition was serious, but the heaviness in Mindy's tone suggested it might be even worse than I thought. After what feels like an eternity, the bedroom door finally opens, and Mindy emerges. Her eyes are red and puffy, her cheeks streaked with tears. She looks utterly devastated, and it takes every ounce of my self-control not to rush over and gather her in my arms. "What's wrong?" I ask.
Shit. Sorry, Marin.
She sniffs, using a paper tissue to dry her tears.
I didn't realize you were back.
It's all right. I keep my tone gentle. Tell me what's wrong. Mindy takes a shaky breath, her lower lip trembling.
My mom,
she whispers on the verge of crying.
Her cancer's become aggressive, and she needs more treatment than we initially thought. But even with that, there's no guarantee that she'll make it. I just spoke to her doctor.
I step forward, cupping her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away the fresh tears that spill down her cheeks. There's no guarantee for anything in this fucked up thing called life, Mindy, I murmur, my eyes locked on hers. Desperate to offer her some kind of comfort, I turn to the booze cupboard and pull out a bottle of premium vodka. Want some? I ask, holding it up. She manages a weak nod.
Yeah, please,
she says, her voice hoarse.
I could really use one right now.
I pour 2 generous shots, handing one to her before clinking our glasses together. We down the vodka in unison, the smooth, fiery liquid burning a path down my throat. As I watch Mindy savor the drink and her eyes fluttering closed for a brief moment of respite, I can't help but be struck by her beauty once again. Even in her distress, with her face bare of makeup and her hair tousled from running anxious fingers through it, she is fucking stunning. My woman, for life. Tell me everything, I say gruffly, my voice harsher than I intended. Mindy flinches at my tone, avoiding eye contact as she starts to speak.
Well, she's getting this new type of treatment. It's only recently been approved by the FDA, but there's still no guarantee that it's going to work,
she confesses, her voice heavy with worry.
It's almost like she's being experimented on. No one knows how her body will react, not even the doctors.
My mind goes straight to my mother and her illness. I've seen death firsthand too many times growing up in the Bratva. I should be numb to it by now, but the idea of losing someone close still scares the shit out of me. It doesn't matter how tough you are. We're all soft when it comes to family. Life can be a bitch, Mindy, I murmur, unsure what else to tell her. I look at her. Who is paying for her treatment? Do you have anyone to help you? I ask. A sibling, a friend, anyone? I can see her trying to keep up a strong facade.
My sister, Alexis. She's the only family I've left besides my mom,
she admits with a slight tremor in her voice. Is she helping you? I push. Do you share the costs?
Well, she's...
Mindy sniffs, new streams of tears forming on her cheeks. I fix her with a stare. She's what, Mindy?
Alexis is... It's complicated, Marin,
she says.
Let's just say she's dealing with her own troubles right now.
I feel a flicker of annoyance at her reluctance, and at the way she seems to think she has to handle everything on her own. So nobody's helping you. My eyes remain fixated on her. How much is the new treatment?
No, Marin.
She glances at me.
I know what you're thinking, and we're not doing that. I can handle this myself, and I will.
I step closer and lift her chin. How much?
Well, the insurance covers half, and...
She doesn't reply immediately.
58,000,
she whispers, her voice barely audible.
But I'll...
Fine, I say, pulling out my phone and opening the banking app. I tap on Mindy's account details that I still have from her global media days, my fingers flying over the screen. In a matter of seconds, the transaction is complete, and the money is transferred to her account. I look up, meeting her stunned gaze with a cool, impassive one of my own. It's done, I say. What else worries you? Mindy's eyes widen in shock, her mouth falling open.
What? No, Marin, you can't...
Too late. It's done. Let's move on.
Marin,
she whispers, her voice choked with emotion.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
I shrug, slipping my phone back into my pocket. You're welcome. She continues to stare at me, stupefied. A ghost of a smile flickers across her face, making me feel a tug in my chest. Something warm and unfamiliar, something I don't quite know how to name. There's something about her, something that draws me in like a fucking magnet. The way she looks at me makes me feel like she can see past all the bullshit, all the posturing and the power plays. Like she sees the man beneath the monster. I push the thought aside, and my jaw tightens. I've never been a man to give grand gestures of affection. I never learned that shit, and I never needed to. But as I look at Mindy, at the way her eyes shine with a tentative kind of hope, I can't help but feel a flicker of something else. Something that feels dangerously close to caring. I tilt my head and grin. Actually, there's one way you can show your appreciation.
Is that so?
Come here, I tell her, and watch as she moves closer to me. The vulnerability in her eyes, the way she leans into my touch, it all crystallizes my earlier decision. This woman, with all her complexities and contradictions, is exactly who I need as my wife. Not just to protect my position in the Bratva, but for myself. Mindy, I begin, my voice low and serious. There's something I need to discuss with you. She looks up at me, curiosity mingling with the lingering sadness in her eyes.
What is it, Marin?
I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. You know my world is complicated.
She nods slowly, her brow furrowing.
Okay.
I need a partner, Mindy. Someone strong, someone who can stand by my side and face whatever comes our way. I pause, gauging her reaction. I need a wife. Her eyes widen in shock.
Marin, what are you...
I press a finger to her lips, silencing her. I know it's too early. We're not there yet. But I need you to play a role, to be my wife in the eyes of others, effective immediately.
Play a role?
Her voice is a mix of confusion and intrigue. I nod, allowing a smile to play on my lips. Think of it as practice for what will come later. Her breath catches, and I can see the wheels turning in her mind.
And what exactly does this practice entail?
I lower my voice to a seductive murmur. That's what I'm about to show you. Without warning, I capture her lips in a hungry kiss, pouring all my pent-up desire and newfound determination into it. The day is still young, and we have all the time we need to explore our new arrangement. Chapter 25. Marin. Mindy suddenly breaks the kiss. She steps back, looking up at me with an all-serious expression. One moment we're devouring each other, losing ourselves in the heat of the moment. The next, she is stepping away from me. It is a stark shift that leaves me breathless and confused.
I need to ask you something,
she says. I furrow my brow, not sure what got into her. Ask, I reply.
What is the Bratva to you?
I'm caught completely off guard by the unexpected question. None of the women I've been with have ever asked me anything like that. All they cared about was if I liked their new outfit or where we were going for dinner. And of course the inevitable, when are we getting married? But the Bratva, that's a different story. My mind scrambles, searching for any clue that might explain where she got this from. How does she know about the Bratva? I don't think I ever mentioned it to her. No, I'm sure I didn't. The fact that I'm the leader of one of the most feared organizations in the criminal underworld isn't exactly the kind of thing you casually tell people about.
I overheard you and Pavel talk about it,
she adds, noticing the confusion on my face.
So I Googled it. I know what the Bratva is, Marin. My question is, what is it to you?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on explaining this to her, at least not right now. It's been a long fucking day, and all I want is to take her to the bedroom and fuck her until we're both spent, not to explain to her how I'm involved in the Bratva and what that means. But the intensity of her gaze doesn't waver, silently demanding an answer. Well, fuck it. If I'm going to take her as my wife, I might as well start playing with open cards. It's not like I can hide this from her forever. I don't know what's on the internet, I begin, watching her expression closely. But the Bratva is the Russian Mafia. I need to tread carefully around this topic. The last thing I want is to scare her.
I know that,
she says.
Why does it matter to you?
She meets my gaze with a mix of determination and concern, her eyes continuing to search mine for answers. Because I was born into it, I tell her, keeping my eyes locked with hers. When my father died, I became the head of the Bratva, the Bakan. I pause, giving her a moment to process my words.
You're the head of the Bratva?
Da, I nod, taking a step closer to her. Despite my initial fear that this might scare her, she doesn't back away. Her arms linger at her sides, tracing the smooth curve of her hips.
And that means I have certain obligations to fulfill, I tell her. One of those obligations is to find a wife and have an heir.
A wife,
she repeats, licking her lower lip, seemingly processing my words. Da, I tilt my head, and I've already found the perfect candidate. She looks at me, her smile faint.
And who is your candidate?
I lean closer to her and cup her face. Don't pretend you don't know it, Lichishka, I whisper against her lips. It's you. She looks taken aback.
Do you truly mean that, Marin?
She asks, searching my gaze. Yes, I say firmly. I've never been more sure of anything.
And why me?
I'm getting a little annoyed with all the questioning. I don't want to talk about this more than what's necessary. I'd much rather show her my intentions by claiming her and making her mine. I gently hold her face again. Because I said so, I say curtly. I told her what she needed to know, and I have no desire to waste more time talking about this. So I end the conversation by kissing her. As my lips crash into hers, a rush of emotions floods through me. In that moment, I forget about the dangerous world I come from, the obligations that weigh on my shoulders, and the secrets I keep hidden. All that exists is the warmth of Mindy's touch, the taste of her lips, and the undeniable connection we have. And relief. Relief that she's responding to me. Relief that she wants me, despite being aware of my fucked up background. Relief that I'm a good judge of character, after all. I knew all along that she was a resilient woman, one who doesn't scare easily. And now she's proving that to be true. As our mouths clash, Mindy's hands hungrily claw at my crotch. I break away from the kiss and saunter over to the leather couch, never breaking eye contact with her. A look of surprise crosses her face, but this time I want to take things slow. No more reckless lust. I want to savor every goddamn second with her. I want to revel in the certainty that this vixen belongs to me. Now strip for me, I command, my hand tightly gripping my throbbing cock. With a half smile, she follows my order and slowly removes her top. The skirt follows suit shortly after. Don't stop there, I growl, feeling my desire skyrocket. Lose the bra. She teasingly smirks at me and takes her time as she unclasps it, revealing her perfect breasts. My eyes are fixated on every slow movement, my hunger growing with each second. Fucking magnificent. That's what she is. She stands before me looking like a sex goddess, dressed only in tiny lace panties. I take in the sight of her body, letting my imagination run wild. My erection is getting painful now, so I hastily push down my pants, letting my cock spring free. It feels right. I'll soon be buried deep inside her, making her scream my name in pleasure. But before that happens, I want to savor every moment leading up to it. I begin stroking my cock, running my eyes up and down Mindy's body as if I'm seeing her for the first time. In a way, it is the first time. Every one of our encounters so far were fast and wild, but not this one. This time, I'm taking my time with her, and I can't fucking believe how incredible she is. Bouge moi. This woman is really something else. She has a way of making me forget my troubles. My mother's declining health, the shit show with Shirkov. It all fades away when I'm with her. In this moment we share, nothing else matters but the sexual chemistry between us. The pure, raw force that draws me to her like a magnet, overpowering any rational thought. "Take off your panties," I command.
Why?
She teases. "Because I want a full view of your pussy."
Well, I don't know, Mr. Bratva.
She pouts, with mischief gleaming in her eyes. I see the growing wet spot on her panties. I keep stroking my dick. "Do it." She still doesn't move.
What are you gonna do with my pussy when you see it?
I close my eyes and keep stroking. "Fuck it until you scream."
Open your eyes then,
she says.
Let me show you something.
With that, she turns to face me and begins to slowly work her way down her legs, taking her drenched panties along while not breaking eye contact. Her stunning and smooth cunt is now fully exposed before me.
Now what?
She asks playfully, waiting for further instructions. I smirk. She enjoys this little game as much as I do. "Turn around," I command, my hand still stroking my throbbing cock with urgency. Pre-cum drips from the tip. I want to get a good look at that ass. With a sultry smile, Mindy turns, giving me a full view of her shapely ass. If I was a weaker man, I'd spill into my palms right now. She's fucking beautiful, an epitome of femininity, with a perfect hourglass figure and peach-shaped ass calling out to be explored. I can hardly wait to lose myself in her once again. "Turn back." She does. I can't fucking get enough of the sight of her. My eyes roam her naked body and stop at the smooth little triangle between her thighs. It's waiting eagerly for my cock to drill into it. Holy fuck, Lishishka. You're unreal. My primal instincts scream at me to ravage her. I've never wanted anyone this badly before. My hands are trembling as they reach for the impeccable curves of her body, like an addict battling withdrawal symptoms. "Come here," I command. She obeys, climbing onto the sofa with her eyes fixated on me. "Lie down," I growl, and she eagerly follows my order. Her beautiful nude form is only a few inches away from me, exposed, vulnerable, and fully at my mercy. Slowly I lift my hands and slide them down her belly, then to her pussy. It's swollen with desire, soaking wet to my touch. "You're aching for me," I growl. Her eyes flutter closed at the contact, and she lets out a sigh.
Maren.
I tease her nipples with my fingers. "What is it?" She takes a moment to answer.
Make me come.
I can't fucking take this anymore. Without a word, I spread open her slick lips and seek out the delicate bundle of nerves nestled there. Her face is a canvas of raw desire as I begin to tease and taunt her with my fingertips. Her body writhes and bucks under my touch. She moans.
You're better than any toy I've ever had.
She spreads her thighs wider, begging for more. I'll take that as a compliment, I smirk. "Do you pleasure yourself often?" I ask, continuing to stroke her clit.
Yes,
she confesses with a sigh.
It was my only way to find release, until I met you. Pathetic, right?
My mind immediately drifts to Maurice. Looks like he butchered his shot with this woman in more ways than one, which suits me just fine. I guess we'll have to fix that, I growl. With that, I plunge 2 fingers inside her. I rub and massage the walls of her pussy and use my thumb to caress her clit in slow circles until she's panting and gasping for more. "You like that, Lishishka?" I ask, barely able to contain my own desire.
Oh, fuck,
she pants.
Yes, just like that. Oh.
The tension in her body mounts, and I can feel her climax building. Her muscles strain, and her thighs are starting to shake. I hungrily lean in towards her, my lips tingling with anticipation as I press them firmly against her dripping pussy. My desire to ravage her consumes me as I plunge my fingers into her relentlessly, each thrust bringing us both closer to the edge of ecstasy.
Yes. Fuck,
she pants.
Hard, just like that.
She cries out as I push her closer and closer to the edge, determined to break her with pure sensation. Come for me, Lishishka, I growl. And then it happens. She shatters in my arms, her entire being trembling and convulsing with the force of her orgasm. Watching her lose control fuels a sadistic urge within me. That perfect pussy deserves more than just fingers. It needs a real man. It needs me. My cock throbs painfully now, aching to spill its seed into her. I can no longer contain the overwhelming need to have her. Every fiber in my being is urging me to bury myself deep inside her and feel her walls clench around me as we both explode. I'm going to fuck you now, Mindy, I tell her, not giving her time to come down from her high. With a primal groan, I drop down between her legs, position myself above her, and thrust into her with brute force. Our naked bodies collide in a frenzy of desire as I begin to pound into her relentlessly.
Marin,
Mindy screams, her voice raw with animalistic pleasure.
Fuck me hard. Yes.
You like this, don't you? I pant, the pleasure starting to overcome me. You like my cock drilling into you?
Fuck. Yes.
She gasps.
I love your cock, Marin.
She's struggling to speak through the waves of ecstasy. Her words drive me wild, and I begin to feel her inner walls clenching around me, sending us both toward the edge. But I'm not done yet. I keep pummeling into her like a man possessed, marveling at how fucking responsive she is. Mere minutes after her first orgasm, she's ready to come again. She bucks, writhes, the walls of her pussy spasming wildly as she engulfs my cock. My body tingles from head to toe as she rakes her nails down my back, igniting a mix of pain and pleasure, pushing me closer and closer to the brink. I gasp, sinking lower until I'm lying on top of her. Her hands tangle in my hair as she pulls me down, burying her face in my chest. Can you feel? Thrust. How deep? Thrust. I'm inside you. I pant. How badly? Thrust. I want. Thrust. To come. Thrust. Inside you. I thrust again. I grind into her even harder, unable to control myself any longer. The mirror on the wall gives us a perfect view of our bodies entwined in passion and fueling our desire even more.
Oh, please, Marin.
Mindy moans, bucking her hips against mine. I thrust relentlessly, determined to give her everything she craves and more. We are both lost in each other, completely consumed by the intensity of our shared passion. I tighten my grip on her, while my other hand pulls her hair as I thrust deeper and harder into her until I'm sure she can't take it anymore. And then it happens. She tenses, her eyes roll up, and her thighs begin to shake, signaling that she's about to explode. You're mine, I growl. Do you understand? Mindy's grip tightens.
Yes,
she pants.
Fuck, yes, I'm yours, Marin.
Then fucking prove it. I keep fucking her. Come for me, Leshishka.
I'm coming. Oh, please, Marin.
She can't finish her sentence because relief comes crashing over us like a tidal wave, taking us with it.
You're fucking mine, Lishishka. I roar through a haze of pleasure, spilling into her like a fucking fountain. Her calm mixes with mine. Our bodies quiver from the intensity of our shared climax, and I find myself struck by the depth of my feelings for this woman. It's fucking terrifying to think about. I want you forever. I growl in her ear as we both come down, immediately wishing I could swallow back those words. But I can't. They're out. Maybe it was just the sex hormones that made me say that. Maybe I'm scaring her more than I'm scaring myself. But deep down, I know our connection has reached a whole new level. I need a shower, I say, after I finally manage to catch my breath. Several minutes after we reached our peak, we're still tangled in each other.
You know where the bathroom is?
Mindy says lazily. No, I don't. She turns her head towards me.
You know exactly where the bathroom is.
I have a short memory, I smirk. She looks surprised for a second, but then the penny drops. I want you to show me, I say, gently biting her earlobe. I want to continue what we started. I don't have to tell her twice. She giggles, stands up, and follows me to the bathroom with a mischievous grin on her face. Mere moments later, we're both under the hot running water, her hands wandering down to my pubic hair, stroking the base of my cock.
I love your dick, Marin, she says. You're so big and strong.
Mindy's a dirty talker, and it turns me on like hell. I take the soap and begin to wash between her legs, feeling her sweet cunt swelling under my rough hands. And I love your pussy. Fuck, I'm so ready for her again. Her hand glides over my body, lingering on my ass before moving back to my cock. I can feel the electricity coursing through me as she kneels down.
I want you in my mouth,
she moans, and I feel myself harden immediately. Her kisses trail down my abdomen, teasingly dipping into my navel before grazing along my happy trail. Then what are you waiting for? I growl out in pleasure. Looking up at me, she takes me slowly into her mouth. I close my eyes and let myself be consumed by the sensation. At this moment, the only person that exists for me is Mindy, and her lips around my cock. Her head bobs up and down, taking me deeper with each movement. My hands find their way into her hair, pulling it back so I can fully appreciate the view of her sensuous lips wrapped around me. I clench my buttocks, pushing my hips up in search of more depth. Fuck, that feels amazing, I exclaim as I lose myself in the rhythm of her mouth. Bоже mой. She continues, her movements relentless. My cock is throbbing, desperate for release, but I refuse to spill my seed into her throat, because once that happens, this euphoric moment will be over, and I'm not ready for that. I want it to last. I know that right now, being here with Mindy in the shower and sharing this experience of mind-blowing pleasure is exactly where I belong. An eternity would not be enough to savor this sensation. So I hold back, battling the urge to release myself all over her supple body. As if reading my mind, she releases my cock and looks up at me.
Come inside me,
she pants, her eyes burning with desire. She doesn't need to ask twice. With a primal groan, I pull her up against the wet wall, take her leg in my hand, and thrust into her. My mind is overtaken by an animalistic urge, and I begin fucking her again, pushing my length deeper and harder into her, until we both reach the brink of ecstasy. It takes less than 2 minutes for her to scream my name in pleasure once again. Her walls spasm against my dick, and I can feel her hot cum engulf the base of my cock. It's all it takes to make me spill into her all over again. Holy Mother of God. I can't believe this woman. I can't believe how wildly her body responds to me every time. How I can make her come again in less than 5 minutes after we finished fucking.
Marin,
She pants against my bare skin.
I've never had sex under the shower.
I don't say anything. Still tangled together, we wait for our bodies to cool and catch our breath under the warm water. I stroke her breasts and kiss her neck, feeling intoxicated by the rush of possessiveness flowing through me. I know then that I never want to let her go. She's mine forever. Driven by a sudden idea, I lift her in my arms and carry her to the bedroom. I lay her down on the bed and watch as her sensual body spreads out over the bedsheet. Still reeling from the force of our encounter, I lay down next to her. We lie there for many minutes, maybe even an hour, with our bodies intertwined, basking in the afterglow of the passionate sex marathon we just had. As I lay there, my mind drifts into uncharted territory, a place in my fucked up head I haven't explored before. It's as if my soul fled my physical body, and I'm observing us from above. Strange sensations arise and fade, emerging from the depths of my subconscious. Longing, passion, and a mixture of feelings that I struggle to label. Is this what they call romantic love? What the fuck are you thinking, Dolboyev? I'm brought back from my wandering thoughts by the feeling of soft hands tracing lazy patterns on my chest.
There is something you said the other day that stuck with me,
Mindy says softly, breaking the comfortable silence between us. I turn to face her. What is it? I ask. She pauses briefly before speaking again.
You said you had a daughter,
she says. My body tenses up. Yes, I say curtly. Mindy keeps stroking my naked body, and I find comfort in her touch.
Tell me about her, if you want,
she says. Normally this question would frustrate me, but somehow it doesn't. In fact, it's the opposite. I am sensing a sudden urge to open up to her. Maybe it will bring some relief, or maybe it will be an outlet for all the pent-up emotions since Cordelia's death. For the first time in my life, I want to share this painful chapter with someone else other than Pavel, and that someone else is Mindy Williams. I squeeze my eyes shut, feeling Mindy's gaze on me. Cordelia, I say. That was her name. I pause. She was the most innocent and compassionate human being ever born into this world. The moment seems to come to a sudden halt. I guess Mindy was not anticipating this answer, not from a man like me. I take a deep breath, unsure if I can continue. But the world didn't understand her because she had no words. She spoke through her heart.
She must have been a special child,
Mindy whispers. She was, I murmur, keeping my eyes closed. She was born with Down syndrome, and people have this misconception that those with Down syndrome are disabled, are dumb, and that makes me fucking angry, because they are special. They see the world through their hearts. I understood that watching my daughter. The way she moved through her short life in this fucked up world, showing love like no other. Mindy studies my expression.
What about her mother?
Galina. I let out a heavy sigh. We had an affair when I was still very young. We never wanted a baby. We were in love, had sex whenever, wherever. We were crazy and irresponsible. Then she fell pregnant, of course.
Of course,
she repeats.
I was young and stupid, I admit, but I took full responsibility for the baby. I even met Galina's father and told him I was going to look after his daughter and the child, no matter what. And then Cordelia was born. There she was, the perfect baby, even with her condition.
I'm so sorry, Marin,
she whispers.
I can't imagine how hard it must have been to lose her.
It was hard. So much so that Galina couldn't take it. She disappeared from the hospital overnight. Never saw her again. But I never blamed her. She was young, not even 20. I fall silent, losing myself in my thoughts for minutes before I speak again. Eventually, my mother and I became Cordelia's family. And the dogs, cats, the birds, and the flowers in the garden. She was a happy kid. My voice cracks as I continue. Until her heart gave out. She was only 8. There's another long moment of silence before Mindy speaks.
I don't know what to say, Marin. I'm so sorry you had to go through this.
I open my eyes and meet her gaze. It tore me apart and put me back together again. Made me the man I am today. But the worst thing was, I had to keep Cordelia hidden. Like she was some dirty secret.
What?
She asks.
You hid her? Why?
The fucking Bratva. I glance at Mindy. To protect her. As the head of an ancient organization with rules and traditions, I could not afford to have a flawed child. That's how the Bratva would have seen her. If my enemies had caught wind of her existence. I stop, not wanting to think about what the consequences may have been. To me, she was perfect. She just didn't belong in this fucked up world. Mindy shifts next to me, discreetly wiping away a streak of tears running down her cheek. She moves closer to me, the warmth of her body seeping into my cold heart.
Thank you, Marin. Thank you for telling me.
I grunt, suddenly feeling uncomfortable with the vulnerability I've just shown her. Yeah, well, now you know my story. She places a gentle kiss on my face and wraps her hands around my neck as she clings to me.
I do, and I'm still here,
she whispers.
Chapter 26. Mindy. Oh my God, Mindy, Betty exclaims, rushing over to me with a look of relief and concern on her face. I have just entered our shared apartment after returning from the trip Marin and I took to Moscow. Where the hell have you been? What happened? Shit. The desperate attempt to call Betty before I was forced into Marin's car must have given her a scare. I texted her to calm her down before Marin's jet took off, telling her that I'd be away for a couple of days. But I guess I was a little vague. No wonder she was worried. I need to do better next time as a friend and tell her about my whereabouts. I'm sorry, Bets, I tell her, feeling guilty. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll communicate better next time. She frowns. Something is going on with you, Mindy. I can see it on your face. I know you too well. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the last couple of days crashing down on me. I set my bags down and collapse onto the couch. I am really sorry. It was just a very intense couple of days. Betty plops down next to me and her eyes widen with excitement as she takes in my outfit. I bet. I mean, look at the stuff you're wearing. That pullover is to die for. She gives me a playful nudge. It's quite the upgrade from our thrift store days. Her gaze drifts down to my shoes. And those heels? Holy shit, Mindy. Did you win the lottery or rob a bank? I pause, nibbling on my lip. I know I have some explaining to do, but where do I even start? Do I tell her about getting kidnapped? or dining like royalty and feeling sparks fly with a guy I barely know? And the fact that I'm technically tied to him now through our so-called marriage deal. I'm still trying to wrap my own head around the last one. I look into Betty's eyes, knowing there are some things I have to share with her. She's my ride or die, the one person who always has my back, no matter what crazy shit I get involved in. All right, Bets, I begin. What I'm about to spill stays between us, no matter what. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Betty snorts, rolling her eyes. Girl, please. You know I can keep a secret better than a spy. I'm serious, Bets. This is between you and me. My lips are sealed, she reassures me. I was with Marin Korolev, I admit. Betty's face shows no shock. No shit. Tell me something I haven't figured out already. In Moscow, I finally drop the bomb. Betty's jaw drops. In Moscow? Like, in Russia, Moscow. What the heck were you two doing there? I take a deep breath, my cheeks flushing as I meet Betty's curious gaze. My friend leans forward, her eyes widening with a mix of concern and anticipation. What, Mindy? Did he hurt you? I shake my head quickly, my blush deepening. No, nothing like that. It's just, well, the way he took me to Moscow, it was like something out of a crap movie, except it was true. I describe how I was picked up by Pavel on the street, leaving out most of the scary stuff. The last thing I want to do is worry Betty even more. She is listening intently, her eyes growing wider as I reveal the details. And then, oh my God, Bets, we took Marin's jet. You know I'm not the gold digger type, but this thing is the epitome of luxury, unlike anything I've ever seen before. Betty lets out a low whistle, her expression a mix of awe and envy. Damn, girl, that's some James Bond level shit right there. She looks at me. You didn't sleep with him, right? She mocks surprise. Okay, I just asked the world's stupidest question, but oh my God, Mindy, Betty exclaims. So this all happened with Marin Korolev, the CEO of Global Media, my boss, your ex-boss, the world's sexiest asshole all in one? I nod, and I can't help but smile. It was intense, Bets. Like nothing I've ever experienced before intense. Betty leans back against the cushions, and there's a hint of worry in her expression. I can't believe this. I mean, I know you've always had a thing for bad boys, but Marin Korolev? He's in a league of his own. I nod, biting my lip as I try to sort through the jumble of emotions that are still swirling in my chest. She doesn't even know the craziest part. The marriage proposal, the contract, the whole package. As much as I want to tell her, I know I can't. I gave Marin my word to keep it a secret. Not to mention that it would void our contract immediately and probably get me into a lot of trouble. Betty continues to eye me with a knowing look on her face, like she's suspecting something. She ultimately heaves a sigh and reaches for my hand. Look, Min, if you want this guy, I understand. Hell, I wouldn't be able to resist his charm either. But just be careful, okay? There's just something about Marin Korolev. Something that worries me. My heart skips a beat at her words. I glance up at Betty. What do you mean? My friend pauses, fidgeting with her fingers. She appears to be weighing her words carefully before she speaks. I don't know anything for sure, but this kind of wealth, power, and that air of danger that surrounds the guy, I don't know, man, it just feels shady. I swallow hard. My thoughts immediately drift back to the conversation I had with Marin at the hotel in Moscow, right before we made love, and he blew my mind for the umpteenth time. The complicated history of his family. His connection to the Bratva. Not to mention our deal. But of course, I don't say anything about it to Betty. I can't. Not just because I can't betray Marin, But I also can't expect Betty to keep a secret while she's worried sick about me. So I stay quiet, wondering if I'm doing something incredibly stupid by getting involved with Marin Korolev. Am I putting myself in danger? Am I playing with powers far greater than what I'm able to control? As if reading my mind, Betty leans in closer. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, Mindy, there are rumors at Global Media about Marin. Everything is hush-hush, of course. But gossip has it that Global Media is just a cover for something sketchy. I look up at her, feeling a lump forming in my throat. What do you mean? What kind of rumors? Betty glances around as if making sure that no one else is listening. Well, you know how people are. Always looking for the next big scandal to talk about. There is talk that Marin's wealth and power don't just come from his media empire. That there's something else going on behind the scenes, and Global Media is just a big money laundering machine. I gulp, but stay quiet. I feel the knot of unease tightening in my stomach and my throat as my mind races with the implications of Betty's words. Whatever the case, I know Marin has ties with the Russian Mafia, the Bratva, as they call it. And the Bratva isn't exactly the most legal business on the planet. You know, Mindy, Betty continues, some folks say that Marin Korolev has something to do with organ trade. My eyes widen like saucers. Organ trade? Are you serious? Betty nods. You remember Ethan from HR, right? The one who was on medical leave for almost a year? I nod slowly, my brow furrowing as I try to recall the details. Yeah, I remember. He had some kind of kidney disease or something, right? Betty leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That's right. Rumors started going around that he needed a transplant and that he couldn't get a donor. Eventually, Marin sorted it out for him. That's how the guy is still alive. He paid it back to Marin in installments. My eyes widen. Uh-huh. Betty shrugs. But then again, this might all be just talk. You know how it is. People love a good conspiracy theory. Maybe it was nothing but a favor for a loyal employee. Whether Marin did Ethan a favor or not, there's still a knot in my stomach. Knowing that Marin was born into the Bratva, I can't help but think that there's an element of truth to Betty's gossip. If Marin is really involved in organ trade, what other shady stuff could he be into? Drugs, guns, human trafficking? How does he pay for all his expensive suits, his limo, and that fancy flying apartment? My hands are trembling slightly as I meet Betty's gaze. Thanks for telling me, Bets. A part of me wants to believe that it's all just gossip. Maybe it is, but you're right, I gotta be more careful. Betty grabs my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Good. I mean, I know the guy is hot as hell and everything, but you mustn't let that cloud your judgment. He's a freaking billionaire, and that's a world you and I know very little about. Who knows what guys like him are capable of? I keep a serious expression as I look into Betty's eyes. Now I know better than anything that I can never tell her the things I learned about Marin, especially the Bratva stuff. It would just worry her to death. Not to mention that I have no clue what dangers I would put her in. Thanks for looking out for me, Bats. I'll be careful, I promise, is all I say. Chapter 27. Mindy. Today is Mom's birthday. I don't want to think about the possibility that it could be her last. The thought alone hurts too much. Instead, I just focus on making this day special for her by bringing a smile to her face. I walk confidently through the now familiar halls of the hospital with a smile glued to my face and a box of chocolate tucked under my arm. These bonbons used to be Mom's favorite, back when you could still get them in the US. Now, you can't. But lucky for me, I found some in Moscow, and I immediately got 4 of them. I can't wait to see my mom's reaction when I surprise her with her favorite dessert. As soon as I step into her room, I see my mother sitting up in bed, looking stronger and more alive than she has in weeks. The smile I had on my face grows even wider, mirroring the hope that's been growing inside me. Looks like the new treatment is working. For the first time in a while, I feel truly optimistic about the future. Maybe, just maybe, the universe is giving us another chance to make beautiful memories together in the years to come. Happy birthday, Mom, I tell her, accompanied by a big smile and a hug. But as I take her in my arms, I notice a significant weight loss in her. My beautiful mother, who always carried a few extra pounds, is now skinny and frail. I can feel her shoulder bones protruding under her skin. But she is still with us. She's not giving up. Neither of us are giving up. We will overcome this illness together. Oh, Mindy, thank you, my dear, she says in excitement. It's your special day, Mom, I say, passing her the box of chocolates. Look what I got you. Are you serious? Mom gasps. Her face softens as she takes the box with a grateful smile. Oh my gosh, Mindy. This was my favorite when you and Alexis were little. Where did you get these? She pops one into her mouth and her eyelids close as she savors the explosion of flavor. I have my ways, I wink. And believe it or not, there's more where that came from. What? There's more? She looks at me in disbelief. That's right. You're just trying to give me one more reason to stick around, huh? She asks, giving me a mischievous grin. I sure am, I say, returning her smile. You're not going anywhere, Mom. Not on my watch. She pops another bonbon into her mouth, and her eyelids flutter closed. You're spoiling me, Mindy. Anything for my beautiful mother, I wink, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. So, how are you feeling about the new treatment? I ask as I settle down in the chair next to her bed. Not bad, honey. It's not painful at all, and I feel stronger already. She responds, but there's still worry in her expression. But the cost, my insurance only covers. I cut her off before she could finish. I know exactly what she wants to say. Don't worry about that, Mom. It is taken care of, I promise. Your only focus should be on getting better. Mom looks surprised. But how? You already work so hard, Mindy. I got myself a little bonus, I lie, leaning close to her and giving her another gentle kiss. I'm not proud of withholding the truth from my mom, but the last thing I want is for her to worry. Please don't stress about it. I've got it under control. Under control, huh? A voice interrupts from the doorway. I turn my head to see Alexis standing there with a smirk on her face. Your gigs at New York High must be paying well. Shit. I shoot my sister a glare that could melt steel, but I hold my tongue. The last thing I want is to cause a scene, especially in front of our mother. Oh, hey, sis. You could have knocked, is all I say. Alexis's smirk widens. Oh, I'm sorry. Did singing to Mafia guys turn you into an etiquette coach? Double shit. How does she know? I narrow my eyes at my sister, gritting my teeth. This is not the time, I mouth, turning my head towards her, making sure Mom can't see me. But Alexis doesn't get the memo, or she simply doesn't want to. Instead of playing along, a smug smile spreads across her face. You're worried how I know about it, right? She asks. Let's just say I have my ways, sis. You'd be surprised what people will tell you for the right price. What's that even supposed to mean? I demand, my patience wearing thin. Alexis leans against the doorframe, her voice dropping. Working for Stardust always had its perks, she says. She's referring to the gossip magazine she works for. Especially when it comes to digging up dirt on people, even on my own sister. I feel my blood run hot with anger. You're spying on me? She shrugs, seemingly unbothered by my shock. It's what I do for a living, remember? And honey, you've been giving me plenty of material lately. Alexis, sweetheart. Mom cuts in, her voice strained with concern. What are you talking about? I jump in before Alexis can spew any more poison. Nothing, Mom. Just Alexis running her mouth as usual. But Alexis isn't having it. She moves into the room and leans against the foot of Mom's bed with a malicious glint in her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, Mom, she says, imitating my voice. Except that our dear Mindy here has been getting cozy with some seriously shady characters. How do you think your hospital bills are settled? I can't believe that she's doing this. What kind of heartless monster has my sister turned into? Suddenly, I feel like I want to jump up and slap some sense into her with the back of my hand. Luckily, a nurse enters the room, interrupting our heated exchange. Excuse me, but I have to ask you to leave the room for a minute. Could you please wait outside while I administer the patient's medication? Alexis and I both nod, but as we make our way into the corridor, the tension between us is still palpable. As soon as we're out of earshot, I whirl around to face my sister. What the hell are you doing, Alexis? What makes you think you have any right to put Mom through this? How I got the money for her treatment is none of your goddamn business. I hiss with fury in my voice. But for your information, I had no other choice. I had to take the singing gig because I lost my job, and I sure as hell can't expect any help from you. My words come out in a nervous rush. I still can't believe that she would come here on Mom's birthday and cause such a scene. My sister gives me a dismissive smirk, her eyes filled with malice. Her pupils are enlarged, indicating that she's under the influence of some substance. Most likely the painkillers that have been slowly unraveling her life for years. Little Mindy, Mommy's favorite girl, she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You've always been the golden child, haven't you? What the hell does that have to do with anything? I shot back, my hands curling into tight fists at my sides. You have some nerve, showing up here and causing a scene. When was the last time you bothered to check on Mom? When was the last time you lifted a finger to help our family? I can no longer control my frustration. Even when you took my car the other day, you told me you were coming to see Mom, but you never showed up, and I don't even want to know where you were. When did you become such an irresponsible, selfish bitch, Alexis? I know her response, even before she opens her mouth. Since you caused the accident that killed Emily, Mindy. Yep, there it is again. The phrase I've heard countless times already, and she's not done. First of all, I only used your car for an hour and I parked it exactly where it was, so don't complain. She shrugs, her eyes cold and indifferent. As for Mom, you and I both know that she's going to die soon. Cancer is cancer, Mindy. No amount of money or special treatments are going to change that. She leans in closer. And let's be real, sis. The sooner she kicks the bucket, the sooner we get our hands on her inheritance. I don't know about you, but I could use a little financial boost right about now. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I stare at Alexis in horror, unable to comprehend the words that come out of her mouth. Is this cold, calculating monster really my sister? The sweet, innocent girl I used to play with, the one who looked up to me with such love and admiration. I don't even recognize the woman I'm looking at. I can't believe what's become of you, Alexis. I stutter, disgusted. What happened to my sister? The Alexis who cared about something other than money and her next fix. Alexis laughs, a harsh, bitter sound that echoes off the hospital walls. Oh, grow up, Mindy. That Alexis is long gone. You killed her, along with Emily, in the accident you caused. This is all your goddamn fault. There we are again. Back to square one. She takes a step closer, her eyes glinting with a malicious sort of glee. Get this, Mindy. This is the real world, and in the real world, you do what you have to do to survive. And if that means waiting for our dear mother to finally check out so I can get my hands on my rightful inheritance, so be it. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I still can't believe what I'm hearing. This cruel, cynical, evil creature my sister has become is worse than anyone I ever encountered. You're a monster, I whisper, my voice trembling from the shock. A heartless and selfish monster who has no right to be a part of our family. What family? The one you destroyed? I don't even bother responding. Even if I did, it wouldn't change anything. It's a circular conversation that does not lead anywhere. Alexis just smirks, seemingly unaffected by anything I told her earlier. Maybe I'm a monster, Mindy. But at least I'm not a hypocrite like you. At least I'm honest about my actions instead of pretending to be a saint while selling myself to shady characters in NYC High. She leans in close, her breath hot and sour against my face. Face it, Mindy. You're no better than me. You're just better at hiding it. We both know you sell your pussy to mobsters. With that, she turns on her heel and stalks off down the corridor, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a sickening realization. A realization that maybe, just maybe, she's right. Because as much as I want to believe that I'm doing all this for the right reasons, that I'm just trying to take care of my family and keep my mother alive, I know there's another part of me that's drawn to the thrill of the forbidden. Especially if that forbidden is called Marin Korolev. But right now, that doesn't matter. I watch Alexis storm off, her venomous words still ringing in my ears. For many moments, I can't move. I can't even breathe. How is it that my sister always knows exactly what to say to make me feel even more guilty? To twist a knife in me where it hurts the most? I lean against the wall, my heart pounding so hard I'm sure it's audible from 2 rooms away. I know I can't go back to Mom like this. I can't let her see how shaken I am. So I take some deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself down. I focus on the steady beep of the machines coming from the hospital rooms and the distant chatter of the nurses. Anything to ground me in the present moment. After a few minutes, I feel a bit more composed. I straighten my shoulders, plaster a smile on my face, and make my way back to Mom's room. Did the nurse do her checks, Mom? I ask, trying to keep my voice light and cheerful. Mom nods, but I can see unease in her eyes. Yes, sweetheart. But what was that with Alexis? Is everything all right between you two? I swallow hard, fighting back the tears that have been threatening to spill over ever since my sister arrived. Nothing serious, Mom, I say, forcing a reassuring smile. Just a little sibling battle. You know how it is. And where is she now? Mom asks. I clear my throat. She had to leave. I'm sure she'll be back later. The line nearly hurts physically, but I can't bear to add to my mother's stress right now. She has enough on her plate, and the last thing she needs is to worry about our messed up family dynamics. I walk over to her and lean down, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. Get some rest, Mom. You'll need your strength for the next treatment. I'll check back tomorrow, okay? She nods, her eyelids already drooping with exhaustion. All right, sweetheart. Thank you for being here, for everything you do for me. I don't know what I'd do without you. I have to blink back the tears that still sting my eyes. Just a few more minutes, and I can cry in the car. I love you, Mom, more than anything in this world. I love you too, Mindy, always and forever. With one last squeeze of her hand, I turn and make my way out of the room, my heart heavy with the weight of all the secrets and lies that are piling up around me. As I walk through the hospital corridor, I can't shake the feeling that things are starting to spiral out of control. My sister's drug addiction, my mother's illness, my own entanglement with Marin and his possibly dangerous world. It's all too much, too fast. And I don't know how much longer I can keep juggling all these balls before they come crashing down on me. Chapter 28. Mindy. Finally, home sweet home. I shut the door behind me and kick off my shoes. I'm still feeling drained from the crazy showdown with Alexis, and I know it's not going away anytime soon. After leaving the hospital, I cried in the car for about 20 minutes straight. I'm probably going to do some more crying later. Emotionally exhausted is an understatement for how I'm feeling right now. As soon as I make my way into the living room, I see Betty with a look of deep concern on her face. She takes one glance at me and frowns, her forehead scrunching up. "What the heck happened, Mindy?" she asks. "You look like you saw a ghost." I shake my head, trying to avoid reliving the drama with my sister. Just the usual story with Alexis. Nothing you haven't heard before. I let out a sigh. But at least Mom is doing better. Her new treatment seems to be working. "Thank goodness," Betty smiles. "Looks like it was a good idea to take that New York high gig after all, huh?" I give a silent nod. She has no idea that the latest treatments are paid for by Marin and not NYCI. It's probably best to keep it that way. I walk into the living room and sink into the couch, the weight of the day dragging me down between the cushions. Family drama always makes me feel like crap and leaves me totally exhausted. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to center myself. "Hey," Betty says softly, sitting down next to me. "I know you've had some rough days recently. How about we take your mind off it for a while?" She nudges me gently, a mischievous glint returning into her eyes. "There's something here that will cheer you up." I open my eyes, curiosity piquing despite my fatigue. "What do you mean?" Betty grins. "You got another package earlier," she exclaims, pointing to the coffee table. I furrow my brow as my eyes wander to the big, fancy-looking box sitting there. "What is it?" I ask, pushing myself up from the couch. Betty flashes a smile. "I don't know, but it's for you. Looks fancy as hell." I walk over to the package and take a closer look. It's all dressed up in black paper with a shiny silver bow. I touch its smooth surface, feeling a mix of thrill and butterflies in my stomach. It must be another gift from Marin. "Come on, girl, open it already." Betty eagerly nudges me. I glance at my friend as I start untying the ribbon. The paper unravels, and a slick black box is revealed underneath. I remove the lid, and a shriek escapes my lips. I stare at the contents in astonishment. Holy crap! I have to rub my eyes to make sure I'm actually seeing what I'm seeing. The black box is filled with an arsenal of toys that look like they cost a fortune. That's right, that kind of toys. There's a vibrator, fancy silk ties and masks, and even this shiny metal thing that makes my cheeks run red. Before I know it, Betty stands behind me, peering into the box. "Holy shit, girl!" she exclaims, and her face brightens up. She reaches in and pulls out a dildo. She carefully inspects it. "That is one big shiny dildo. Do you think it's going to fit?" My cheeks flush. Jesus, Bets, seriously? I'm so damn jealous, Mindy. She laughs, ignoring my embarrassment. Why can't I ever get something like this? I still can't believe what I'm looking at. It's hard to believe that this was all sent to me. I shake my head. I don't know, Bets. Maybe you're just too picky. I wink at her. Betty snorts, making a dramatic movement with the dildo in her hand. Picky? I'd settle for a guy who can string 2 sentences together without mentioning his ex or his mom. Is that too much to ask? I burst out laughing and put my hands up. All right, fair point. Betty looks at the object in her hand and runs her eyes up and down its length, carefully inspecting it. This came from Marin, right? Can you think of anyone else? I knew it, Betty says, shooting me a look. He was away from the office all day yesterday, and that doesn't happen very often lately. The only logical explanation is that he spent the entire day on his computer in a frantic search for the perfect dildo. I roll my eyes. Yeah, like he's got nothing better to do. No, seriously. I can totally imagine his face contorting as he browses through adult websites. Betty continues dramatically. Trying to find the right fit for your vajayjay. Vibrant violet? Nah, let's make it royal blue. Size XL? Oh no, let's go for triple XL. We both burst into laughter. Jesus, girl, stop it. Check your messages. Betty reads out the content of a small, elegant envelope she just fished out of the box. This guy really knows how to build suspense, she remarks. My messages? On my phone? That's what it says, Betty replies, urging me to take a look. I fish my phone out of my pocket and tap the notification to pull up the incoming message. Mindy, tonight marks our first official public appearance together. Since it's also my birthday, I am hosting a small private party at my house. Please arrive by 8 p.m. For security purposes, a taxi will pick you up from New York High. Simply drive there and leave your car in the parking lot. It has already been paid for. Please wear one of the dresses I sent to you with the previous delivery. I'd like to introduce you to some of my associates at the party. And don't forget to bring a toy of your choice. See you tonight, MK. Betty leans over my shoulder, her eyes widening as she takes in the contents of the package again. Damn, girl. Looks like your sugar daddy is making some serious moves. Official public appearance. What does he mean by that? I feel my face heat up at her question. I should be more careful. I can't let her sniff out that Marin and I have an arrangement. Don't sugar daddy him, Bats. I giggle, trying to stir the conversation in another direction. This is different. Betty just raises an eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of her mouth. Uh-huh. That explains why he pillaged a small adult store. I can't help but laugh. Okay. I get your point. But it's a little more complicated than that. So you're going to the party? Bat asks. I know I'm being nosy, but you have to understand this is just too damn exciting. I nod. Looks like it. To Marin Korolev's house. That's if he lives in a regular house, not some freaking extravagant mansion floating on water or something. I keep quiet. Oh, come on, Min. Enough with the secrecy already. Betty nudges and glances at the clock on the wall. It's 6:15. We better start dolling you up if you want to make it by 8. Less than an hour later, I stand beside my car with an almost flawless makeup and the red designer dress hugging me like a second skin. Betty and I attended to every detail meticulously, making me look as classy as I can be. The scent of my perfume, a heady blend of sensuality and mystery, lingers in the air around me. I must say, I'm pleased with the results. I do a final once-over before jumping in my car. Dress looks great. Makeup on point. and one of the trusty dildos is tucked away in my bag for later. It's going to be a good night, Mindy. I open the door and sink into the driver's seat, reaching for the key to start the ignition. But then I remember something. A feeling of unease comes over me, making me pause. The folder. I quickly glance at the glove compartment. For a moment, I'm overcome with fear that something is wrong. Alexis was the last one to use my car. Having to be suspicious of my own sister hurts, but I can't shake it off. What if she opened the folder while she had the car? What if she took it? With trembling hands, I lean over and open the glove compartment. To my relief, the folder is there just as I left it. Everything looks exactly how it should be. I exhale as I pull the folder out. With slightly shaky fingers, I open it, my eyes scanning the contents. It appears to be in perfect order. The pages are neatly arranged, and my signature is at the bottom. Thank God. I fold up the contract, the paper crinkling under my fingers. I tuck it into my bag, right next to the dildo. The realization almost makes me laugh. It's ridiculous to think about the contents of my purse. A strange contract with a possibly dangerous man, right next to a luxury dildo. It is a strange but accurate representation of where my life is right now. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I turn the key in the ignition, and I begin my drive to New York High.
Chapter 29. Marin. She looks fucking stunning. From the top of the grand staircase, I watch Mindy emerge from the sleek black car, looking like a vision in a dress I handpicked for her. The fabric clings to her curves like a second skin, offering tantalizing glimpses of the treasures concealed beneath. Each step she takes sends arousal through my body, igniting a fire that threatens to consume me from head to toe. My woman. The chauffeur escorts her to the foot of the stairs, and she begins her ascent. The soft click of her heels on marble echoes through the foyer, like a countdown to the moment when she'll be within my reach. It takes every shred of my hard-earned self-control not to bound down those steps, sweep her into my arms, and carry her straight to my bedroom where I can worship her body and fuck her senseless. But there's a time and place for that. I force myself to wait, to savor this moment of anticipation. As she reaches the top of the stairs, I slip into the role of the debonair host, though my eyes betray my hunger as they devour her form. "You look beautiful, Ishishka," I murmur when she reaches me. A rush of warmth spreads across her face, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of innocence and desire.
"Thank you,"
she whispers, her gaze boldly taking me in my black suit.
"You don't look too bad yourself."
"You like what you see?" I tease with a smirk. She bites her lip.
"Maybe."
My body reacts instantly, my half-erect cock shoving itself against the inside of my pants. I gently take Mindy's hand and guide her into the dimly lit chamber where the party is taking place. The electricity between us is undeniable. Upon reaching the bar, I uncork a bottle of champagne. The lid comes off with a satisfying pop. I pour 2 glasses of the amber liquid, watching in satisfaction as the bubbles dance inside. I hand her 1 glass. "Let's kick off the night."
"Wait," she says. "First, I've got something for you. I want to give it to you while I'm still sober."
She reaches into her bag, pulling out a piece of paper.
"Here,"
she says. Finally. Exactly what I've been waiting for. I take the blue folder from her, the one holding the contract for our arrangement. I flip it open and look at the bottom where her signature is supposed to be. Miss Melinda Grace Williams, it reads. Good. Better than good. Thank you, I smirk. leaning closer and speaking into her lips. Best decision of your life. I hand her a glass of champagne. To us, I say, and raise my glass in a toast, locking my eyes with hers. To my beautiful wife. She smiles back.
I might need some time to get used to the term.
She also raises her glass, her eyes never leaving mine.
Happy birthday, Marin.
We sip the champagne, allowing the bubbles to dance on our tongues. The whole time, all I can focus on is the way Mindy's lips touch the edge of the crystal cup, and the way her throat moves as she swallows the sweet liquid. The same lips will be wrapped around my cock tonight. The thought alone makes me even harder in my pants. I place my empty glass on the table and take her by the hand. Come, I tell her, and lead the way to the dining room where the scent of gourmet cuisine fills the air, mingling with the heady aroma of expensive wines and spirits.
This looks amazing,
Mindy says when she sees the buffet table.
Smells amazing, too.
She's not wrong. The chefs have outdone themselves, laying out a feast fit for kings. Every dish is carefully selected to tantalize even the most refined taste buds. There's caviar from the depths of the Caspian Sea, its briny flavors perfectly paired with crisp champagne. Foie gras from the hills of France with a rich and buttery flavor. We also have truffles from the forests of Italy, oozing a scent of earthy decadence. But none of those things compare to the sight beside me. Mindy, dressed in her fiery red dress that clings to her, emphasizing every beautiful curve of her body. I fucking can't take my eyes off her. My desire keeps growing with each passing second. Patience, Doboyev. You've got the whole night ahead of you. As we take our seats at the table, the doors to the dining room swing open, revealing a familiar face. It's Pavel. He walks over and nods in a silent greeting, his eyes flickering briefly to Mindy with a look of appraisal.
Happy birthday, boss,
Pavel says as he lifts a glass in my direction. Spasiba, Pavel, I reply, my arm draped around Mindy's waist. You already met Mindy, my fiancée? Pavel nods at her, extending his hand to Mindy like a true gentleman. Despite the fact that my second-in-command grew up on the streets, he's doing a decent job at party etiquette. He can behave when I need him to. Behind Pavel, my brother Timofey saunters in, a glass of vodka already in hand. He's flanked by a few of my Bratva comrades.
Marin,
Timofey booms, clapping me on the shoulder.
Happy birthday, Bratok.
He looks at Mindy by my side.
I see you've brought a beautiful guest to celebrate with us.
I grin, wrapping my arm possessively around Mindy's waist. Timo, this is Mindy, my fiancée. Mindy, meet my brother Timofey.
It's a pleasure to meet you,
Mindy says, smiling shyly.
The pleasure's all mine.
Timofey's eyes widen.
Fiancé?
He looks at me.
We need to catch up more often, Marin. I feel like I'm missing out on your life. What time is the wedding? Am I even invited?
Maybe if you behave well. I smirk at my brother. Timofey lifts his glass to Mindy before looking back at me.
You know well, that's not my strong suit.
There's a moment of silence before Timofey turns and raises his glass toward the crowd of guests.
It's about damn time you settled, Marin, he shouts. We thought you'd never recover after Elena ran off.
His gesture is followed by a chorus of drunken cheers and congratulations. Obliodak. My brother can never shut the fuck up. He also has a sixth sense to say the worst possible things at the worst possible times. I chuckle, my grip on Mindy tightening slightly. I was always going to, just needed to find the right woman.
Is Maurice coming?
Timofey inquires. Sure was me, Timofey. Seriously? I shoot daggers at him. No, I respond curtly.
My brother's expression turned serious.
Why not?
Excuse me, I tell Mindy. Understandably so, there's confusion on her face as she looks at me. She still has no idea that Maurice and I are related. I was going to tell her later, but I wanted her to sign the contract first. Now Timofey is fucking up my entire plan, and I don't like it. I yank my idiot brother aside, making sure Mindy can't see us. Listen, Timo, I purposely left Maurice off the guest list. We had a major fallout over his behavior. He's been acting like an irresponsible asshole. You know he's always been the family fuck-up, but recently he's exceeded his worst self. He has no place here.
I thought you two had smoothed things out, Timofey says with eyebrows raised. From what I've seen, Maurice has been on his best behavior lately. Even made an effort to visit Mom.
Blad. I need to shut him up before he says something even more stupid in front of Mindy. I lean in closer to his ear. All right, I'll drop the bomb, Timo. Maurice is Mindy's ex-boyfriend. They split up not too long ago because Maurice fucked up. Timofey's jaw practically hits the floor.
Holy fuck. Maurice's ex? Talk about a shitty love triangle, Blatok.
Whatever, I growl. I don't want Maurice here tonight, you understand? I don't even want him to know about this party. And you better keep your mouth shut unless you want to get your ass kicked.
Fuck. Does Maurice know that you're screwing his ex?
Timofey shakes his head. Hey, I bark. You keep your fucking mouth shut, all right? Show some respect, especially in front of Mindy. Timofey wheezes out a laugh and he holds up his hands.
All right, relax, Bratan. I won't say anything.
He motions with his right hand, showing me that he has his mouth sealed. I realize I've been grabbing the neck of his shirt as I was talking to him. I relax my grip and let go of my brother. Giving him a cold stare, I pat his shoulder. That's more like it. As the night drags on and the drinks keep flowing, Mindy's inhibitions start to slip away. Her laughter is louder now, her face flushed with a mixture of alcohol and excitement. And through it all, she remains insanely sexy. As much as I try, I can't stop my mind from being consumed with fantasies about her. I can't wait for everyone to fuck off from my house so I can slam that bedroom door shut and fuck my new fiancée until she screams my name. In a sudden burst of boldness, she leans closer to me, her warm breath tickling my ear.
I brought a few songs with me, Marin. I want to sing it for your guests.
She chuckles, whispering to me.
But mainly for you. Consider it a part of your birthday gift.
I raise my eyebrow, intrigued by her idea. A possessive part of me flares up at the thought of sharing her singing with my party guests, especially since we have some pretty prominent Bratva people present tonight. The idea of those fuckers' eyes leering at my Mindy makes my jaw tense. But I also like that Mindy is letting loose. She smiles at me with a mischievous glint in her eye. She's clearly tipsy, and that makes her even more attractive. Maybe I should allow it. It would make it even more satisfying to have her in my bed afterwards, knowing that I'm the only one who can have her.
I handpicked the tune just for you,
she encourages, trailing her fingers down my chest. Fine, I nod in approval, giving her an appreciative grin. Only a few minutes later, she's walking up to the small stage in the rear of the room, her hips swaying seductively with every step. As soon as the crowd notices her on stage, they fall silent, their eyes glued to her every move. Mindy stands behind the microphone with confidence in her posture.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen,
she says, scanning the room before her gaze lands on me. She winks at me playfully.
I have prepared a few songs for our host, who also happens to be the man of the hour.
She sweeps an arm out,
keeping her eyes on me. Then she begins to sing. Music also comes through the speakers, following her low, smoky voice. It comes out as if she's trying to caress the microphone, filled with a raw sensuality that sets my blood on fire. She closes her eyes and lets the music wash over her body gently swaying to the rhythm. Holy Mother of God, she is beyond special. I can't take my eyes off her. She almost looks as if she's becoming one with the song, melting into its rhythm. Her face is a portrait of pure passion, dragging me along with her into the moment. I saw her perform before, but I still can't believe her talent. How is it that my former chief accountant is capable of something like this? She should have pursued a career in music instead of fucking around with boring numbers. Beside me, Timofey leans in, his breath tickling my ear.
You're one lucky motherfucker, you know that, Marin?
He murmurs, his voice laced with equal parts envy and admiration.
Elena was a keeper, but this girl, she's next level.
I nod, my eyes never leaving Mindy. I know, I murmur. My voice comes out low and rough with desire. She's in a league of her own. As the song builds to a crescendo, Mindy's voice soars. The emotion in her is palpable. At that moment, I know with a bone-deep certainty that I would do anything just to keep her by my side. My cock is painfully hard as I anticipate the sex we'll have once all the guests leave. When the final note hangs in the air and her set comes to a close, the room erupts into applause. Mindy opens her eyes, a slow, sensual smile curving her lips. She takes a bow, and as she straightens, she briefly glances at me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen,
she says with a sweet tone.
I hope you enjoyed the music.
She turns towards me with a smile and adds,
And once again, happy birthday to our wonderful host, Mr. Marin Korolev.
But as the applause dies down, I notice a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Mindy's still standing on stage, basking in the afterglow of her performance. But she must also feel the shift because her expression changes. Her eyes are wide open and her smile disappears, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. She's looking towards the entrance of the hall we're in. I turn around to see what caught her attention. When I finally see it, my blood runs cold in a mix of shock and anger. Blood. Behind the crowd of people stands a man. Scratch that, a man-child. A swaying man-child, and the very last fucking person I want to see tonight. My wayward brother, a.k.a. Mindy's ex, a.k.a. the new COO of my organ trade business. My half-brother Maurice. Chapter 30. Marin. Maurice bursts into the room. His bloodshot eyes are wild, and his clothes are in disarray. His shirt hangs open, revealing his hairy chest and beer gut. Even his hair is in a goddamn mess. It's clear he drank his ass off. With an unsteady sway, he makes his way through the crowd, his sneer oozing with spite as he takes in the scenery before him. A mix of irritation and pity surges in me. I want to punch him square in the nose, grab him by the balls, and toss him out of my mansion. But I can't. I can't fuck up my reputation in front of my guests. Not to mention that Mindy is also here. She still stands on stage, visibly shocked and confused at what Maurice is doing here. Blood. This is not how I wanted Mindy to find out that her fucked-up ex-boyfriend is my own flesh and blood. A disturbing memory flashes through my mind. The naked photos she had willingly sent to Maurice. Well, she was going to. She ended up sending them to me instead. Were those photos really meant to a screw-up like my brother? How the fuck did she even put up with him for so long? A tense silence falls over the crowd. Some exchange uneasy glances, and some take a step back, creating an empty space around Maurice and me. In the corner, Pavel's eyes narrow in assessment. The once lively atmosphere has become suffocating. I grimace, trying to keep my composure in front of my guests. When Maurice sees me, he stumbles his way over to me, his eyes glazed.
"Baron, my man,"
he exclaims, his voice too loud and his breath reeking of whiskey.
"Happy fucking birthday, bro."
He scans the guests.
"Is everyone having a good time at my brother's party?"
he asks. "Maurice," I bark. My voice comes out cold and measured. "I don't remember sending you an invitation." He just laughs, like he heard a bad joke. It is a harsh, grating sound that sets my teeth on edge.
"What do you mean, bro?"
He's slurring, slinging an arm around my shoulder.
"I would never miss your big day. What kind of brother would I be if I did that?"
I shrug off his arm, my patience wearing thin. "The kind who knows when he's not welcome." Maurice just grins, seemingly unfazed by my tone.
"Aw, don't be like that, Marin,"
he says. His words come out accompanied by a disgusting burp. For a moment I think he's going to throw up.
"I've only come to celebrate with you. Why is that so wrong?"
There is still an uncomfortable silence in the room. Only a few people exchange words in the back, probably talking about the unfolding drama. I don't know if I should feel embarrassed or angry as everyone stares at my drunken half-brother. What I do know is that the dining hall is full of my business associates and prominent people from the Bratva, and I cannot let this fuck up my reputation. So I remain calm and turn to Maurice, placing a hand on his arm. "Let's step outside and talk for a moment." But Maurice isn't having it. He yanks his arm out of my hand.
"I'm not going anywhere, Marin,"
he barks. He looks around the room, his eyes landing on Timofey.
"So you invited Timofey, but not me? You having a good time, Timo?"
Timofey shifts uncomfortably, his face contorting with what I recognize as disdain. He probably wants to slap Maurice as much as I do, but he's trying to act civilized.
"Maurice, go and clear your head,"
he says quietly, trying to defuse the situation.
"You're obviously drunk."
Maurice's eyes narrow, and a bitter laugh escapes his lips.
"Drunk? Yeah, I've had a few, all right,"
he spits out.
"You want to know why? 'Cause I just visited your mother."
"How does visiting her make you drunk?" I interject. Maurice shuts his eyes and lets all of his alcohol-induced feelings rise to the surface when he speaks.
Fuck, Marin, I can't bear the state she's in. She gets on your nerves, man. She asked about Cordelia at least 50 times while I was with her."
He turns back to Timofey.
"And you, Timo? Why aren't you with her? Marin said you're her main carer."
There is some motion in the room now. People either had enough of the drama or they're preparing to leave. I take the opportunity to step forward, grabbing Maurice by the arm. "All right, that's enough, Maurice. You need to leave while I'm asking you nicely." But he's still not having it. He pushes himself away from me, his eyes wild and unfocused.
"Fuck you, Marin. Stop touching me, man. Why do you want to..."
Suddenly his body tenses as he looks in the direction of the stage. He staggers towards it, his expression a little clearer than it was just seconds ago. Mindy still stands there, her face a mask of shock and confusion. Her eyes dart to Maurice, then back to me, and I can tell by the way she's staring at me that she's connecting the dots. Maurice stumbles towards the stage, shaking his head in disbelief.
"So, this is why you didn't want me here, Marin?"
He slurs, glaring at Mindy. His words are dripping with bitterness.
"You took my woman."
Lad, so much for having a civilized party.
Leave it to Maurice to fuck things up. My patience is wearing thin. I know I'll have a lot of explaining to do when I meet with my associates in the office next week. I also owe Mindy an explanation for what is happening. I just hope she'll still want to talk to me after this. But before any of that, I need to take care of my idiot brother before he causes more problems. I move closer to Maurice, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Be careful, brother. You're walking on thin ice here. But of course Maurice is not someone you just reason with, especially not when he's drunk. In a moment he turns into the man-child he is and lunges towards Mindy. His hands are stretched out, his face contorted with rage and hurt. I react instantly, moving on pure instinct. In a flash I'm between them like a human shield, protecting Mindy from my brother's drunken fury. I've had it with him. Until now I've been trying to handle this in a civil manner, but enough is enough. I grab Maurice's arm with a grip like iron, my fingers digging into his flesh. He yelps in pain, but I don't loosen my hold. Enough, I snarl, my voice cutting through the air like a whip crack. The room falls deathly silent again. Even the guests who started to leave turn back to see what is happening. You have crossed a line, Maurice, I growl. Without a moment of hesitation, I seize his collar, twisting the fabric until it tightens around his throat. He gasps, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance.
What the fuck? The fuck are you doing, Marin?
He wheezes, clawing at my hands, trying to break free. But I'm immovable, a force of nature he can't hope to overcome. You're coming with me, dear brother, I declare, my tone broking no argument. I forcefully guide him towards the door, my grip never wavering despite his struggle. Maurice resists every step of the way, his feet dragging on the floor as he tries to plant himself.
Leave me alone, Marin,
he stammers. As we near the exit, he suddenly finds a burst of strength, wrenching his arm free from my grasp. Before I can react, he whirls around, his eyes locked on Mindy once more. The look on his face is pure, unadulterated hatred.
You're fucking my brother, huh?
He jeers, his voice dripping with disgust.
Didn't take you long to find someone after you left me, did it, you fucking slut?
The room erupts into a flurry of shocked gasps and hushed whispers. Eyes dart between Maurice, Mindy, and me. Timofey stands frozen, shaking his head, his champagne glass suspended halfway to his lips. Mindy recoils as if she's been slapped, her eyes full of hurt and disbelief. As for me, I see red. A surge of white-hot anger courses through me, pumping hot blood into my veins. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess not to lash out at Maurice and shove my fist into his face repeatedly until it's unrecognizable. But I know I would regret that later. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson in manners, but not while others can see us. Instead, I nod to Timofey, who understands me in an instant. He steps forward to open one of the side doors while I take Maurice by the arm, pushing him out with force.
Leave me alone, you piece of shit! What kind of brother are you?
He shouts at me, squirming and wiggling under my grip. But I'm not taking any more of his shit. I carry his drunk ass through the side door and shut it behind us. As the heavy door clicks shut and the sounds of the party fade, we are left in a tense silence. The hallway we're in feels claustrophobic. I take a deep breath to compose myself, but I know my eyes are still blazing with fury. Maurice leans against the wall, and for a moment, we just stare at each other. If you weren't my brother, I would have broken your arm in front of everyone, you fucking idiot, I snarl. The very reason I didn't invite you is that I didn't want to cause you pain. I was going to tell you everything later, you asshole. Maurice laughs, a harsh, bitter sound.
Tell me what? That you're fucking my woman?
I take a deep breath in an attempt to center myself. Blad. I should tell him everything that's happened since I accidentally received those photos, then kick him out of my company, my life, and whoop his alcoholic ass.
But I'm a better man than that. My life is all about strategy and control, and I'm not about to lose my shit now. Besides, Maurice is responsible for the Shirkov deal, and I want his focus there. He doesn't have to know about Mindy and me, at least not yet. So I decide to choose my words carefully. She's not your woman anymore. She does whatever the fuck she wants, is all I say. My voice is calmer now, but my jaw is still clenched tight.
You fucking piece of...
Maurice, look at me. I cut him off before he says something stupid and things spiral out of control again. Mindy, she's my chief accountant at Global Media, and she happens to be a good singer. The fact that she performed for us tonight has nothing to do with you. But Maurice isn't listening. He can't. He's too drunk and impulsive.
Bullshit,
he spits, his words slurring together.
You're fucking her, aren't you? You took her away from me just like you took everything else.
Took away what? You never had anything to begin with, I snap. As for Mindy, you broke up with her from what I hear. Besides, I always wanted the best for you, no matter how much of an asshole you've become. I thought you were getting your life together, but look at you. You're fucking it all up again. Maurice laughs, a bitter broken sound that cuts to the core.
What do you care, Marin, huh?
He asks, his voice dripping with venom.
You have everything you want. The power, the money, and now you have the girl. And what do I have? Nothing. I'm just a fucking joke to you, aren't I? The screw-up brother who can't do anything right.
My first instinct is to tell him that what he's saying is as accurate as it gets, but choose to be wiser. Giving in to my anger won't get us anywhere. That's not true, Maurice. I reach out to place my hand on his shoulder. You're my brother, and I care about you. That's why I put you in charge of the organ trade business. That's where your focus should be right now.
No!
Maurice jerks away from my touch. His eyes are still glassy, wild, and unfocused.
Fuck you, Marin, he spits. I don't need your fucking pity. I don't need anything from you. You're dead to me, you hear me? Dead!
He turns and stumbles down the hallway towards the exit. Well, shit. So much for my plans to handle this without causing more drama. I inhale and rub my eyes as I try to center myself. It fucks me that Maurice's bullshit still gets to me, even after all these years. Family has always been important to me, and I know I have a soft spot for him because of that. That's why I keep bailing him out of his own shit. But he's not making it easy for me. I know I have to go back inside to face my guests and the fallout from his childish outburst. And worst of all, I know I have to face Mindy. That is if she's still here. But even if she is, she's probably going to give me a hard time for not telling her that Maurice and I are related. Or worse, she'll never want to see me again. Calm down, Boboyev. She signed the contract. She's not going anywhere. I exhale a deep breath, fix my suit, and steady myself to go back inside to face whatever awaits me there. But when I finally push open the door, I'm greeted by an eerie silence. My guests are nowhere, and the place has turned into a fucking ghost town. The only person in the room is Mindy. She is hunched over in a chair, looking lost and sad as she stares at her feet. The aftermath of the party lies on the floor between us. Half-empty cups, crumpled napkins, one lonely balloon hanging on for dear life, a stark reminder of the disaster the night has turned into. Mindy looks up at me, but no words come out of her mouth. Instead, she's scrutinizing me with an expression I can't read. But as I stand there, I understand one thing. I have a lot of explaining to do.
Chapter 31. Mindy. The room is deadly quiet. Shortly after Marin forced Maurice outside, the guests picked up their stuff and left. I'm the only one sitting here, just me and my thoughts, and my embarrassment. So Marin and Maurice are brothers. The revelation hit me like a ton of bricks and left my head reeling. No two people could be more different than them. It's like comparing a sleek, dangerous panther to a bumbling, unkempt house cat. The contrast is so stark it's almost comical, especially now that I've seen them together. It's also like a cosmic joke, or a genetic lottery gone haywire. Marin, with his sharp intellect, commanding presence, and air of dangerous sophistication, seems to be cut from an entirely different cloth than my ex. Where Marin exudes power and control, Maurice, well, he seems more like a lost puppy. I understand that about Maurice now. Too bad I didn't understand that when I was with him. In my defense, he hid it quite well. I never even realized he had alcohol and gambling problems until recently. But none of that is helping the situation. As I sit here in the aftermath of my ex-boyfriend's drunken tantrum, I can't help but wonder how on earth did I end up caught between Marin and him. The only reasonable explanation I can find is that it's another twisted joke of fate. The door creaks open and Marin's robust form enters. He walks over, settling down next to me without saying a word. The silence between us feels heavy and oppressive. "Is there something you'd like to say?" I finally ask, turning to look at him. He lets out a weary sigh, rubbing his face with his hand.
"That was my brother. Completely drunk and out of control," he replies.
The frustration and tension are evident in his voice.
"Sorry for not telling you that we're related, Mindy. I was going to do it later, but I didn't want you to be caught up in our family drama."
"Did you know?" I ask, steeling myself for what I'm about to say. "Did you know that Maurice and I used to be together? That we broke up shortly before you and I started dating?" I whisper, watching his face carefully for a reaction. To my surprise, Marin nods.
"I did,"
he says quietly.
"And I know those photos you sent were meant for him. Except he never saw them."
My eyes widen in shock. "So you knew? This whole time you knew about my relationship with him and you never said a word?" He seems to hesitate. I never saw Marin hesitate before.
"Well," he starts, "I didn't know the details, but I knew more than I let you in on."
He pauses and looks at me.
"Maurice and I were barely in contact until recently. I knew he had a girlfriend, but I didn't realize it was you until I saw those photos."
I scoff, shaking my head in disbelief. "I had no idea you two were brothers. You're like polar opposites."
"We're half-brothers,"
Marin corrects, his voice softening.
"Maurice was only a toddler when his mother passed away. Then our father married my mother, and they had me, followed by Timothy."
"So Maurice was the third one," I comment. The sore thumb. Marin nods, searching my gaze.
"My mother loved all three of us equally, but Maurice always felt like he had no place in the family. And he would never fail to bring that up and blame me for it."
My thoughts suddenly drift to my own sister, Alexis. Being blamed is something I know a thing or two about. "What else are you not telling me, Marin?" I ask, deciding to change the subject. "First you turn out to be the head of the Bratva, and now this? What else are you going to throw at me?" He stares back at me with an unfamiliar tenderness in his eyes. If I didn't know better, I would recognize it as caring. But at this point, I don't even know if I should believe my own senses. What I do know is that I can't be with a man who keeps secrets from me, no matter how much we're attracted to each other. Sexual chemistry can't be the only foundation for a relationship. Marin continues to keep his gaze on me, his expression sincere.
I hold no more secrets, he says, but there is a lot you don't know about me yet.
He's searching my eyes, like he's preparing himself for whatever I'm about to ask him next. Then tell me what I don't know, I fire back. My voice comes out more demanding than I intended. Marin stares at me for what seems like an eternity. A long silence stretches between us until he finally nods.
Fine. Where do you want to start?
Help me understand what happened here tonight, I demand. Seeing that I'm not backing off, he sighs and looks down at his feet. It's as if he's contemplating where to start. I wait, giving him the time he needs to gather his thoughts despite the fact that I'm growing impatient. I've had enough of all the secrets and the drama. It's all I've been dealing with lately, and the last thing I want right now is to be with a man who's hiding something from me. Maybe I'm acting like a demanding bitch right now, but I need to stand up for myself. If we're going to have a relationship, I need to understand the man I'm dating. Marin reaches out to hold my hand, and there's an unspoken emotion in his eyes. I can tell he has something heavy on his mind. After a deep breath, he begins talking.
You're right. Maurice was the sore thumb in the family. After our dad died, he started having problems. Got caught up in drugs, gambling, and blowing his inheritance on parties and booze. Meanwhile, I used my share to start global media.
I shake my head in disbelief. How could I have been so blind about Maurice? How was he able to hide his addictive patterns from me during our time together? Your addiction to shitty dates is admirable, Mindy. Betty's words echo in my mind. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm intently keeping myself blind because I'm afraid to be alone. Marin shrugs and continues.
Look, I always tried my best to be there for Maurice. But instead of accepting my help, he constantly wanted to fight. Eventually, our relationship became this vicious cycle. He'd blow all his money on booze and then come crawling back to me for help. I wanted to support him, but it always ended up with me being the bad guy. So, in the end, I said screw it and walked away. We didn't talk for years. That's when he met you.
I raise an eyebrow. He seemed relatively well put together when we were dating. Marin shakes his head.
Maybe he was at the time. He was living on the money I gave him before we stopped talking. But in the end, his wallet started getting thinner, and he had to face the music. And instead of taking responsibility like an adult, he ended up in Marble Monkey.
As I watch the hard, rugged lines of Marin's face and the fierce look in his eyes, I can't help but notice the change in his demeanor as he talks about his brother. I see a whole different side to him, one filled with genuine sadness. Just like when he was talking about his late daughter. How can a man like him care so deeply about someone like my ex?
I recently hired Maurice to work for me.
Marin continues.
I made him an important member of my team, and to my surprise, he's done a good job so far. The man has brains, just doesn't know how to use it sometimes.
Alexis crosses my mind again. My once bright and beautiful sister, who is now wasting away. Addiction is a bitch, and sibling relationships aren't exactly easy. I pause before adding, I have experience.
Do you?
Marin asks, trying to read my expression. I let the silence stretch between us and decide not to go into it, at least not now. Instead of responding to his question, I ask, so now what? Is this whole situation going to cause tension between you two? Marin looks confused.
What situation?
Well, us. You and me. Maurice and I ended things not long before you and I started dating. And it all started with those accidental nudes sent to you instead of him.
Leave Maurice to me,
Marin reassures me.
As for you and me, we met while working together. It has nothing to do with my brother. And those nudes.
He pulls me close.
Thank God for that mistake.
I allow him to hold me for a minute or two. I'm not sure who leans in first. Probably me. Our lips meet in a gentle, soft embrace that quickly turns passionate and needy. In a moment, we both know what we need. For the first time, our kiss truly feels like an attempt for both of us to seek comfort and reassurance in each other. Despite my previous doubts, it feels true, genuine. Like I matter to him. Like he cares. For the first time in my life, I feel like this relationship is far more than just another one of my desperate attempts to seek comfort and safety in one of my shitty dates. This man wants me close to him just as much as I want him close to me. And what a man he is. Big, strong, and gorgeous, with a libido to match mine. In one fluid motion, he hoists me over his shoulder and strides up the hallway. My head spins as I watch the corridor turn upside down as he takes me up the stairs. When we reach the bedroom, he kicks the door open and carries me to the bed. Then he lowers me slowly, his hot breath warming my neck. His lips crash into mine once again, this time with an even more fierce hunger. Our tongues battle for dominance.
Do you have any idea how fucking gorgeous you are, Lisichka?
He murmurs between kisses. I gasp as his hands trace down my body, unzipping my dress and tossing it to the floor. I'm pulled up from the bed, and I stand before him in nothing but my bright red lace underwear. I feel his dark gaze burning my skin, devouring me hungrily. And I allow myself to revel in the seductive thrill of it all. He moves in, his rough tongue grazing my bare shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. I know I can't resist him any longer.
Tell me what you want,
he growls in a low voice, his lips brushing against my own. You, I gasp, unable to control the heat coursing through my body. He takes me in his arms, lifting me up against his hard body.
Tell me more.
I want all of you, I moan, wrapping my leg around his waist. He stops and pulls away from me, and in one swift motion he removes my bra and captures my erect nipple in between his teeth. I cry out in pleasure and pain as he expertly works his way around my breasts. His hands slide down to my panties, and with one hand supporting me, he uses the other to explore my wet sex. I feel myself being consumed by sheer ecstasy as he fingers me forcefully without restraint. Our bodies move in a primal rhythm, our skin slapping together. As he gazes into my eyes, unleashing his dark desires upon me, I realize once again, Marin Korolev is no average man. He may not be right for me in any conventional sense, but our connection is something I've never experienced before. In this moment of passion, it would be wrong to deny any of it.
Mindy,
he growls hungrily, his lips curling into a wicked smile.
You have no idea how much I want you.
Before I know it, his teeth are sinking into my flesh, marking me as his. I gasp in the exhilarating mix of pleasure and pain, surrendering to him completely. He then tosses me onto the bed like a rag doll, positioning me with my legs over his shoulders. My body trembles in anticipation. He falls back onto his knees, hungrily tracing the tip of his throbbing cock through my slick folds. I gasp as he rubs it against my sensitive clit, sending waves of pleasure up and down my spine. His cock teases my swollen clit, driving me closer to the edge already. My body craves release, but I bite my lip to hold it back. He begs for entry, and I feel my body giving him way. With a slow, almost torturous push, he enters me, and our bodies become one, He grips my legs and plunges deeper, causing me to moan in ecstasy. Marin, I call out his name, desperate for more. It only urges him to plow harder into me. Ah, I cry out. You're so big, Marin. He thrusts my legs up higher, penetrating so deep into me that I begin to see stars. We are both panting, letting out guttural moans of pleasure. Bozi moi lisichka, he growls in my ear. Do you feel how deep I am? Yes, I pant. Fuck, yes, Marin. Do you know? Thrust. How many times? Thrust. You made me come. Thrust. Thinking about you. Thrust. Perfect, creamy cunt. He bites down hard on my ear. I want to fuck you hard and come inside you over and over again. My eyes find the mirror on the wall, and I watch our bodies move together in a primal dance of lust. Marin's muscular thighs are spread wide, his dark skin glistening with sweat. The sight is a sensory overload, and I cry out as waves and waves of pleasure crash over me. He smirks as he pounds into me. Squeeze me. He pants, thrusting even harder and faster. Our eyes lock in an intense gaze as I comply, clenching around him with almost all of my strength. His lip curls in appreciation as he urges me on. Harder. I squeeze tighter, feeling the power behind my actions send tingles through my body and down to my core until we both reach our peak. I feel myself spasm around his cock. My muscles begin to tense and my vision darkens. The force at which he releases his load almost hurts. 1,000 little explosions go off in front of me, like an impressive show of fireworks. My entire body is shaking from my orgasm, making me lose my grip on reality for what seems like an eternity. The next thing my mind can comprehend is Marin's hands dropping to the bed as he grunts, coming down from his own high. Holy freaking shit. Sex with Marin is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. We lay there for a while, just enjoying each other's presence. Eventually, it is Marin who breaks the silence. Did you bring the toy? He asks. I nod, then reach over to my bag. Let's christen it. I agree. He smirks, placing a few gentle kisses on my belly. My tits perk up at the sudden impulse, and I can feel my pussy getting wet again. Mere minutes after my last orgasm, I'm all ready for him. Marin grips the pulsating vibrator and holds it against my swollen folds, massaging my clit in slow circles. The first jolts of pleasure move through my body like electricity. In less than 2 minutes, I can feel my orgasm starting to build, until I'm on the brink of ecstasy once again. Marin understands me without words and knows how to pick the right moment. With expert precision, he presses the toy against the right spot, igniting a fiery explosion of pleasure. Shit, shit, shit. Marin? I cry out, succumbing to the intense sensation coursing through me. Come for me, baby, he commands with desire in his eyes, watching me as I have yet another mind-blowing, squirting orgasm. My thighs are shaking out of control as my juices shoot all over the bedsheet and Marin's bare chest. I'm certain that Marin's cleaners will know exactly what went down here, but I don't care. My entire body is washed away by the force of my climax, until the only thing left of me is a whirling mass of ecstasy. Oh my God, I pant, burying my damp face in Marin's chest. I can't. I blabber. Marin's strong arms wrap around me, pulling me closer to his chiseled body. His lips brush against my ear as he whispers, Stay in my house, Mindy. His deep voice sends a shiver down my spine, making me melt into his touch like butter. Stay here with me. I start to protest. But
We have a contract, remember? He says gently. The safest way to honor that is for you to stay here, under my protection.
I'm not in the mood to ask who or what I need protection from and why. I just want to enjoy Marin's warm body, his muscles, his soft and trimmed pubic hair, and his rugged scent. Betty comes to mind, and I feel a twinge of sadness. If I move in with Marin, I won't see her as often. No more casual midnight chats and gossip sessions. We won't be calling each other for backup on disastrous dates. I already miss her. But I guess I can still visit her, maybe even sleep over. It's not like I'm locking myself in a prison. And what am I supposed to do while I live? I inquire.
Well, technically you are still under the employment of global media,
he responds, tracing patterns on my exposed skin with his fingers. Oh, really?
No need for you to come into the office. You can work from your new home.
Doing what? He turns towards me.
Mindy, listen. I'm going to need your financial expertise very soon. You are the only one I can trust with this task.
I furrow my brow, my curiosity piqued. With what task? A mischievous smile appears on his lips.
We're launching a new product soon, something called tremoxin.
Sounds like a medicine.
Exactly,
he smirks.
It's the medicine of the future.
My eyes widen in surprise. Since when is global media involved in the pharmaceutical industry?
Since I realized I have a diamond in my hand,
he says. His hand moves to caress my breasts.
I'll explain everything later, he murmurs. But let's get some rest first. It's been a long day.
Chapter 32. Mindy. My bladder wakes me up in the middle of the night. Still half asleep, my first instinct is to reach for Marin's comforting presence. But the space next to me is cold and empty. I open my eyes, and when they finally get used to the darkness, I realize he's not in bed. Feeling a sense of unease, I glance at the clock. 1:46 a.m. I wait a few minutes, assuming he's gone to use the bathroom. But when he doesn't return, I get up. I walk to the bathroom door and turn on the light. He's not there either. After taking care of my needs, I crawl back into bed, but sleep eludes me. Where could he have gone in the middle of the night? I slide from beneath the covers, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. I reach for my pink silk robe, drawing it around my body like a protective shield. On a whim, I grab up my phone from the nightstand, slipping it into the pocket of my robe. The mansion is dark and silent as I step out into the hallway. The only sound I hear is the soft padding of my footsteps on the polished floors. The corridors stretch out before me like a labyrinth, a maze of twists and turns that seem to go on forever. I wander aimlessly, the feeling in my heart growing heavier with each passing moment. The grandeur of Marin's home, which had seemed so inviting and luxurious in the light of day, now feels cold and somehow foreboding. Cordelia! I jump at the sound. It is coming from not too far from me. Cordelia? The voice rings out again. It sounds shaky and elderly, and it's moving closer to me. My dear, are you here? Shit. What are you doing out here anyway, Mindy? I should just go back to the room and wait for Marin to come back to bed. But when I turn a corner, I shriek as I almost bump into an elderly woman. She is half-dressed in an open gown with a dragging belt. She notices me and moves closer. Her cloudy eyes peer at me, but they light up with hope when she recognizes me. Cordelia, she whispers, her voice trembling with a mix of desperation and confusion. "Is it really you, my dear?" My heart is hammering against my chest as I try to make some sense of this strange encounter. "I'm sorry if I scared you. I'm not Cordelia," I manage, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast emptiness of the hallway. "My name is Mindy." The woman blinks, her brow furrowing as if she's trying to make sense of my words. "Mindy," she echoes, her tone laced with disappointment. "But you look so much like her. So much like my sweet Cordelia." That is when understanding dawns, and it hits me like a ton of bricks. Cordelia. I recognize the name. She is Marin's daughter who passed away. So this elderly woman can only be Marin's mother, looking for her granddaughter. Can it be possible that she has no idea that her granddaughter died a long time ago? I really don't know what to say to her. I'm just about to take her hand and guide her back to her room when suddenly I hear a sound from the other end of the corridor. Footsteps. Heavy, purposeful, drawing closer with each passing second. "Mother," a familiar voice calls out, and I feel a jolt of recognition. It's Timothy, Marin's brother. Marin introduced us to each other at the birthday party. He takes a step towards us, his eyes flickering between the old woman and I. "Oh, hey, Mindy. Sorry for the confusion." He looks at the lady. "Moya dorogaya, mama. Let's get you back to your room. It's the middle of the night." "Who are you?" she asks Timothy. He shakes his head. "Fuck, mama. You're confused again. I'm your son." He gently takes her by the arm and sighs. "Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just sleepy. Let's go back to your room." But the old woman shakes her head and stares at me. Her eyes are wide with desperation and excitement. "Cordelia is here," she insists, her voice trembling with a childlike petulance. "We can't just leave her here." Timothy glances at me and sighs. "Davaya, mama, don't be stubborn," he says gently, reaching out to take her arm. "She's not Cordelia. Her name is Mindy, and she is, He hesitates for a second. "Marin's wife." Marin's wife. The words feel strange and pleasant at the same time. I glance at Timothy as he stands there, looking pretty clueless about what to say to his mother, and a thought crosses my mind. Since the old lady is so convinced that I'm Cordelia, I decide to have a little play with her. Maybe it will calm her down. I step closer and look into her eyes, patting her hand reassuringly. "Yes, I am Cordelia," I tell her, trying to keep my voice as soothing and childlike as possible. Looks like those vocal control lessons I took when I was a kid are proving to be useful in more ways than just one, because the old lady visibly calms down. When she looks at me intently, I add, "I'm going to bed now, Grandma. You should rest too." I even pretend to yawn for maximum efficiency. I gently pat her shoulder, and my heart aches for her. She's so frail and confused. "Timothy, we'll take you back to your bedroom." I wave at her. "Good night, Grandma. I'll see you tomorrow," I say, punctuating it with another yawn. She looks at me and her lips curl into a smile. For a short moment, she looks like she's found her way back here from a faraway dimension. "Ah, good," she replies, visibly relieved. "See you tomorrow, my dear." With that, she turns and starts walking away, muttering, "Cordelia, my dear child." Timothy looks at me with confusion in his eyes. How did you do that? My mother has been so stubborn lately. I haven't seen her so calm and obedient for a long time." He scrutinizes me. Thanks, Mindy. I give him a half smile. Sometimes all it takes is a little understanding. Timofey's gaze runs over my pink silk robe with a knowing glint. I feel a flush of embarrassment, realizing that he must know I've spent the night with Marin. "Were you looking for something?" he asks. "Can I help?" "Oh, it's all right," I managed. "I was just looking for Marin, but I think I know where he is." It's a lie, of course. I have no clue where Marin is, and why he disappeared from bed in the middle of the night. Timofey nods, his expression unreadable. "I see," he says, his tone carefully neutral. "Well, good night, then." He hesitates for a moment, his gaze searching mine. "I'll go check if my mother found her way back to the bedroom." As Timofey disappears into the darkness of the corridor, I heave a sigh. This was bizarre. Just shows how life can be both brutal and beautiful at the same time. My thoughts drift to my own mother, and tears begin to form in my eyes. Feeling sleepy and somewhat frustrated, I decide to go back to the bedroom. Marin might already be back himself, wondering where I could be. I don't even know what I was doing out here looking for him. I should have stayed in bed and waited for him to come back on his own. I pivot on my foot, prepared to backtrack and seek refuge in the comfort of the bedroom. Walk a few feet in the direction I came from, then turn left, a few more feet straight, then a right, and then, with each step I take, I begin to realize that I have no clue where I came from. I take another right and find myself somewhere completely unfamiliar. Way to go, Mindy. Lost in the middle of the night in the Bratva boss's palace. But what's done is done. I silently curse myself for leaving the bedroom, but the situation speaks for itself. I'm hopelessly lost in this labyrinth of corridors. I look around and nothing seems familiar anymore. I must have reached a part of the mansion where I haven't been before. The wide open spaces seem to stretch out impossibly before me, like a never-ending maze of identical hallways and closed doors. I turn down one hallway, then another, my anxiety increasing with every unfamiliar corner and dead end. Unbelievable. I stop again and stand there like an idiot, trying to figure out how on earth I'm going to get back to the bedroom. That is when I hear someone speak. Finally, a real person. Maybe they can help. The voice belongs to a man, or men. It is barely audible first, coming from behind a closed door. There are also thuds. Then there's another man's voice that sounds familiar. I recognize Pavel's deep baritone. Bingo. I creep closer to the door, hoping that Pavel will save my ass and guide me back to where I came from. But as I get closer and closer to the source of the sound, I begin to hesitate. Something in me is telling me this isn't such a good idea after all. But before I can think better of it, my ear is pressed against the heavy wooden door. I strain to hear over the pounding of my heart. There are several men in the room. There is one voice groaning in pain, while the rest shout in anger. The words are difficult to make out, but I can hear the anger and frustration in Pavel's tone.
"What the fuck were you thinking, Oleg?" I hear him say. "You know you're not allowed to drink on duty."
Another thud rings out. "Ah!" a voice cries.
"Пожалуйста, Pavel, don't hurt me."
The next moment, the door swings open and a man storms out. His footsteps echo down the empty corridor as I stare after him. I hold my breath in my throat as I try to hide in a dark corner, praying he didn't spot me. But the door is now open enough for me to take a peek inside, and what I see makes my blood run cold. A naked man is bound to a chair. His face is a pulpy mess of blood and bruises. He slumps in despair, resigned to the agony that awaits him. I recognize Pavel as the man who looms over him. The air crackles with tension as Pavel prepares to unleash his brutal wrath upon the helpless man. But it's the figure standing in the corner that makes my heart stop in my chest. No. Marin is watching the scene unfold with a detached, almost bored expression on his face. His arms are crossed over his chest, and his posture is relaxed. It's as if the brutality playing out before him is nothing more than a mildly interesting diversion, a way to pass time. Oh, my God. I feel a wave of nausea rising in my throat as a sense of horror and disbelief washes over me. This can't be happening. This can't be the man I'm falling for. And the man I've just agreed to move in with, leaving my life behind to play the role of his wife?
What the fuck did you expect, Oleg?
Marin seethes, dripping with disdain.
A pat on the back and a bouquet of flowers. That ship was carrying millions worth of cargo, you idiot. I'm sorry, boss. I know it was foolish.
The man in the chair cries.
Sorry isn't going to bring my cargo back, Mudak.
Marin snaps.
But if you tell us exactly what happened, you just might survive. Now start talking.
I feel like I'm going to be sick. I continue to listen, barely believing what I'm witnessing. It's like I'm in a bad dream. I even pinch my arm to wake myself up. Unfortunately for me, it doesn't work.
Oleshka had a son born,
Oleg mumbles, his split lip dribbling blood down his chin.
My deputy captain, he opened a bottle of vodka and we celebrated. You know how he is, boss. More of the crew members joined, and we had a few too many.
Marin's eyes narrow, his jaw clenching with barely contained rage. I can see the fury simmering beneath the surface.
And
he urges Oleg.
There was some girls working on the ship,
Oleg continues.
And, well, you know, we were drunk, and by the time I woke up, it was too late. I tried to steer us away from the iceberg, but Mnie okanzal pakan. Please forgive me.
Marin scoffs and says something to Pavel in Russian. All I see is that the man named Oleg drops his head and his shoulders slump in defeat. The room falls silent, and the weight of the last spoken words hang heavy in the air. For a long moment, no one speaks, no one moves. And then, like a coiled snake unleashing its venom, Marin strikes. He's across the room in an instant, his hand wrapping around Oleg's throat. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage.
You stupid, selfish, pathetic piece of shit,
he roars.
Do you have any idea what you've done? What it's going to cost me?
He kicks him, and Oleg hisses in pain.
Of course you fucking don't.
Oleg doesn't say a word. Not that he could with Marin's hand around his throat. He gasps and sputters, his eyes bulging as he tries to claw at Marin's iron grip. But there's no mercy in those cold, ruthless eyes, no hint of compassion or forgiveness.
I trusted you,
Marin snarls, his fingers tightening around Oleg's windpipe.
I gave you one fucking job. Get the ship from A to B. Paid you more money than you deserve. And you decided that having drunken sex with a whore was more important than doing your fucking job.
He leans in closer, his lips nearly brushing against Oleg's ear. He shakes his shoulder.
You've ruined everything, you asshole. And now you're going to pay the price.
With a final brutal squeeze, Marin tightens his hold around Oleg's throat. It all happens quicker than my mind can comprehend. All I hear is a noise that sounds like a crack, and Oleg stops moving. Then Marin releases his grip, letting Oleg's body slump to the ground. He then turns to Pavel, his expression as cold and hard as granite.
Get rid of the body,
he orders, his voice flat and emotionless. Oh, dear God. This can't be real. I can't believe what I just witnessed. My stomach lurches violently, and I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. My whole body is shaking, and cold sweat is breaking out across my skin. The world around me feels unsteady, and I have to brace myself against the wall to not faint. Pavel nods to Marin, his expression impassive.
Consider it done, boss.
He reaches for Oleg's broken body, and he starts to drag him towards the door. I should run while I can, but I can't get my legs to move. So I lean against the wall and sink down to sit on the floor. I'm at a point where I don't even care if Marin sees me. He can come and break my neck too, for all I care. Maybe everything would be much simpler that way. Betty was right. How could you have been so stupid, Mindy? Are you really so blind and naive? He even told you that he's the head of the Bratva. What the hell did you expect, goddammit? The bottom line is, Marin showed his true colors tonight. The man who swept me off my feet with his power and magnetic presence is a cruel monster. A notorious criminal. A ruthless, calculating mob boss who will stop at nothing to protect his empire and his profits. Even if he has to torture and kill people. He wasn't just born into the Bratva. He is the Bratva. I guess Betty's gossips are true, after all. Global media is nothing more than a smokescreen to hide the brutal reality of Marin's real business, whatever that is. Drugs, weapons, maybe even human lives traded like cattle. And what about that launch he was talking about? Tremoxin. Is that a part of his illegal activities too? I still feel sick. It's like the ground is shifting beneath my feet and the walls are closing in around me. How? How could you allow yourself to be involved in this, Mindy? The signs were all there. The red flags waving in the wind. The mysterious disappearances, the hushed conversations, the air of danger and secrecy. All of those things cling to Marin like a second skin. I should have seen it coming. I should have trusted my instincts, listened to the warnings in my head screaming at me. But I didn't. Why? Because my body, my heart, and my stupid libido betrayed me. All I saw was the sexy, powerful man pulling me in like a magnet. And now? Now I'm in the midst of a criminal organization. And I'm not sure I can ever escape from it. Chapter 33. Mindy. I can't stay here. Just thinking about being stuck here with Marin makes me sick. Who is he anyway? Do I even know him? I signed a contract without really knowing who I was getting involved with. I need to get the hell out of here, ASAP, no matter what. But first I must find the exit, because I still have no idea where I am and where I came from. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I can't catch my breath as I'm wandering these crazy hallways. This goddamn maze is never going to let me out. How long has it been since I left the bedroom anyway? Must be over an hour, maybe 2. Is Marin back to bed, looking for me? The thought makes me sick. I turn one corner then another, my eyes scanning desperately for any sign of an exit or any hint of a way out. But there's nothing here except an endless sea of closed doors and dimly lit corridors stretching out before me. Still desperate, I start to descend a random set of stairs. My feet carry me down and down into the bowels of the mansion. Maybe there's a staff exit here, I think to myself. Maybe I can find a way out through the service quarters and slip away unnoticed in the chaos of the kitchen or the laundry room. But as I emerge into the cellar and take in the sight of the damp stone walls and the low, oppressive ceilings, I realize that I've only succeeded in getting myself even more lost. Shit. The cellar is a maze of its own, a twisting, turning labyrinth of storage rooms and utility closets. I pass a kitchen and laundry room, looking for a door that could lead somewhere, anywhere, out of this place. But it's no use. Every turn I take, every door I try only leads me deeper into the maze. As I wander through the damp, chilly labyrinth of the cellar in my silk robe that provides very little protection against the biting cold, I feel a new sensation rising up within me. I need to pee again. Didn't I go just an hour ago? Has it been longer? Not that it matters much. I have to find a bathroom soon. I start opening doors at random, my desperation mounting with each fruitless attempt. A storage room, a utility closet, a wine cellar, but not one damn bathroom. If I can't find one soon, I'll have no choice but to pee on the floor. The thought alone is humiliating. I open the next door and heave a sigh of relief. It's a cramped little bathroom shoved in the basement corner. Unlike the fancy bathrooms upstairs, it only has a dim light bulb and a grimy sink that probably hasn't been touched in ages. But it's a bathroom nevertheless. At this point, I'll take what I can get. I rush inside, slam the door behind me, and fumble with my robe to get it open. I then sit on the toilet and let out a shuddering sigh as I empty my bladder. I even close my eyes for a moment to savor the sensation of release. But my relief is short-lived. As I straighten up and move to the sink to wash my hands, I feel a new sensation rising up within me. Nausea. But not just any nausea. This is an overwhelming, all-consuming nausea. I barely have time to lean back over the toilet. Before I know it, I'm retching wildly as my stomach brings up the contents of my gut. A minute later, it happens again. More vomiting. All while gasping, choking, my eyes streaming with tears. It must be the stress. The terror, the adrenaline, and the horror of what I've just witnessed. I cling to the toilet like a lifeline, my knuckles white and my breath coming in ragged gasps. It takes about 10 minutes for my nausea to subside. Once I'm feeling better, I quickly clean myself up at the sink and focus my mind on my main mission. Get the hell out of this mansion. I wipe my face with the edge of my robe and approach the door to open it. But to my dismay, it won't budge. I make another effort, but to no avail. Shit. I'm washed over by a feeling of unease once again, but I convince myself it must be a temporary malfunction. Or maybe I just have to push a little harder. So I try again, but the handle remains immovable. It is clear that the door is locked from the outside. I'm hopelessly trapped. Damn it, Mindy. With growing apprehension, I hurry to the tiny window, desperate for some kind of help. I pound on the glass with my fist, hoping to catch someone's attention outside. It is a silly idea at this time of night, but it's not like I have too many other choices. As I inspect the window more closely, I realize it's purely decorative. There's no mechanism to open it. Feeling discouraged, I go back to the door and try turning the knob again, but it remains stubbornly locked. I lean against the door and give the knob a final, forceful twist. Nothing. No. I slump back onto the toilet, cradling my head in my hands. I inhale deeply, trying to regain composure, but my heart races and my hands tremble uncontrollably. This is a disaster, just like my whole life. Time just stretches endlessly as I sit there motionless, trying to figure out my next move. What the hell do I do now? Having no other option, I spend the rest of the night perched on the toilet. Sleep is out of the question. My mind continues to race, replaying the horrors I've witnessed over and over again. Countless scenarios of what would happen if Marin discovers I'm missing flash through my mind. The cold, hard porcelain under my butt becomes my unwelcome companion as hours crawl by at an agonizing pace. Every creak and groan of the old house makes me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. Is it Marin coming to find me? Or worse, has he sent one of his henchmen to take care of the problem? The darkness and the uncertainty feel oppressive, closing in around me like a shroud. As the first weak rays of dawn begin to filter through the tiny frame, I feel a glimmer of hope. Surely someone will come to clean or use this bathroom soon, right? I stand on shaky legs, my muscles protesting after hours of inactivity as I peer out the window. The world outside seems surreal in its normalcy. Dew glistens on manicured lawns. Birds chirp their morning songs, completely oblivious to the nightmare unfolding within these walls. I press my face against the glass, desperate for any sign of a potential savior. As I gaze outside, looking for anyone who might be able to help, I notice the gardener trimming the lawn. At last, a human being! It is a man in his 50s with a full bushy mustache and skin weathered by the sun. Clad in a green polo shirt and khaki shorts, his muscular arms guide the lawnmower back and forth across the grass. His movements are precise and systematic. I can hear the hum of the motor through the glass, which means he should also be able to hear me if I scream loud enough. "Hey!" I yell, pounding on the window to gain his attention. But the deafening sound of the lawnmower drowns out my cries. The man appears unaware of my presence, focused solely on his task. I keep yelling and knocking on the window as loud as I can, but to no avail. The man gradually moves to another area and soon he vanishes from sight. This is it. The end of the line for me. I'm going to rot here, trapped in this invisible cell reeking of urine. What an absurd way to go. Absurd, just like my entire life. My self-deprecating thoughts are interrupted by the distant sound of a vehicle, so I glance out the window once more. There's the guy again. This time he's perched on top a polished, ride-on lawnmower. Its thunderous engine overpowering all other sounds. The noise reverberates through the air with each pass across the lawn, causing birds to flee from the trees in protest. When he finally brings the vehicle to a momentary halt, I strike the window with my fist as forcefully as I can. He looks up. I continue to jump and wave my hands frantically. "Help!" I yell, hoping he can finally hear me. But my heart sinks as I watch him disappear once more. I attempt to call out for help again, but my voice emerges as a stifled cry. Unable to contain my emotions any longer, I crumple to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't believe this. How on earth did I get myself into this mess? What is it about me that attracts these bizarre life scenarios? Am I a part of some twisted cosmic joke? Just when I think things couldn't possibly get any worse, I hear a scratching sound from across the door. Someone with a key must be outside. The scratching continues, and my eyes light up as the door swings open, revealing the gardener, who had been working on the grounds. "Oh my God, thank you," I croak out through tears of relief. "I accidentally locked myself inside." The man doesn't say a word, but gestures for me to follow him. So I push myself up, and I gratefully do so. We exit the bathroom, and he starts leading me towards a different staircase than the one I used before. "Please," I plead as we move through the maze-like corridors. "I need to get out of here. Can you show me the exit?" The man glances at me and points toward the gate without uttering a word. Then he gestures to me to follow him. When we get to the gate, he takes a huge keychain out of his pocket and opens the massive metal door with a creak. He then turns to me and speaks only 3 words. "Go. Dangerous here." Yeah, right. You can say that again. "Please," I beg him, my voice still trembling. "Please do not tell anyone about this." He gives me a slight nod, then urges me to leave. Once I'm outside, he closes the gate and walks back to resume his duties. Holy shit. I'm out. I made it. I take a quick look around and move across the street, away from the mansion, before anyone else sees me. As soon as there's a safe distance between me and Marin's property, I call an Uber. I silently congratulate myself for bringing my phone with me before sneaking out of the bedroom. The pink gown I'm wearing is crumpled from the night at the toilet, but I don't care. All I want is to go home and get some rest. I glance at my phone and see multiple missed calls from Marin. He's clearly looking for me already, but after spending the entire night huddled on the cold bathroom floor, too exhausted to move, I can't deal with it right now. I'm relieved to see my Uber pull up to the curb. It's a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. I managed to find my way out of that maze of horrors and lies and escaped successfully. As I slide into the back seat of the car, I feel a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, I can put this nightmare behind me, at least for now. I don't care about the curious glance the driver gives me as he takes in my disheveled appearance and my silk robe. I don't even care about the fact that I must look like a madwoman or a witch that just emerged from her underground cave. All I care about is getting to the safety of my cozy home, and as far away from Marin and his world as I possibly can. As the car pulls away from the curb and the mansion recedes in the rearview mirror, I allow myself to close my eyes and just breathe. I allow the exhaustion, the terror, and the feeling of relief wash over me like tidal waves. I'm tired, drained, dehydrated, and utterly spent from the long night I spent alternating between being huddled on the bathroom floor and sitting on the toilet seat. All I can think of is going home, crawling into my bed and sleeping until the world makes sense again. "Miss, we've arrived." The driver's voice jolts me awake. I must have drifted off on the way here. I stumble out of the car and through the doorway of my apartment, feeling the weight of the night fall off my shoulders. Betty has already left for work. The silence and the emptiness that would usually make me feel lonely now feels like a sanctuary. I head straight to the bathroom, throw the pink robe onto the floor, and step into the shower. As the hot water washes over me, I can't help but feel endlessly grateful for the place I call home. Finally clean, I wipe myself dry and collapse into my bed. I burrow deeper into the covers, trying to lose myself in the comfort and safety of my sheets. For many minutes, I toss and turn, but sleep won't come. It must be one of those moments when I'm simply too stressed and exhausted to fall asleep. The bright daylight that streams through the windows isn't helping either. Frustrated, I decide to reach for my phone. I know I should put it down, get some rest, and deal with Marin and everything that's happened later. But a part of me is screaming at me to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. After some thinking, I open a new message and start typing. "Marin, I have reconsidered your offer and have decided to decline. Please consider the contract null and void. I am sure you will find someone better suited to your needs. I'm sorry if this comes as a surprise, but my decision is final. Please do not attempt to find me. Mindy." My finger hovers over the send button, hesitating for a moment. But then with grim determination, I hit it. I watch as the message disappears, winging its way toward Marin Korolev's phone. It's done. As I place the phone back on the nightstand, a feeling of closure floods through me. I have made my decision. I did the right thing. I try to remind myself that the worst is behind me, but somehow it doesn't ring true. There's still a gnawing feeling in the back of my mind, telling me that the worst is yet to come. I decide to ignore it, blame it on the stress. Finally, my eyelids close and I drift into a deep, dreamless sleep.
Chapter 34. Marin.
"What do you mean, no alcohol?" I roar, my voice echoing through the dimly lit lab hidden in the bowels of Moscow's industrial wasteland.
After that motherfucker Oleg sank my entire Tramoxine shipment to the bottom of the ocean, I knew I had to take matters into my own hands. So I flew here on my own under the darkness of the night, only sending a cryptic text to Pavel about my whereabouts. I'll fill Mindy in later. I have no clue where she left and why, but I had no time to look for her. I'm sure she's still in the mansion somewhere. I'll go talk to her as soon as I'm back. I'm only spending a few hours in Moscow anyway before I'll fly back to NYC. How am I supposed to sell this shit then? I bark at Igor, my main chemist. My buyers won't touch it if they can't drink while using it. They're not looking for some pansy-ass pill. They want their booze. Igor stares back at me, seemingly unfazed by my anger.
Then they will miss out on the perks of Tramoxine,
he says coolly.
Sacrifices must be made for success, even if it means giving up alcohol during the treatment.
He pauses. Igor knows better than to bullshit me.
Look, boss, I'm only sharing the results of our tests with you, he explains. Alcohol interacts with the active ingredients of Tramoxine. It throws everything off balance, no matter how much we tweak the formula.
Bullshit, Igor. You know the rules. I pay you handsomely for a reason.
And I am grateful for the opportunity you gave me every day, Pakan. But I can't mess with biology, no matter how much you pay me. It's the two main components and their chemical reactions to alcohol. The only solution would be to change the main components, but that would also mean we are taking away everything that makes the medicine effective. The patients simply cannot drink alcohol while they're taking Tramoxine. We can't risk any accidents because that would immediately ruin the reputation of the drug. You know that, boss.
Blad. I suppress my anger and rub my eyes as I take in Igor's words. He makes a good point, but this is still a problem. A big one. If my clients can't drink their booze while undergoing Tramoxine treatment, it means they simply won't buy the medicine. They will choose their vodka instead of healing their fucking PTSD, their trauma, or whatever the fuck is plaguing their mind. And what happens if some dumbass decides to take a pill with a shot of vodka? I ask Igor, my eyes narrowing.
They'll be dead before they hit the ground,
Igor replies bluntly.
That's it, boss. Even a small amount of alcohol mixed with Tramoxine can be lethal. Saw it myself during the trials. Every mouse we tested with booze died.
Servos me, Igor, I curse. That's bad fucking news. I sigh and stop in an attempt to regain my composure. What if you take it without booze? Does it work as promised? I ask. An enthusiastic smile spreads across Igor's face, pride glinting in his eyes.
Better than we ever dreamed, Pakan,
he says, gesturing to the data on the screen behind him.
The latest trials blew our minds, boss.
Give me the details, then.
Lots of improvements since our last conversation,
Igor says, plunging into a long rant about various forms of data, numbers, and scientific jargon I don't fully understand. I'm no scientist, but lucky for me, I don't need to be. That's why I pay Igor and his team as well as I do. By the time he gets to the end of his rant, my head is reeling from the information he dumped on me. All right. I gesture for him to stop his never-ending lecture. Can you give me a summary of your findings in a few simple sentences?
Sure. Sorry, boss. I'll keep it short,
he says, holding up his hand defensively.
So we ran a series of tests on people who have been suffering from severe insomnia for years. And believe it or not, they slept like babies after just a week's treatment. What's even better is that their symptoms have not come back since. This was 2 weeks ago.
Perfect, I sneer. I know a horde of desperate bastards who would sell their soul for a good night of sleep.
You haven't even heard the best part, boss, Igor continues. We also tested Tramoxine on a group of war veterans struggling with PTSD and alcoholism for years. After 10 days on Tramoxine, they were completely sober and their PTSD symptoms started to fade away.
That's something. I pat him on the shoulder. My previous frustration about the alcohol issue is finally starting to dissipate. The results are better than I expected. Not just better, they're great.
Have you tried Tremoxine on yourself, Igor? I ask.
Not yet,
He answers, then pauses.
but I did on my son Misha. He's autistic. It's been a struggle since he was 2 years old, and now he's 13.
I look at Igor expectantly. And?
The results are remarkable, boss. After taking the first pill, Misha slept through the night. No more shouting and jumping on the couch or waking up his siblings. Just peaceful sleep.
My eyes widen in amazement as I listen to my chief scientist talk. This is indeed truly remarkable.
After less than a week, Misha made eye contact with us,
He continues.
It's something he hadn't done since birth. He's been on the pill for less than 2 months.
He stops, and I see something glistening in the corner of his eyes.
And since then, his social skills have improved drastically. He plays with his siblings and is learning to be cooperative. It's safe to say that Tremoxine has rewired his brain.
Igor sniffs and pauses, as if he's contemplating his next words.
Sorry, boss,
He says.
I don't mean to make this personal, but ever since Misha was born, my entire life has been about finding a treatment for autism,
He says, his voice cracking.
And I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to do so.
I nod, and his face quickly returns to its emotionless state.
As long as the dosage is correct and no alcohol is consumed with it, Tremoxine will change everything. This is a game changer, boss. A panacea drug that can heal the world. I can guarantee you that.
The excitement courses through my veins. This is fucking incredible. And not just because of the money I'm going to make. This is a chance to cement my legacy, to prove that the Pecan is more than just a ruthless criminal. With this substance, I can heal the world, change lives. I can offer hope to the hopeless, all while making billions and ensuring my empire flourishes for generations ahead. We'll need airtight warnings, Igor, I muse, my mind already crafting the distribution plan. Alcohol interactions, side effects, the whole 9 yards. We cannot afford any accidental deaths. Igor nods, his expression hardening with resolve.
I agree, boss. Safety is our top priority.
Good, I tell him. Great fucking job, Igor. Keep up the good work. Sitting in a taxi on my way to the hotel, I dial Maurice's number. My fingers drum impatiently on the seat as I wait for him to pick up.
Marin?
Maurice sounds kind of frazzled. Probably the hangover from the night before.
Look, I know we need to talk, but before you kick me out of the business and tell me to go fuck myself, I want to say that I'm not proud of what happened last night. As for Mindy,
Save it, I interrupt. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, but
He starts, but I cut him off again. I know exactly what he wants to say, and I'm not interested in hearing it right now. It would only be a circular conversation that doesn't lead anywhere. As for Mindy, it wouldn't be any different. The whole discussion would be completely pointless and would only add fuel to the fire. Besides, I have much more pressing matters on my mind right now. Stop, Maurice. This is not the time. I have something more urgent to talk to you about. I growl, my tone brooking no argument.
More urgent? What is it?
He sounds surprised. I need your help with the Tremoxine launch. We're going live in 3 months, and I need everything to be perfect. You do this well, and there will be a hefty salary for you at the end of it. There's a pause on the other end of the line. I can practically hear the gears turning in Maurice's head.
How much?
He finally asks. I was expecting the question. Maurice was always easy to manipulate with money. His addicted brain is probably already thinking about stuffing it into a slot machine in Marble Monkey. 300.
1,000?
Do I look like a guy who plays small? I ask. $300,000 should be more than enough to take his mind off Mindy for now, and get him to focus on the job. I know he's going to bite. And just as I expected, he does.
All right, Marin,
he says.
I'm in. Is 3 months going to be enough to set this up?
No, it won't, which is why I need you to help me get things going, I counter, my voice firm. First things first, book a luxury hotel in New York, something with plenty of space for press conferences and interviews. We need to make a statement and show the world that Termoxine is the next generation of medicine.
Right. Remind me what it's good for again?
Maurice asks. It's a fucking miracle drug, Maurice, I tell him, my voice full of pride. Mental health conditions, trauma, PTSD, insomnia, all the shit people suffer from. He could even heal your addiction, dear brother.
You think?
He seems to hesitate.
Are you sure?
100%, Braddock.
Well, about that.
Maurice sighs and goes silent for a few seconds.
You think you can save me some? You know, for my troubles?
My brother's unexpected comment throws me slightly off balance. I furrow my brow. He wants to take Termoxine? All this time he refused to admit that he's got issues. Can it be possible that he's finally starting to take responsibility for his shit?
I know he said we're not going to talk about this, but...
He continues. I can hear him fidgeting with something, probably a pen. Maurice does that when he's nervous.
Listen, Marin, I know I've not been easy to deal with, especially last night. So if this medicine can help me, I'm all in.
I can barely believe what I'm hearing. I was only calling him to give him a task, hoping we could avoid talking about last night. But this is completely unlike him. Hey, am I talking to Maurice here? I ask, feigning curiosity. Because if not, I'll happily trade you for him, whoever you are.
Very funny, Marin,
Maurice says.
Listen, after I screwed up your birthday party yesterday, I stayed up all night thinking.
He sighs.
I know I can't keep doing this to you and my family. I can't keep doing this to myself, because if I do, I'm just going to end up on the street, or even worse, dead in a ditch. I want to change, Marin. And as for Mindy, I know I can only blame myself for losing her. She deserves to be with someone who treats her well.
What the fuck? I'm still struggling to comprehend that I'm talking to Maurice. He sounds like a completely different person. Has he really come to his senses? Is it possible that the scene he caused sobered him out? Or is he simply using a different tactic to manipulate me? I guess I'll find out soon enough. I'm glad you see it that way, I tell him, my voice a lot less strained than before. You'll be the first in my circles to try Termoxine, brother. But you absolutely cannot drink alcohol while you're on the pill. You understand? It's a lethal combo.
Don't worry about it, Marin, he says. I'm dead set on kicking this drinking habit anyway. I know I acted like a major asshole at your party.
All right, let's just move past it, Braddock, I say. Let's focus on the job instead. Speaking of which, have you got an update on Shirkov's kidney?
Oh, it's sorted,
Maurice says, a hint of pride in his voice.
They're shipping it in a few days. We'll be in New York days before the deadline.
I can't help but be a little impressed. This is not the conversation I was expecting at all. Far from it. Good job, Maurice. I give a nod of recognition. Who is the donor?
20-year-old woman in Bangladesh who recently passed away from a terminal illness. She agreed for her organs to be used after her death. For money, of course. It will go towards caring for her nieces. Food, school fees, bus fares, that kind of stuff.
Jesus Christ. I can't stop myself from thinking about the desperation poverty can drive people to. I should be used to it by now, but whenever I encounter it, it never truly leaves me unfazed. For a brief moment, I'm grateful for being born into a privileged part of the world. Fine, I say, my tone softening just a fraction. Good job, Maurice. Proud of you, brother.
Keep this up and we can talk about a pay raise. The kidney will be the first milestone of your progress."
"Thanks, Baron,"
he says. I can almost see his smug smile through the telephone line. I nod, even though he can't see me. "Keep me posted on the kidney, and in the meantime, let's focus on making this launch party as big as we can. I want the press to talk about it for months."
"You got it,"
Maurice replies.
"I won't let you down again, brother. Just wait and see."
I put the phone down and allow myself a smile, feeling a rush of anticipation. I know I mustn't judge too quickly. Maurice still needs to prove himself, but this is a good start. And perhaps with the help of Tromoxine, I'll be able to put him on the road to recovery. The taxi comes to a screeching halt outside the Grand Hotel, and I toss the driver a wad of cash without even bothering to count. I shut the car door behind me and stride into the hotel lobby to take the lift to my penthouse suite. My head is still reeling from everything that happened today. The success of the Tromoxine trials and the promising conversation with Maurice are making me feel positive about the future. I enter the suite and throw my jacket on the kitchen counter. Sinking into the plush couch in the living room, I feel a surge of satisfaction wash over me. For years we've poured blood, sweat, and billions of dollars into Tromoxine, and now it's finally on the brink of its launch. Sure, there's the alcohol issue, but we'll deal with that. Nothing is ever perfect. All we need to do is put a giant fucking disclaimer on the label and we have our asses saved. As for Maurice, I don't know what to think. His attitude seems better than ever. A few weeks ago, he couldn't even take responsibility for his fuck-ups. Now he sounds like an adult who owns his shit. He even agreed to take Tromoxine to treat his addiction. But I guess we'll have to see. Either way, he'll be in my ass in the next 3 months, working alongside me on the launch. That way I can keep a close eye on him. And most importantly, there's Mindy. Finally, a woman I genuinely enjoy being with. Unlike my past relationships, which were just temporary pussies to fuck and forget. Just thinking about her makes me feel lightheaded and rock hard at the same time. It's like my heart is pumping all the blood into my cock, bringing it to the brink of explosion. Mindy is mine. Only mine. Life is good right now. A flicker of unease runs through me. Where could she be? I've called her multiple times before I left for Moscow, but she still hasn't called me back. It's not like her to disappear without a word. For a moment I consider sending Pavel to look for her, but I push the thought aside. I've had enough of today. Besides, she's probably just thinking about the conversation we had last night and needs some space. She'll turn up eventually. Korolov, you need a fucking shower, I tell myself. I've been in the same outfit since I left New York. I push myself up from the couch and take off my clothes. Naked, I walk to the drink cabinet. I grab a bottle of whiskey and take a swig, feeling the intense burn as I swallow it down. My thoughts drift to Mindy again. I wish she was here right now to join me in the shower. My erection is nearly painful as I think of her. I take another sip of whiskey. The coolness of the bottle against my hand, the burning sensation of the alcohol in my mouth, and the heat inside me all come together as I stand there naked in the dim lighting of my room. My heart races. I can't stop my mind from imagining what Mindy might be doing right now. I picture her soft curves, her supple skin, and ache for her touch. As I swallow another mouthful of whiskey, its smoothness burns all the way down, igniting something deep and primal inside me. Damn it, Korolov. I set the bottle down on the counter and reach between my legs, finding myself as hard as steel. My fingers brush against the sensitive skin at the tip of my shaft as I begin to stroke up and down, savoring the feel of my dick growing bigger under my touch. The sound of skin smacking against skin echoes in my ears each time I thrust into my palm. The scent of whiskey fills my nostrils, while my cock grows harder and harder, a heady mix that ignites deeper desires within me. Suddenly memories flood back. Our first kiss, our sweet moans when we made love. Everything about her feels so fucking right. Too right for my world. Because my world is full of pain, blood, and chaos. All I know is that I have to find a way to keep her in it. My thumb finds its way to the tiny slit at the tip of my cock. I begin circling it gently, imagining it's her tongue doing the work. My other hand runs across my chest to pull on one of my nipples while I continue stroking myself faster, growling softly as pleasure builds. My hand moves up and down at an increasingly rapid pace now. Soon enough, pre-cum starts leaking from the tip onto my bare hands. I let out a low, guttural groan as I stroke myself faster and faster, my hips bucking involuntarily with each thrust. I lean against the counter for support, panting heavily as I lose myself in the feeling. My breath hitches as I get closer to the edge. Even my vision goes blurry. Every single one of my muscles strain as my pleasure reaches its peak until it finally comes crashing down on me with an overpowering force. Shishka. With the one last thrust, I cry out her name and release myself completely into the void. Hot liquid spurts between my fingers, mixing with the smell of sweat and whiskey. It takes me longer than usual to come down from my high and regain my composure. Even minutes after my solitary release, my breathing is still heavy. It's still hard to believe how much Mindy has gotten under my skin. There are thousands of miles between us, and she still has a hold over me. I finally walk into the bathroom and take a refreshing shower before heading back to the comfort of the main suite. The combination of jet lag, whiskey, and post-orgasmic haze leaves me feeling pleasantly drowsy. I collapse onto the bed, eagerly anticipating a good rest. Just 3 more hours and I will be back on the jet, flying back to New York City. But first I'm going to get some sleep. However, old habits die hard. I can't shake the compulsion to check my email one last time before I surrender to sleep. With a weary sigh, I reach for my phone on the nightstand. The bright screen momentarily blinds me in the dimness of the room. I blink, letting my eyes adjust to the sudden impulse. That's when I see the email notification in the top corner of my screen. It's a message from Mindy. My drowsiness evaporates instantly as I tap to open the message, and what I see there almost makes me jump up from the bed and smash my phone against the wall. Maren, I have reconsidered your offer and have decided to decline. Please consider the contract null and void. I am sure you will find someone better suited to your needs. I'm sorry if this comes as a surprise, but my decision is final. Please do not attempt to find me. Mindy.
Chapter 35. Mindy. It's a lazy Sunday morning. Last night I had a performance at New York High, my first one since leaving Maren's mansion. It felt strange to be back on that stage, singing for a crowd of strangers as if nothing had happened. But I powered through it, ignoring the empty feeling in my chest from knowing that Maren wasn't there in the front row. No striking blue eyes watching me with an emotionless expression, despite the sexual turmoil that's going on under the surface. Kevin had organized a small gathering after my performance. It was a welcome distraction, a chance to temporarily forget about the emptiness that had been gnawing at me since I sent the goodbye message to Maren. I roll over in bed, my body still heavy with the lingering effects of last night's event. Kevin really outdid himself with the food. Every bite was like a party in my mouth. He even brought his new boyfriend along and introduced us to each other. The guy has this great personality that just lights up the room, Seeing them together, so happy and in love, was amazing, but also bittersweet. Sure, I am happy for them, but I was also reminded of the love I walked away from. Love? Is that what you want to call it, Mindy? You don't even know what it was. I shake off the thought and stretch, not even trying to suppress a big yawn. I'm feeling lazy, but maybe a shower would help, followed by a coffee, and then a plan to start putting the pieces of my life together. I sit up in bed, trying to fish out my flip-flops from under the bed when a wave of nausea crashes over me. The hollow feeling in my stomach is all-consuming. I stumble out of bed, my feet carrying me to the bathroom on pure instinct. By the time I reach the door, the feeling of nausea is overwhelming. I barely make it to the toilet before the contents of my stomach come rushing up. I grip the sides of the bowl and vomit violently into it. "You okay, Mindy?" I hear Betty's voice from the kitchen, but I can't bring myself to respond. I slump down onto the toilet seat, my chest heaving as I try to catch my breath. The cold porcelain feels soothing against my skin. What the hell is going on? Maybe it's the food from yesterday. I wasn't exactly careful with what I ate. I close my eyes and wish for the bathroom to stop spinning. When it finally does, I quickly discard my pajamas and turn on the water, eager to take a long, calming shower. But as the soothing vanilla-scented body wash hits my skin, something feels off. I hate the smell of it, which is strange because I always enjoyed its scent. I wash myself clean, wrap myself in a robe, and head for the kitchen where Betty is puttering around in her pajamas. I'm greeted by the rich, pungent aroma of fresh coffee. My friend looks up and smiles as I walk in, but her expression quickly turns to one of concern. "Mindy, are you okay? You look pale." I open my mouth to answer, but an unexpected wave of nausea hits me again. This time it's like a freight train. The smell of coffee, normally so comforting and inviting, is now unbearably strong, making my stomach churn and my head spin. I don't even stand a chance. I clap a hand over my mouth and make a beeline for the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet before I'm violently sick for the second time. I retch and heave, my stomach clenching painfully as I empty it into the bowl. A soft hand gently rubs circles on my back, comforting me. "Mindy, are you all right?" Betty expresses concern. "Did you eat something that upset your stomach?" "It must be the crab from last night," I gasp. I never did well with seafood. Betty launches into a barrage of questions. "Oh, so you went out to dinner last night? With whom? Did you make up with Marin?" "Not with Marin," I interject. "Kevin made seafood at the bar." Betty looks confused. "Oh, Kevin, then. Damn, girl. There are more guys in your life than I can keep up with." I stifle a laugh. It's not like that, Bets. Kevin has a new boyfriend, and they're madly in love. Betty's jaw drops. "Wait, seriously? Kevin is gay?" "Yep, and he couldn't be happier." I suddenly retch again as my stomach twists violently, but nothing comes out this time. The bitter taste of bile still lingers in my mouth, and my body feels as weak as a newborn kitten. "Come on, Mindy. Are you sure this is the seafood? We've had crabs many times, and you never had this reaction. Allergies can develop at any time, Bets. Maybe mine did last night." Betty's expression shifts from worried to stunned, like she's suddenly come to an important realization. "Mindy, do you know what I'm thinking?" she asks with a frown. "Sure, Bets, I can read your mind, no problem." She shakes her head, her face serious. "Stop it, girl. What I think is that you're pregnant, with Marin's baby." I flinch at the mention of Marin's name, and my heart clenches in my chest. The memories of our time together suddenly flood me. The passion, the intensity, the way he made me feel alive in ways I'd never known. All at the same time. I want to push it all down and forget the whole thing. but I just can't bring myself to it. Maybe I did fall for him during our short time together, but a pregnancy? That's impossible. I weakly shake my head, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. You know well I can't get pregnant, Bets. But even as I say the words, a niggling doubt takes root in the back of my mind. My periods have always been irregular because of my hormonal issues. And with everything that's happened lately, the stress, the chaos, the earth-shattering revelations about Marin, I can't even remember when I had my last one. Betty frowns, her eyes searching mine. Are you sure? Positive, I say firmly. Of course, it's a lie. Knowing I couldn't fall pregnant every time Marin and I had sex, caution was thrown to the wind. The only thing that mattered was the feeling of his skin on mine and his length moving inside me. Betty's expression softens, and her hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my forehead. All right, hun. But if there's even a slight chance, don't you think you should take a test, just to be sure? I squeeze my eyes shut. Ugh, another damn test. The thought of peeing on a stick and waiting for those stupid lines to show up brings back memories of my hormonal imbalance being treated. Testing, and testing, hoping for the best possible outcome. My hormonal issues never went away. I remained infertile, and my libido is still off the charts. Dealing with this was always a pain in my back, and a constant reminder of how my body sucked at being functional. I shake my head vehemently, my stomach churning at the mere thought of taking a pregnancy test. It's pointless, Bets. You and I both know that I'm infertile. Why do you think we were planning IVF with Maurice? But Betty is relentless. Come on, Min, just to be on the safe side, you can't just ignore these symptoms and hope they'll go away. If there's even the slight chance that you're pregnant, you need to know about it. I click my tongue and shoot her a sarcastic look. And if it comes back positive, then what? You tell Marin, of course, Betty says. You know well Marin and I are not on talking terms, I fire back. All the more reason to start talking again. I take a deep, shuddering breath, steeling myself for the confession that's been weighing on my soul. I still didn't tell Betty about what I witnessed that night in Marin's mansion. I didn't want to put my friend in danger for no reason. All she knows is that things didn't work out between us. I don't want to get back together with Marin, Bets. I have good reason not to. Betty heaves a sigh. You know, girl, sometimes I just don't understand you. You dated the hottest man alive who also happens to be a billionaire entrepreneur, and you suddenly decided to break up with him. We both know that you're never going to find someone like. Remember when you warned me about him, Bets? I cut in, interrupting her rant. About the rumors that he may be involved in something shady. Betty nods and furrows her brow. Yeah, why? Because you were right, I say softly. I saw something the night before I broke up with him, Bets. Something horrible. Betty's eyes suddenly widen. I know her gossip sensors are alert and that every cell in her body is eager to hear what I'm about to say. This is exactly why you need to be careful with gossip around Betty. So I tell her about what happened that night, leaving out the worst details, namely the fact that I saw Marin kill someone. But I tell her about wandering the darkened corridors of the mansion, stumbling upon that awful scene. I tell her how the man was being interrogated and tortured, while Marin watched with a cold, impassive expression, like it was just another day at the office. As I speak, Betty's complexion drains of color and there's horror in her eyes. Holy shit, Mindy. That's horrible. I can't even imagine. I wipe the unwanted tears from my eyes as I nod in agreement. You see now? I can't be with a man like him, Bets. I bet you would have done the same in my shoes. Betty reaches out and squeezes my hand tightly. Oh, babe, I'm so sorry. I know this must be a lot to deal with. I just wish you'd told me earlier. I sniff. It hurts like a bitch, Bets. I have fresh tears welling up in my eyes again. My friend comes in to embrace me with a comforting hug. Of course it does, babe, she says. Still, you did the right thing by leaving him. That was the only sensible thing to do after this. I really want to cry now. I try convincing myself that Betty is right, but the tears flowing down my face suggest otherwise. Shh, I'm here for you, girl. Betty continues to comfort me. I'll help you get through this, I promise. She lets go of our embrace and looks at me with concern. What's your plan now? She asks. Take one step at a time, I answer with an exasperated sigh. Even if by some miracle I'm pregnant, there's no chance I'll be able to carry the baby to term. According to the doctors I've seen, my body wouldn't be able to handle it. Betty lets out a sigh. Too bad, babe. You would make a wonderful mother. She gently pats my cheek. But now, let's go buy you a pregnancy test. Chapter 36. Mindy. The next morning, I wake up feeling like death warmed over. Just like yesterday, my stomach churns and I barely make it to the bathroom before I'm hunched over the toilet, retching and heaving until there's nothing left to bring up. Rise and shine, Mindy. I'm starting to think that Betty is right about the pregnancy, but I still can't wrap my head around it. I didn't want to buy the test yesterday, but she practically forced me to go to the drugstore with her. Later on, she had to go out and I ended up sleeping through the afternoon, leaving the test in my bag. I didn't even take it. But today, I can no longer delay the inevitable. I promised Betty to get it done by the time she's back. But first things first, I'm going to procrastinate a little more by treating myself with breakfast at my local coffee shop. Eating out is highly unusual for me, especially for breakfast. My usual morning meal is just a sad piece of toast with jam. But today, I feel like I could kill for a delicious plate of eggs with bacon. I quickly wash my face, throw on some clothes, and head down to the small joint nearby. As soon as I step inside, the smell of fresh coffee beans hits me, and it's like heaven in my nostrils. Which is strange, because yesterday the mere thought of coffee made me want to puke. Now it's like a warm hug. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. So I order a cappuccino and a hearty breakfast omelet with bacon, 2 slices of toast, a side salad, and settle into a booth by the window. As I dig into my food and savor the flavors, I feel a sense of calm wash over me. For a moment, I almost forget about the test waiting for me at home. Can I sit here? A familiar voice cuts through my reverie, making me look up. My heart skips a beat in my chest. It's Maurice. To my surprise, Maurice looks better than I've ever seen him. His hair is neatly trimmed and styled. His clothes are clean and pressed. There's a clarity in his eyes that I haven't seen in a long time. If I didn't know better, I would mistake it for a sense of purpose or determination. He stands beside my table with a tray of food in his hands and a vibrant smile on his face. Maurice, I say with a half grin, my mind still reeling from the surprise. The last time I saw him was at Marin's birthday party, causing a huge scene and being completely drunk. Sure, take a seat. What is he doing here? And why now of all times? Thanks, Mindy, he says, sliding into the seat across from me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I just saw you sitting here and, well, I thought I'd come say hi. I shake my head, gesturing for him to sit down. No, it's fine. I'm just grabbing a bite before, peeing on a test to see if I'm pregnant from your brother. Before heading home, I add. Maurice nods, digging into his own breakfast with gusto. Well, I'm glad I bumped into you. Breakfast tastes better with good company. I nod, giving him a smile. Yeah, I know what you mean. We sit in silence as we eat, and I'm starting to feel a little awkward. Sure, it's nice to see Maurice, especially in such good shape. But at the same time, I'm increasingly anxious about the task that awaits me. What if it comes back positive?
Cut it out, Mindy. You can't get pregnant.
It's so frustrating when my mind goes off on a tangent like this. Maybe I should have just stayed home and gotten that damn test done. It would all be over by now. It would have come back negative, and my worries would have evaporated. Instead, I'm sitting here with my ex, not sure what to talk about. As if he can read my thoughts, Maurice places his fork down and meets my eyes. He clears his throat before speaking.
Mindy, I want to apologize.
His sudden confession catches me off guard. Apologize? For what?
For everything that happened between us. The way things ended. I wasn't a good boyfriend.
Thanks, Maurice, but it's okay. It's all in the past now.
I let you down, Mindy, he continues. My own issues and insecurities got in the way of our relationship, and I'm truly sorry. You deserve better.
I must admit, I'm taken aback by this. Maurice is not the type to ponder about his actions. Not to mention that he always struggled to take responsibility for his own mistakes.
I acted like an idiot at Marin's party. He confesses. I had a bit too much to drink.
We all have our slip-ups, I reassure him. No need to beat yourself up. He hesitates before continuing, staring down at his fidgeting fingers.
Let me break it down for you.
Why bother? It's fine, really, I reply. I just want to end the conversation, finish my breakfast, and get back home to my test.
No, it's not, Mindy. There are some things I need to set straight. You see, earlier that day I was at Marin's place. My stepmother has this thing called vascular dementia, and it hit me hard. It's a brutal disease. Her brain is literally shrinking.
He's not wrong. The elderly lady I'd met in Marin's mansion at night was beyond confused. But she's still a lovely old woman. Too bad her son is a dangerous criminal who tortures people. Maurice let out a long sigh.
So I had a drink to help me cope. And then I found out that Marin was having a party and that everyone was invited except me. That really hurt. So I just kept on drinking.
He takes a deep breath.
Until I decided it was a good idea to go to the party. So I did. And when I saw you there on stage...
He pauses.
I just got very jealous, and I couldn't hold it in.
Why are you telling me this now, Maurice? I ask carefully.
Because you need to know.
He meets my gaze and leans in closer.
That night, Marin and I had a huge argument. I thought that you and him are together, and it's been eating me up inside ever since.
My heart skips a beat and my palms grow clammy with nerves. This is the last thing I need on my list right now. How could I possibly explain the tangled mess I've found myself in to Maurice, of all people? Not that I owe him an explanation. I gather my courage and decide to lie, hoping he won't see through me. No, I say unconvincingly. I was only there to sing, nothing more.
Oh.
Maurice's expression visibly changes. I can't decide if he knows I'm lying to him or not.
That's good. It would kill me if you and my brother, you know.
Why? I ask, staring at him in confusion. You broke up with me, Maurice, not the other way around. His gaze is heavy with remorse and yearning as he nods.
And I've regretted it every single day since.
He falls silent, then reaches across the table to take my hand in his.
I've changed, Mindy. I'm working on myself every day,
trying to become a better person. I haven't touched booze since that disastrous party. I attend AA meetings regularly, and I have a stable job now. I'm happy to hear that, Maurice, truly, I tell him, attempting to pull my hand away from his. But it only makes him tighten his grip. Do you think we could start again? Give our relationship another chance. I'm at a loss for words. Out of all the things I imagined Maurice telling me, this was the last one on my mind. It's also the last thing I want to be dealing with right now. I glance at my watch out of the corner of my eye, thinking about the test waiting for me at home. Maurice, I trail off, my mind spinning with conflicting emotions. A part of me remembers the good times we shared, but I know that chapter of my life is over. I could never go back to Maurice after how things ended between us. And especially after what happened between Marin and me. It would be a disaster. My stomach lurches forward without warning, and I find myself thinking about that damn test again. Now I really want to kick myself for coming down here instead of peeing on a stick in my bathroom, waiting to find out if I've been knocked up by a dangerous mob boss or not. Even that seems more appealing than sitting in this booth, stuck between a rock and a hard place with my ex. What the hell has my life become? It's like something straight out of a terrible soap opera. I'm sorry, I say softly, finally managing to pull my hand from his grasp. I can't. Too much has changed, Maurice. I've changed too. He stares at me. Mindy, please don't shut me out. Whatever it is, we can work through it together. Without a moment's hesitation, I shake my head and start gathering my belongings. No, Maurice. Thank you for being honest with me, but it's over. I rise from my seat and push my chair back. Half of my fancy breakfast remains untouched on the plate. I wish you all the best in finding someone who will appreciate you for who you are, Maurice. But that person won't be me. I've moved on. I look into his eyes. Goodbye, Maurice. I turn on my heels and exit the cafe, feeling the burn of his gaze on my back. I shut the door behind me and my shoulders finally relax. Betty has gone somewhere, so I'm on my own. I head to the kitchen and make myself some tea. Then I make another, and another, until my bladder is fit to burst. It's time, Mindy. Time to pee on a stick. I tear open the test's packaging, go to the bathroom, and do my business. Once done, I place the kit on the edge of the sink and anxiously wait. I should have done this yesterday. At least Betty would have been here to keep my company. Time seems to stand still, so I start pacing back and forth, my heart hammering against my chest. I continue pacing for what feels like hours, too scared to even glance at the results. But eventually, I have to face the music. I take a deep breath and muster the courage to look at the stick. And sure enough, there it is. My heart feels like it wants to stop, and I'm suddenly dizzy. I must look like someone who just saw a ghost. Because two small blue lines are staring back at me, as if they are trying to mock me with their presence. I stumble out of the bathroom and collapse onto my bed, staring up at the ceiling as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. Pregnant. With Marin's baby. The man I ran away from. The man who terrifies me as much as he turns me on. Now what? How is this even possible? Minutes go by, and I'm so lost in my own swirling thoughts that I almost don't hear my phone ringing. It's when I glance at the screen that my breath hitches. It's a number from St. Mary's Hospital. Hello? I answer, my heart thundering against my ribcage. Miss Williams? Dr. Walker here. Dr. Walker, is this about my mother? Yes, he says and clears his throat. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly running dry. Calls like this out of nowhere are usually not a good sign. Is she okay? There's a pause on the other end. I'm afraid not, Miss Williams. Your mother's condition has deteriorated significantly in the past 24 hours. I feel like I'm being punched in the gut. The air rushes out of my lungs, leaving me breathless. I see. What does that mean? Dr. Walker's voice is sympathetic. It means that we have done all we can to treat her cancer. But I'm afraid she's no longer responding to the treatment. We've made the decision to move her to comfort care, so we can focus on managing her pain and making her as comfortable as possible. I'm so sorry, Miss Williams. Tears sting my eyes as I begin to comprehend the reality of his words. A heavy weight settles in my chest, pressing down on me until I find it hard to breathe. No. How can this be? What about those memories we were going to make? I blink rapidly, trying to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. It's as if the world has tilted off its axis, leaving me grasping for something to hold on to. But there's nothing. Just the crushing inevitability of what's to come. Mom? My hands tremble, and a deep aching sorrow wells up inside me, stealing away any semblance of strength I thought I had left. I just stand here, paralyzed by the devastating truth that my mother, my rock, the person I love most, is slipping away from me, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. How long does she have left? I ask, no longer trying to control my tears. It's hard to say for sure, Dr. Walker replies gently. Based on her current condition, we estimate that she has a few days at most. Oh, dear God. A sob rises in my throat, my chest aching with the pain that feels like it will swallow me. Can I see her? Of course, Dr. Walker says. We're administering morphine to help ease her pain, but she's still lucid. I nod, even though he can't see me. I'll be there as soon as I can. I murmur a thank you and end the call, letting the phone fall on the bed from my numb fingers. The weight of losing my mother comes crashing down on me like an avalanche, all while a new life is being created in my belly. One coming to an end, and another one just starting.
Chapter 37. Marin.
Oh, please,
Mindy groans.
suck my clit.
I run my tongue up her slit, dancing at the tip across her clitoris. Then I press my mouth against it.
Fuck,
she cries, and her head drops back on the pillow. Then I start licking and sucking her clitoris with long, flat strokes, giving it no mercy. Now she can't help herself. She moans and thrusts her hand into my hair, pressing my face against her pussy harder. I welcome it. I ravage her cunt, being relentless with it until she spirals completely out of control.
Fuck! Eat my pussy, you bastard!
Mindy is lost in an ocean of pleasure as I continue licking.
Oh, fuck! Please, Marin,
she pants.
Don't stop. I'm gonna burst.
Then fucking burst for me, baby. With a scream that's muffled by the pillow she pressed her face into, she comes, squirting her juice into my mouth like a fountain.
Oh, God! Oh!
She screams, her body shaking uncontrollably from her orgasm. Good girl, I growl. Now you're going to suck my cock. Barely waiting for her shaking to subside, she eagerly obeys. I place my erect dick against her lips and thrust into her mouth. Her throat relaxes, and her mouth sinks down my shaft, licking and sucking it. My groans of encouragement spur her on with even greater enthusiasm. "Deeper, Lizishka," I order, and she takes it all the way in. My nuts are so tight they nearly hurt. I want nothing more than to be deep inside her, buried to the hilt, to feel her walls squeezing my dick without mercy. "I want to come inside you," I say. I pull my hard cock out of her mouth, lift her legs on my shoulders, and start fucking her like a man possessed.
Marin!
Mindy is screaming again.
"Harder! Fuck me harder!"
"You," I pant. "Like this, don't you?"
"Yes, I love your cock."
She's struggling to speak.
"Yes, oh God, fuck me, baby."
She stammers with her eyes closed as I keep thrusting into her. By the time her inner muscles start to contract, signaling that she's about to reach her peak, my own orgasm begins to work its way through my body. Electric jolts of pleasure fire through me, making me feel the sensation from head to toe. Mindy's toes curl as her nails rake down my lower back, all the way down to my ass, and I toss my head back in pleasure and pain. "That's it, Malemoya," I gasp, sinking lower until I'm lying on top of her. I glance over at the huge mirror on the wall to see us together. The sight of our naked bodies slamming together, my dick deep inside of her, and her face twisted in pleasure are almost too much to bear, but I can't take my eyes off it. I'm fucking the woman of my life.
"Marin, I'm coming. Fuck. Don't stop, baby."
She thrusts her hips upwards to grind them against mine. I pump harder and faster, hearing her pitch rise. I fuck her like nothing outside of this moment matters. Maintaining my grip on her with one hand, I wind the other in her hair and pull, making her arch her back as I thrust into her with sheer animalistic force. I can feel the orgasm boiling up inside me, my cock throbbing as she screams my name and spasms around me. "Your thrust, mine thrust, and thrust. No one thrust, else's thrust. Understand?" I growl. Lost in the throes of her impending orgasm, Mindy seems unaware of the world around her.
"Yes."
Her grip on me tightens. We're both oblivious at this point, too lost in our bliss to pay attention to anything that's going on around us. My senses are dulled. All my focus is on pleasing her. Nothing else matters right now. Lying on top of her, my whole body shakes. I know that my release is about to crash over me like a tsunami, sending explosions of ecstasy through all my nerve endings. I just know that I'm about to have the orgasm of my life. And that is when things suddenly change. I have no idea why, but it feels like she's frozen under me. A moment ago she was bucking her hips against mine and moaning in pleasure. Now she's the complete opposite. My dick is still deep in her pussy, but I know something is wrong. The atmosphere has shifted, and I stop thrusting. "What's wrong, Lashishka?" I ask. "Am I hurting you?"
"Marin,"
she pants, and there's horror in her eyes. She lifts her head, and her eyes dart between my face and the door. Time has slowed down around us. It's like one of those nightmares when you're being chased, but your body can only move in slow motion. Clapping her hand over her mouth, Mindy tries to prevent a scream. There's panic in her eyes, which causes my pulse to quicken. The look on her face burns itself into my brain. I turn my head to the door to see what she's looking at, and that is when I notice the person standing there. It's Maurice. He stands there with a gun in his hand, pointing it straight at me.
"How dare you fuck my woman?"
he says, and his finger squeezes the trigger. My eyes pop open, and I find my entire body swimming in cold sweat. My heart is galloping with the speed of a racehorse, but there is quiet around me. I blink away at the memories of the previous moment and look at what's in front of me. The only thing staring back at me is the dull paleness of the ceiling. It was just a nightmare. I glance at the clock on the nightstand. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I'm lying naked on the bed, my legs spread. I'm alone in the darkness, the sheets tangled around my ankles. The remnants of the dream cling to me like a second skin, vivid and unsettling. I run a shaky hand through my sweat-damp hair, trying to slow my ragged breathing. The room feels too small, too confining. The darkness presses in, and for a moment I swear I can still smell Mindy's perfume, hear the echo of that gunshot. Bleh. My body is torn between my lingering arousal and the feeling of being shot at. I know both feelings too damn well. I push myself up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed, and drop my head into my hands. This isn't the first time I've dreamed of Mindy, but it has never ended like this. The image of Maurice, his face twisted with rage and hurt, is seared into my mind. Is this guilt, fear, or some twisted premonition? I shake my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of sleep and nightmare. I can't. Days have passed since Mindy's cryptic message and her sudden departure from my life. Since then, I buried myself in my work at Global Media, trying to ignore the nagging questions and doubts that consume me. But no matter how many meetings I sit through or how many deals I close, I can't shake off the restless frustration clawing at me like a feral animal. And when night falls, my mind becomes a battleground for haunting nightmares. The suppressed thoughts and questions about why she decided to leave me rise to the surface and haunt my dreams. My finger hovers over her name on my phone. I almost dial her number, but then I remind myself that it's dawn and she's probably asleep. Or sucking some dude's cock. I throw my phone onto the floor in disgust and frustration. My hand glides through the tip of my hard cock, and I find it damp from pre-cum. Even now I'm fueled by this primal need. I've jerked off countless times at night, but nothing on this godforsaken planet can satisfy me. Only Mindy Williams can. I want her back. I need her back. And not just because I still need a wife who can provide me with an heir. I need Mindy. The curves of her body, the silkiness of her hair, the smoothness of her pussy, her sensual lips around my cock, the fire in her eyes, the strength of her spirit, the way she looks at me like she sees the man beneath the monster. She sees me. I grip myself with brutal force and begin to stroke relentlessly, my legs spreading wider. The sound of my strokes echo through the room as my fingers work furiously. I tilt my head back in a mixture of pleasure and frustration. My body is still slick with sweat, but I don't care. All I care about is relieving this insatiable desire. My grip tightens to the point of pain, but I welcome it. It means temporary relief from this craving. But deep down, I know that no amount of release will truly satiate me. The only person who can do that is Mindy herself. I keep stroking my cock until orgasm comes, and with a guttural moan I release onto the palm of my hand. But it's nothing like any orgasm I had with her. Not even close. I can't fucking go on like this. I really can't. As my breathing slows, my mind begins to wander. Sure, we signed a contract. So what? Do I drag Mindy back, punish her with sex, and force her to live with me? The idea isn't unfamiliar, but somehow I can't fucking get myself to actually do it. Not with her. Not against her will. This is why I decided not to look for her, despite the all-consuming urge to do so. For whatever fucked up reason, I feel compelled to respect her wishes. Which is fucking ridiculous for me. I was always a man who went for what he wanted. And today, I'm a man who always gets what he wants. Always. Except when it comes to Mindy Williams. Because deep down, I know that she would never forgive me if I forced her to do something against her will. She would hate me forever, and I could never forgive myself for that. Of course, I could always get myself out there, find another woman, and offer her a life of luxury in exchange for playing the role of my dutiful wife. It would be easy. Just another transaction in a world where everything has a price tag on it. But the thought of settling for anyone else, anyone less than Mindy, and trying to build a life with a woman who means nothing to me, fuck that. The clock flashes 5:55 a.m., reminding me of my daily tasks. So I stand up and drag myself into the bathroom, knowing that today will be just like every other day. Ruthless, fast-paced, relentless. I step into the shower, cranking the knob all the way to frigid. The ice-cold water slams against my skin, numbing my senses and washing away the lingering traces of my twisted dream. I let the freezing droplets pummel me, hoping they'll take away the memories of Mindy, at least for a little while. But not even this icy torture can ease the pain of her absence. 2 hours later, at 8 o'clock sharp, I pick up the phone and call Maurice. "Come to my office," I tell him. Another half an hour later, he's sitting in front of my desk with a fresh look on his face.
"What's so urgent, Maron?"
he asks, placing one of his legs across the other. I give my brother a nod of approval. "Looking sharp, Rathok," I say. It's true. His face is smooth, his hair perfectly styled, and his clothes are on point. You've come a long way these last few weeks. He shifts his weight on the chair across the table.
"Thanks for noticing, Maron. I'm focusing on myself and putting in the work. It's starting to pay off."
I lean forward, my elbows resting on the polished wood of my desk. "How's your AA group?" I ask. Maurice meets my gaze unflinchingly.
"Not bad," he says. "I haven't touched booze for 15 days, 20 hours, and—"
he glances at his watch.
4 minutes. Not a single drop."
I feel a swell of pride in my chest. "Well done, brother," I tell him, before changing the subject. "I'm proud of you, but I didn't call you here to discuss personal matters. Have you got anything on the Shirkov kidney?" I ask, leaning back in my leather chair.
"Finished. Done. I'm ready to move on to the next job."
My ears perk up at this. "Already? Tell me how it went. Last time I checked, it was about to be shipped."
"Well, it got shipped,"
he says, with a hint of pride in his voice. "Details, Maurice."
All right.
He holds up his hand in a typical Maurice gesture.
"The kidney arrived from Bangladesh 2 days ago. I personally made sure it got to the hospital. Jennifer Shakova had her new organ transplanted yesterday. She's doing well, according to her doctors."
"What about her father?" I ask, feeling my heart rate pick up a little. If this is really sorted, then a decade-old family feud has been resolved. Maurice chuckles.
"The old man was with his daughter at the hospital and waited there till the end of her surgery. A sentimental, semi-senile, emotional mess, if you ask me."
I let out a breath of relief. "That he is. But you pulled it off, brother. I'm impressed."
"I told you I'd handle it, didn't I?"
Maurice boasts. "Yeah, you did," I admit, and allow myself a smile. "And I know I promised you a pay raise. How does an extra 5% sound?" Maurice's eyes widen.
"Fuck, are you serious?"
Dead serious, I confirm. With a Shirkov deal, you just saved our asses from a world of pain. You earned it.
Thanks, Marin.
There's genuine emotion in his voice.
I mean it. And since we're talking, there's something else, too.
He adds, with a smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
I thought I'd let you know. Mindy and we're back together. She's still in love with me, and we decided to work things out. I'm telling you, brother, I'm going to marry that woman. It will be my next step towards building a normal life.
What the fuck? My heart suddenly drops to my stomach, and all I see is red. My emerging good mood evaporates in an instant, and an all-consuming rage takes its place. I'm sure it shows on my face. Then the penny drops. Mindy's sudden departure, the message she left me without any explanation. Suddenly all of it makes a sickening sense.
Krivani Urod, she left to be with Maurice.
She fucking left me, only to go back to the man who hurt her, who betrayed her, who was never worthy of her love in the first place. I feel as if a donkey kicked me in the gut. I puff my cheeks and the air leaves my lungs in a rush. For a second, the world seems to tilt on its axis, and I have to grip the edge of my desk to steady myself. Betrayal, anger, disbelief, all of them race through my mind, but I force them down. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess to retain my composure. Are you sure about this, Maurice? I grit out, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I can feel a vein pulsing in my temple, and my jaws clench so tight it's painful. But I can't let him see it. I can't let him know how deeply this news has cut me. As Maurice speaks, seemingly oblivious to my inner turmoil, I feel something dark stirring within me. It's a familiar feeling, the cold calculation of a predator preparing to strike. But for now I push it down, forcing an artificial grin on my face that feels more like a grimace. Then you have my blessing, I grind out, the words tasting like poison on my tongue. Maurice beams, oblivious to the sarcasm dripping from my words.
Thanks, Marin. I knew you'd be happy for us.
Obliudak. My fists clench beneath the desk, and my nails are digging into my palms hard enough to draw blood. Happy? I'm fucking devastated. Enraged. The only woman I've ever loved in my fucked up life has chosen my pathetic fuck-up of a brother over me. Loved? What the fuck are you thinking, Modak? She left you for fuck's sake. She doesn't deserve your love. I feel like I'm going to murder someone if I'm not left alone with my thoughts, and I fear that someone might end up being Maurice. Don't fuck it up this time, brother, I say, gritting my teeth and waving him off. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot to do. He smiles and walks out of my office, shutting the door behind him with a decisive click. As he leaves, I feel something inside me break, something vital and irreplaceable. It's like a small voice from the core of my soul telling me that Maurice is doing this on purpose. He's doing this to fuck with me, for whatever the fuck his reason is. But whatever the case, the situation speaks for itself. I've been betrayed by my brother and the woman I love. Fuck that. All I can feel now is rage, bitter disappointment, and fury. A lethal mix of emotions surging through me like a wildfire, destroying everything in its wake. The next thing I know is that I'm reaching for the bottle of whiskey on my desk, not even bothering with a glass. I take a long, burning swig straight from the bottle. The alcohol sears my throat, my chest, but it does nothing to dull the pain that's ripping me apart from the inside out. Mindy, with Maurice, Fucking Maurice kissing her, fucking her. Mindy screaming under him, bucking her sweet hips against him. The thought is like a knife twisting in my gut, a sickening, unbearable agony I can't escape. I take another swig of whiskey, then another, and another. I drink until the room starts to spin, and my vision blurs at the edges. But even through the haze of alcohol, I still feel the rage burning inside me, the primal animalistic urge to destroy something, anything, just to ease the pressure building in my chest. I stagger to my feet, my eyes landing on the antique fire poker that sits beside the fireplace. Before I can think better of it, I'm gripping the cold metal in my hand. The weight of it feels strangely comforting as I begin to swing it wildly around the room. I smash it into the bookshelves first, sending priceless first editions and leather-bound volumes flying across the room in a flurry of torn pages and splintered wood. I hear the satisfying crack of glass as I take out a display case full of ancient artifacts. The shards are raining down around me like glittering diamonds. But it's not enough, not nearly enough to quell the storm that's boiling inside me. I turn my attention to the furniture next, swinging the poker like a baseball bat as I shatter lamps, vases, splintered chairs, and tables into kindling. I'm a man possessed, a whirlwind of destruction and fury as I lay waste to everything in my path. I can feel sweat pouring down my face, the muscles in my arms as I scream with exertion. But I don't stop. I can't stop until every last piece of my carefully curated world is lying in ruins around me. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it's over. I'm standing in the middle of my office with my chest heaving and my lungs burning, surrounded by the wreckage of my own making. The room is unrecognizable. It's a fucking war zone of shattered glass, splintered wood, and torn fabric. But even as I take in the sight of the destruction, even as I feel the first flickers of shame and regret creeping in around the edges of my fury, I feel a scream building in my throat. It is a howl of pure, unadulterated agony that I can't hold back. So I let it rip from my lungs. It comes out as a sound that's more animal than human, more rage than sadness. I will have her back, no matter what it takes, no matter who I have to rip to shreds in the process, even if it means burning the world to ashes and salt, even if it means tearing my own brother apart, piece by fucking piece.
Chapter 38. Mindy. I rush to the hospital as fast as I can. My heart keeps pounding in my chest, and my mind spirals uncontrollably with the devastating news of my mother's deteriorating condition. As I hurry down the sterile white corridors, I catch sight of Dr. Walker. "Miss Williams," he greets me in a gentle but serious tone. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "How is she?" I ask, my voice still trembling from the shock. "Can I see her?" Dr. Walker nods. "Yes, but she's sleeping now. We've sedated her to manage the pain. The morphine is keeping her comfortable, but it also means that she may not be fully lucid when she wakes up." I take a deep breath in an attempt to compose myself. "What happened, Doctor?" He looks at me with a sympathetic expression on his face. "We're not exactly sure, Miss Williams. It's the unpredictable nature of cancer. Your mother responded well to the latest treatment, but then something collapsed in her system." The tears began to flow freely on my face. "I can still talk to her, right?" "Of course," Dr. Walker assures me. "She'll be awake soon, and you can have your time with her. But before that, could you come to my office for a moment, Miss Williams? There's something I need to discuss with you." I hesitate, torn between my need to be by my mother's side and the seriousness in Dr. Walker's tone. Sure, I murmur, my voice soft and trembling. Lead the way. He leads me down the corridor to his office. I silently follow him, with the weight of what's to come looming over me like a dark rain cloud. When we step inside the office, Dr. Walker closes the door behind us and gestures for me to take a seat. Miss Williams, he begins and clears his throat. His voice comes out careful and measured. As your mother's condition worsens, it's important that we discuss what follows after she passes. I feel a chill run down my spine. A sickening sense of dread settles in the pit of my stomach. Is this about money again? What do you mean? I ask. Dr. Walker leans forward, resting his elbows on his desk. It's standard protocol for us to ask every dying patient, or their family, about the possibility of organ donation. In the event of your mother's passing, her healthy organs could potentially save the lives of others who are desperately in need of a transplant. I stare at him dumbly. Organ donation? The idea of someone cutting into my mother's body and taking pieces of her away to give to strangers. It feels like a violation of everything my mother has ever been. I don't know, I stammer, my voice shaking. I can't think about this right now. Sorry. Dr. Walker nods, his expression understanding. Of course, Miss Williams. Take the time you need to consider this, but please know that the decision will be made by your mother if she's capable. If she chooses to donate her organs, she could be giving the greatest gift of all, the gift of life to someone else. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Thank you, Doctor. I think I should go. I croak out. I should be with my mother. Dr. Walker nods, standing up to open the door for me. Thank you for considering this, Miss Williams. And please, let me know if there's anything else I can do to support you during this difficult time. I murmur a thank you and step out into the hallway, feeling like my legs have turned into lead. I walk down the long, sterile corridor, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The closer I get to my mother's room, the harder it becomes to breathe, to think, to move. The weight of what's to come is pressing down on me, almost crushing me with its load. When I finally reach her door, I stop. My hand is hovering over the handle. Go in, girl, I hear Emily's voice. Maybe it's my own. A sudden sob escapes me. I caused this, Em. This is all my fault. That's not true, Mindy. You didn't cause anything. It just happened. You must let this go. You can't keep beating yourself up. I miss you so much, Em. I miss you too, my beautiful sister. But you know I'm still here, right? I'm with you, always and forever. Come on, girl, open that door. I still hesitate. I don't know if I can bear the sight of my dying mother. This can't be the last time I see her. Why does it have to end this way? It's too soon, too cruel, too unfair. I take a shaky breath, wiping away my tears with the back of my hand, and with a final effort, I square my shoulders. With a trembling hand and a heart that feels like it's being ripped from my chest, I turn the handle and step into my mother's hospital room. The first thing that strikes me is the stillness, an almost unsettling quiet. The only audible noise comes from the machines stationed around her bed, beeping softly as they monitor her vital signs. My eyes are immediately drawn to her as I enter the room. She lies on the bed in a peaceful slumber, her eyes closed and her face relaxed. I walk over to her bedside and settle into the chair next to it. For a while, I simply sit there, taking in the image of my mom. Even in her final moments, as she fades away, she is still beautiful. I reach out and gently touch her face, causing her to flinch slightly. Soon I won't be able to reach out and touch her cheek, or give her a hug, tell her I love her. She will only be a memory locked forever in my heart. My twin sister is gone. My father is long gone. And now? I still remember when my dad passed away. We were just kids. My mom broke us the news with tears in her eyes. "Daddy's up in heaven now, girls. From now on, he'll be watching us from above." It's strange, but I didn't feel sadness at the time. In my mind, I could see my dad sitting on a fluffy white cloud, smiling and waving down at us. It was a comforting thought, and I would think about it every night before going to bed. Emily and I even drew a picture of Dad jumping from cloud to cloud. Sometimes we would imagine him falling off and grabbing onto the edge, like some kind of superhero. For a short while, this image became so real and vivid in our minds that we would imagine ourselves climbing up to join him on the clouds. We even invited Mom and Alexis to come with us, so that all 5 of us could be together. Those were some of the best moments I had as a child. Now it's Mom's turn to leave this world. The childhood fantasy of Dad on a cloud fades away, replaced by the harsh reality before me. I squeeze Mom's hand gently, anchoring myself in the present. The steady beeping of the machines brings me back to the sterile hospital room, leaving the warmth of my childhood memories behind. "I don't want you to go, Mom," I whisper. "But I don't want you to stay either. Not this way. Seeing you in pain would be worse than anything." Tears blur my vision, and I blink them away. "I love you, Mom. I love you so much," I whisper, leaning down to press a gentle kiss to her forehead. Nothing else I could say or do comes to mind. She smiles then, a faint curve of her lips that speaks louder than any word spoken. The way her chest rises and falls with each shallow breath. The way her eyelids flutter gently in some dream. And then, to my surprise, I feel my own eyelids growing heavy as an invisible force pulls my body into a hazy, dreamlike state. I don't try to fight it. I allow myself to sink into the chair and let the soft, even sound of my mother's breathing lull me into a place of calm and stillness. And then, just as I'm hovering on the edge of sleep, I hear it. A gentle, achingly familiar voice whispering my name. "Mindy, my sweetheart." My eyes fly open. My mother is looking at me with a soft smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Mom," I breathe, tears springing to my eyes as I squeeze her hand. "You're awake." She nods, her gaze never leaving mine. "I heard you come in, my darling girl." I feel a sob rising in my throat, but I swallow it back, forcing a trembling smile to my lips. Her smile is warm and loving, just like the way her eyes crinkle at the corners. "Of course, Mom, I'm right here," I assure her, holding her hand in mine. "I'll always be here for you." She gently squeezes my hand. "I know, my dear." "How are you feeling, Mom?" I say with a smile. She beams back at me. "I'm feeling better, my dear." She slowly shifts her weight on the bed so that she can see me better. "Now tell me, how's life been treating you?" Her question takes me by surprise. I can sense her genuine curiosity and interest, but this sudden change in her. It's like we're back in her cozy living room, having one of our mother-daughter talks. I want to sob, but I swallow it back. A part of me knows that her sudden alertness might be temporary. I push everything to the sideline, determined to savor every precious moment with her. So I start filling her in on my life. careful not to tell her anything that might make her worry in her fragile state. I tell her about my breakup with Maurice and then falling for Marin, but I don't mention anything about his background in the Mafia or the fact that I decided to walk away from him. Finally, as I rest my hand on my still flat belly, I spill the news about the tiny being taking shape inside me. It's surreal to my ears. After years of fighting infertility, pregnancy is something I never thought could happen to me. But it did. And now here I sit by my dying mother's side, nurturing the life of her grandchild. As I finish speaking, I notice that Mom has drifted back into a half-sleeping state. It's probably the morphine. "Mom," I whisper softly, wondering if she can hear me. "Are you still here with me?" She tightens her grip on my hand in response, a silent message of love and understanding. "Thank you, Mom," I whisper, my voice choked with tears. "Thank you for listening." Jesus Christ, I hope she didn't hear all that shit. I freeze at the voice coming from the doorway. Alexis is standing there with arms crossed over her chest and a cold smirk playing on her lips. Her eyes are hard and emotionless, glittering with a cruel satisfaction. Shit. Did she hear everything? I really hope not. I shared a lot more than I'm comfortable with. I told Mom about Maurice, Marin, and about the baby growing inside me. If I know Alexis well, she'd only use it against me. As a journalist for a gossip magazine, she even has the power to do that in the most devastating way possible. We lock eyes and I notice a flicker of something in her gaze. Maybe pity, maybe disgust, maybe both. Then it's gone, replaced by that icy smirk once more. "Fucking pathetic," she sneers, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I hope you're proud of yourself for dumping all your shit on Mom." I open my mouth to defend myself, but nothing comes out. My nervous system is already at capacity with everything that's happening. What could I possibly say to her anyway? With disgust evident on her face, my sister turns away. But before she leaves, she pauses and glances back over her shoulder. "I know your dirty little secrets now, Mindy. I know all about Maurice, Marin, and your precious little pregnancy. I know all of it. Just remember that." With that, she turns around and storms out of the room, shutting the door behind her. As Alexis's heavy footsteps fade, I'm left alone with Mom again. I heave a sigh, too exhausted to even think about what this could mean. I just turn back to Mom's sleeping form, and I squeeze her hand gently. "What would you do in my shoes, Mom?" I whisper. Only the steady beeping of the heart monitor answers me. Chapter 39. Mindy. I sit by my mother's bedside for a few more moments. Her eyes are now closed, and she looks as if she's in a peaceful slumber. The morphine drip is working its way through her fragile system, doing its job. I wipe the streak of tears off my cheeks and continue holding her hand, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest. I know Alexis is waiting outside, and I have to brace myself to face her. I won't ask my sister how long she was standing in the doorway, listening to everything I told Mom. I don't even know if I can care anymore. I'm exhausted from our pointless arguments, her constant blaming. I wait a few more minutes in silence. Once my nervous system feels more balanced, and I'm certain that Mom is asleep, I force myself to stand up and walk out of the room. Just as I thought, Alexis stands in the hallway. Her arms are crossed, her face set in a scowl. I heave a weary sigh, steeling myself for another confrontation. Before I nod towards the hospital canteen. "Let's go sit down somewhere," I tell her. My voice comes out as flat and emotionless. There's something I need to discuss with you. She nods and follows me in silence. The only thing that betrays that she's following me is the sound of her heels clicking on the linoleum floor. We make our way to a secluded corner of the cafeteria and slide into a booth, taking a seat across from each other. If there's something you'd like to say it, she says in a typical Alexis manner. I don't have all day. I came here to visit Mom, not to listen to your life's shit. I decide to just let it slide. I really don't have the energy for this right now. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It's about Mom, Alexis, I croak out. My voice comes out as exhausted, even to my own ears. She won't be around much longer. I gulp. I spoke to Dr. Walker just before I saw her. He asked us to consider organ donation. After. My voice cracks. After she's gone. My sister's eyes widen. Her face twists into a mask of disgust. Are you fucking kidding me, Mindy? She hisses, leaning forward across the table. You want to let some stranger cut up our mother's body and take her organs out. I feel my anger rising. If only we could have a civilized conversation, just for once. It's not about what I want, Alexis. I keep my tone flat. It's about what Mom would want. About giving someone else a chance at life if they can't. Alexis cuts me off with a sharp, bitter laugh. Oh, please. Don't try to play the noble martyr here, Mindy. We both know you're just trying to ease your own guilt. You're trying to forgive yourself for causing that accident that led to this. Do you really think that donating our mother's organs will ease your guilt? She gives me a look that could kill. Never. I won't sign it, just so you know. Not that it should surprise me anymore, but the venom in her words is still like a slap in the face. I bury my face in my hands for a moment, struggling to steady myself before I can respond. When I finally lift my head, I meet my sister's gaze with newfound resolve. You know what, Alexis? I'm not going to fight with you about this. Not when Mom is dying. I just wanted to let you know that Dr. Walker approached me about this. That's all. She opens her mouth to argue, but I hold up a hand to silence her. I mean it. I'm done trying to reason with you. I have tried enough times to make you see things from anyone's perspective but your own. It never happened. Mindy, come on. Let's cut the shit, Alexis says, her tone changing from mocking to serious. I'm short on cash, and I need some ASAP. I narrow my eyes at her. Join the club, sis, I retort. I burned through all my savings to keep Mom alive, while you've been off chasing your next high. Listen, Mindy. She leans forward and lowers her voice to a whisper, as if she's making sure that nobody hears us. I owe my dealer, and believe me, he's not too happy about it. I glare at her in disbelief. What addiction can do to a person is beyond me. The problem is, I'm starting to run out of sympathy. I'm not your bank, Alexis, and neither is Mom, I reply. We are in the goddamn hospital. This is where our mother is taking her last breaths. Suddenly, a thought hits me and I furrow my brow. Tell me you didn't come here to beg Mom for money. She shrinks back and her expression visibly changes. No way, but now that you mention it, her voice falters. I'm in deep shit, Mindy. Deeper than I've ever been. I owe some dangerous people a shitload of cash. She pauses, pretending to mull something over. I guess if we have to sell Mom's kidney to pay them off, then so be it. She won't need it anymore, right? I stare at my sister in